who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
All right, happy Wednesday, everybody. Happy Stomp a Charlotte Hornet Wednesday. Happy Young Tony Askin Wednesday. Happy weather getting better Wednesday. Nice out there for you. For you who like to stick a peg in the ground and swat a golf ball, perhaps, although I do see some rains coming next week.
Oh, come on.
I know. Let's focus on the now. Marcus Boucher, happy Wednesday to you, buddy. And you were at Chase Center last night watching what appeared to be a pack of Wrigley Spearmint gum masquerading as the Charlotte Hornets. What were they wearing out there?
It's like a great question.
Like a mint green. When did the Hornets become a pack of Wrigley Spearmint? Do you guys does young Tony even know Wrigley Spearmint?
Oh, come on.
Gum?
He's got you don't know spearmint gum.
Wrigley's.
Yeah. We're going
Green.
like Doublemint twins, right?
Doublemint twins.
Oh, Tony's got to know about the Doublemint twins.
Do they have an OnlyFans account now?
Hey, they might at this point. Who doesn't, Murph? Who doesn't?
Wait, who doesn't? Do you?
Hey, shh. How do you think I get this side hustle?
I heard somebody
How do you think I
talking-
afford that apartment in San Francisco?
I heard somebody talking in the way in. I was listening to these other shows trying to steal stuff. They were doing a bit on Hooters filing for bankruptcy. And one of the guys was riffing that OnlyFans has ruined Hooters. And that's a pretty good riff, I thought. But I was thinking, I really miss the OnlyFans. Is this a topic we want to get into right now?
Why the
I
hell
really
not?
miss the OnlyFans boat. I truly don't understand. Is it honestly a personal pornography site? Is that what it is?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You're just selling
if I
straight up
wanted to,
videos and
create
photos.
Now, you can
Yeah.
spit your coffee
Oh, yeah.
out, laugh as hard as you can right now. But if I wanted to create a Murph personal porn site,
dude.
I would launch it on
Yeah,
OnlyFans.
you'd go on OnlyFans, and Murph would start posting photos of him wearing nothing but his shoes.
Oh, that was funny. That was very funny. Dude, very good. So there's no restrictions.
No,
In other
not at
words,
all.
like, you can do whatever you want. There's no well, why would there be restrictions?
Well, there was
I think
almost-
like FCC restrictions.
Well,
or
yeah,
something.
there almost was an outrage because for a minute they tried to ban that type of content from OnlyFans.
Okay.
And they tried to set it up to where it was like actual celebrities giving like exclusive content to their fans. And the fans were like, what the hell? You know what kind of content I'm here for? And so, yeah, Murph.
Let's not mince words here. So it's not celebrities, though. It's just average people, right?
Well, no, it could be celebrities also.
Okay.
I mean, it's
Are
anybody
there
who
famous
wants to
people I
sign
know
up.
that have an OnlyFans account?
Yeah, there's probably a good chance. There's like some former actresses out there. There's been this beef
Are they
going
like-
on between the cast of Boy Meets World. I don't know if we want to dive too much into this, but Topanga versus Rachel, and I just found out that Rachel now has an OnlyFans
No
page,
way,
and there's
dude.
beef in the Boy Meets World because they're like doing a rewatch podcast, and Rachel and Topanga are going back and forth.
Oh, this is incredible.
And Rachel is now starring on OnlyFans.
That's incredible.
And maybe I checked out some of her work. I was
Don't
curious.
they charge you, though? Don't you got to pay money?
Yeah, but I got those kind of websites, Murph. You know how I find my links? If there's a will, there's a way. It's the power of the internet.
He can stream you an Orlando Magic game on a Wednesday night and a Boy Meets World
Look,
OnlyFans site.
I'm telling you, I know a guy who knows a guy. He can get you damn near anything you want.
By the way, that all started with the Doublemint twins.
Yeah.
Because, what the hell were the Charlotte Hornets wearing last night? I've never seen them wear. Have I been sleeping on the Hornets? Switched to mint green? But anyway.
Well, if you've been sleeping on the Hornets, stay asleep because there's no reason to wake up to watch that game.
We didn't even get LaMelo last night.
No, it was terrible. It's funny. Like Overnight Dave, Young Tony, and John Joe Curley, like they'll print me out all these stories from the night before, and it says like, what we learned from the Warriors win against the Hornets. What we learned is the Hornets are dog-s, or I guess Hornet-s in this case, in this scenario.
What does Hornet-s look like? It's
a good question. Do Hornets-s?
Very tiny.
Do they?
Well, I got to imagine.
I would assume so.
808 KNBR. What does Hornet excrement look like? I'll tell you what it looks like. It looks like last night's team. That's what it looks
Look
like.
like those mint jerseys.
Yeah, not LaMelo, but even Brandon Miller, their young wing, who's good. He didn't play either.
It was bad.
So I mean, you had guys, and then you had. I didn't stick around to the end. Honestly, I switched over to Lakers and Luka against the Mavs, and even my now, dude, it's getting even worse. I told Rory the Greek. I told him. I said I outed you on the air, and he smirked. He goes, "It's not gambling. We're just playing for points." But then I catch him texting his buddies like, "Oh, Braun, I needed another rebound." And I'm like, "Bro, this is a bad habit.
Yeah, but to not gambling, Murph.
This is a bad habit.
This is how they get you. This is how they get you.
I know. I think I might have to get out in front of this. But anyway, I switched over to the Lakers game in the second half, and Rory the Greek walked in and said, "Wait a minute, you turned off the Warriors?" I said, "They're up by 60, dude." I mean, it was like they were actually down like 14-9 early. And like Rory's like, oh, the Warriors are down 5. I'm like, just relax. Let's just let this thing play out.
No, I was with you, Murph. I stayed until halftime because I did want to see the 10-year anniversary kind of halftime show that they put on yesterday.
Which was a little smaller than we thought.
It was a little underwhelming.
Underwhelming is a word.
I mean, shout out to our guy Mo Buckets, who was in the building.
God bless him.
And ultimately ended up retweeting my video that I posted last night.
Dude, you got Mo Spate's social traction?
Well, I think it's because I might have been one of the few guys to post a video. So Mo Buckets was just out here looking for anybody to retweet. So he threw up my video. But yeah, I was expecting a little bit more than Mo Buckets, Brandon Rush, and Festus Azili.
I know, and Festus we see all the time. He's right there.
Festus was working. He just walked across Thrive City and said, hey, I'll show up.
So, I mean, maybe the Warriors have a little bit something to learn. Because you kept saying, why has this not been publicized? Why has this not been publicized? You're like, now you know why.
Well, because we've seen so many of these anniversaries with the San Francisco Giants over the years.
Dude, that's the only thing they do good anymore.
Those things are huge ceremonies. They do it before the game, make sure the stands are packed, and they have this big, like, kind of festivity, and we promote it all week. There's giveaways. There's a bunch of stuff going on.
Tears.
So, yeah, it was a little random that the Warriors were celebrating the 2014-2015 team on a Tuesday night against the Doublemint twin Charlotte Hornets.
And don't forget, in February. Throw that in there, too. So did you leave after the underwhelming ceremony?
So I stayed for the halftime ceremony, and then the Warriors went on like a 17-1 run and just blew the game out. So I said, I'm going to go grab me a burrito at Senior Sisig and go watch the rest of the Lakers game.
Senior Sisig gets a plug. I like it. Anything special about the burrito at Senior Sisig that deserves?
I don't know. Have you ever had Senior Sisig?
I want to say, so we have this thing out in the suburbs called local kitchens. You guys familiar with local kitchens out in the burbs?
I think you told us about
It's this one building where they have like 7 local restaurants, and you go to one building and order from local restaurants that have brought their menus and their chefs to one building. But so say you wanted a Senior Sisig burrito, but I wanted a sweet onion teriyaki burger from SOB, that chef, that big heavy guy that's a chef. And Young Tone wanted, I'll give you another one. Young Tone wanted something from this, there's an Asian place, like a sushi place. We'd all we'd just go to one spot, and Tony would get his sushi. I'd get my sweet onion burger, and you'd get your Senior Sisig burrito. Local, look at me, give me the read.
I know.
Give me the freaking read on local kitchens.
Each your own.
So anyway, I do believe Senior Sisig is at our local kitchens, but I'm trying to remember if I've had their burrito or not.
Yeah, so it's like a Filipino-Mexican fusion food. It started off as a food truck, and it was one of my favorite food trucks in the city. Used to always be out here, out front of our own studio. Yeah. Rod Brooks was actually the one who put me on.
And what is it about the food truck that it's like lures us in?
Oh, it's so enticing.
On paper, it's kind of like this guy's cooking out of a truck. That's not good. But instead, you're like, oh, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, part of it is the mobility. And it's like it pops up in an unexpected place. You turn the corner, you're like, oh, this guy's serving food. Let's go.
I will say, though, my one problem with food trucks now is because they've gotten so popular is that they're almost pricing themselves out. Like, one of the biggest benefits of going to a food truck was cheap, easy, quick food.
No more.
Now you go and it's like it's still a $15 burrito anyways. It's like I might as well go to the restaurant.
It's like buying a beer at a ball game.
Yeah. So the price points are going up.
So Senior Sisig burrito is the Mexican-Filipino fusion. Is there any particular ingredient that lifts the Senior Sisig burrito?
Usually you can go between the pork, but yesterday I went with the lechon, the crispy fried pork belly. So I threw that in there last night.
Sounds good.
It was good.
So you had a good night?
Yeah, I had a good night.
And we got to call it in. I mean, listen, we said the Warriors had to win, and they did. Meanwhile, the Western Conference standings continue to shift because the Mavericks lost last night and they're out there without their bigs, man. They're out there playing without AD.
Yeah, they're also out there without Luka.
By the way, how about Nico? Yeah, exactly, dude, exactly. How about Nico Harrison doing he did the old, and raised point to the sky, he did the old Pedro Gomez, my man, Pedro, who we miss every day. Pedro Gomez, one of the great baseball writers and TV reporters of all time, who we lost tragically to a heart attack during Super Bowl week in 2020 or whatever. But anyway, Pedro Gomez used to say, Murph, if you rip a guy, you got to show your face in the clubhouse the next day. This is the writer's code. You can't rip a guy and then no show. So Pedro would write something critical. And famously, he wrote something critical about Curt Schilling before Game 7 of the 2001 World Series. And it was very controversial on the Arizona Republican. He just parked himself right in the clubhouse and was like, I'm going to be. If Kurt wants a piece of me, I got to be here for it. Well, that's all by way of saying. She said Nico Harrison showed up last night in L.A. and just stood at the scorer's table during warmups, like he was doing the Pedro Gomez. Like, I traded your A. I have to show my face. Can't hide.
He showed up.
You got to show your
to
face.
his credit. But also, Laker fans showed up and started chanting, "Thank you, Nico," during the game last night.
Dude, I was spit take.
Thank you, Nico.
So he showed up to try to show it, and I think.
Thank you,
he got
Nico.
That's a good chant.
It is a good chant.
That's a quality chant. And noting that he was even there, did he give an acknowledgement wave?
I don't know. I just saw the footage of the crowd chanting. I didn't see his actual personal reaction.
That's pretty funny, man. So the Warriors have climbed up to the 8th spot. And by the way, if the freaking Thunder hadn't blown that 50-point lead the other night, the Warriors would be in the 7th spot, knocking on the 6th spot door. But the OKC Thunder did blow that lead, so it is what it is. But they have now climbed up to the 8th seed. They are only a half game out of the 6th seed. Things be happening in Golden State. So let's call it in. Our buddy Bruce Frazier.
Bruce.
Laid back. He wants to get into a VW van and go to a beach in Mexico. Bruce Frazier called up Adam Silver. Silver said, wait a minute. It's still true that ever since I went on with those clowns on your station that the Warriors are winning? He said, yeah. And don't worry about it, skinny boy. Just put this one in the books. Golden State Warriors 128. Charlotte Hornets in mint green 92.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Lindy Waters the third?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry.
I only want to be with you.
Ah, man, the fact that Lane Dog made it is so good.
Looney a dog.
That's maybe that was more important than the Jimmy Butler trade to change the energy around the Warriors. And
I know.
so,
Everybody's pointing to the moment Jimmy came over, but once we drop that track, the Warriors have been winning games.
they go off on a road trip now. 5-game road. He starts tomorrow night in Orlando. They are 29-31 in the 7th spot in the East, so you'd like to go get that one. Seems to be right now the Warriors are getting whatever they want. You can get whatever you want. Okay, so we got a fun Wednesday coming your way. We got some 49ers in the news. We got ever-present Giants baseball. We got to slow the hype train on Bryce Eldridge. And we'll be right back on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We've been through it all.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We are still giving away 2 tickets to see Neil Young in the Chrome Hearts, and that's going to be at Shoreline Amphitheater on September 12th. We will be giving those tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour, so stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Steph rattles it down. His first made field goal. Curry down the lane to lay it up and in. Draymond to Jimmy Butler. Look at them work together. Draymond to Gary to 180 and up and in. GP2, it's his night. Gary's got 14. 2 for 2 on threes. GP2 to Gee to lay it in and draw the foul. Have yourself a game, Gary Payton. Brandon in, out, up and off to Looney. And fouled in. Right out the buzzer. Kevin Nutt. 5 franchises. Lakers, Celtics, 76ers, Knicks, and Warriors with 3,000 wins in the regular season.
Yeah, I never know what to make of those stats. Like the Giants, when they won their 10,000th game, or Ernie Riles hit a homer in 1988. The Giants won their 10,000th game. And it was like, the Giants won their 10,000th game as a franchise. First, I was like, yeah, okay. I don't know how 1892 is going to help me today. And for the Warriors right there, I'm not sure how a 1949 Philadelphia Warriors win is going to help me today. But hey, cool. They won 3,000 games as a franchise, joining the Celtics, Lakers, Sixers, and Knicks. I mean, it just means you're one of those franchises that's been around. I guess what you can just say, we're a legacy franchise.
That's it.
But all those other ones have stayed. Well, Boston, one city. Philly, one city. Knicks, one city. Lakers, 2 cities. The Warriors-Philadelphia era just doesn't. There's precious little connection between the Bay Area Warriors, whether they're Golden State or San Francisco, and the Philly Warriors. Whereas I think the Giants had a very real connection to the New York days. Obviously, Willie Mays was the connection. So, I don't know. I mean, listen, I'm not trying to rain on 3,000 wins. If you cashed a ticket on 3,000 wins, congratulations. So, they got their 3,000th win as a franchise.
Yeah, it's a nice milestone number, and I'm glad you brought up those numbers from other teams around the league because I honestly was not aware who had the most wins all time in the NBA.
I mean, if you had to guess, gun to your head,
Boston Celtics.
That's what me too.
That'd be the top of the list
first. Yeah, I mean, they have 18 titles, but then the Lakers have all those titles too.
Yeah, I would say put them in the conversation too. But the only reason why I even think about it in baseball, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. This Day in Giants history, is that the San Francisco Giants have more wins than any other franchise.
I think you might be right. I think you might be right. But yeah. Cardinals. I mean, first of all, the Yankees and all them didn't start till 1901.
Correct.
Right.
So the Giants have been around longer.
By the way, quick digression. In boning up for today's show, found a story about Nestor Cortez in Milwaukee.
Nasty.
I'd forgotten that he was in Milwaukee.
So long, Nestor.
And they got 2 things came out of it. One, they revisited him about the whole, the incident, the pitch, and once again, my freaking thing in life is to expose. Everybody has a thing in life. To expose people who are skating from disaster. And I forgot, Jake Cousins walked Gavin Lux to start that whole frickin' thing. Don't walk Gavin Lux, dude. Then we won't have Freddie Freeman hitting a grand slam. Also, ground ball to Osvaldo Cabrera's left. Yeah. Go ahead and make the play, buddy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They called it a single, but you'd like to see him make that play.
Yes, Murph.
So Mount Skate more. Everybody's on Nestor. But hey, the only reason the bases were loaded were these other fools not doing their jobs.
Exactly. I mean, but think about it. It's what we talked about yesterday when we brought up Bill Buckner. Like, there were other things that went wrong in that game. There was another game after, but everybody points at Bill Buckner.
That's so bad. Mount Skatemore, people who just get away with S and lurk. They like Bill Murray and Caddyshack. putting the golf bag down as the bishop gets hit by lightning, looking left, looking right, and just skulking off the green.
That's it. You always just hoping there's someone worse than you. It's like the advice that my dad would give me as like a kid when I was a teenager. He would always say, Marcus, if you're ever going to run from the cops, you don't have to be the fastest in your friend group, but just make sure there's one friend slower than you.
That's a great
line.
line.
So that they get caught and you don't.
It's a great line.
Someone's got to be slower. Someone's got to have a worse day than you.
I always heard it as a Yankee. All right, I was looking at a stat here. It said Yankees. A doctor and a lawyer were out camping, and a grizzly bear came charging at them. And the lawyer began putting on his running shoes, and the doctor said, "What are you doing? We can't outrun a bear." And he says, "I don't have to outrun the bear. I only have to outrun you."
Exactly. Same strategy.
Wins of all time. San Francisco Giants have won more games than any franchise in the history. You know who's kind of on their heels? I'd like to keep them. They're 109 back. The Dodgers. Ooh. By the way, I love this.
They've been making them ground.
By the way, I love that the Dodgers are 109 games back. Let's lord that over them when they're when they're what, 35 games up in September? Yeah, well, you're 109 back all time.
Should we have like a countdown clock to like when they're like 20 games above the Giants this year? Like, we're down to 89 games now.
Honestly, being only 109 back, to be honest, that means they got to shut to pass them in the coming years.
I wonder what that gap was like 5 years ago and how much they've closed it.
Yeah, but seriously, you could do the math on that for sure. We just need, how are they going to close? If Bryce Eldridge keeps striking out 3 times in a game, maybe they'll close it even faster.
Do we got issues with Bryce Eldridge?
Everybody just relax. Although I'm not going to lie, a small bit of panic ran through me. I was like, oh God, we're way strikeouts.
But hey, Murphy got on base. He got a walk and scored a run still.
And scored, yeah.
That's it. Good for the OPS.
Listen, you're allowed to strike out 3 times in a game.
It's baseball, bro.
Yeah.
It's baseball.
How about Rob Ray out there, 2 innings?
Good to see Robbie Ray out there grunting.
With a brand new changeup and all that, too. So we'll get into that a little bit later on. We were teasing the Warriors here coming back. And again, just to lay it out for you guys, things are looking pretty good. I mean, honestly, have you started to think about the fact that they could get their way out of the play-in bracket? Like, have you shifted your mind mentally and emotionally to the fact that they realistically could accomplish getting out of the play-in bracket? I mean, right now they're only half game out. Dude, I mean, so this could really happen.
I mean, the way that they were playing, I'm expected them to be in that 6th seed by the end of the week. I mean, that's how well they're playing right now. 6-1 with Jimmy Butler. They're going on this road trip, but hell, they started off the Jimmy Butler era on the road. They're playing their best basketball of the season, and I would assume they're only going to get better because it sounds like Jonathan Kuminga is going to come back this road trip.
Oh, yeah. Could be maybe even tomorrow in Orlando. Now, here's the deal. If they get to the 6th seed, obviously they'd have to fight to keep it because Minnesota and Dallas, and once Dallas gets AD back, if they get AD back.
They give.
Once Dallas gets AD back, they're going to be, AD is a beast. But the thing is, he's not back right now, and he frequently gets hurt, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm looking at it, and there's a chance, so if you get the 6th seed, let's say you do hold it, right now the 3 seed is Denver. You don't like that at all. But the team that they're tied with is Memphis.
Yeah.
You give me a Warriors-Grizzlies first-round series?
Oh, I'll take that matchup.
Best of 7?
I'll take that matchup.
Yeah.
I think, obviously, you want to avoid Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. To your point, they're tied for 2nd, 3rd. I know Memphis has a tiebreaker right now, but we'll see how that plays out. But if you can get a matchup against one of these younger teams, even with all the hype and as good as OKC is playing this year, I don't know if a young team like that wants to play a veteran team like the Warriors.
No, God.
Because of that experience, that experience and that killer instinct that we've seen before from Steph, from Draymond, and Jimmy Butler, and he hasn't even had the opportunity to even do it in a Warriors jersey yet.
Yeah, fun stuff. Hey, we didn't say good morning to young Tony yet. Tony Farias.
Young Tone.
Good morning, young Tone. How are you,
best
brother?
board up in the building. How we doing this morning?
True.
People are talking in the YouTube chat, too.
People are talking,
People want a response.
To what?
I think I should lay out one of the greatest of all time here.
I don't really talk about myself so much because, you don't need to if you're good. People talk for you.
Wait a minute. Did I miss something?
And a lot of people are talking about Tony. That's what I'm hearing.
A lot of people.
Wait a minute. I'm missing everything here.
Some of those dirty work boys got a little upset by young Tony talking about how he's the best board up in the building.
So we officially...
It's not close, guys. It really isn't.
So we're going to do a Gary's Old Town Tavern Cheers thing now and just get into one of these feuds, try to bolster each other's standing in a fake feud, a wrestling feud here. Let's go.
Don't break kayfabe on me, Murph. Don't be breaking kayfabe.
What do we got here, buddy? What happened?
So Tim on Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
By the way, the fact that they even tried to do that on a Tuesday to try to scoop your Wednesday.
Yeah, same with Walt, too, whipping it out on Wednesday.
Yeah, but that's after you do your...
Well, fair, yeah.
I'm talking about real... So now I think, honestly, if we're going to do this Gary's Old Town Tavern Cheers thing, we got to start doing something on a Monday to say... something and name it something or before Tim asks, you know what I mean? Something. Even though we have hums and bums on a Monday, I'm more than willing to don't let Tim get the first.
Dude, Tim just rambles on too. Walt also awards points and picks a winner.
Yeah.
All of it's just second to us, guys.
And last time I checked, the only board op who has a sponsored segment is our guy, Young Tony.
Damn right.
Which let's talk turkey here. If the only thing that matters is revenue. That's the only thing that matters.
Let's talk money, boys.
What was the riff from Tim then?
He was just mad that I, apparently said to him with very, aggressive, in an aggressive manner that I'm the best there is. And I also I'll stand 10 toes on that take. I am the best there is, and it's not close.
I love the confidence. Was there audio on this?
By the way, I'm way more handsome. I don't want to personally offend anybody. I also work the hardest. Yeah. I'm here all the time. I don't take any days off.
It's all true.
Come on now. It's not close, guys.
Yeah. Keep talking, as you would say, Marcus likes to say, tell him, Tony.
Talk your S, Tony. Talk your S.
I thought you had an audio cut ready to go. No?
We'll save it for the cooler content if you want to hear it.
Good tease. Good tease, Tony.
And by the way, the Celtics are the winningest franchise of all time. Lakers are second. Sixers are third. Your Knicks are fourth. And the newly minted 3,000-win Warriors are fifth. By the way, who would be sixth? Question mark? The frickin' Hawks, bro. The former St. Louis Hawks. Now Atlanta Hawks, because they go back to the old days with St. Louis.
Not even think about
Shout
that.
out Bob Pettit, Young Tony.
The Atlanta.
Shout out Young Tony when you're scrolling. Go look at Bob Pettit and the St. Louis Hawks. All right, what do you got, buddy?
By the way, double mint twins.
Yes.
I'm not a gum guy. I don't really
but these
gum.
commercials have been going around forever.
I don't know if I've seen them.
First,
trust me, you've seen them.
You've seen Wrigley Spearmint gum in the green.
I think so. Yeah.
By the way, my dad, shout out my pops, always had a pack of Wrigley Spearmint gum on him. Great gum, good gum, solid gum. This is the same Wrigley that Wrigley Field is named after, of course. And then they had a commercial about their double mint gum, and they had two lovely twins on a double bicycle. Let your imagination run wild.
I understand.
Anyway, go ahead.
All right, well, coming up at 7:15, the best segment by a producer on the board, the best here that there is. What did Young Tony ask today at 7:15? Stay tuned. Really excited about this one. Dwayne Kuiper, the best at 7:30, the big hit at 7:50, cooler content 8:30, and then another guy that's a legend that's been writing for the Chronicle longer than I've been alive. John Shea at 9:15.
Pride of Tam High. Just like Ann Killian, Glenn Schwartz, and your boy here. So we have a low key and loads.
Come on.
Is he dragging?
You cannot put
dragging us down?
Yeah, you cannot mention him in the same sentence. Not even close.
All right, good stuff, man. Yeah, I had a riff on your best that ever is, but we're up against the clock. I'll tell you later in the show. Okay, this Niners stuff. Some stuff happened yesterday. Interesting. Let's talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Purdy out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Ayuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Ayuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Ayuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
That's going to be DPI and a deflection, and Brandon Ayuk never gave up on the football and came down with it at the 2 or 3 yard line.
McCaffrey runs around Purdy, pressured. Purdy throws. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Ayuk is on fire!
Oh, man, Brandon Ayuk, who's he? We haven't seen him in a long time. All right, 49er football, man, the Combine this week. There's a lot going on and a lot we got to get to. But real quick, 2 tickets to see Neil Young still given away today at 9 a.m. hour. It's incredible. We're giving away Neil Young tickets at Shoreline Amphitheater on September 12th. These tickets are on sale Friday, I believe, at livenation.com, Friday at 10 a.m. But you can get them here by listening to us. And we have to get into, at some point when we're not talking Niners and all that, the concept that Neil Young was the subject of the very first diss track ever. Pointed by a listener yesterday. Some good history on that. Sweet Home Alabama could be your first ever diss track. Speaking of diss tracks, on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 650, I'm going to need a Young Tony diss track a la No Vaseline toward Dirty Work. Young Tony, you ready? Because that's a hit. Me and Mib, we've done that.
Oh, I've seen them. They're still on YouTube, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
With the video and everything, you were ghost riding the whip, I believe.
No, that was Mib doing that.
Was okay.
I didn't do a video. He did, and I have to say his video was outstanding. 408 says a Young Tone basically saying to Tim, it's on site.
That is facts. It's on site, Tim Webb. It's on site now.
408 with the great line, rent-free Farius, taking up an entire segment in the afternoon show.
I think we got a new nickname.
New nickname, buddy. Rent-free Farius. That's awesome. So I missed all this, but I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it very much. And, oh, by the way, shout out my guy, the Sandman. For typical me, Wrigley's spearmint gum and Wrigley's double mint gum, 2 different things. So what the Charlotte Hornets looked like last night was the double mint gum. Double mint. That was the green pack. Spearmint in the white pack. Just making sure we.
Well, it's all right because we did give a shout out to the double mint twins, Murph.
Yeah, they're part of the green double mint product as opposed to the white spearmint product there. 707, let the board wars commence.
Board wars.
Young Tony versus Tim. The bashing of Tony by Copes. Oh, no, come on.
Oh, by Copes. He don't want this smoke either. I mean, we can turn this into a tag team 2-on-2 board-up match if you want to, because myself and Copes also have ties to the boards. Both of us ran this very board on this very show. So if you want to get into the board-up wars, it's on.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, come on.
It's on site, Marcus.
It's on site, Tony. It's on site.
All right, guys. Let's see what happens. We'll let it play out. We'll see what happens. No need to. You gotta stay cool, buddy. You gotta go, Michael. Don't be Sonny Corleone. Be Michael Corleone here, buddy. All right. All right. The 49ers. Stuff's going on, man. I woke up and Brian Griese's gone. Now, I don't know how the average 49er fan out there can't really truly quantify what Brian Griese did for you, except for, oh, by the way, draft Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
I can say he didn't draft Brock Purdy, but he certainly recommended Brock Purdy to the 49ers. There is a story out there. I don't know if it's apocryphal, but they said there's a story that says that in the 2022 QB evals, Brian Griese had Brock Purdy first. There's a story that he had him first on the board.
Damn.
Out of all the quarterbacks available that year. And by the way, he's the only one still with his original team, I think, right?
I believe so, right?
Yeah. It was Drake May's year, right? Or not, 2022 was it Drake? No, it wasn't. I'll get it for you guys in just a second. But anyway, the point is that nobody had Brock Purdy first.
No.
And you wonder about, is this story true? Well, I mean, maybe it is. The 2022 quarterback drafts, Malik Willis.
Yeah, who's that, Kenny Pickett year? Right?
Malik Willis, Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis, Sam Howell. Desmond Ridder, Matt Corral, Chris Oladokun, Bailey Zappi, Brock Purdy, and Skylar Thompson.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not that's not a great class, obviously.
Not at all.
So, I mean, Kenny Pickett was the easy one to say. No, Kenny Pickett's more talented than Brock Purdy, or Malik Willis. Oh, he's more talented than Brock Purdy. According to the story, Brian Griese said, no, Brock Purdy's the best quarterback in this draft.
Well, if that story is true, I'm surprised that Brian Griese hasn't gotten a GM job by now. And we heard rumors about him this offseason turning down interview opportunities to be the head coach for the New York Jets. I know there were some rumors and reports that maybe he would take an interview for an OC job. But if this is the man truly behind the scenes of the Brock Purdy draft pick, I'm surprised he's not a GM by now.
Right. Well, apparently, and again now, we don't know yet because there's no smoking gun, but the story was after year 2, his family lives in Colorado. His family lives in Denver. And that he was out here coaching in Santa Clara away from his wife and kids. And the story was after year 2 that he was like, listen, I like coaching, but I got a family. And there was a big concern that he was going to leave. This was a year ago. And then there was a big makeup, and they did what they had to do, and he stayed. And everybody was relieved. So this has been broached before, that he isn't necessarily in this thing for the long haul. And apparently, remember, he turned down, the New York Jets offered him a head coaching interview, and he turned it down.
Yeah.
So it's hard to take things at face value in today's world. There's always usually something more going on, and usually it's money. But there may be something to the fact that Brian Griese truly just didn't want to be away from his family anymore. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, could be as simple as that.
Now, see where he winds up.
Yeah, exactly. If he takes another job, who knows if he's interested in maybe working with the Denver Broncos, because that would obviously be the closest team to his family. So we'll see if he gets another job or not. But I think bottom line is, it sucks that you're losing a football mind like that from the building.
Yes.
However you want to slice what his role was and his impact, whether it's drafting Brock Purdy or helping out drafting other players or whatever, Brian Griese was a valuable asset, not just for the development of a Brock Purdy, but also helped out with guys like Sam Darnold to help him go get a job elsewhere.
Not only that, but the guy replacing him, while, no shade, he's very inexperienced. Mick Lombardi, and he's the son of a frequent guest on the show, Mike Lombardi. He's doesn't have a lot of experience. He's 36 years old. He's started at Fordham. Shout out the water polo dynasty in Fordham. He was with the Niners in 2013 through 2016, so that would have been the end of the Harbaugh, start of the Chip Kelly regime. Then he went to the Jets for a couple years, then he went to the Patriots for a year, and then he went to the Raiders for a year, and then he came to the Niners last year as an offensive assistant. He's never really been, and he was a wide receivers coach in New England, and I guess was he your O coordinator for a bit?
He was for a quick second. I think this is after someone got fired midseason, though.
Yeah. So
after,
anyway,
the Josh McDaniels.
The point is that there's no evidence that he's some sort of quarterback guru. He was with Josh McDaniels.
Yeah, exactly.
So he was with your guy with Josh. He was your
and then he got promoted after Josh got fired, I believe.
As O coordinator said he was hired. Anyway, we'll sort it out later. The point is that he's now the guy. He's now the Brock Purdy whisperer.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to say about this. What's the real world effect of this going to be on Brock Purdy? How does it stunt his development at all, or is that it's in Clay Kubiak's hands, it's in Kyle Shanahan's hands, but it's just not great. Griese was his guy. Griese looked out for him. Griese was his coach, and now Griese's gone.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest takeaway is that Brian Griese and Brock Purdy had a great relationship, and I'm sure they'll probably still stay in touch. Who knows if they'll work out together during the offseason, or maybe Brock will be flying out to Colorado and taking some snaps out there. But you look at the promotion of Clay Kubiak, which we knew what was coming. But at the end of the day, it's still Kyle's offense. It's still Kyle's system. And Brock Purdy is Kyle's quarterback. So that's the true relationship that we need to focus on here is Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy.
Right. And again, now we still haven't heard anything about Brock and the contract extension. That's got to be heating up pretty soon because, we're getting closer and closer to the draft or closer and closer to the OTAs and all that. And free agency starts, I think you can tamper March 10 and sign March 12, something like that. But I don't know. I don't like it. I don't love it. I'd rather have Brian Griese in the building. I knew it was tentative. Seemed like he was a good mentor for Brock Purdy, and they had a good relationship, and now we have to kind of start all over again. Now, the 49ers know what they're doing. There may be something more towards the Lombardi-Purdy relationship that makes them comfortable making this move, but at any time, listen, change is unsettling. Sometimes change is good. Sometimes change is good. Sometimes it's the great John Wooden. There can be no progress without change. However, not all change is progress. So there you go.
That's deep, Murph.
Yes.
And we should also point out to the audience that today at 11 a.m., John Lynch speaks to the media, and I believe we will be carrying it right here on the KNBR airwaves.
Can I riff?
Go ahead.
I mean, you know how I feel about John Lynch. This guy's my guy, right? But his son Jack was hired as a defensive quality assistant coach for the Niners. This is what you get started. So Jack Lynch now hired. Mick Lombardi is the son of Mike Lombardi, the longtime Raider guy, Niner guy. Clay Kubiak just got promoted to O coordinator. He's the son of Gary Kubiak, former Niner O coordinator. Kyle Shanahan, the head coach, is the son of former 49er O coordinator Mike Shanahan. This leads me to who do these guys think they are? KNBR?
Hey yo!
I'm just saying.
Hey yo!
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Who's got more nipple hires?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Hey, it's the greatest show in America.
I asked if I could riff. You know what I mean?
Oh, riff away. So
anyway, guys. So there's your some Niner news. There's even more Niners news, though. Okay, we're in that time of year. You know, Matt Stafford. Where's he going? Wait. The Rams are going to trade Matt Stafford. What's going on here? Well, you know, Max Crosby. Where's he going? Now they're saying he might sign with the Raiders. The Raiders might extend him. We're in that time of year.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Myles Garrett, the Browns say they're not going to trade him now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, we'll see.
Aaron Rodgers might go to the Rams, but that's not if the Rams are comfortable starting Jimmy Garoppolo if they move on from Stafford.
And in all these rumors, the 49ers are not immune because the name Brandon Ayuk came up. We'll talk about it next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
11 juice. Now they're going to bring in J.P. Mason. Play action by Brock Purdy. Going to throw out left. Out caught. It is caught by Brandon Ayuk. Makes a man miss and speeds down the sideline. Gets a block 40. Down the sideline he may go. 20, 15, 10. He's pushed out of bounds. What a nice run. Little yak there by Brandon Ayuk after the catch to spin out of a tackle and take it down the sideline for 55 yards.
Well, we talked about numbers of the sideline being in target area. All three passes have gone out there. I love the way Brandon caught it and then put the brakes on and then just drop stepped right in front of Starling Thomas, the corner.
Brandon Ayuk, the topic here. I can't believe it. I mean, the Warriors had a big win last night, and Giants are playing baseball. We got ball game on the radio yesterday. How exciting that was. All sorts of fun stuff happening. And here we are talking about Brandon freaking Ayuk again. Too much Brandon Ayuk last year.
Full circle, Murph.
And here we go.
Full circle to last offseason.
Here we go. Again. Because I woke up, I didn't know this. I mean, Curly's like out here trying to start us. He's like, what do you hear about Brandon Ayuk? I'm like, what do you mean about Brandon Ayuk? He's like, well, did you hear the latest? I'm like, I don't know. What do you mean to hear the latest?
Yeah, what's the latest?
So I told you, it's that time of year. Everybody's throwing stuff against the wall. Some of it sticks on occasion, you know. But I guess let's start with this. Everybody's perception of Brandon Ayuk at the end of the season was heal up, come back, and be WR1. Go work with Brock Purdy. You guys are supposed to have a good chemistry. I don't know when you're going to be back. Maybe not at the start of the season if you do the timelines of injuries like this. Maybe somewhere near the halfway point or a little before the halfway point. Maybe October, something like that.
I mean, it's so tough when he has the ACL, the MCL, and the meniscus issue. Like, it's not just one thing that he's recovering from.
And let's be honest, man. We fans so underrate what it takes to get back and how you're not always back right away. Yeah. So I don't know what truly to expect out of him this coming year. I mean, a cross-sport analogy, Robbie Ray yesterday pitched, and he pitched well, and they're like, yeah, well, last year I was still coming off the Tommy John. It's like we underrate that there's this sort of recovery. You can't just snap a finger and be back dealing and catching 11 balls for 176 yards.
No, people think they just go into like a magic MRI machine and their body's just healed up. Like, no, it's a long recovery process. It's a tough journey back, not just physically, but also mentally. But then you also got to think about the long-term concerns. What makes Brandon Ayuk such a good wide receiver is his route running ability. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that he won't be able to cut or make routes as clean as he once did. We got to see how he responds back this year once he does get back to the field. But there are concerns when it is this type of knee injury.
And last year, let's be honest, he played 7 games, which is probably more than you remember. He played 7 games. He caught 25 balls for 374 yards and no touchdowns. I mean, it was just like he was not making an impact out there. Nope. He had like one good game. So, Diana Rossini, who does a great job covering the NFL for The Athletic, she does a podcast. She's always on sort of the off-field drama. That's her deal. She and Chase Daniels, is that right? The former Missouri quarterback, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They're podding. You're going to get this podcast. And Brandon Ayuk's name comes up.
Brandon Ayuk is a player that a lot of teams had interest in before he signed that deal last year. Remember, he signed that 4-year, $120 million deal? There's some teams poking around now to see if the 49ers would be willing to deal Brandon Ayuk.
Let me stop you there. Why?
Because there are teams that need a receiver.
Why would San Francisco do that? Seriously.
Because San Francisco needs to pay Brock Purdy and figure out how to work all these contracts. They've got to pay a lot of guys.
Why would you pay Brock Purdy if Brock Purdy doesn't have a number one receiver? Because Brock Purdy's not going to be the same without Brandon Ayuk.
Maybe they think Ricky
Please don't do it,
Pearsall
San
can.
Francisco.
Look, I'm not saying they're going to. This is just the time of year where these conversations start, where agents and teams are starting to meet. Teams are meeting with each other going, hey, what would this look like? Would you be interested?
If I'm Brock Purdy and I even get a whiff of you trying to trade my number one receiver, I am not signing with you. I am going to pull the leverage card and I'm going to play out another deal.
Well, that part, we can get back to Dan, but that part I'd say no. I'd say Brock Purdy, if they offered him a 4-year, $200 million deal without Brandon Ayuk, I think he'd take the deal.
He's going to sign it. He's not going to say, hey, you know that diva that held out last year for $120 million for $30 million per year and put our season in jeopardy? No, I'm not going to sign a contract until he comes back.
There's this thing called looking out for number one.
Yeah,
that people
exactly.
do. But anyway, getting back to her original premise, and again, this is that time of year. This is that time of year. But let's just throw that out there to you guys, 808 KNBR, because there's no topic beneath us because you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. No topic beneath us on that legal read. No topic beneath the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 415-808-5627. Should the Niners take calls on Brandon Ayuk? Because if they do, here's what they get out of it. They do get salary cap relief. You mentioned, Marcus, getting out of what might be buyer's remorse.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you clear yourself of a headache. Okay, what do you lose? You lose basically your best wide receiver with no viable backup plan. That's a pretty big risk. I mean, Deebo Samuel, you're already talking about moving on from him. And Ricky Pearsall, nice piece, nowhere near ready to be WR1 unless I'm misevaluating that.
No, I mean, I think we saw some flashes from Ricky, but he's not ready to step up this year as your number one wide receiver. But hell, he might have to. If Deebo Samuel does get granted the trade, if this Brandon Ayuk thing happens, I mean, regardless with Brandon Ayuk's injury, he might not be out there week one anyways to be your wide receiver number one. So to your question, whether or not the 49ers should answer calls, yeah, sure, why not? You should always answer calls. You should always see what the trade offers are. My problem is you're going to get pennies on the dollar right now, because Brandon Ayuk now has that $30 million contract attached to him. So I get the perspective of trading away to get rid of that salary, but I don't think you're going to get any trade offers that are better than the ones you got last offseason when the 49ers were deciding whether or not to ship him off to the Pittsburgh Steelers or the New England Patriots, where Kyle Shanahan, I believe, had to run upstairs to stop a trade from happening. Like, we were that close to Brandon Ayuk being traded last offseason, and if the trade package wasn't good enough then, I don't think it's going to be any better this year. So, again, in the world of buy low, sell high, you would be selling low right now on Brandon Ayuk and just kind of executing a salary dump. That's the way I view it.
Waterboy the businessman. I like it.
Got my business hat on.
The Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line is checking in on this. 408 right out of the gate says nobody trading for Ayuk coming off those multiple injuries. Well, they are if they can do it at a cheap price.
Yeah, if it only costs a 5th-round draft pick.
Look at this, 925. Look at the hate out here. Hate. 925 says WR1 stands for washed receiver one. Time for the 49ers to move on.
The fan base
That's a little tough.
has moved on.
559, last year BA was talking about trucks full of gas premium. This year he's talking fridge full of eggs, organic. That's a pretty funny riff there. 347 says, guys, the Ayuk stuff is being floated out there to scare Purdy's camp into accepting less money on his deal. Maybe.
I don't see a tie there.
Maybe.
Again, I don't agree with that take or Chase Daniels saying that anything that happens with Brandon Ayuk is going to affect the Brock Purdy contract.
385 in Utah says, this team is only getting more expensive and older by the day. You can't count on Ayuk even playing it down. Get him off the books.
Damn, older by the day. He's 26 years old.
You can get, he met the team.
Okay.
You can get a top wide receiver for less than $30 million this offseason. 650 says, stop. It's a $40 million cap hit if they trade him. Is that true? That I'm not sure about. 925 just says simply no, they should not trade Ayuk. 415 says, dude's knee is totally destroyed. Dump him off for whatever you can get before the league sees how garbage he is. People, my goodness. 210 says, send him to Pittsburgh for Pickens and a pick. And 707 says, we're at the KNBR Haters Ball. They're calling him the washed.
The international player Haters Ball.
I will confess, I had no concept that the 49ers, but then again, I don't wake up every morning thinking about like Brandon Ayuk. I'm worried about, thinking of the Warriors trying to get to the 6th seed and can Bryce Eldridge make contact, These are my concerns. So, pondering it seems on the surface it seems silly. No, you don't have a massive amount of wide receivers, especially if Deebo Samuel moves on this year or is at the end of his deal or is at least declining, which I think all three of those might be true. And then you're talking about Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing and an aging George Kittle who admittedly played phenomenal last year. So, no, I mean, on the surface, it seems outrageous. You simply, it's a position of need, and they need him. That said, maybe they're evaluating the landscape, and they see there's guys they can go get in the free agency market, that guys that are cheaper. Now, the cap hit situation, again, I will always confess to you guys, our trusted, loyal breakfast crowd out here, I'm not a cap expert, bro.
No.
And it's always what trips me up, whether it's the NBA or the NFL. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. I ain't going to do the work on it. I'm just not going to talk about this freaking calorie. Have somebody else tell me what the cap hit is.
And look,
I don't know the freaking CBA. I don't.
And here's the problem.
Sorry.
If Murph is not going to do the homework, then who the hell's homework am I going to copy? If Murph's not doing it, nobody on the morning show is going to do it.
I can tell you, Sandy Murray, junior year,
Sandy.
advanced algebra.
Yeah.
I've never thanked a guy more. I don't think I'd be here today without to him just, you know, saying, hey, take a peek.
I got you. I got you. You got to take care of your boys.
707. Oh, geez, that one. I can't read that one.
Uh-oh.
385 says, well, that's the same person. Says the Niners do it after June 1. It's everybody's chiming in with their salary cap stuff. 408 says the Ayuk extension is the worst decision in John Lynch's career. That's a pretty tough one.
I mean,
818 says, how about Devontae Adams?
I mean, here's the thing. Devontae is going to be expensive also. But that's the kind of question that the 49ers have to ask themselves. Like, even going back to that previous text about extending Brandon Ayuk, I was surprised that they were willing to give Deebo Samuel $25 million and then turn around and give Brandon Ayuk $30 million. I mean, with all the other high-priced players on this team, knowing that you're going to have to pay Brock Purdy, I was surprised to see them invest that much money in their wide receivers. I mean, we've brought up the example of the Kansas City Chiefs, who decided to move on from Tyreek Hill and not pay him his $30 million, and then they go back to the Super Bowl and win another one. Now, the counter argument would be it seemed like the Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Hurts is making $50 million. You look at Devontae Adams and A.J. Brown. Those guys are both pulling in more than $25 million. So you can build a roster around that kind of skill set. But to me, I think the 49ers, as a team that should be investing more in the trenches than outside with the wide receivers and some of these divas, I was surprised with the extension in the first place, and I don't see a future for both of them. So I guess really the real question we should be asking is, who's more likely to be traded this offseason, Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk?
I think the answer is Deebo. Right?
It's got to be Deebo, right? And Deebo's the one who actually asked for a trade. Now, Brandon Ayuk also asked for permission to seek a trade last offseason, so we'll see if it comes to that point again this offseason.
By the way, my buddy Daryl checks in. He goes, why are you guys worrying about this whole Ayuk drama? You have a last place schedule. There it is.
Simple as that. That solves all the answers.
Man, oh, man. So, I mean, listen, if you're just tuning in, we're talking about Diana Rossini and Chase Daniels riffing on, and again, it's that time of year.
Of course.
That time of year. How many Aaron Rodgers scenarios have you heard? How many Kirk Cousins scenarios have you heard? How many Matt Stafford scenarios have you heard? How many Max Crosby scenarios have you heard? How many Myles Garrett scenarios have you heard? It's that time of year. It's kind of fun. Some people think it's more fun than the games.
Yeah, it's trade talk time. It's mock draft season. It's speculation season, Murph. Everybody's speculating, but to me, my speculation is that they don't go out and sign a T. Higgins or a Devontae Adams or one of these top-tier wide receivers. I think instead they look at what they have in Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall to start the season, and then maybe go out and try to add maybe a lower-priced veteran, a Hollywood Brown, a Deontay Johnson, an Amari Cooper, or someone like that who might be cheaper in the market instead of investing $20+ million on another wide receiver or even investing a first-round draft pick.
More Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line reaction. 408 says the Niners got punked by Ayuk. Lynch needs to show restraint. Ayuk is worth nothing in trade value now here. 707 says you can't invoke the player haters ball and read. Oh, guys, he wants me to read a text about Afghanistan. I'm not going to read a text about Afghanistan. I'm sorry.
No.
559 says the speculation is Devontae could follow Aaron Rodgers to the LA Rams. I hadn't heard that one. 559's a regular texter. We like him too.
That'd be crazy if the Rams move on from Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp just to bring in Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams.
Yeah, boy. 623 says somebody says Ayuk is his worst decision. Pretty sure there's a third-round kicker saying, hold my beer.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a third overall draft pick, Trey Lance. Some people would say, hold my beer.
Do you see the Cowboys are moving on from him?
Thanks for that fourth-round draft pick, Cowboys. Thanks for Malik Mustafa.
I mean, the kid's not that bad, is he?
I mean, hell.
My God, there was remember his first pass as a Niner in an exhibition game was like a 50-yard bomb in August?
Was it Danny Gray down the sideline?
Was it Danny Gray?
I think it might have been, yeah.
Man, nice pull, dude. Well, the league tells you. I mean, the league evaluates you, and they tell you you're
I mean, I was shocked he couldn't even get snaps over Cooper Rush.
Man, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's a work ethic thing. Maybe it's going. I don't know. I don't mean to speculate. 707 says Browns, Myles Garrett for Brandon Ayuk. Will you do it?
No, I don't think they would do that.
I don't think so.
I would do that. The Niners would do it. I don't think the Browns would do that.
Now people are taking shots at Diana Rossini. Come on, man. She's just doing her job in this season. That's what you're supposed to do. So anyway, guys, that's where we're at with the 49ers. They also have had made news with Brian Griese leaving to leave coaching and Mick Lombardi moving in as the quarterback coach for Brock Purdy. Also, they made it official with Robert Saleh. Congratulations, young man. Brant Boyer, don't forget your new special teams guy. And Gus Bradley as defensive assistant head coach of defense.
Assistant head coach of defense.
And Chris Forster, the O-line coach, got named assistant head coach. I guess that means pay raises. I don't know.
All right.
And did you see this story? Totally kind of off topic, not really, but the Niners Enterprises are buying their latest buy. Rangers Football Club in Scotland. Shout out my Celtic Rangers fans out there. So like there's two clubs in Scotland that are all the rage, Celtic and Rangers. They're like the Red Sox and the Yankees, except for with 500 years of religious hatred. So I'm not even kidding. It's so bad. It's so bad. Celtic is Catholic, Rangers are Protestant, and it ain't pretty. Anyway, the Niners are buying Rangers, which is like they continue. And I'm like, well, this is all this revenue. They also have Leeds United. They're the owners of Leeds United.
That's what I thought, yeah.
So take that money and pay freaking Brock Purdy and build a stadium in San Francisco.
Uh-oh, there it is, Murph. That's what you're getting back to.
So anyway, just wrapping up the top before we get to what did Young Tony ask today. In general, your take when you heard this was, no, never, or I'm interested?
I would say no, right now is not the time. I just don't think you would get value in return from trading an injured Brandon Ayuk with a $30 million price tag. To me, it'd be selling pennies on the dollar and not really getting that investment when you invested so much thinking that he is going to be the wide receiver one for Brock Purdy. And I know a lot of people are upset about the way he handled his contract situation last year, but at the end of the day, John Lynch in that front office believed in Brandon Ayuk enough to give him that contract and to believe that he is the future of this wide receiver room. So I'll let it play out during this offseason instead of selling pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, I'm going to say, obviously, and to me, I actually believe in the player and believe in the 49ers believing in the player. What am I? Maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe I'm naive. O'Reilly K is being naive, but, keep the player, score touchdowns, catch passes. Yeah. That's my plan. All right. Mm-hmm. And as 415 sums it up, says, but the real question is Doublemint twins versus Coors Light twins.
Ooh.
See, there you go.
The Coors Light twins.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm familiar with them. I know the Doublemint twins for sure.
Okay. I'm surprised you do. Because that was like 70s, 80s.
Yeah, but they've revived that commercial a lot.
Is it on your TikTok feed?
There's like a modern version of the Doublemint twins.
By the way, are you a TikTok scroller?
No, I'm an Instagram scroller, which just means that I get my TikTok videos on Instagram.
You know who else is an Instagram scroller of Marcus? Maurice Spates.
Yeah, that's true. Shout out Mo Spates. Retweeting me yesterday.
Big news of the day is that Marcus went to the halftime ceremony, which we said charitably, listen, we love Ray Ritter, Joe Lacob, the word, God bless him. But I think you used the word underwhelming.
Yeah, it was a little underwhelming.
Yeah, they only had Festus, Brandon Rush, and Maurice Spates, which is unusual. And Waterboy put up a video of it, and Maurice Spates retweeted it, and you said, well...
Yeah, I think I was the only option of somebody who was actually there that recorded it yesterday, Murph.
Oh, man. All right, guys.
Not too much footage from that. How about there being more video footage of Bryce Eldridge than the 10-year anniversary yesterday?
By the way, we got a text from the 209 said, when are you going to talk about the A's slapping the Giants and Bryce Eldridge
settle down, Sacramento. Settle down, Sacramento.
Listen, 209, bro. If you want to tell me right now that the A's slap the Giants every February and March, you are 1,000% correct. It is complete and total ownage. I got a text from Brad Manchin yesterday. He goes, Giants haven't beaten the A's in the Cactus League in 28 years. I was like, you're right. And even in Sacramento now, it's unbelievable.
The Cactus League champions.
I'm going Pedro Martinez. Tip my cap and call the Yankees my daddy. I mean, that's it. There's nothing you can say. Giants play the A's in the Cactus League. Go see your bookie. Go get the number on it and make some dough. Go make some dough.
Hopefully Rory the Greek got some action yesterday.
By the way, shout out
the A's.
Platzi said I have to revive because, I'm at that point in my career where I only have these few stories left. The recycle story of my gambling. And what would Grandpa Murphy say if he was alive today? You guys know this one? 1982, Young Tone. I'm a freshman, a sophomore in high school. And my assistant basketball coach, Scott Mad Dog Madsen. What's up, Mad Dog? He's in Marin. Great young guy. He was like our assistant coach in his early 20s, so we could relate to him more, Mm-hmm. And he said, I'm going up to Tahoe over Christmas break. And he goes, you guys, anybody want any bets put up at Vegas? I was like, yeah. Here's $5. Go bet on the Washington Redskins to win the Super Bowl. And he came back and gave me the ticket. I got 4-1. The Redskins at 4-1. They won the ball. But guess what? I had Adidas sweatpants, navy blue Adidas sweatpants with the 3 white stripes down. And I had the ticket in the pocket.
Oh, no.
My mom washes the ticket and at the dryer, she pulls it down. She goes, "What's this?"
Oh, no.
Shows it to my dad. Oh, my God. All hell rained down on young Murph the Greek. And my career was over. Torn up and forbidden from ever wagering.
Pops, it's a
on pro
winning ticket.
sports.
It's a winning ticket, Pops.
Not in our house.
Oh.
No more.
Damn.
Now look at his grandson.
Yeah. Who would have thought?
Look at how bad a job I am doing raising the kid.
All these years later, you're going to be washing Rory's Little League baseball pants and find a ticket in his back
I'm
pocket.
a little worried, quite frankly. I mean, we're part riff, part not.
Yeah, he's going to be out here gambling those Snack Shack tickets.
Man, incredible. So, shout out the idiot. Chad Platzi reminded me of that story. He's got incredible institutional
great
show
story.
knowledge. Had you ever heard that one?
I think it sounds vaguely
Have
familiar.
you ever heard that one yet, Tony?
I've never heard. That's so unfortunate.
By the way, shout out the Skins winning it. They won the bowl.
I know. Good call by you.
Shout out John Riggins.
That was the birth of the Friday Football Forecast.
Yeah, got one though.
What did the Pop Culture Showdown say about that matchup?
Yeah, good. Well, but yeah, it would have been. Who would it have been in '82? Sandra Day O'Connor versus. Anyway, okay. What did young Tony ask? The best board up in the biz. Next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's go. Steve Moskowitz, it's tax season, and Steve's going to help us. Hey, man, if you have unfiled tax returns, that's a problem. So, Steve, what do you do if you have unfiled tax returns?
You call us, and the number one reason people don't file tax returns is just simple because they don't have the money to pay them. And that's okay. We'll go and make a deal for you, and there's a lot of good deals. Second biggest reason is people don't have their records. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and the state has on you. Another reason is a change in somebody's life. Their accountant retires or dies, or their spouse leaves, or they get divorced, or their bookkeeper goes. No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department for you. The bottom line is we've done so many of these for so many years. We know what to do, how to do it, and the bottom line is just think of the burden off of you, and especially now during traditional tax filing time, when the IRS most likes to make examples out of people. You don't want to be an example. Let's just fix this for you, take it off you, and you can sit back, enjoy your life. All you have to do is call up for a free consultation. We'll explain everything. You say, "Hey, Steve, take this burden off of me."
Yeah, don't be an example. Be happy and peaceful. Call tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Call 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, it's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Oh, they call him Rent-Free Farias, living in the heads of the afternoon show. By the way, I do want to note there is no John Lynch sound of saying, yeah, I saw Thin Tim and Derek Papa before the show today.
This is true.
So here we go. Every Wednesday. This is the moment where the week begins to turn. You kind of plant your flag. You're done with the early week. You're smacking. You can even start thinking maybe a little Baby Friday, because I love how this is harbinger. Look at the sun's out. Everything's good. And young Tony asks us the questions we need to hear. Good morning, brother.
Good morning. So let's establish some rules. I have prepared a list of questions. After I read each question, you will both have 60 seconds to respond.
Oh, Tony, I'm feeling so good. I don't need close to 60 seconds this morning.
20 minutes and a ham sandwich, right? If your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That is your cue to stop talking. Text line, YouTube chat. Everyone can join the conversation. We ready to go?
Let's do it.
Let's do
I'm
it.
so ready to go. You actually caught me sipping coffee. That's how ready to go I am.
All good. All right, so yesterday on the show, you guys talked a lot about Draymond Green's special request to the Warriors front office before the trade deadline. He said he wanted the team to go get another a-hole. So that got me thinking, if you had to put together a Mount Rushmore of a-holes in sports, who would you pick? And then I want to know, who's your favorite a-hole?
Oh, my God. This is a great question. Mount a-hole. Mount a-hole. Like Barry Bonds got to be on there, doesn't he? Barry Bonds. Okay, so I'm going to start riffing. I'm trying to do around the sports. Mount a-hole. In basketball, Dennis Rodman's not an a. I'm going to pass. Football, I'm panicking here. Conrad Dobler, the guy who used to get into fights all the time. Kevin Gogan might be on there, too. I love Kevin Gogan, but on the field, he was an a-hole. Kurt Schilling. Kurt Schilling's on there. I'm panicking here. I really don't have a great Mount a-hole more, but my favorite a-hole of all time, man, I'm probably gonna have to say Bonds. I have to say Barry Bonds, and he was an a-hole. I experienced it. He was an a-hole to me, but he had 762 home runs, so I'm gonna go ahead and say Barry Bonds is my favorite a-hole of all time. There you go.
This is harder to do on the spot than I would have thought, because instantly I just start thinking about all the guys I hate. LeBron James, he's an a-hole. Tom Brady, he's an a-hole. The list goes on and on and on. Bill Belichick, to me, that's an a-hole. Then I start to think, like, who are the guys that are really bullies? Like a Richie Incognito, who was out here bullying guys around. Avontes Burfict was kind of a bully as a linebacker, kind of an a-hole also. So I'll throw in maybe even a Bill Romanowski punching teammates in the face. You got to throw Draymond Green on that list, right? And welcome to town, Jimmy Butler. I think I gave you more than 5. Maybe that would be my Mount Rushmore of a-holes. Draymond Green.
Who's your favorite?
Bill Romanowski. I was a Bill Romanowski guy. Romo is an absolute psycho, and I said that in a good way, but you kind of have to have a screw loose being a linebacker. Yeah, maybe give me Bill Romanowski as the biggest a-hole.
Well, first of all, it's an incredible question, and the text line is blowing up, and I have to admit, I panicked because there's like a combination between like a-hole that you want like Draymond Green or an a-hole like who's getting a lot of votes on the line like AJ Przinsky.
Yeah,
so that's like somebody one. Like it's like an a-hole you don't want to be around. Whereas Barry Bonds, the a-hole I want, who pissed off the entire nation. everybody hated him. And I was like, yeah, he's ours, and not yours. And he's an a-hole and all that. So it's a complex question. I know you always have prepared your answers, Tony. What'd you have there, buddy?
Oh, no, I have nothing prepared. Shout out the afternoon show, maybe a couple people on the show.
Oh, a couple a-holes. I like it, Tony.
Yeah, Draymond Green. A bunch of my friends think Draymond Green's the biggest a-hole in the world, and he lives rent-free in their heads.
Yeah, Draymond Green is a perfect example of the guy you love to have on your team, but you hate to play against him because he's an S-talking a-hole.
God, it's such a great question. I'm probably going to blurt something out in the 9 o'clock hour, but right now, I mean, I couldn't believe I did my guy Kevin. Kevin Gogan's a friend of mine. I like him very much, but on the field, he was a tremendous a-hole. But Bonds, there you go.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, I'm looking at these things. Aaron Rodgers, John Rocker getting a lot of votes here. Bill Lambier, Richie Incognito, Grant Balfour.
Someone dropped a Devondre Campbell walking off the field this year.
Matt Latos got some votes here.
John Rocker. Who's about to fight Patrick Mahomes' dad, by the way.
God, Rocker gets a tremendous amount of votes for being out. And and it turns out that thing was staged.
Is that fight actually going to happen?
I don't think so.
Mahomes Sr.?
Great question, Tony. Great question. Anyway,
that's going to start us
Charles Barkley.
Somebody says Dennis Leary because he sang a song about it.
I'm an a-hole. I'm an a-hole.
We can keep going on and on. I want to go to the second question. Spring training is a beautiful thing. It's like the appetizer to baseball season. We get to see some young prospects compete with veteran big leaguers. And I'm not sure if you would call Paul Skeens a veteran right now, but I want to everybody take a look at your screen right here. This is Paul Skeens footage in spring training against Adam Frazier with, I do believe, Joey Bart behind the plate. So here's the question. Realistically, is hitting a baseball the hardest thing to do in sports?
Oh, yeah, without question to me. And I know you boys are big in the golf community, but the ball is on a tee. In baseball, the ball is moving at you. You have less than half a second to react, whether it's a fastball, a changeup, a curveball. And then once you do actually hit the ball, there's 8 other guys trying to stop you from getting on base. Even if you square it up, it's not guaranteed that you're going to get in. So whether we're talking about throwing a pass in football or shooting a shot in the NBA, to me, the hardest thing in all of sports is hitting a baseball without question mark.
I'd love to come with a hot take saying no, like I'm thinking about a quarterback getting hit in the pocket, standing that physical toughness, or trying to score a basket against Victor Wembanyama. These things. Golf, what's funny about golf is Ted Williams and Sam Snead, 2 legendary American athletes of the 20th century, were once debating whose sport was harder. And Ted Williams is talking about, I got to hit this thing. It's moving, da-da-da, because your ball's not even moving. And Sam Snead said, yeah, but Ted, in our sport, we have to play our foul balls.
Oh, that's a pretty good line.
Right?
I like that.
So there's no question. That Skeens, what is that, like a tailing fastball going away from whoever? You have no shot. I remain flabbergasted to this day that they not only make contact, but sometimes put balls in the cove. It's staggering hand-eye coordination, staggering fast twitch muscle reaction. That football, you're blocking, you're tackling, you're catching. Those are all physically tough things, but I'd say just in terms of neurological systems, the hardest thing to do is to hit a major league fastball, yes.
Yeah, I think there's the argument where there's harder things to do physically on your body, but skill set wise, I don't know if there's anything tougher than hitting a baseball.
It's unbelievable. You just go if you're walking by the Giants batting cage underneath where they have those new machines coming at them where balls are moving. Let's talk about moving it. Let's start talking about sliders, cutters, changeups, all that. Forget it.
Yeah. By the way, just another reason why I'm the best in the building here. We got video for What Did I Ask? I'm just multi-dimensional, guys.
Hey, you don't get that quality on the afternoon show.
You don't even have to say it, brother. You just let it stand on its own.
I just threw it out there.
Anyway, go ahead. Yes.
Number 3, former NBA insider and now St. Bonaventure men's basketball general manager Adrian Wojnarowski.
My guy.
He's getting a little creative these days. He announced that he's going to be auctioning off the iPhones that he used to break the biggest stories in basketball in order to support an NIL initiative for his new team. He's also auctioning off NBA All-Star and NBA Finals media credentials, also a special dinner with the man himself. So listen, here's the question. What would you guys be willing to auction off from your career to support a good cause?
We just discussed this yesterday. The journal, the notes that I keep. Marcus asked, are these sitting in a garage right now with the vintage, the smiley faces, the frowny faces, the arrow up, the arrow down? Absolutely. I will auction off these beautiful little black, what do they call them? Mole skin or whatever the heck they are. I don't even know. They're like fancy. You get them at the bookstore. So I'll auction those off. By the way, I'll also auction off a couple of the times I was written up my management for insubordination towards Lee Hammer. We can also auction those up, too. Those are in the files, too. So, there you go. So I'm going to auction off my frowny faces, smiley faces, arrow up, arrow down books, and I'm going to auction off my...
Hey, the run the damn ball hat?
Well, let's auction it off. Absolutely. Great call. But yeah, I think the insubordination papers might go for a pretty penny. There you go, buddy. Yes.
All right, Murph. This one's tough for me because I don't think I've quite made my mark like you have over the past 20 years. So I'm trying to think, like, do I have a staple? Would I auction off my Santa Cruz hoodies? Would I shave my head and offer off my pomade hair?
You're known for your hats.
Yes, I'm known for my hats.
Known for your hoodies.
I'll auction off that upside-down Giants hat.
Yeah, no. How about a gift certificate to get your hair cut by Lil Romo?
Oh, I can give you that. I can auction off my leftover beer bottles that I drank.
How about auctioning off some of the homework that earned you your C- GPA?
This is true. I can auction off the skills to cheat on any set of tests that you will ever take.
How about auctioning off that picture of you finishing your pitch at Mission College with your back leg kicked high?
Oh, that's a good day. That was the first day I hit 90 on the gun.
All right. Very good.
Hey, how about your cracked Giants credential that's been to 72 Giants games?
That might be good, Tony. I like that.
How about if we're going to get down and dirty and I'm going to auction off insubordination papers, why don't you auction off the credential you weren't wearing the day that you were on the sideline at the 49er
that
game?
one's pretty valuable, Murph. That one's pretty valuable.
That's caused a little bit of a ripple.
We're up against it.
You got anything?
Don't worry about it. Okay. I asked the questions here. All right, we're up against it. Bob Melvin joined the show on Friday. You guys asked him about Eldridge and when we can expect to see him in the bigs. Bomel used the phrase, you can always dangle the carrot. You always want that carrot. Marcus said yesterday if he had to power rank his vegetables, carrots would be towards the top. So let's do it. Let's power rank your vegetables.
Okay. Well, you want to do a draft?
Oh, yeah. Can I get the 1-1 pick?
Go for it, yeah.
Okay, go.
First pick overall in the Murph and Marcus vegetable draft. It has to be corn. Give me corn on the cob. It's the perfect barbecue food. It goes great with everything. I can almost eat it separately. Give me a little elote, a little Mexican street corn. Corn is pound for pound the #1 vegetable in my opinion.
Just going to quickly ask, is corn a vegetable?
I'll do it. See, I don't know.
Is it a grain?
I'm not doing this. I'm not saying this is why I don't eat vegetables.
I looked it up. Corn
say carrots.
Corn be considered a vegetable and a grain.
All right, I'm taking it as a vegetable. I don't eat too many vegetables.
This is how you got the C-.
Yeah, dude. Come on, dude. I'm not the one to answer these questions.
So I can't believe I would ever say this, but until Candace started treating me to the oven roasted broccoli with a little like sea salt, olive oil, and maybe some flecked almonds. So I'm going to go with an pan roasted, oven roasted broccoli as my first pick.
Oh, second pick overall for me, I'm going with carrots. And you know, I like my carrots cold. I like dipping them in ranch dressing. It's a nice little healthy snack, one of the few healthy snacks that I'll actually eat. So give me the cold carrots.
You know, this is going to shock you guys, but just give me a nice plate of setting off a roast beef and a mashed potato, a nice little healthy portion of fresh green peas, everybody. Give me the green peas. Yes, I ride with them. Childhood nostalgia.
Okay, so now you just made something click in my head. Is a potato a vegetable?
I don't think so. No.
Is it? Come on.
I don't think so.
Work with me here. Work with me here.
Because it would be everybody's #1 for sure.
Yeah, it would be 1-1 overall.
All
right, then I'm getting a steal in the third round. This is the steal of the draft. Potatoes should be 1-1 on everybody's board. This draft is over, baby. I just won it.
I'm going to trade all.
Shut it down. Let's go home.
Mike Dick and New Orleans Saints and trade my entire draft for your potato.
Yeah, dude. I got potatoes, corn, and carrots. I'm set.
Ricky Williams. Yeah, all I had was broccoli. I had oven roasted broccoli, peas, and now I'm out. I suck. Go ahead, kid. Yes.
No, we're good to go. We gotta go.
All right, dude. I can't believe I didn't know potatoes are vegetables. Well, also we didn't know how to do 10% of 9 billion.
Yeah, dude. We don't know a lot of things.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
So corn is a grain and a vegetable. Potato is a starchy root vegetable, and it's #1.
Yeah, I was also going to throw in avocados, but people say that's a fruit, not a vegetable. I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
I don't eat too many
got
grains.
seeds.
Yeah, it's got a seed, whatever.
Did you have one, buddy?
Sue me.
I mean, I looked up a list. Spinach is apparently the healthiest vegetable you can eat. I would say broccoli, or I'm an asparagus guy as well.
Shout out my nanny who grew Swiss chard in her yard, and I actually liked it a lot. So I'll throw that in as my last pick.
Nice.
In honor of Nani. There you go, young Tony, making the world a better place. A lot of people saying Bobby Knight, John McEnroe for a-holes. Those are pretty good. Those are classics. Those are classics. Here's a guy who's definitely not an a-hole. Dwayne Kuiper, next on the Sports Leader.
White boy.
vegetables, you can have those on a Michi's pizza. How about that? Yeah, some people like vegetables on pizza. Others just like meat. Whatever you like, you can have it at Amici's. And today we're going to talk about the version of Amici's that's called half-baked. This week we have half-baked deals, and I want to extol the virtues of a half-baked pizza to you guys because I was sort of late to the party. It was only a couple years ago. Richard and Peter said, have you tried the half-baked? I'm like, yeah, no. And they take it home. Took a half-baked pizza home, slid it in, took it out. I was like, oh my God, I got a full-on, fresh Amici's pizza with the cheese bubbling and the crisp crust, the crust crisp. I can speak. And I have it in my own home at my own time because we're all busy, right? So the half-baked pizza is a no-brainer. Now here's the other no-brainer. Through the rest of this week in February, any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com, 20% off. So once again, for the rest of February, any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com. Amici's gives you 20% off that pizza. So, restaurant quality pizza in your kitchen, time to your lifestyle. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM.
All right, every time we talk to Dwayne Kuiper, something good and exciting's happening, and Giants baseball is that thing in his life. He's done a game since the last time we talked to him. Wait, let me correct myself. He's done 2 games since the last time we talked to him. We saw him on Friday in Scottsdale. Marcus even saw him Saturday, too. So let's get to it. He's sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now. For sedan, find savings on every model. Kipe, it was awesome to see you in Scottsdale, and I hope you had a hell of a time calling those games. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Kipe.
Likewise, it was great to see you guys. And, I'm not a fan, as you guys well know, of spring training games, but it was really fun just to get back at it with John. And, we had a good game. Couple of kids hit home runs, and it was quite fun. Although I'm really bummed out today, I got to tell you. It's going to be 86 today. Oh man!
Wait, are you still down there?
Yeah.
Oh man! So you're just.
I'm going.
Are you with the Newmans?
Yeah. I am with my sister. I'm at the 150-yard marker on the first hole at McCormick Ranch.
Ooh, what are we looking at? So in the old days for me, when I was young and strong, it could be an 8-iron. Now it might be a 6-iron. What do you got?
I'm pretty much in the same boat.
Yeah, used to be. We lost.
Drop a club.
Yeah, over club and under. So over. They always tell high handicappers, over club and swing easy.
Yeah, I just told Glenn. I said I think I can move up a tee box.
Yeah, by birth certificate.
Yeah, and he said, no. My family won't allow that. So
wow, you guys are in a glorious day. If you're at McCormick Ranch and the sun's shining, man, you have it going.
Yeah, but today's. I mean, we're going to go today. Bob Melvin has thrown out the lineup, and I mean, each day now as you get close, you're starting to see it for home games anyway. Lineups that are going to look more like the opening day lineup, and today's does exactly look like that. So. We'll watch for a little while, and for what we do, the best time to get the information from people is not during the game, but before the game. So it's really important to get there, 2 hours for sure, but even 2.5 or 3 hours sometimes is better. So that's what we're looking at today.
Kipe, one of the major lineup changes I'm seeing today is Jung-Hoo Lee back in the leadoff spot. We saw him throughout the weekend in the 3-hole. Would love to get your takeaways of just seeing Jung-Hoo Lee back in the box, but if you have a preference between him hitting leadoff or in that 3-hole.
I'm not sure, Marcus, I'm sure Bob Melvin's got a reason, but, I kept thinking, if Lamont Wade is going to lead it off, that must mean there's a right-hander. So I'm thinking maybe today the Giants might be seeing a lefty because Wade won't be in the lineup, but Wilmer will. So that's totally 100% guess.
And you are correct.
But,
Shota Imanaga on the mound today for the Cubs, lefty.
Oh, well, I'm so proud of myself. My goodness. But anyway, that's the easy answer to why Lee would be in the leadoff spot because, like I said, against the lefty, once the season starts, Wade's not going to be in the leadoff spot. So I guess then you fall back to, Jung-Hoo Lee, who, he's hit third in the league in Japan, and he's, a leadoff hitter here last year. So, I mean, he could do multiple things. I don't think it's an issue for him at all. He just wants to play.
Yeah, I mean, obviously his start has been exciting. JT Snow talked about him yesterday as jumping off the page at him, and we've spent it because this is what we do for a living. We follow the shiny object. We spent an extraordinary amount of time talking about Bryce Eldridge, and then yesterday he had a tough day, wore the hat trick. It happens in baseball, but wondering your take. I mean, you saw the home run, and then you see the hat trick yesterday, and you've heard all the talk. So, what's your midweek report here on February 26th about Bryce Eldridge?
Well, Murph, I'll always say this about any guy that the whole world is talking about, and they haven't had a day in the big leagues. We just have to be careful that we don't put these guys into the Hall of Fame right now. We have to wait. I mean, have you seen Grant McCrae's numbers?
Probably not. No. Are they good?
1 for 9 with 7 strikeouts.
Okay, that's not good.
So, I mean, this is an indication that, these guys have a ways to go. Mm-hmm. When you're a young player, not every game you play in are you going to drive home in your car and think that you had a bitchin' day. More so than not, you're going to be trying to figure out what happened. And that's going to happen to McCrae and Eldridge a significant amount of times this year, whatever level they're at. And certainly the higher the level goes, the tougher it's going to be. I mean, you can rock along and as a young player like Eldridge did and hit a home run, and he got a bloop single the other day, and now you walk into Mesa, and now all of a sudden they know who he is. And they're going to pitch him accordingly, but they're also going to pitch him with a little extra because now they know who he is. Plus, he's tough to miss. He's only 6'7". But I mean, he's going to be fine. I'm not at all throwing water on what he's doing or what he's trying to do. But we have to be patient with these young guys because they're going to have some rough days.
Kipe, I was thinking about his journey last year in the minor leagues and how he elevated himself through so many different levels. And I was trying to think the latest Giants position player who had a similar path. The first guy I thought of was Patrick Bailey, who kind of flew through the system and got to the big league club pretty early. I know we talked a lot this offseason about Patrick Bailey and him showing up to camp in shape. On Sunday, he launched a bomb past the bullpen. So just your thoughts on seeing Patrick Bailey and the swing he put out there this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've always felt with Patrick Bailey that whatever he does with the bat is going to be extra. I think Buster has made it very clear what he wants from Patrick Bailey, and that's a guy that is going to handle the staff and handle it, like he can. I mean, he's really smart, and, he does all the things that you need to do to handle the staff. Now, you knock one out of the park every once in a while, and you have the second half of the season is, where you don't scuffle like he's done the last 2 years. And then he can put together a really solid season. But he looks great. I mean, he's looks like he's in great shape. He's doing all the right things. Is he playing today? Yes, he is. He's in the lineup today. So I don't think he's one of the guys that anybody has to worry about. You got to keep him on the field, keep him healthy, because once you start losing catchers, then you got a problem. And he's not a guy you want to lose.
Dwayne Kuiper, the UMA guest line, and he's down in Scottsdale where it's going to be 86 degrees, and the Giants
86,
80, and it's just not a cloud in the sky. It's just absolutely gorgeous what you guys are experiencing right now. And so we talked about Bryce Eldridge. By the way, I was just looking at the strikeout totals because you brought him up about McCrae. It's interesting. Luis Matos 10 at bats, no strikeouts. Just something to chew on there. Just something to chew on. Pitching. We haven't talked about pitching with you. Justin Verlander.
Yeah, it's been good.
Justin Verlander, Logan Webb, even Robbie Ray yesterday. And how about this story about him texting Tarek Skubal, who's the best pitcher in the American League, saying, "Hey, can you show me how you throw your changeup?" I mean, this is like an enemy asking for an enemy secret, right? And Scooble apparently responded favorably and sent him video and grip tips, and then they had back and forth. I mean, is this unheard of for you, Kipe, that an opponent, I mean, the Tigers and the Giants aren't in the same league, so it's totally different, but did you have a reaction to the fact that Tarek Scooble went out of his way to answer and help Robbie Ray?
Well, it happens a lot more now. And I mean, look, I have no idea who Robbie Ray's agent is or who Scooble's agent is, but a lot of times if guys share the same agent, you know, they're kind of under the same umbrella. And they may not have the same agent. But, you know, I think for a young guy like Scooble, who had a great deal of success last year, so he gets a message or a text from a guy like Robbie Ray, who also has got a Cy Young in his pocket and a lot of experience. So I think he probably jumped at the opportunity to help him. I'll tell you a quick story. Steve Stone is the one who told us this story about when he was with the Giants. He was a rookie, and Gaylord was in the middle of being Gaylord, right?
Right.
So he went to Gaylord and he said, "Look, I'd like you to teach me the spitter." And Gaylord said, "Fine, you come back tomorrow with a check for $5,000 and I'll teach you the spitter." So, I mean, you think times have changed a little bit?
Oh, man. I mean, Tarek's...
and that's a teammate.
Yeah, it's a teammate. Well, that's Gaylord, though, right?
Well, that's Gaylord, and that's also guys not making a whole lot of money back then. Stone basically said that would be more than half of what I was making that year. So he, you know, if he learned it, he didn't learn it from Gaylord. But, you know, good for Scooble. You know, I mean, why not? I mean, Robbie Ray reached out, and you know what? From what I read, he was really happy with how he threw it and how hitters reacted to it. So, I mean, it's great for a guy that age if he can come up with a new pitch, and if he can conquer that pitch. I mean, you can add another 2 years or 3 years to your career. Changeup is a wonderful pitch. Guys can just go on if they got that changeup. Now you got to have a little velocity to offset the difference in speeds, but good for Robbie Ray and good for Scooble.
Yeah, and good for Robbie Ray for reaching out and asking those questions. It's always nice to see pitchers sharing that information. There were some highlights last week of Justin Verlander giving some advice to guys like Hayden Birdsong in the bullpen. And it just really seems like Justin Verlander's fitting into the clubhouse. They celebrated his 42nd birthday with a trip to go play laser tag. We had Jung-Hoo Lee and Willie Adames talking about how they were going to have dinner together. It seems like these two new additions, Justin Verlander and Willie Adames, are fitting in pretty seamlessly into the clubhouse. What kind of vibes and team chemistry have you seen so far in Scottsdale?
Well, I think this was all part of Buster's plan that, you know, if he was going to sign a couple of free agents, you know, he wanted the total package, not just ability to perform on the field, but he wanted people that would also perform in the clubhouse. And Verlander has certainly done that. And, I mean, all you had to do was sit through Willie Adames' press conference. I don't remember if it was October or November. Murph was there. Marcus, you were probably there. And you could tell within 5 minutes that this guy was the real deal. He wanted to help. And it's all happening right now. I mean, I saw something the other day, Murph, that I haven't seen in 3 years. So we were all having lunch in the dining area. And, you know, there's players and there's a few front office people and trainers. And, of course, broadcasters glob on whenever they can get free food. So there we are. And I'm looking at a table 2 tables away from me. And at that table are 4 Latin players. And the one that I can see perfectly straight across is Camino Doval. And I haven't seen Camino Doval's teeth in 3 years. Oh. Meaning I haven't seen him smile in 3 years. Even when he was going good, you know, he's very stoic and just, you know, plows along. And I'm watching Camino Doval, and he's literally laughing hard. And I'm thinking, is that Camino Duvall? And then I took a little walk to see who was making him laugh, and it was Santiago Casilla.
Oh, my goodness.
So the whole point of bringing in these guys that had success and were part of those world championship years, do they help? Do they do any good? All you had to do was watch that. Because I've never seen a happier Camino Duvall in my life.
Well,
and it really, it kind of encourages all of us to believe that when, Buster and Zach and Melvin, when they decide who to fly in to try to help these guys, they think about who they fly in. I mean, coming in later is going to be Marco Scudero. Well, I mean, he's not a Hall of Famer. He's a guy that does little things or did to make you win. Joe Panik's coming in. Vogelsong's coming in. All these guys were grinders, man. And Casilla was a grinder. So anyway, that's just a quick story on how these older guys that come in, they're not just statues. They're there to help and make people relax and maybe teach them a few things. And what I saw from that table really made me smile.
Smiling Duvall, I love it. And by the way, this sounds, like you said, it's the Buster Posey effect. And that's what we're seeing, his very first spring training roster and all that. I know we're out of time. We're going to let you get back to your glorious sunshine. But just a quick word on second base, your old position, because Tyler Fitzgerald's just still resting that back injury, and they're playing this guy Basabe out there. I don't know at what point do we, because we're 4 weeks from tomorrow is opening day. Still enough time for Tyler Fitzgerald to get ramped up?
I mean, he could get ready in 2 weeks. I mean, I've always believed that if you come into camp in shape, not like we did in the 70s, if you come into camp in shape, then a position player can get ready in less than 2 weeks. I mean, a few things that, you got to get your hands a little stronger and a little tougher so you don't blister up. But, once you get your legs under you, you can do it, and he'll be fine. I mean, I don't worry about him at all. I think the one thing you have to worry about with Ramos is don't bring him back too soon now for fear that you might ding him up the closer you get to when the games mean something. So, look, I said this to you guys earlier. If you can play center field, if you can play shortstop, you sure as heck can play second base. If Max Muncy of the Dodgers can play second base, if Moustakas can play second base, then I sure as hell can tell you that Tyler Fitzgerald
if Aubrey Huff can play second base, Kipe, right?
Yeah, but he didn't. Remember, he played that one game in New York and forgot to cover second.
I know, but he did play. He played. I think it's on his immaculate grid. Like if you're looking for a guy who played a minimum of one game at second base, didn't he?
I think he did.
You know what the immaculate grid go-to is? I'll give this away. Willie Mays played a game at shortstop. So if you have to have a Hall of Famer who played a minimum one game at shortstop, you can go with Willie Mays.
I mean, that one surprised me a bit. I mean, you're seeing what Mookie Betts is doing. And the other guy that played second in a Sunday night, nationally televised game is, remember, Boat started Pablo at second one game.
Yeah, good old Pablo. He's playing somewhere, right? Is he in like Saudi Arabia or Coney Island or South Africa or the South Pole or Thailand?
If there's a league in the game, he's going to play. He cannot help himself.
Let's do a documentary on just where he's played since. Been in many continents and time zones. So,
and you know what? And he may decide if he can't hit anymore that he'll pitch. And remember, he can pitch with both arms.
Yes.
So good for him.
Remember Julio Franco played wasn't he playing until he was like in his 60s somewhere? There's certain guys.
I think he took it at bat in the big leagues. Maybe at 50 or close to being 50 years old.
It's the Gordie Howe effect, guys like that. Kai,
unbelievable.
I just feel the sunshine, man. I can feel it. Are you on the radio this weekend?
No, I'm going home tomorrow, and I come back a week from Friday, because in that span when I come back here, we have 4 TV games in about 11 days.
Okay, good.
And then there's a couple of games I'm sprinkled in with John on the radio. So it gets a little busy. I'll get to spend 7 or 8 days at home and reintroduce myself to the grand girls and then come back here where, you know what, it's a happy place. It really is. And you know what? The other thing too is people ask me about camp and, and I tell them, I said, look, it's just really quiet. I mean, there's nothing weird going on at all. And I think that's just the way our president of operation wants it.
Let's go, Buster. All right, we'll see, man. All good chatter. We will.
You know where he is right today?
I have a guess, but I want you to tell us.
He and Randy Wynn are on a plane to the Dominican Republic.
I mean, putting in work.
Yeah, I mean, they have the academy down there, and he basically said, I want to see it. So there you go.
I wonder if he's been ever.
Probably not. I don't think he would have reason to go. But he's got reason now. He's the boss.
Yeah. So, Buster in the DR. Let's go. Randy Wynn in the DR, too. I love it. Well, those are two guys you want walking off the plane wearing Giants caps. That's for sure. So.
Well, it's good. I mean, Randy's, well-versed in Spanish, so it's perfect.
You know what he missed yesterday, Kipe, was a Junior Giants board meeting. Because you know what? In addition to everything else, he's the chair of the Giants Community Fund. So they're like, he has an excused absence. Excused absence.
Then he's got to get his priorities in order because it is my belief that those meetings are way more important than anything else.
Sue Peterson says you better show up. You got to show up. So, of course, I had to go. I had to be on Zoom yesterday. I had my own things going on.
The whole point is when I used to go to those is, can we speed it up a little?
Ooh, Kipe, I like it. I like it.
Come on.
All right. Enjoy the sunshine.
And a margarita machine. I always wanted one of those.
Okay. I'm going to tell him. I said, move it quicker and get a margarita machine. Then we'll all
look.
Attendance will spike.
We'll get somebody to donate a margarita machine. It can happen.
I love it. Be good. Have a great trip home. We'll talk next week.
Yeah, thanks, Kipe.
You bet.
The great Dwayne Kuiper, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. All right, man. So there you go. Good dose of Giants baseball. We'll get more with Johnny Shea at 9:15. His new gig at the San Francisco Standard, writing baseball. But the big hit is, of course, basketball. The Warriors last night do what they have to do. Where's the future in the next coming week? What's the status? What's the lay of the land? And, oh, by the way, what'd y'all think of that ceremony last night? And Kevin Durant's talking to Draymond Green?
Yes, he is.
So we got a lot of stuff. So Warriors fans, line up your takes next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to see Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts at Shoreline Amphitheater on September 12th. We will be giving those tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour, so stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com. Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Wednesday morning with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. And it's perfect timing because we were just talking this morning about our favorite vegetables. Well, trust me, you can eat plenty of vegetables when you are on the Abundant Life Weight Loss program because they have been asking one simple question for the last 6 months.
Have you been searching to the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? Yes! Well, Nikki T, you're in luck because the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I dove into this program for 3 months, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds, and I did it by eating my vegetables, but also without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, or without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
Now. This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
What's the chemistry like now with Jimmy?
Big vibes, big coffee vibes, candle vibes, just good vibes. Like Erykah Badu, Lauryn Hill, Jill Scott type of vibes. It's good. Golden vibes.
I hadn't heard that's my favorite quote of the month, man.
Golden vibes.
Erykah Badu. Who was the other one? He said Lauryn Hill.
I love it. Big face coffee vibes, big candle vibes.
So, yeah, that's
Jill
the big
Scott
hit.
is the third name.
Jill Scott's cool, too. Those are all really, you know what? They're all descended from the late, great Roberta Flack, who left us this week. There's the buy-in, right? There's the tie-in right there. So we're a little late. Sorry we went long with Kipe, everybody. I know your schedules. You all have your schedules, and we try to stay on the clock. But when Kipe's rolling, we let him roll, baby, because we wanted some Arizona sunshine. So good morning, everybody. It is the Murph and Marcus show on a beautiful Wednesday morning. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. We're here every morning, 6A to 10A. Whether or not we have beef with other shows of the station or not. And you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So obviously later in the show, John Shea going to talk some more Giants baseball at 9:15. Cooler content's always fun at 8:30. But the big hit's the Warriors because a lot happened, including candles and vibes.
By the way, that was GP2 on the rejoin right there. I'm saying, Austin Scott, watch your check. There might be a new guy at the Vibe Desk. GP2 at the Vibe Desk.
It's funny because I was doing all my boning up for the show on the Warriors, and they smoked, and we should call it in. Call it in for the 8 o'clock crowd. Why not? Bruce Frazier, who came on our show yesterday, we've assigned him the job of calling in scores. He has no idea he has that job, by the way.
Absolutely not.
It's a riff. And you got to report a score, so he calls Adam Silver. Silver said, wait a minute, you keep calling me ever since I went on with those two guys whose names I forget. You guys have won a lot of games. He goes, yeah, and Jimmy Butler, too. You skinny boy, put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 128, Charlotte Hornets 92.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Lindy Waters the third?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry.
I only want to be with you.
Ooh, that's pretty good sound package there, buddy. Hey, guys, in 4 weeks, got to start assembling Giants win packages, but then again, we only play them, Marcus, we only play them after wins. So
that's
maybe
an issue. Yeah, we got to figure out.
That's my first joke about the Giants since we've been to Scottsdale, because the vibes have been strong.
The vibes have been great, and I do think maybe we should think about adding GP2 Golden Vibes to the end of the win package.
There you go, man. And
I
by
think
the
we're
way,
just going to make this longer and longer.
Are you guys down with Jill Scott and Erica Badu? I know you all know
Erica Badu for sure.
Yeah.
Jill Scott, put me on game.
These are all female artists who create a chill vibe. Like you're in that, like you hear it, you're like, oh yeah, I'm feeling pretty good right now.
I'm down with some Badu.
So add them to the list. And it's funny because in boning up, the Warriors win 128-92. Yeah, I mean, Buddy Hield was actually the leading scorer last night. The Hornets were out there wearing their double mint green uniforms out of nowhere. The Warriors win their 3,000th game as a franchise, which we can talk about, joining the Celtics, Lakers, Sixers, and Knicks. There was no LaMelo Ball, no Brandon Miller in the game last night. And at the end of the night, Quentin Post got into a fight, which is pretty unusual, and he got ejected, and Draymond was really acting up. He loved it at the end of the game. But after the game, I was reading in the Athletic report about, or the Chronicles game story, Sam Gordon, and was talking about the candles. Like, the candles are now a thing. Like, Jimmy Butler likes candles. And I was reading it this morning. I was like, I probably need more candles in my life. I don't know. Jimmy Butler candles is the sign of the future. We are the We Believe Candles Warriors. I don't know.
Maybe we should start doing the radio show by candlelight, Murph, to get the vibes really going here at KNBR.
I mean, are you a believer in the power of the candle?
I mean, I do like a nice candle, especially with the aromas that float around in my apartment. I like to kind of throw out some good scents with the candles, but I don't have a lot of candles. I'm guessing you and Candace have more candles than I do.
Well, I mean, not me. She'll create a little candle action going on, and it looks pretty darn good. It smells good. Young Tony candles, yeah, buddy?
I just thought of the Dreamforce welcome event where they gave away candles. That's the last candle I've ever received. And by the way, Marcus, still haven't opened it yet.
Oh, dude, I've used mine down to the wick, bro. Down to the wick, almost to the point where they also gave us like little seeds where you can plant a plant now in the candle case. So I might have some new plants in my house also.
Dude, I'm telling you, Jimmy Butler is changing lives out here, dude. We're all under his spell. They're winning basketball games. He's brought dog to the team. He's brought aura to the team. He's brought swagger to the team. Now he's brought candles and Erica Badu vibes. Give me that GP2 quote again. I wasn't ready for it. I hadn't heard, in all my boning up for the show, I hadn't heard this one. Give me this.
What's the chemistry like now with Jimmy?
Big vibes, big coffee vibes, candle vibes, just good vibes. Like Erica Badu, Lauryn Hill, Jill Scott type of vibes. It's good. Golden vibes.
Somebody says Jill Scott has a song called Golden. You might want to look it up.
Oh,
I bet it's going to be baby making music.
Oh,
I bet.
well, hell, if we're talking good vibes, I know it's not quite yet a Reggae Friday, but I'm going to need some good vibes by Revolution on top of GP2's good vibes.
Or do we do a 60s Friday and do Beach Boys' Good Vibrations?
Ooh,
there you go.
I like that.
But anyway, wow, that is awesome, man. So the Warriors do that last night. They hit the road now, guys. Now, I wanted to give you guys a little status of their situation because last night the Dallas Mavericks lost to the LA Lakers. You guys catch any of that?
Thank you, Nico.
Oh, that's incredible, dude. I got to give Nico Harrison credit. He showed face.
He showed face.
You got to show face. Shout out Pedro Gomez. The late, great Pedro Gomez said, Murph, if you ever rip anybody, don't duck it the next day. You got to show yourself. Of course, I was such a wuss. I was like, well, I'm not ripping anybody. I'm always going to. But Pedro ripped Kurt Schilling famously during the Yankees World Series in 01. Big controversial column in the Arizona Republic, just stood there right in the clubhouse the next day like, come at me, shill. Yeah, it was awesome. So anyway, Nico Harrison trades Luka and shows up standing on the court during warmups like, Luka, you got something to say. It's on site. Mm-hmm. It's on site.
Yeah.
I guess they didn't say anything to each other.
No, it was on site for Luka to go out there and drop a triple-double on the Mavs.
Yeah, he did. And the Warriors pick up a game on the now again, the Mavs are waiting to get their guy. And with AD, they're going to be a different situation.
That sounds like a personal problem to me, Murph. They can wait as long as they want. Who knows when AD's coming back?
Street clothes.
Yeah, street clothes.
Tough
AD.
nickname, right? Tough nickname.
Ooh.
That'd be one for you. What did young Tony ask today? Like best derisive nicknames.
Ooh.
Anthony Day to Davis.
Cupcake Kevin Durant.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we have some. So anyway, the Warriors are 31-27 now. It's crazy, man. This Jimmy Butler, I can't get the unexpected. Like we knew Christian McCaffrey was going to be great when the Niners traded for him. Because I'm like, it's the best trade since McCaffrey, right? But we knew McCaffrey was going to be great. We didn't know that Jimmy Butler was going to cause this candle Jill Scott vibe.
I mean, especially
you have Golden all lined up there, buddy.
When we heard so much about him being a toxic locker room presence and how he was not the guy you want in your locker room. Like, is it almost too good to be true? I asked Marcus Thompson yesterday, like, are we still in the honeymoon phase?
Yeah.
Draymond had comments on his podcast about how frustrating it can be to play with the Jimmy Butler when he's on a losing team. But Murph, the way they're playing right now, I don't see him losing anytime soon.
I know. And at Orlando on Thursday, and then the reeling Philadelphia 76ers. Did you see Paul George called out the Sixers?
No, for what now?
He said we're a team that doesn't have any good. He's like, we don't have the habits of a playoff team. We don't feel like a playoff team. He was just crushing his own team.
Oh, that's playoff P.
Oh, here we go. A little Jill Scott Golden here. Young Tony's queuing it up. I don't know the song. I don't know if it's a headbanger. Oh, yeah, it's a Jimmy Butler vibe, huh? Yeah. Do you feel like I should go get some big face coffee right now?
Oh, yeah. Someone light a candle.
Hang on, here we go.
Light up something else also.
Yeah. Jimmy Butler vibes. Yeah. That's Jill Scott Golden.
It's working.
Maybe the Warriors should come out of the locker room to this because it's golden.
I need Jimmy Butler with like the boombox, like he's Deebo Samuel with some Jill Scott bumping Golden.
Why don't you cue? Ooh. That's pretty. Yeah, you could put this in the victory montage. Victory montage is going to be 2 minutes long at this point.
It's going to be a whole segment by the end of the season. They keep winning, damn.
People are checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line here. And 831 says, as a true sports fan, I spend most of my time feeling extremely negative about my teams. The Warriors are giving me some uncomfortable, positive energy I haven't felt in some time.
Be positive, bro.
That's to your point about, is it too good to be true?
Yeah, it seems like we're still in the honeymoon phase. But if they keep playing this way, will the honeymoon ever end, Murph? I mean, it has to at some point. But it seems like these guys respect each other so much, and especially when you talk about their basketball IQ and how they fit together as different puzzle pieces, it seems like it's a good fit right now at this moment.
925 asked, did Quentin Post get into a fight because Draymond wants more a-holes?
Ooh.
Wants more a-holes.
Yeah, careful, Quentin Post. You might end up in San Quentin.
707 with incredible historical candle knowledge in the Warriors. Didn't Swaggy P get in trouble for ordering a candle to Mike Brown's room on the road? I think it wasn't Swaggy P, was it?
No, but I do remember the Mike Brown candle story.
It wasn't Jordan Poole. It was a youngster that they turned on.
Was it Nick Young? No.
Was it Nick Young or was it... It wasn't the kid the rookie Eric Paschal.
Jordan Bell.
Jordan Bell.
It was Jordan Bell all along.
Great call, dude.
Jordan Bell all along.
Great call. 650 said Jill Scott used to sing with the Roots. 408 said that GP2 quote is absolutely incredible.
It's money.
The Roots featuring Jill Scott. You got me. Send that one Waterboy's way.
Oh, hell yeah.
310 says Teddy Prendergast said turn out the lights and light a candle. That's true, too. 831 says 831 says that's it. We have our answer to the Kings. Light the candle.
Light the candle.
I need some applause for that.
Yeah,
that's incredible.
That's a good one.
Light the beam.
That's
no,
incredible.
no. Light the candle.
That's pretty darn good. That's pretty darn good, man. So anyway, that was a short big hit, just giving you guys the vibes of the Warriors, but we have to continue the big hit on the other side, which is that Kevin Durant went on the Draymond Green podcast and addressed why he didn't want to join this candle vibe, this golden vibe. And actually, the reason they have the candle vibe is because Kevin Durant said no to the trade.
808 KNBR. Does Jimmy Butler bring better vibes than Kevin Durant?
Well, we'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Erykah Badu, Lauryn Hill, Jill Scott type of vibes, golden vibes.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to see Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts at Shoreline Amphitheater on September 12th. We will be giving those tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour, so stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call, be caller number 10 to 415-896 KNBR, and you will win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
All right, Invisalign. You know smiling is the Warriors and those who use Invisalign clear aligners. So there was a texter that said Gary Payton, Tim Roy busted Gary Payton for smiling. And the Warriors are feeling good. And you're feeling good if you have Invisalign clear aligners because it helps your smile. Or as a 13-year-old kid said, with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. But again, we're not leaving those only to teenagers. Of course, teenagers use them, because they're faster than braces and more effective than braces. But when you get older and you're like, my teeth not looking what I wanted. Well, it's 209 told us, tell them with Invisalign, it's never too late to set them straight because you can use the Invisalign clear aligners later in life too. So just go check them out. Really, the website is where you want to go, Invisalign.com, because one of the first things someone notices about you is your smile. We heard Hype talking about Camilo Doval's smile. So Invisalign's the #1 doctor-recommended brand. It's transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. Check them out, Invisalign.com.
Smiles, everyone, smiles.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
yeah, baby! On the sports leader.
All right, so we got some cooler content. Matt Barrows is joining us at 8:30. Matt Barrows is joining us at 8:30. So let's get into it with the sound. We told you guys Kevin Durant was on Draymond Green's podcast. Plus, we got some stuff going on here at the station we need to get into.
Some spicy stuff.
This is all sponsored by Mancini Sleep Roll. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep Roll. Visit sleeproll.com. It's also sponsored by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center, Marin Health Medical Network, world-class care closer than you think. And don't forget Neil Young tickets. Later in the show, Neil Young and Chrome Hearts at Shoreline, September 12th. But Neil Young's still doing it in 2025, man. And the object of the first diss track, as a listener pointed out, Sweet Home Alabama. Okay, guys. Cooler content start. Draymond Green got KD on his pod.
You gonna get this podcast.
We thought those two had major beef, but it's all business, right?
Well, remember when the trade fell apart and KD said he had no desire to return to the Warriors?
Yes.
Everybody was pointing their finger at one Draymond Green.
Right. So KD goes on his pod. So obviously not. Or I don't know. Maybe KD went on his pod to tell him he was the reason. Anyway, here it is. Let's judge for ourselves.
I want my career to end on my terms. That's the only thing.
Bingo.
That's the only thing I'm worried about. Because I see a lot of dudes that don't get that opportunity. So I want to keep putting in that work to make that choice on my own. But as far as the Warriors, I didn't want to move. And then as a player like me, I cost a lot. Me going into your team in the middle of the season, it's going to be a big blow to any team I'm going to. I get why y'all want to trade me. Simple fact, that's just business. But from me looking at it, I'm just like, it just don't make sense for either side right now to go do that when we just play the season out. And if that's the decision you want to make in the off season, then you figure it out. If I can't stop it, then why not? And then the narratives that's going to come with all that I mean, I could play under the noise. It's a simple fact that, like, I didn't feel like it was a need to make that big of a change.
Yeah, to press that issue.
You know, and look what y'all doing right now, Dre. Y'all looking good. Jimmy, and then you still got Camille on the way back. So I didn't think it made sense. And then I just want to see it through. You know, when you commit to something in a season like that, and it's like nobody's like big injuries, like everybody's in the lineup, and like I'm trying to see this through to the end and see what we can really do with it. And I feel like I'm committed to my coaches and teammates, and I want to see it through. So, man, I wanted to lock in on that.
I mean, it's like the most like rational, clear-headed, calm, non-social media, non-Twitter take. Like, yeah, I think this is probably the prudent thing to do. I want to honor my commitment. Mm-hmm. It would cost you guys too much. I have no problem with you, Dre. You guys are doing well. I mean, it's like way too reasonable for today's hot social media. How's First Take and all that going to turn that into a controversy?
That's the key.
You're going to have to. That's the skill set you need now in skill set 20 years ago versus now. 20 years ago now we play that cut. First of all, we don't have that cut because there's no podcast.
Hey.
20 years ago now somebody's going to make that into a controversy.
Well, here it is, Murph. I heard him say I didn't want to hear about the noise, the narrative around him. And that's why Kevin Durant didn't want to come back to the Warriors, because he didn't want to be criticized for running back to Steph Curry and the Dubs to go win a championship. I mean, that was my take when he originally said he had no desire to return to the team, because I truly think KD is desperate to prove to the rest of the world that he can win it on his own without the help of Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
415 says, that was a word salad. I was like, well, I mean, I don't know what people want these days. So we're living in a day and age right now where nobody believes that anybody is speaking from the heart or with integrity or with a purpose. Everybody, no, that's wrong, or that's a flaw in that. Here's the skyline. Here's the controversy. It's like I don't think I want to live in that world where anything you say in the sports world is turned and twisted. And I guess that's why maybe I'm not on First Take.
Hey,
maybe that's why.
Well, that's why you're on the morning show.
Well, I don't know. Is anybody, people are like, hey, old man, get with the times.
Yeah, come on. Need some hot takes, Murph.
I know. But I was looking for one in there. I couldn't find one.
Yeah, no, it really wasn't spicy. Kevin Durant laid it out and said, look, I didn't want to get traded midseason. It's going to cost you more than I would like.
Kind of sounded like he was like, it's too much of a pain. Yeah. Really, I got to move. You know what I mean? It's almost at the stage of his career. He's like, yeah, I got a couple titles. I got a couple finals MVPs. I don't really want to move
right
now.
I'm good.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Hit me in the offseason if you want to make something happen.
707 says, I'm hearing in that comments that he's coming back this offseason.
Ooh,
so there you go.
I've heard the idea floated out that now with Jimmy's contract that you could swap Jimmy for KD this summer.
See, and 209 says, did he mention end of the season? Question mark.
This offseason, KD watches back.
There it is.
There it is. There's a spicy take.
And then here's a good one, 408. Says, I have to say, I woke up with some minor mental health issues, and you guys are turning it around for me. Thank you, boys. Keep up the good work.
Hey, good on you, 408. Keep working.
408. You know what, 408? You know what that is? That's a coffee vibe. That's a candle vibe. That's an Erykah Badu vibe.
That's a golden vibe.
And 707 says, you guys are saying nobody's being genuine. He goes, I'll submit Will Clark. He's about as genuine as can be.
Will let you know what he's thinking. That's for damn sure.
Here's my hot take.
Yeah,
okay, so that's part one of the cooler content. The other one, we got to stay in-house now. Here we go. Gary's Old Town Tavern and Cheers. Now, again, a dated reference from me, but Cheers, the TV show in the 80s, very popular. There was a bar down the street that had beef with Cheers called Gary's Old Town Tavern. Several episodes involved the rivalry between the two bars, the pranks they would play on each other, etc. So we're building that now. And credit to the afternoon show, they're smart to hitch their wagon to us. You pick a fight with us, you get more audience because we're the best.
You get some airtime.
We're the best.
I know.
So it's a savvy move by them. Mm-hmm. It is I got to tip my cap.
I mean, I'll give them credit. They are the best show in America, but the Murph and Marcus morning show is worldwide, baby. We've had them all over the world.
It's kind of an ironic thing where they're the best show in America, and yet we're the best show in the building. So it's kind of the two things.
And we got the best board up in the building.
Well, that's where it all comes back to. That's where it all comes back to. And that is where Creative Tony, I guess, kind of stood your... Did you start this? I'm trying to get my narrative here, trying to get my chronology.
No, so I believe Marcus made the riff that I'm the best there is, obviously. That goes without saying, and I just said it wasn't that close, and then it sounds like Tim and his Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia got a little mad, got a little salty.
Okay, let's hear this.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay.
However, today, when young Tony Farias exclaimed even that he was the number one board operator in the rankings. And he said, I quote, it's not even close.
Wow.
Unquote.
Wow.
Now, I do not possess the sheer hubris or fragile ego to care about any of these ridiculous, wrong, and frankly bizarre claims. If getting 0 references before 2017 means being number one, hey, by all means, it's you. You're the king.
Let him hear it.
But I would suggest that you might not even be the best operator on your show.
I would second that. Marcus Boucher, I think would
spicy. Spicy take.
Keep going. Let us hear it, Tim.
Let
Keep going.
alone at the station. As for my own rankings, I would slot myself somewhere between Mr. KNBR and the security guy that runs around on the weekend and steals office supplies.
I didn't deserve that.
But number one in the board hopping rankings, without a doubt, is Overnight Dave. There is 0 question whatsoever. And Overnight Dave has seen some stuff. He's lived a little bit of life. So the next time you hear from the pride of Blackhawk praising himself, think of Overnight Dave. What did young Tony learn today? Young Tone learned that the board op rankings are coming out, and they are not going to be kind to him.
Finny, I'll give you a little credit. But
Nicely done,
Finny with the chop. The pride of Blackhawk was solid. As was the shout out to Overnight Dave. That was talented, too. I was calling out some guy stealing supplies on the weekend, too. It was pretty good, too. The 2017 bomb, solid riff. And plus, I got to shout out the bed, Take on Me, Aha. You know that's my demographic. They're 80s Friday coming up a week from Friday. So I don't know. Tony, this is all about you, though, buddy. You got to respond. How do you feel?
I mean, I don't have to say anything. I'm the best there is, and it's not close. I'm going to stand 10 toes down on my take. By the way, I know I'm the most handsome board op here. Okay, it's not close. I'm the best physically fit.
Okay, right,
I'm the youngest.
Yeah.
Also, this guy has a freaking sounder.
Yeah, okay.
You guys hearing that? Oh, maybe it's on 2.
Yeah.
This guy's a sounder. He's got a Thin Tim mistake of the day, dude.
Yeah.
I'm sponsored. I got a What Did Young Tony Learn Today?
You're creating revenue. He's creating mistakes. All right, there you go.
The money lies in the RBIs, and the RBIs are being knocked in by Young Tony. He gets paid. There's no Young Tony mistake of the day sounder. I mean, all respect to our guy, Tim Webb. He's been doing this for a long time. but he's essentially the Bill Buckner of board ops. Like, he's had a great career.
Man, you going for Buckner 2 days in a row?
I'm doing it 2 days in a row because everybody's going to remember the Thin Tim mistake of the day instead of his long career at KNBR. He's the Bill Buckner of board ops.
I can't believe you got that riff off on Thin Tim's birthday.
On
Marcus,
Thin Tim's birthday. Had to get it off.
If you know, you know.
And by the way, just to paddle it back and forth with my guy Copes, I would make the same argument. I don't think Tim's the best board up on that show. I think Copes is a better board up than Tim Webb is.
Well, yeah,
How
Copes
about
was
that?
solid. He was very
How
good on
about
board.
that?
By the way, so you guys know the story about me getting my laptop stolen out of the Sutter Stockton garage?
Yes, I
in
believe so,
2006, and 25,000 words of copy for a book I was writing on Tiger Woods, and I was in the fetal position. I was the worst thing that ever happened to me in my life other than a death in the family. And I was talking about the next day in a daze, and Thin Tim said to Pecan behind the glass, man, I can't believe that happened to Murph on my birthday. Yes.
On Thin Tim's birthday.
All-time legendary line.
On Thin Tim's birthday.
Now, this is spilled over into the calls.
Ooh.
808 KNBR. Mexican-American Dream from Parts Unknown.
Oh, let's go.
He's checking in. Mexican-American Dream, you felt compelled to call in. Good morning.
Good morning, fellas. Look, let me tell you, in the tradition of the East Coast, West Coast rap battle, we have now entered the sports leader morning, afternoon show chingazos. Young Tony, you have a pair of stones on you, baby. To call yourself the number one board up at the station is mighty brave for a lad who doesn't know how to shave. Young Tony, I hope you understand that the toothpaste is out of the tube and you done hung a target on your back. Compared to the years of age and experience at the station, you're still a minor. Let me tell you something, Young Tony. I rock and roll with the Dirty Root crew because they're just like me. Roll up your sleeves, spit in your palms, and get your hands dirty, baby. I got to the top spot, kicking butt and taking names, not by making declarations to the sleeping masses without a vote, daddy. Normally, I would whip out a tortilla, lace it with hot sauce, and smack you in the face with it. But today, Young Tony, I'm going to hit you with a gluten-free multi-grain tortilla and lace it with some lemon juice to match that sour disposition on your face. There's a huge slice of humble pie in my fridge, and it's got Young Tony written all across it. I hope you have an appetite, baby, because there's plenty more where that came from. Learn some humility, Young Tony. That's something you learned today, Daddy. Mexican-American Dream out. Oh, wait!
Oh, man, strong now. He said the toothpaste is out of the tube, and you've hung a target on your back. Oh. He deked us, too, with a great one. Said, want to defend Young Tony. Came in at you got this.
He came in with that grain-free tortilla.
Hey, as what do you always say? You want the smoke? You got to do you want the smoke? Do you want it? You got any takes? Right back.
Dude, was that an inside job? Was he paid to do that?
You claiming there was some Venmo going down
maybe,
there? Maybe,
man. They do call themselves the Dirty Work Show.
That was dirty. That's like sending Farhan as an undercover agent.
To be honest, based on the amount of live reads, I don't think they have the revenue to pay him. All right, that's all I'm going to say, dude. So, hey, man, you're going to have to start crafting your replies here, buddy. And I don't even know what role I play.
My replies, Murph.
Yes,
I mean, it's without even being said. Barry Bonds also said the same thing. If you're the best there is, everybody else gets to talk about you. Here it is.
I don't really talk about myself so much because, you don't need to if you're good. People talk for you.
Damn right.
Okay, we got to go. We're up against it. Matt Barrows is going to put the wheels on right now and talk a little 49er football. John Shea at 9:15.
Great job, baby.
I mean, two things happened today. One, I didn't know Gary Payton was going to drop the quote of the year. And two, I didn't know I was walking into this. Gary's Old Town Tavern in Shears, but I'm sort of amused by it all, and I'll chime in as necessary.
We're in the middle of the squared circle.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here on a Wednesday morning with Prize Picks, America's #1 place to get real money sports action all season long. And whether we're talking about football, baseball, or basketball, Prize Picks has plenty of options for you to choose from. All you need to do is pick more or less on at least 2 player stat options for a shot to win up 1,000 times your cash. And I'm talking about every sport possible. You want a little college baseball, college basketball, you want some wrestling, you want to step into the square circle with Young Tony and Tim Webb. All these options and more are available right now on Prize Picks. So join us and download the app using the code WordLeader, and you will get a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. And you don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, fun stuff. Putting aside board op beefs and candle vibes to get into some 49er football with everybody's favorite mystery novelist, Matt Barrows of The Athletic. We haven't had Matt on since the book party. Incredible book that Muddy the Water, which Candace, my wife, who's a voracious reader, devoured and freaking loved. She now thinks of Matt Barrows like a celebrity. She's like nervous to talk to him.
What do you mean thinks?
It's like when you go to an author signing, you're like, will you sign my book, please? My God, I love. So Matt Barrows, you, my friend, you are quite the mystery novelist, man. You have a gigantic fan base, and congratulations.
Thank you. The question now is, has Brian Murphy, Candace's husband, read the book?
Not yet, but I will. I will. I've got a couple things going on, but I will. I promise you, I will.
Because that's sort of our claim to fame. I wrote this with my sister, and our claim is that this is the rare book that husband, wives, boyfriend, girlfriend, male, female, will like equally well. And which is rare to me, it is anyway. But we're hoping that this appeals to just about everybody.
You know what's sad? So I just typed in the book to get like more details and gloat and tell everybody to go buy it at your local bookstore, or if you have to, online. Muddy the Water book. When you type it into your Google search engine, it says Muddy the Water book by Jessica Barrows Beebe. Wait, whoa.
What?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to have to call.
It's called.
I'm going to have to call Steve Bezos and all those guys.
All right. Anyway, it's awesome. Congratulations, and just don't be like Nick Hornby, who crushed me at a book signing once. The great Nick Hornby, you know him, right? Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
He wrote this book, Fever Pitch, that they made into a lousy movie with Jimmy Fallon and whatever. Well, you'd like it because it's the Red Sox.
I didn't like it at all.
And there's a quote in there that I was like, it's the greatest quote in sports history, and I won't bore everybody with it now, but when I got to the signing, I said, do you have a quote in here that's the greatest quote in sports history? And I've used it in journalism. And he looked up and he said, you better have credited me fully. And I was like, oh, sorry.
Wow.
And I was like, oh. So I walked away. It was very depressing. Nick Hornby was not friendly or fun. So don't be.
I would never do that.
Don't be a D at your book signings, all right?
Yeah, no, I turn on the fake personality. I turn it on to like 11. I am just so bright, bushy-eyed. Very glad to see anybody who's coming to look at my book.
Oh yeah, and then there's don't forget you're gonna have a book event, and there will be the Spinal Tap record signing. Young Tony, the Spinal Tap album signing when nobody comes. Right? I screwed up the timing. Kick my ass. There's gonna be the one that nobody comes to. Be ready.
Well, I hope not. We've got a few at local Barnes and Nobles, but I'll put something out if ahead of those so people can come. And they can also get my 49ers book, too. So if you're a fiction fan, we got something for you. If you're a nonfiction fan, we got something for you there as well.
Nice transition to the 49ers, where I read your 10 questions, my friend, in The Athletic. Matty wrote his 10 questions for Combine Week. We can get into them. One of them, though, was not addressed because it came up only this morning that Diana Rossini, and I don't know if she's just podcasting, and this is that time of year when you throw everything against the wall. Aaron Rodgers to the Raiders, Kirk Cousins to the Rams, Matt Stafford to the Giants, right? This is that time of year. And she suggested that some teams are calling the 49ers about Brandon Ayuk. Now, again, putting it in context, it's this time of year. But if you hear Diana Rossini report that teams are calling the 49ers to see if Brandon Ayuk is available, what's your reaction?
Well, I mean, this has been a couple of years of this. Ayuk was on the table last year because they couldn't get the deal done. And anytime the people would talk to the 49ers, they would ask about Ayuk and they would ask about Debo. And now Debo is on the table for sure. They've granted him permission to seek a trade. And so, I mean, to me, that's what's happening. The calls are made to discuss Debo Samuel, and it comes up, okay, well, what about Brandon Ayuk? I don't see it happening. I mean, I guess these deals can be kind of massaged and redone and this, that, and the other, but the 49ers would take a huge cap hit if they traded Brandon Ayuk, just massive, at a time when, they have to really start watching that cap. With the Purdy negotiation coming, possibly a George Kittle, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't see it happening. I'm not sure what teams would want to trade for somebody who's coming off an ACL. But that's how I kind of squared it in my brain. There's talk about receivers with the 49ers, and when you're talking 49ers receivers, you might as well just inquire about Brandon Ayuk.
If both these guys are actually on the block, or let's just play this game as an exercise, who do you think would get a better return package, Debo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk in a trade?
Ayuk would. But I mean, the ACL is a big piece of the puzzle. So the trading teams would need to know the medicals and where he is and all that. But he's younger. He can do more. He's more of a traditional number one type receiver. And you saw what happened to the 49ers offense when he wasn't available. Either he wasn't quite himself yet because of the holdout, or he wasn't on the field at all. And it really had a domino effect on this team. And that's one of the big storylines. Him and Christian McCaffrey are the storylines from 2024 and why it was so bad. So, yeah, I mean, I would think Ayuk for sure would be more desirable with a pretty significant asterisk, or maybe it's one of those red crosses next to that statement.
One more follow-up question on Brandon Ayuk. Are there any updates on when his potential return to the 49ers could be? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it an ACL, an MCL, and a torn meniscus?
Yes, it's all three of those. They have had some good success with similar types of knee injuries, Nick Bosa's, for example, in the past. So, they're still expecting a full recovery. Remember, Bosa tore his in September. I think it was September 20 in 2020, and he was ready for the start of the next season. I think he started practicing in full in August. So Ayuk's was October 20, I believe. Week 7. So I mean, that's the rough timeline. That maybe he starts practicing in full in mid to late September, and that maybe it's a month that he misses. It might be premature to know that. That's something that we'll ask John Lynch later today. I will say, towards the end of the season, we're talking, maybe it was early January, maybe it was late December. That they have that basketball hoop in the locker room, which is, endless activity around that basketball hoop, including three-point competitions. And there was Brandon Ayuk engaged in winning a three-point competition where he's doing jump shots from three-point land, getting air off of his just repaired knee. Maybe that makes people nervous, but it also kind of showed me that, okay, this guy's pretty confident in it already. That anecdotal for sure, but it seemed like a good sign that he was heading into the offseason with some confidence in that knee.
Good stuff with Matt Barrows, of course, of The Athletic and the mystery novel Muddy the Water, which gets rave reviews in the Murphy household. But, hey, the other news that came up was Brian Griese. And I'd love your take on this because I don't know. I mean, it's hard to quantify a personal relationship. You can't know stat for that of what Brian Griese did for Brock Purdy. There's a story, perhaps apocryphal, I don't know, that he had Purdy as the number one quarterback on the draft board in his class, even though Purdy was taken in the 7th round, which speaks, if it's true, speaks to an incredible relationship. So what do you know about their relationship, and is there unquestionably going to be some sort of setback for Purdy that having to start over with a new QB coach?
Yeah, I don't know if he was the top-rated quarterback on Griese's board, but he was an advocate of Purdy's. And that dynamic worked really well. You had Purdy, the precocious rookie, starting for a playoff team in his rookie season. And you had Griese, who is a veteran of the NFL, who was his quarterback's coach. So there was a lot of advice, a lot of back and forth. I really think Griese was obviously his coach, but sort of acted as a father figure for him. I remember Purdy's second ever start. Remember, he started that game against Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. The next week, they go up to Seattle, and it's a short week. The game's on Thursday, and Purdy has broken a rib in the Buccaneers game. And so he really leaned on Griese for that game. Griese, who had, been injured, been through it all, played injured, had taken the Toradol shot to numb the pain, this, that, and the other. And really, I don't know if that dynamic, if that relationship kind of was magnified as much as it was in that game, which the 49ers went on to win. And Purdy had a very nice game, but it was really kind of tenuous as to whether he would even play. And I think Griese was really, really integral in that. So, having said that, I can only imagine this is a disappointment for Brock Purdy. I don't think that there's any sort of resentment, with the 49ers because of it. I think this was on Griese's own accord. He talked a lot about the stresses that being a coach puts on you, on your family. It was predicted early on that he wouldn't last long as a coach, and he didn't. It was 3 seasons. And so now they've got Mick Lombardi, who was kind of part of that group last year, worked a lot with the quarterbacks. You would always see Shanahan, Griese, Mick Lombardi in the early parts of the practices working with the QB. So I think it's a very natural progression. And I'm sure that Purdy's, familiar with Mick as well. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can overstate just how perfect that QB coach relationship was the last 3 seasons for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, the 49ers also announced yesterday that Clay Kubiak will officially become the offensive coordinator, and I think you and most 49er fans realize that Kyle Shanahan still is the mastermind behind this offense, but do you expect to see any different kind of wrinkles with Clay Kubiak and Mick Lombardi being elevated to a higher position?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the wrinkles will come from the personnel side of things. Let's say that they part ways with Deebo Samuel like we expect them to, and let's say that we just talked about Brandon Ayuk possibly not being back for the start of the season. That's going to require a wrinkle. That's going to require this team to, do things that are different than they've done in the past. So that's one of the reasons why Tyler Warren, the Penn State tight end, gets traction in some of these mock drafts because he's one of those chess pieces that Kyle Shanahan likes so much. They're going to be losing Deebo Samuel, for example. You could easily see Shanahan kind of crafting an offense with Mick Lombardi and with Clay Kubiak, where you've got 2 tight ends, and that's sort of taking the league by surprise. Very few teams use that nowadays. So I do think that they're going to have to be creative, especially in the first half of the season, and that it'll be up to these guys to do that. I always like to mention Brian Fleury, the tight ends coach. because he's already doing a lot of the game planning as far as the run game. That's him and Chris Furster, the offensive line coach, basically, draw up those plays, draw them up at halftime. And so, I think it's going to be a real kind of challenge for the brain trust in that coaching room early in the season.
A few more minutes from Matt Barrows here, kind enough to join us from The Athletic. You are in Indy, right?
I am in Indy. I just was talking to D linemen and linebackers were the first groups to go this morning.
Any, did you say ask Mason Graham his opinion on Great America Amusement Park?
No, Mason Graham had a huge contingent of reporters. He was the showstopper, him and Abdul Carter this morning. Matt Barrows likes to go in the opposite direction from the crowd. So it's a germ thing and also a journalism thing. I call it journalism.
Journalism, very good. Yes. I like that.
So I was listening to the two Ohio State defensive ends. They've got two guys, JT Tuimoloau and Jack Sawyer, and they both could go early in the second round, and they're both really good. And a lot of people have differing opinions on who's better, but I think the 49ers would love either one with that second round pick as a bookend for Nick Bosa, coached by the same defensive line coach that Nick Bosa just raves about, Larry Johnson, the Ohio State defensive line coach. So these guys would come in battle tested and ready for the NFL. I think that would be a really sweet match.
I love it. Good stuff. I wish we had more time, but last one is John Lynch speaks today. Do you know what time?
He speaks at 11 Pacific time.
Okay.
So he'll be on the podium then, and then Lynch is nice enough to sort of take the few reporters who brave the February flight to Indianapolis, and he takes us to sort of a side room, and then we get another, say, half hour with him there. So he'll have a couple of media sessions around 2 p.m. East Coast time.
Love it. And then finally, would the biggest takeaway be, where are you with Brock Purdy?
Yeah. Have you guys sat down with Purdy's agent at this point? Do you have a feel for how that discussion went? Obviously, we'll ask him, the timeline. Obviously, he'll say something like, "Oh, we don't like to put a timeline on these things," and this, that, and the other. So that'll be big. Whether they've sat down with Dre Greenlaw's agent, I think also will be a big question today.
49er football, baby. We're still about 6.5 months away from the opener. Can't wait. Always great, Matt. Congrats on the book again. I will read it. Can't wait. And we look forward to your missives from journalism. Good job.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Yeah, I'm going to coin that. I love that. All right, we'll talk to you guys later. Thank you for having me on.
You're the man. Matt Barrows. He's awesome. So we can react to that, or we have a segment before John Shea comes on 9:15 talking Giants baseball, but the KD stuff I want to revisit too. He spoke about why he didn't want to come to the Warriors. You can react next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's the chemistry like now with Jimmy?
Big vibes, big coffee vibes, candle vibes, just good vibes. Like Erica Badu, Lauryn Hill, Jill Scott type of vibes. It's good. Golden vibes.
Absolute quote of the year, man. Gary Payton last night. I missed that. I was after the Charlotte Hornets dismantling by the Warriors last night. This goes to prove my point. Remember we had the, what did Young Tony ask last week? What Bay Area athlete would you like to emulate or steal his vibe or her vibe? And I said, guys, he's only been here a week, but it might be Jimmy Butler. I was like, that guy's cool, man. And I was like, I've never been 1/1,000,000th as cool as Jimmy Butler. And there's Gary Payton proving my point, man. And here we go, Young Tone, little Badu.
This is a little Badu. This is Didn't You Know?
I mean, are you feeling this?
Oh, man. Get me a cup of coffee. Get me some of those goods from the freaky deaky Dutchman himself, Quentin Post. Me, Jimmy, and Quentin Post out in Amsterdam in a coffee shop with this in the background. That's a vibe, Murph.
Young Tone, where are you down with the Badu vibe here?
Honestly, I was not familiar with her game until today.
What did Young Tony learn today?
Yeah, this is definitely what did I learn today.
So Jill Scott, it's like definitely a genre, like kind of early. I'm gonna say early OOs. Throw a what's her face, Macy Gray in there too, maybe slightly Alicia Keys, although she was maybe a little more commercial. But it's a listener said Anita Baker maybe set the tone. I'd say Roberta Flack, who we lost earlier this year. So it's great though, Gary.
What if I told you?
Very creative take from Peyton. I loved it.
What if I told you whether we're talking Erykah Badu or Lauryn Hill, seen them both on the same card, Rock the Bells, 2011 Shoreline.
That's strong.
How about that?
They're quite strong.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, man.
Vibes.
I was setting aside the fire hazard. I hope people are lighting candles.
Oh, dude, there was more than candles being lit. I can tell you that.
You know my Lauryn Hill story, sitting next to Tom Waits at the Paramount Theater in Oakland. Didn't say a word the entire night. I was like, I'm sitting next to Tom Waits. And then when the show ended, we were walking out, I was like, hey, big fan. Did the Bill Buckner on him.
That's a cool move.
He's like, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Other
you go
people
now taking shots at Bill Buckner. A
No.
lot of Bill Buckner talk the last couple
when
days.
I said big fan to Bill Buckner.
I know, but I think he took it as almost an insult.
Which is ridiculous. I'm a big fan. And rest in peace. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. All right, so that gets us into the Warriors vibe. We called in the win. They did it. They dismantled the double mint green Charlotte Hornets. When did they... When did the Hornets start wearing the double mint green gum jerseys?
I mean,
did I miss that?
I don't know what the Hornets are doing. Don't they have like the Mr. Beast logo on their chest also?
I didn't
From like the
notice.
Feastable candy bar?
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're sponsored by Mr. Beast.
I tell you what, though, that center, Williams.
Yeah.
Dude.
He's a big boy.
The Lakers, I mean, he's got a bad back, that guy? Doesn't look like it.
It looked fine last night.
And he looks like he's springy and long, dude.
I know. There's a couple of matchups last night with Draymond Green. I was like, boy, this boy is a cup of water.
If the Lakers actually got him, I was going to be like, uh-oh. I'm already freaking, like the Lakers before the Luka trade, I was thinking we're playing really good ball, and that was with AD, of course. Then we traded AD. My first thought was, well, how are they going to play without AD? And they're doing pretty well. We'll see. But, I mean, they truly don't have a big presence. But, man, if they had gotten Williams, bro, we were in big trouble.
But still, dude, Luka and LeBron. And, like, last night, I don't know how much of the game you saw, there was a scene where it looked like the movie scene out of Tropic Thunder. Well, Will Ferrell goes on the block, and they toss him the ball down on the rock, and then he just keeps tossing it back and forth. That was LeBron and Luka.
Yeah.
There was like 4 to 5 passes back and forth, down to Luka, out to LeBron, down to Luka, out to LeBron, down to Luka, kick out, LeBron three-pointer.
I mean, I don't have to tell you guys about LeBron James, dude. He's still doing it.
Yeah.
And he continues to still do it. And everybody hates him, the shade on him everywhere, and he just continues to
He
still
made my
do it.
Mount A-more this morning.
Mount A-hole?
Yeah, Mount A-hole more.
That was a tough one for me. It was
spot.
a great question by Young Tone. How about me
Shout
going?
out some people on the afternoon show, right?
How about me going with Bonds? By the way, think he's gonna be okay with that?
Yeah, he doesn't listen to our show.
Yeah. Well, but it's never the people who listen; it's the people who they know secondarily who listen, and then they tell you. It's even worse. They say, "Yeah, they were saying stuff about you."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They say, "Wait, what?" You know what I mean?
It might be on like one of those like 100-mile bicycle rides that Barry Bonds takes around the city. Like one of his biker buddies going to be like, hey, I heard that morning show talking about you being an a-hole
the worst
this
thing is
morning.
they say they're saying stuff about you.
Yeah, that's like us finding out that the afternoon show has been obsessed with Young Tony for the last week.
Dude, rent-free, Marcus.
Rent-free Farias, yeah. It's like me saying my buddy wanted to start the war between the two bars on Geary, Tippy's and Busy's. He said he would walk into Tippy's and say, how's business? They say, it's good. He goes, that's not what they're saying down at Busy's. And so...
Start some beef.
I
used to do that all the time. Like on an 18-inning doubleheader day in the fall, like I would walk back and forth between the bullpen and the dugout and be like, hey, you hear Gomez said he'd take you deep? And then next thing you know, there's some beef between the pitchers and the batters.
It's even better just to say, Gomez was talking about you.
Yeah, he was talking S, dude. Did you hear what Gogo said about you, man?
Anyway, so good stuff with the Warriors, man. Now, that leads to Kevin Durant, somebody who's highly sensitive to things people say about him. Actually, it was a great line when we were talking about this earlier in the show. We were talking about the candles of a Jimmy Butler because he burns candles at his locker. And Kevin Durant, us getting Jimmy Butler instead of Kevin Durant, somebody said, man, the Warriors got Jimmy Butler who's burning candles as opposed to Kevin Durant who's burning accounts. Pretty good line. I forget the area code. I apologize, but that was a good one on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. So he goes on Draymond Green and Baron Davis's podcast, which, makes you think it's all so they don't truly have beef. So they asked him, Kevin, why did you say no to a Warriors trade?
I want my career to end on my terms. That's the only thing.
Bingo.
That's the only thing I'm worried about because I see a lot of dudes that don't get that opportunity. So I want to keep putting in that work to make that choice on my own. But as far as the Warriors, I didn't want to move. And then as a player like me, I cost a lot. Me going into your team in the middle of the season, it's going to be a big blow to any team I'm going to. I get why y'all want to trade me. Simple fact, that's just business. But from me looking at it, I'm just like, it just don't make sense for either side right now to go do that when we just play the season out. And if that's the decision you want to make in the off season, then you figure it out. If I can stop it, then why not? And then the narratives that's going to come with all that I mean, I could play under the noise. It's a simple fact that, I didn't feel like it was a need to make that big of a change.
Yeah, to press that issue.
And look what y'all doing right now, Dre. Y'all looking good. Jimmy, and then you still got Kaminga on the way back. So I didn't think it made sense. And then I just want to see it through. When you commit to something in a season like that, and it's nobody's big injuries, everybody's in the lineup, and I'm trying to see this through to the end and see what we can really do with it. And I feel like I'm committed to my coaches and teammates, and I want to see it through. So, I wanted to lock in on that.
Okay, there's a lot going on there. He gave, second time I've heard it now, I'm hearing slightly different things the second time. And it's so funny because it's man, if you just parse something, you can go so many different directions. By the way, you wanted to see it through. It ain't seeing it through that well. They're now 4 games under 500. They're 27-31. They're going the wrong direction. They are 3 out in the loss column from the 10 seed, bro.
How about
They're
that?
in the 11 spot right now, so he ain't seeing anything too good through right there. But anyway, I wrote them all down. So number 1, he said, on my terms, kind of I don't want to get traded. All right. 2, I don't want to move. That's one of those ones we never reconsider, you know what I mean? It's I don't want to move. 3, he said, I'm going to cost a lot on a team, meaning if he gets traded to a team, that team won't be that good or would maybe lose something.
Yeah, but my question would be, why would Kevin Durant care about that when the cost and the outcome would be you still playing with Steph Curry? Steph wasn't going to be a part of that package. And so, yeah, we're talking about some pieces that could have been thrown in. He went out of his way to name drop a Jonathan Kuminga, but still, the cost and the outcome would be playing with Steph Curry. And you think that would be something he would prioritize more a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. He also said he went there on the narratives. He goes, the narratives, he goes, I can play under any noise, but even acknowledging him shows that he's still...
That's always been the key to me, because I remember when we were talking about these trade possibilities, and after Mark Spears reported that Kevin Durant had no desire to return to the team, 99% of Warriors Twitter and social media pointed the finger at Draymond Green and said, look, they got beef. They don't like each other. Well, I don't know if that's true, if they're sitting down having a podcast. My explanation was that Kevin Durant doesn't want to deal with the narratives and deal with that noise. As much as he sits there and tells you, no, I'm not going to listen to it, he's on his burners account every single night responding to people on social media. And I think he hates the narrative that he had to run and join Steph Curry to go win a championship. Despite the fact that Kevin Durant was a 2-time finals MVP and did amazing things here with the Warriors, people are still going to hold that over his head. So if he would have decided to come back and rejoin the Warriors, it wouldn't have mattered if they won another title. He would still be hearing that same narrative and still be facing those same criticisms.
Well, sure enough, we can get into that, but I was going to say there's still even more stuff in the answer, and one of them was, now we'll see what happens in the off season. Which you left? Whoa, really? Can you get Kevin Durant and Jimmy Butler?
I mean,
can you?
We've talked about Joe Lacob busting out the checkbook,
dude.
And there's already people comparing contracts to see if you could flip a Jimmy Butler for a Kevin Durant. But I think this season with Joe Lacob, even paying Jimmy Butler, they're underneath that second luxury tax, which means they're able to now avoid that repeater tax. We could see Joe Lacob go back over the second luxury tax again next offseason, and maybe that does open the door for a possibility of Kevin Durant.
Man, that's insane. The idea that he could possibly join this team in the offseason is insane. That they'd be back to being the frickin', well, they'd be older, but they'd be back to being the 2017 Warriors. But I mean, plus 9 years, right? So yeah, listen, he's under no obligation. It's he doesn't have to go on a trade. People are like, oh, you got to do, no, he doesn't. He's got free. He's like, hey, I don't want to be traded. I'm here. I don't want to move. I don't want to deal with the noise. But are you passing up a chance at a championship? Are you? So
I would think so. I mean, you look at the standings right now, and the Warriors are obviously in a better spot than the Phoenix Suns. Now, this is all in hindsight, a couple weeks after the trade deadline, and the Warriors are a different version of themselves right now with Jimmy Butler. But I guess maybe that's the bigger question for Dub Nation. Are you feeling better vibes right now with Jimmy Butler than you would be feeling with a Kevin Durant reunion?
Well, that's the thing. There's no question. Like I can almost guarantee. I mean, I can't, but I'm going to on the radio. Guarantee that the Warriors would not be this good with Kevin Durant.
Well,
I can almost guarantee it.
Everybody was so worried about Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green butting heads. We literally saw KD and Draymond Green butt heads. And so,
a long time ago, too.
Yeah, exactly. But still, there's still a large portion of the fan base who maybe up until this podcast was released this morning thought that KD and Draymond Green had beef. So if they can coexist, I don't know. Maybe them and Jimmy Butler can too.
It's just Butler's done so much on so many levels for the Warriors that I think even more than KD can do. Now, it might be you can disagree. KD is one of the most prolific scorers in the history of the game, obviously, but. Man, Butler he's everything they need. It's like all those quotes we had yesterday, man, that piece that was missing. Can you play defense? Can you elevate those around you? Can you hit the offensive glass? Can you get those free throws that allow the old guys to catch their breath? People have talked about this. The most underrated stat on Jimmy Butler is the dead time he gets when he goes to the free throw line to rest those legs.
Extra time for Steph Curry.
Yeah.
And to me, Murph, the biggest difference is it's something new. It's something fresh. We've all been in a scenario where maybe you think about hitting up your ex-girlfriend. Maybe you're thinking about, rekindling the relationship with your ex-wife and thinking about doing something for the kids, for the fan base. But it's not always the best idea. You can think about those great memories, and then next thing you know, you're right back in divorce court. Everything's bad. But sometimes it's fun to go talk to the toxic girl in the corner who's got a little bit of a dark history, a little bit of a past. And maybe she didn't have the greatest past relationships, but maybe you can fix her. Maybe you can turn her around, and that's what the Warriors are trying to do right now.
And
with
does
Jimmy
that
Butler.
girl look like emo Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, I was going to say with those bangs, Murph, with those bangs.
It's like when Bugs Bunny dresses a girl, and we kids in America were like, hey,
yeah,
that's not bad.
Yeah, including yourself, right, Murph?
The Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line has thoughts. Here's 831 with a cynical take. Jimmy's left everywhere on bad terms. You're in the honeymoon phase. All right.
That's what I'm saying. Jimmy's kind of that toxic girl, but you want to try it out.
831 says, imagine how Klay Thompson would have felt if Kevin Durant came back. Saw Klay last night.
I felt so bad for Klay on Sunday where he's just like staring at the ground as Steph and everybody's hitting the night-night celebration against the Mavs. Like, think about his mindset, leaving the Warriors, thinking that he's going to go play with Luka after just playing in the NBA Finals, and now he's staring up at the Warriors.
Well, to be honest, if he had AD, they'd probably be better, honestly, but they don't. Sad to say. That's part of the deal with AD. 831 says, how come Shohei Ohtani or Blake Snell don't get the negative stereotype KD gets when they just strictly are joining super teams chasing rings? Well, number one, baseball's far less dramatic and diva-centric. Somehow we cover the NBA like it's a gossip page. Yeah. We're way more into the one individual personalities, but 831's right. It's just like KD. Shohei joined a monster team. Blake Snell joined an even bigger monster team. But people just don't talk about we don't talk about Major League Baseball like that. No, we just don't. It's just
it's
not
not
we frame the conversation
big
kind of
as a individual sport. Like we talked about for so long, Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout, two of the best baseball players on the planet, not even making the playoffs with the Angels. So, yeah, we can sit here and point fingers, but
yeah,
I don't know.
And 831 says two things. One, Jill Scott did a hit with Lupe Fiasco called Daydream. Check it out. It's very good. Number two.
Phenomenal song.
He said, KD just dropped the most level-headed, honest, no-drama comments, and we're still dissecting it like it's a murder mystery. Yeah. It's insane. It's true, man. Welcome to our world here, buddy. So, why don't we change the topic then and get into Giants baseball? John Shea, the best. He's been doing this forever, and he's got a new gig at the San Francisco Standard, so you can go read him at the SF Standard. We haven't talked to Johnny since the baseball season, spring training has begun. We'll get his thoughts on how things are going with Willie Adames and Justin Verlander and Bryce Eldridge, who struck out 3 times yesterday, and Luis Matos and Marco Luciano and Tyler Fitzgerald, who hasn't been on the field yet. Nor is Kyle Harrison, they say, is going to come back this week. I guess he was sick. Huh?
Yeah, I've been waiting for some Dirty Harry.
I know, yeah. We'll see how that's going. Anyway, all these takes with John Shea of the San Francisco Standard next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to see Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts at Shoreline Amphitheater on September 12th, and we will be giving these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour. So stay tuned through the John Shea interview, because when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation. You can find official rules on KNBR, and this is also why I'm the best, because I do these things live.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, we're staying on the GP2 vibes, right? Lauryn Hill, I love it, I love it. We'll switch the vibes to Scottsdale because Giants baseball is on our mind. We're about a month away, March 27th at Cincinnati. Logan Webb gets the ball, and then they have a day off Friday, and then Justin Verlander gets the ball on the Saturday. All stuff to talk about with the newly minted baseball columnist for the San Francisco Standard. SF Standard, new startup, big, deep pockets. They got Tim Kawakami and David Lombardi over, and now they've got their baseball guy, John Shea, formerly of the Chronicle, but always from Boyle Park in Mill Valley, California. In fact, Johnny, I got to talk to you later in the day. I got to do this piece on the history of Mill Valley Little League, but that's a different topic for a different day. Let's talk about you and your new gig. First of all, welcome back to Murph and Marcus, and second of all, dude, congratulations.
Yeah, congrats, Sean.
Thank you. Thanks much, guys. Hey, Murph, it wasn't long ago you and I were at the Examiner covering the Giants and A's, respectively. That was a couple of months ago, but things have evolved. You've gone in a different path. It's good for you.
And as have you now to SF Standard. Tell us about it. Like, you can get a little pitch. I'll give you give us the elevator pitch on why you made the move.
Well, sure. I mean, if you guys and I were hanging out 3 weeks ago, I don't think this was maybe a conversation. Things happen quickly. Speaking about Tim Kawakami, I mean, he's the difference maker, right? He's kind of the dean. And if he says so, then it's easy for me to say so because he's, nobody knows about Bay Area sports more than he does. And, smart, gifted writer who has been here in the market dominating for a long time. So when he leaves the Athletic to go to the Standard, it makes a big difference. They have some incredible people there. The executive editor, John Steinberg, Brady McCullough, late of the LA Times, the sports editor, and the financial backing. You mentioned it. Michael Moritz, Griffin Gaffney, the CEO, and the people behind it all, and the offices I was by the other day. Ultra modern. You remember you were in the newsroom with the stacks of newspapers and maybe a cigarette and a bourbon, right?
Sure.
Now it's we're in the Silicon Valley and it's a tech outfit and with the couches and the wood floors and fully stocked kitchen and just a wonderful working environment. Not like I'm going to be in the office all that much, but I'll be in the press box. I'll be in spring training. I'll be wherever it is that I need to get stories and that's another thing. As the national, you remember when you and I were at the Examiner, we merged with the Chronicle late 2000. Mm-hmm. There was two of everything. So Henry Schulman and Susan Slusser were covering Giants and A's. You and I were covering Giants and A's. And they offered me the national baseball writer, and they offered you the opportunity to go to all these exotic country clubs as a golf writer. And we branched off and had a good time doing it. And I had a wonderful time at the Chronicle, including the Examiner in those first 3 years, 28 years in the corporation world. And I mean, you and I go back to Jenkins and Osler, Killian, Ratto, and Glenn Knapp, and like I said, on the baseball side, Slusser and Schulman, and great Eric Branch doing football. I mean, no complaints about all those years. And this is the paper of, Bob Stevens and Art Rosenbaum and guys like that. Ron Timwright is from the childhood. But you transition with the times, and it's like you follow your heart. And my heart says, absolutely, let's go for this. Let's mix it up. Let's transition. And when they give you the power and the authority to kind of figure it out and call your shots and do what's right and step back and do think pieces and big picture pieces and hard-hitting news analysis, I mean, that's kind of right up my alley. And while the game itself and the minor roster moves or the injury report, I mean, all that stuff you can find on social media in real time. But what's different is, the pieces you write when you have time to.
Wait. He's the mid of Johnny. We lost him. So much for the technology at the SF Standard. I'm kidding. So we got to call him right back. But yeah, he was making the long pitch. He's at a new place, the San Francisco Standard. It's a new deal, and they got Kawakami. They got Tim Lombardi. Tim Lombardi. I want to say Tim Lombardi. Tim Kawakami and David Lombardi. I combined the two human beings there.
It's a super reporter.
And Johnny Shea's going to be the new baseball guy. So when we get him back, we'll ask him. He just dropped a Q&A with Buster Posey this morning. So right out of the gate.
A lot of good stuff in there with Buster Posey.
Yeah. So as soon as we get Johnny back, we'll ask him about that. But man, he was dropping some names, some old school names. Yeah. Did you know this young Tone? I used to work back in the 1900s, back in the 20th century.
Damn.
We worked in newspapers together back in the day.
Back when you can drink bourbon and smoke cigarettes?
Yeah. Well, he was naming the old example. Yeah, they could. There was Salty. I was thinking there was a guy, I was going to actually make a name reference to Johnny, but there was a guy named Ed Badix, who was maybe one of the great old school salty sports where I can't imagine what he would think of these teakwood floors and these sleek modern things. He'd be like, what are we doing here? Where's the cigarette? Where's the bourbon? All right, connection made back with John Shea on the Yuma guest line. I guess the Standard, your pitch for the Standard went too long. You got cut off, buddy. So let's just tell people to subscribe to sfstandard.com, and then let's get into what you first just dropped, a Q&A with Buster Posey right out of the gate, man. So that's what people want. So we have it in our hot little hands here. You tell us, man, what was your biggest takeaway from it?
Well, quite a few, actually. I spent some time with him, extensive time. I just think it's fascinating that he's there in that job, watching him as a heralded catcher, winning 3 titles and an MVP and a batting crown, and Gold Glove, Silver Slugger. I mean, we knew what he could do on the field, but what is he doing now? And that's, I think, the mission here is who is he, what's he doing now, and where's he taking this ship into the future. And it's funny because if Farhan Zaidi were the boss right now, I think there would be a little venom, like, hey, you didn't do enough, or this team is awful, or this, and now that Buster Posey is there, it's like there's almost like a grace period. It's like there are patient fans, maybe for the first time, to an extent. And I asked him that. I said, are you expecting any grace period? He said, absolutely not. I played before this fan base, and they want success now. They want it yesterday. They want it right away. But so that was good to see, and hear from him. But some other basics about how he wants the starting pitchers to go deeper into games, and we remember Kapler racing to the mound to pull a starter as quickly as possible, and that just didn't cut it. It wore out the bullpen, and Buster dived into that. And I asked him, I said, Buster, I imagine the way you closed the Chapman deal, the way you brought in Adames and Verlander and treasurer Logan Webb, you want guys to show up. In other words, maybe Blake Snell didn't show up. That first half, he was absent, he was hurt, he just wasn't prepared to play ball. Second half, he was dynamic. And at the end, he didn't show up. He just took a pass on the final game. I don't think the Giants were all in on him, especially for that money. Went to the Dodgers. They got a great rotation, whatever. But, Verlander in his prime showed up, and that's where he wants to get back to. And Chapman and Adames, they're going to play 155, 160 games. That's who they are. So, Posey treasures that. And I also asked him about listening to the alumni. And maybe that's not something that was done in the previous administration. And that's why you have a flood of former Giants, and a lot of them from the championship era coming out this spring. And, it's just that, Farhan and Gabe Kapler, they kind of wanted their coaches to coach. Maybe they didn't want that outside presence, but obviously Bob Melvin loves it, and Buster Posey loves it, because the more voices, the better. And, that's only going to help. But anyway, I talked to him about his Hall of Fame chances and how he's going to bring players to San Francisco. And you mentioned Verlander, who's never really had a spring training in Arizona before, willing at this age to experience the Arizona heat for the first time in February and March, and kind of being a leader in the clubhouse. So kind of a wide-ranging interview. Good times with Buster, and I think they got the right guy. And I'm just kind of stunned because as a guy who covered him since draft day, I never imagined him doing this, especially when he went back home to Georgia, and then he came out and he joined the partnership, and I never even imagined Phil, at least not this soon.
Yeah, John, it's definitely been an interesting first offseason for Buster Posey when you throw out the fact that he handed out the largest contract in franchise history to Willie Adames, but also balance it with the fact that the Giants have rolled back the payroll. So I'd love to get your thoughts on the Giants as an organization rolling back the payroll, but also how Buster Posey is handling that and trying to approach the future.
Yeah, and not to defend the Giants or Buster Posey, but I think that whole payroll thing is a work in progress. You go for top talent and you don't get it, so your payroll's not going to be as high. I mean, if they had Ohtani, the payroll would be bigger. If they had Judge, their payroll would be bigger. Roki Sasaki would have cost just a song. They didn't get him, but they pursued him at least. They pursued others, Corbin Burns, and I think they might have dropped out of the top third in payroll. If they're not 9 or 10, maybe they're 11 or 12 now, which probably isn't a good look for a team that's now in a one-team market like Philadelphia or Texas or Boston. I mean, these are huge one-team markets, and that's now what the Giants are. So they've kind of got to step back and figure out, hey, we're not competing against another baseball team in the market because there's no other baseball team in the market. So maybe they're going to find more resources to step it up here, especially with the development over at Lot A and the money that's going to bring, and it's already bringing. So I think with Posey, you might see a little boost in tickets and fan interest. You saw it a little bit last year during the heat of summer, even though they didn't make the playoffs once again. So I think I don't think Buster Posey is listening to owners and say, how can I save a buck? That might have been true in another time, but I think he would not have done this if that were the mission, to save a buck. I think his mission, and it's genuine, is to bring this team back to where it was in terms of developing young players and, with that ground floor. And then if there's some key free agents, then strike.
John Shea's voice you hear, longtime baseball writer at the Examiner and Chronicles, now joined the San Francisco Standard, SF Standard, joining Tim Kawakami, Dave Lombardi. Go check him out at sfstandard.com. Dropped a Buster Posey Q&A this morning. Wrapping up here, John, though, but it's always good to hear from Buster. I kind of highlighted the stuff that I took from it, and you mentioned more length out of our starters to give the bullpen more rest. The other one was being able to score more runs in multiple ways. Pat Burrell preaching how to create runs without getting hits, etc. So 2 things. Number 1, do modern hitters even know how to do that? Number 2, is that today's game? You'll hear the new crowd say, can't win that way, old man. Got to hit home runs.
I think you're going to see, even though Buster Posey had his introductory press conference that analytics are here to stay, you're still going to see him preaching and Burrell preaching contact. I mean, don't strike out. Don't go up there and whiff. Don't go for the moon on an 0-2 count. Marco Scudero is coming into camp this spring. I mean, nobody had better bat-to-ball skills than that man. And good things happen. I mean, Will Clark chewed me out once when I talked about a so-called cheap hit of his or a bloop single. And, he kind of screeched at me with the high voice and said, that ain't no bloop single. You got to be pretty damn good to hit a soft single over the infield when a guy's throwing 98 at you. And so there's an art to contact, and contact is good. And that's what Bochy preached. And maybe not so much Gabe Kapler, because you just look at Brandon Belt and you can compare Bochy with Kapler. Bochy used to be just furious when Brandon Belt would take a 3-2 pitch an inch off the plate. And you could hear him from the press box yelling at Brandon Belt. He said, swing at the effing ball. And then the same thing would happen under Kapler, and Kapler would give him a high five. Hey, good at bat. You didn't want that pitch. You didn't want to swing at that pitch. Go get him next time. It's like, whoa. That's like 2 different philosophies for the same guy, Brandon Belt, who kind of polarizing in different ways, the way he got on base, but also the way he maybe wasn't as aggressive as he could have been, like Joey Votto, the criticisms he got. But anyway, I think now under Melvin and Posey, you're going to see a blend. You're going to see, we need the analytics, but we're also here to play baseball. We're not just going to look at a computer. We're going to look at the game And when you look at the game, you'd learn a lot more, through scouts and experience and know-how, than you would just by, the spreadsheet.
John, we can't let you go without getting your thoughts on what might be the biggest story so far from the start of spring training, Bryce Eldridge. I mean, me and Murph have been discussing about what has been the bigger story, the return of Jung Hoo Lee, Justin Verlander, and Willie Adames, but it seems like everybody's talking about Bryce Eldridge. So what's the John Shea breakdown on Bryce Eldridge?
I don't think he's ready for opening day. I mean, you can't put a mediocre defensive first baseman out there who is, 3 or 4 days out of high school and expect him to succeed consistently at this level. I mean, even speaking with Kyle Haynes, and Buster Posey, and Kyle Haynes, the farm director, and Bob Mellon, they all seem to think that he needs time in AAA, and he hasn't spent much time in AAA, and not nearly as much as like Buster Posey spent in AAA. And Posey came out of college, so there's going to be some ups and downs, and you saw from the first couple of games he appeared in. One was great, one not so great. So that's what you would get. You would get, one game a week where he would just dominate, and then maybe 3 or 4 or 5 in which you say, man, he just doesn't belong here. So I think you're going to see him maybe for the first half, and if he dominates there, then yeah, but he needs work defensively. That's why JT Snow is there. That's why Will Clark will be there. And it's an all-around thing. And, JT Snow used to snicker when people said, "Well, let's give him a day off. Let's let him play first base." And JT Snow said, "Wait a minute. I won 6 Gold Gloves. This is not easy. It's a tough position. It's it's not being DH. It's actually getting your glove and going out there and playing." So I think he's still got a lot to learn. He's got that confidence of a young Will Clark, and he'll tell you that. He just doesn't want to be in the minors. He wants to come up here and play with the big boys. But Will Clark played on the Olympics, played 3 years in college, and was a great amateur player. But Eldridge just hasn't shown enough, I think, to prove that he belongs on opening day. That's my opinion.
That's a very prudent take. We get seduced when you're down there and you see the home run and everything gets, but that's very, very smart. And maybe the judge, by the way, just looking up real quick, he only has 695 plate appearances in the minors. And I was looking at, like, for example, Buster only had 750 when he got, actually, I'm sorry, about 1,000, my bad. So it's still a small number for Bryce.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean, there's a reason that Lamont Wade Jr. is still the first baseman, because he's going to be the transition guy. And everyone knew Will Clark was coming. Well, everyone knows this fella is coming now too. And he's the great next hope. But it's not going to happen overnight. And it's not the NBA or the NFL where guys come out of the draft and are starters right away and impact players right away. You still got to ride the buses and live and learn. It's a hard sport to figure out, especially the pitching. I mean, he started in low A and went to high A, then double A, then triple A, went to the fall league. I mean, I don't think he had any time off. And now he's there again. So I think his time will come, but now it's not his time.
So if make an old movie reference, he needs a Crash Davis on the bus telling him what to do. So good stuff, man.
And what slippers to wear.
Yeah, exactly. That's for Barry Zito, the lefty who's got shower mold. Man, I know I could talk baseball with you all day. We're over time, but I just want to throw out there, just down the road, I need a John Shea SF Standard deep dive into everybody has just put Buster Posey in the Hall of Fame, which is, we all lived in an era where 1,500 hits in 9 seasons didn't get you in the Hall of Fame. But things have changed so much from the steroid era, where guys like Scott Rowland and guys like that are getting evaluated differently. I'm on the Baseball Reference page of hit totals for all Hall of Famers. His 1,500 hits would put him 171st on Hall of Famers, and the names he's down there with are some very obscure people. So I know he's a catcher, and I know he won 3 World Series, but I'm just saying, everybody's just stamped him to the Hall of Fame when Thurman Munson has very similar stats. He's not in. I don't know, John. I know it's way too big of a topic for the end of the interview, but do you feel me that there's something worth diving in there?
Absolutely. In fact, I asked him about that in the Q&A, and he mentioned you mentioned, like who's going to be represented from that championship era? Well, obviously, Lincecum didn't get any love. Kane didn't get any love. Bumgarner probably won't either. It's about longevity, and it's about doing it year in, year out. No matter, Bumgarner was just wonderful in the World Series and the postseason, but there's more to it when you consider Hall of Fame. And Buster Posey, 1,500 hits. You're right. He doesn't have the 500 home runs. He doesn't have the 3,000 hits. But in this modern day, when players are platooned and sent back and forth to the minors early in their career, you just can't pile up the plate appearances. I mean, he was good. He came early, but he was a catcher, so he didn't play 162. I think Hunter Pence was the last guy to do that on this team. But he was in the middle of it all. He was the link to 10, 12, and 14, and the 3 trophies and the 3 parades and all the rings.
Right.
Without him, they don't do that.
Right.
He orchestrated the pitching staff. He's hit in the middle of the lineup. He was the clubhouse leader, maybe more by example than word of mouth. But, I mean, the batting championship, the Rookie of the Year, the MVP, the Gold Gloves, the Silver Sluggers, and Joe Mauer went in. And if Mauer's going in, and you mentioned, other people over time. And once Posey gets in, maybe they'll look back at one of the greatest Yankee catchers ever to do it. And I just think it's so different. You can't examine these guys based on 3,000 hits or 500 home runs anymore. Mm-hmm. Certainly not 300 wins, because that's never going to happen anymore. And so you have to kind of judge them based on today's game. And he and Benji Molina were the 2 best catchers of the era. Mauer went to first base. But I think, if not a first ballot, I think he'll be second ballot.
No, he'll be. I think in today's day and age, he'll be first ballot. But I'm just commenting on the difference change. Post-steroid, it's all changed. But hey, it's a conversation for another day. And it's a fun conversation, just like all your stories are fun. So everybody read John Shea in the Standard. This ain't the last time we're calling you up, buddy. Keep your phone on. And you're down in Arizona this weekend?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll look forward to your dispatches, buddy.
Thanks a lot, fellas.
Congratulations. John Shea, San Francisco State. We could talk baseball we killed the clock. Too much Giants baseball, but it was fun on the Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ironic that Young Tony is playing Old Man by Neil Young. Come on, man. Neil Young heads, you guys know the deal. The grumpy but talented Canadian will be at Shoreline. He's going to be pissed I said that. On September 12th. And you can win tickets right now. Call John Joe Curley, 415-896. 415-896 wins 2 tickets to see Neil Young at Shoreline. We're doing this all week. It's kind of nutty. We're giving away Neil Young tickets. That's pretty big time, man. I saw him. Was it with... No, I didn't. No, I don't think I've actually ever seen Neil Young.
Really?
Yeah.
You've only talked to him.
On a golf at Pebble Beach.
But never a concert.
Gosh, I'm due. Maybe I should win those tickets.
Damn.
You know?
Or Neil Young should have put on a performance at Pebble.
Well, dude, now you're getting into some stuff there. Oh. Do you know the story? Are you prompting? Are you trying to push me?
I'm not trying to provoke.
I'm just going to say you might be onto something there, buddy. You might be Nick Young, Bob's Donuts there, buddy.
We might be onto something.
And in the sense that why he was not invited back. But I've said too much. Let's move on. Move on. So what I do is I try to drop little Easter eggs and then move on.
Little nuggets.
And pretend that didn't happen.
Sprinkle them, Murph. Right. Sprinkle them.
We might be onto something.
There's the best board op in the biz.
Nicely done by the best board op in the biz, Young Tony.
Easily in the building.
It's not close.
Easily in the building. By the way, has Walt felt...
Dude, yeah, he walked in he chose violence this morning. He walked in, he's like, what's up, Drake?
He walked into the club like, what up? I got a big up.
Yeah, which, by the way, he tried to tell us, like, oh, you guys have a rap beef. Is your morning show the Drake version of this? I said, no, because we've been riding with Kendrick all beef long. Copes is like one of the few guys I know that actually stands up and still reps Drake. So that's definitely the afternoon show. Those are the Drake boys.
Big Deck Murphy, too.
I know, certified lover boy.
Hey, listen, what? We're just here. If Walt says we are Drake, then for Walt, I have some sexy songs for you.
Get it sexy.
With my dollar signs. My dollar signs.
Get it sexy.
All right. Hey, the clock's a mess, so we just got to wrap up John Shea and the Giants and everything. His Bryce Eldridge comments. Listen, I can't believe how old I am and how I'm still, rushing into judgment. You got to be more mature. You got to be more patient. The old bull and the young bull, right? We know the story. And so Bryce Eldridge striking out 3 times yesterday. No, it's not a big deal. I mean, it's baseball. You can strike out, right? But it's a reminder that he's 20 and he's not going to hit 450-foot homers every at bat. And he would do well to go down and see some more pitches, see some more pitch, as they call them now, pitch shapes. Or wait a minute. Wait, Waterboy. Some depth on some pitch. God, these new terminology is driving me freaking nuts,
Let's get into some shapes, Murph.
You know what? The old days, Phil Niekro just threw a freaking knuckleball and Gaylord Perry threw a spitter, and that was it, baby.
Yeah, here it is. Try to hit it.
Here's my depth. Here's my shape. But he needs to see. He needs to see velo. He needs to see shape. He needs to see sliders. He needs to see cutters. He needs to see curveballs. He needs to experience failure. Yeah. That's a big thing, dude. He needs to experience failure not at the big league level.
Well, here's the thing. Not even just seeing more pitches in the box. He needs to see playing time at first base. That's the key. Because defensively, he's not ready to be your opening day first baseman. And I know there's some fans that say, look, everybody you guys talked to last week say his bat is big league level right now. So why not put him at DH? You don't want to force it. You want to make sure that there is a fit for the next 5 to 10 years with Bryce Eldridge playing first base. You don't want to rush it up too quickly. And also, you do got to throw in the fact that if you are thinking about this guy being the future, when do you want to start his clock? And so why would it make sense to try to teach him first base at the big league level when you can start him in the minor leagues, get him more work in the field, get him more at-bats, call him up when he's ready, and then you still have his rookie season next year.
Yeah, I mean, the service clock thing is like annoys me. Just if he's ready, he's ready.
It's annoying. I understand. But also, like, when you are doing your 5-year plan, like, that's the thing I keep mentioning. Buster Posey is in year 1. If this was Farhan Zaidi still running the ship, maybe he would have Bryce Eldridge as his opening day first baseman because he was feeling the pressure to go out and win. It's like going back to the trade deadline last year, and we talked about the fact that he kept Blake Snell and didn't trade him because Farhan was going all in to win to save his job. I would say Buster Posey's job right now is pretty safe. It's year 1. He's trying to lay down the building blocks and the foundation, and that's why he doesn't want to rush Bryce Eldridge.
510 comes in, says Bryce Eldridge is not, this is on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, Bryce Eldridge is not ready to play Major League Baseball. He needs to be in AAA for a full season, play first base, and get a lot of at-bats. I can't wait to see him next year. That's like eat your vegetables, do your homework, go to bed on time.
Well, I do think, even though I'm sitting here kind of poo-pooing the idea of him being the starting opening day first baseman, I wouldn't be surprised if he's your starting first baseman in September, even by August.
Could be.
Sometime around the All-Star break. It all depends on how he plays, not only in the field, but how he swings it. And if he's tearing it up like he did last year, he's going to force the hand.
408 suggests, have you guys discussed the fact that if Eldridge ever visits Sean Jelly on the mound, it will be the tallest mound visit in Major League Baseball history.
We talked to Sean Jelly about that last Friday.
707 says, nothing more an old guy hates than new words. That's not true. I've been heard to say skibbity recently.
Wow, no, you did not.
I'm riffing.
You did not drop the skibbity on us.
I'm just riffing.
That's
the old man,
hilarious.
I'm giving you guys, hey, you just played Old Man, Look at Your Life. I'm a lot like you. 24 and so much more.
That's pretty skibbity toilet.
Man, so speaking of old, 2010's Friday, this coming up Friday, all right?
Hey now.
So anyway, it's fun to hear. And listen, he's right about Buster. He brought up an interesting point. If you stripped off, you know those player comparisons where they darken the face and you can't tell who's who?
Yeah, mystery guest.
And then you find out that Kenny Lofton had the same numbers as Ichiro Suzuki. That's going around. Maybe even better numbers than Ichiro Suzuki. But if you took the GM face off this roster and you were like, Farhan, what is this? Flores and Wade? Fitzgerald's a question mark? You didn't solve the right field. Yaz is going to strike out too much. The starting rotation is a lot of question marks, But because it's Buster Posey, we're like, all right, Buster, yeah.
Because it's Buster Posey, he just brings those kind of vibes. Dare I say, the golden vibes.
Golden vibes.
Ooh.
Of a GP2.
Can Buster bring Jimmy Butler-like vibes?
Can he bring Lauryn Hill?
He brings
and
Buster
a little Erykah
vibes.
Badu into the clubhouse.
No, he brings Buster vibes, which are like country.
Buster's got his own vibes.
We've told you guys, he's freaking Pentangeli's brother in Godfather 2. Young Tony, Godfather 2, one of the Congress has the mob busted. They're going to break up the mob, the mafia. And they got this guy, Frankie Pentangeli, that he's going to sing. He's going to tell them everything. And the mob is so good, they flew his brother in from Sicily, his older brother who he worships, who started the whole mob. And they brought his older brother in from Sicily. He enters the he enters the congressional chamber right when Pentangeli's about to sing. And he turns around and sees his older Sicilian brother sitting in the back. And Pentangeli's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know and he just completely clams up because he doesn't want to disappoint his bro in the back of the room. That's Buster Posey.
Yeah.
Buster Posey walks in the room. He's Pentangeli's brother.
Nobody wants to disappoint Buster.
Nobody wants to disappoint Buster.
No, not at all.
Logan Webb told us that.
I don't want to disappoint him.
Well, we should get him on pretty soon. Yeah. Although he's in the Dominican Republic, we learned.
How about that? Him and Randy Wynn.
I wondered, somebody asked about Buster pretty pale down in the Caribbean. Can he get some SPF 50?
Oh, yeah, you gotta put some lotion on.
Well, anyway, listen, let's be honest. The idea that Buster Posey is running the Giants is insane. It's like,
awesome.
It's insane. It's awesome. It's everything we ever wanted. We wanted somebody to care about this team as much as we care about it. And I just can't get over the fact that this kid from Leesburg, Georgia, who could have easily moved back and gotten more land and fewer taxes for his money and been around his grandma and grandpa and his sister and all that he wanted to come back here and say, these are the freaking Willie McCovey, Willie Mays, San Francisco Giants, Barry Bonds, Will Clark. Let's go. So he wants to do it. Mm-hmm. I hope he wants to do it for a long time. We've seen guys like Derek Jeter and guys like that come, but Derek Jeter's doing the Marlins.
Yeah, this feels different. This is personal. Yeah. And it feels good to be wanted, Murphy. It always feels good.
All right, buddy. All right, we got it, man. Giants baseball today. The lineup is out, and I think you can only listen on sfgiants.com today, right? But anyway, good stuff, man. Let's hand it over to Papa and Silver. young Tony, at a point, what did I learn? I learned that young Tony will stand, what do you call it?
10 toes down.
We'll figure out something on
Young
the episode.
Tony will stand
and
on
congrats
business.
to Jim in Concord. He's going to go see Neil Young. Long may you run, Jim. That's for the Neil Young crowd out there. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. I love Gary Payton bringing us down a certain road today. You're hearing it here. By the way, Mark Spears joins Papa and Silver at 10:30. Get his take on the Jimmy Butler stuff and the Kevin Durant comments about why he didn't come to the Warriors, in which Kevin Durant laid out a bunch of different reasons why, and sure he's going to get ripped for that. And young Tony, I think we can go right into it because you're playing this as a rejoin. Let's get the Gary Payton quote ready and play the song. First, just tell people what they're hearing right now.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Okay, the only board op with a sponsored segment, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. He's making money for the station.
Money.
I don't know about these other guys. I don't know how much money they're making. All right, young Tony, what are we hearing here, buddy?
This is Apple Tree by Erykah Badu.
Yes.
We have the GP2 quote if you want it right here.
Yes, let's hear it. This is last night. Warriors demolished the double mint green Charlotte Hornets. What the hell were those? When did the Hornets turn into double mint green?
The Mr. Beast Charlotte Hornets.
128-92 in front of Mo Spates, Brandon Rush, and Festus Ezeli, don't you know? And after the game, Gary Payton gave what has to be the leading quote of the month for sure.
What's the chemistry like now with Jimmy?
Big vibes, big coffee vibes, candle vibes, just good vibes. Like Erykah Badu, Lauryn Hill, Jill Scott type of vibes. It's good. Golden vibes.
Unbelievable quote. Golden quote. How did he drop Erykah Badu, Jill Scott, and Lauryn Hill?
Vibes.
These are all sort of the R&B chanteuses. That's right, young Tony, chanteuse of the early 00s, I would say, late 90s, early 00s, with a vibe.
Yeah.
And you're hearing the vibe right now.
A big vibe.
And young Tony, so this is what you learned today is all the artists he named.
Absolutely, and then I just added the golden vibes to the win package.
Do you have Jill Scott ready to go? So this is so funny, man. What a take by Gary Payton. I told you guys, when the first time I saw Jimmy Butler, I was like, yeah, I'll never be that cool in a million years. And already you got Gary Payton telling you guys he's got Jill Scott vibes. Can you imagine going by Jimmy Butler's locker and there's a candle lit and this is coming out kind of from a little speaker, sort of softly? Like, not too loud?
Well, that's the thing. I think if I walk by Jimmy's locker and I hear this, a candle's not going to be the only thing lit, Murph. It might be more than that.
Yeah. I mean, is Jimmy in the community?
I think so. He talked about his connection to Quentin Post and their Amsterdam connection. I'm only thinking one thing when I think Amsterdam. I know there's a lot of coffee shops, but they're not selling big face coffee in those coffee shops.
That's true. I wonder if he's like, this is it, Golden. I like it. Jill Scott Golden. It's incredible. I don't know when the honeymoon's going to end. I don't want it to end because if it's a Jill Scott, Erykah Badu, I forgot the third, Lauryn Hill vibe, I'll take it. I think they're all descended from the great Roberta Flack who died yesterday. We want to pat her out. So there you go. Good job, Tony, and good job, Gary Payton, for turning us on to that.
Way to set the vibes today.
I know, right? So they're off to Orlando tomorrow. Every time they go to Orlando, I think about that incredible video of Klay Thompson and Leandro Barbosa at Harry Potter World, where like Klay was as serious as a heart attack. He's like, I read all the books. I love all the books. This is a great day. And they're like, Barbosa, why are you here? And he's like, I just came because Klay asked me to come. He's like, I don't know. I'm here for it. He's like doing his Barbosa thing. It was classic video.
I got to say, I was a little bummed out not to see Barbosa last night at the 10-year celebration.
Well, apparently I guess he's coaching with the Kings, huh?
Oh, well, good for
Fitz
Barbosa.
did a whole rundown of where everybody was, and he kind of gave their excused absences. Like Bogut owns the Sydney Kings, and they're in the playoffs or something, and Clay's playing, and all that stuff. So, but hey, you were there, buddy.
I was there.
And you got retweeted by Maurice Space.
Yeah, shout out Mo Buckets for retweeting me on Twitter yesterday.
All right, well, hand it over to Papa and Silver. Have some fun, everybody. Have a great sunny Wednesday, everybody. Enjoy it. We'll be back Thursday for a Baby Friday, one day closer to a Tens Friday coming up. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Well, Dak, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, excellence. Yeah, to press that issue.
Erykah Badu, Lauryn Hill, Jill Scott type of vibes. Golden vibes.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Brandon Ayuk is a player that a lot of teams had interest in before he signed that deal last year. Remember, he signed that 4-year, $120 million deal? There are some teams poking around now to see if the 49ers would be willing to deal Brandon
Let me
Ayuk.
stop you there. Why?
Because there are teams that need a receiver.
Why would San Francisco do that? Seriously.
Because San Francisco needs to pay Brock Purdy and figure out how to work all these contracts. They've got to pay a lot of guys.
Why would you pay Brock Purdy if Brock Purdy doesn't have a number one receiver? Because Brock Purdy's not going to be the same without Brandon Ayuk.
Maybe they think Ricky
Please don't do it,
Pearsall
San
can.
Francisco.
Look, I'm not saying they're going to. This is just the time of year where these conversations start, where agents and teams are starting to meet. Teams are meeting with each other going, hey, what would this look like? Would you be interested?
If I'm Brock Purdy and I even get a whiff of you trying to trade my number one receiver, I am not signing with you. I am going to pull the leverage card and I'm going to play out another deal.
Yes. Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel breaking it down, talking about Brandon Ayuk, other teams starting to poke around a little bit. Brandon Ayuk got some big money and a big injury last season, but other teams might be sniffing around, and it's kind of getting to that time where we're getting into 49ers offseason talk. We're going to hear from John Lynch today. We'll try to carry that feed live right here on The Sports Leader. And Papa and I are going to be wheels up tonight around 11 o'clock. So sleep out. Football in. 60-degree weather out. Thick jackets in. Deebo Samuel probably out. Brandon Ayuk, who knows? Off-season talk definitely in. Greg Papa, good morning.
Do you go out when the wheels go up? Can you sleep on airplanes, Greg?
Oh, that's going to be I'm going to say cautious no. So it's
Really?
going to be a fun little, it's true red eyes
That's
tomorrow.
why I'm the one to talk to you. You didn't have to fly with me. I love red eyes. I lived on red eyes. When I came out to the West Coast from the East Coast, taking the kids back home, it was so easy to take them on a red eye. By and large, they would sleep all night, and I'm out. I got the teddy bear. I got the back row all to myself.
Nice.
Maybe the exit row if we can keep it clean, but you got to be able to sleep on an airplane. And then when we land there, it'll be early in the morning and we go to work. So I can't wait to go to Indianapolis. Already sent out an all calls text to all the NFL radio play-by-play announcers. Andrew Siciliano's on the ground. A lot of people are there. Doug Brown from Buffalo, and we'll get a lot of guys on and find out, especially the teams that are picking 1 to 10 ahead of the Niners at 11, if the Niners stay at 11. Do they bundle a bunch of picks? There's so many good lead linemen. We're going to have Larry Kruger on, and Larry's already breaking it down more than I am just starting, but when we're not at St. Elmo's Fire having the shrimp cocktail with the horseradish, whoo, it burns. It's a good burn. We'll be doing nothing but grinding. I don't normally start this stuff until March, but we didn't have a playoff run, so we're starting it weeks and weeks early. John Lynch is there. We are efforting to take John live at 11 o'clock, and just a lot to get to. First of all, Kyle's not there, and a lot of debate on should the coach be there, and he feels like he can get more work done here, and some coaches will be there for sure, but they did finalize, and I think they've already had it largely worked out, the coaching staff, and they made major changes to the coaching staff. So we have not heard from John Lynch until early January, that Wednesday after the season ended. Robert Saleh is now in the building. Is he going to Indianapolis? I don't know. I haven't heard, but we'll find out. Robert Saleh, after weeks of interviewing to be a head coach in the NFL, fortunately for the Niners, not quite in this hiring cycle, maybe one in next year or the year after. He is back on January the 24th. They made that official with the announcement, and then they brought in the guy who he was working with, and Brant Boyer had a number of different head coaches when he was the special teams coordinator, but he is in line to be the special teams coordinator. So all these coaching hires, Kyle would normally address this if he was in Indianapolis. That may be part of his motivation in not going. He doesn't have to do it. He'll let John, and John's so good at it, being the former broadcaster. And speaking of being a former broadcaster, the big news is that Brian Griese is no longer on the staff. And it's been great the last 3 years getting to know Griese. His father, we had his father on the air when the Niners played Miami a couple of years ago. I think that's the game that Brock Purdy came in as Jimmy got hurt. And Bob, a Hall of Fame player, Bob actually went into coaching for a short time. Don Shula insisted that he coach. And then he said, Coach, I ain't coaching. Your hours are insane. I didn't have to work that hard to be a Hall of Fame quarterback, and he was one of the smartest ever, played with glasses on, and for Brian, it was kind of the same. And then Bob went into broadcasting. He was Keith Jackson's lead analyst on all those big ABC games. Bob called Brian playing in Rose Bowls and winning national championships in Michigan. So anyway, we just got a feeling that Brian Griese's really adept at it. He's a good communicator being a broadcaster, and he was the one. We'll get into it. I think we already know it. That he was the one that initially found Brock Purdy along with Clay Kubiak, and Steve Slowick, who was Bobby's brother, was the scout that saw him in college. But in any event, we kind of had a feeling that Brian would not be long for coaching. It's just incredibly insane hours. His family lives in Denver. It's hard. So we'll find out from John maybe why. But the last couple of years, he's kind of hinted, and they had to kind of twist his arm to get him to come back. That's why that Super Bowl last year in overtime would have been great to win one for him. But will he go into broadcasting? We'll see what he does. But speaking of Slowick family, I kind of thought with an opening, maybe Bobby Slowick would come back to the staff. I don't think he's employed by anybody. I could be wrong. He's certainly not an offensive coordinator, and they've decided not to do that. Clay Kubiak officially is the new offensive coordinator. They gave him a new title to Chris Furster, assistant head coach. And the big one, and you were there on the field. I think we introduced you to Michael Lombardi's son, Mick Lombardi, when your dad was there. We were all talking on the field, and I got to know Mick. I've known his dad forever and ever, and I got to know Mick this past year with the Niners. He's been here before. He was the offensive coordinator with the Raiders. So, and whenever you watch a practice, it is Kyle. On one side is Clay Kubiak. On the other side is Mick Lombardi. Brian's working with the quarterbacks. The one thing is with Brian, you had a guy that played quarterback in the NFL at a very high level. There are not many that do it. Mark Brunell is out there. Our friend Josh McCown, who we got to know well when he quarterbacked the Raiders. He's a quarterback coach as well, and a good one. So Mick will give it a little bit of a different feel. But Kyle, obviously, handles the quarterback room as well. So a lot to get to when we hear from John Lynch, not just the coaching staff and all the changes. You mentioned Diana Rossini with the report, and they nearly traded Ayuk last year. Omar Khan in Pittsburgh still needs wide receivers. He made offers, as far as I know, for Ayuk and for Debo. So we'll talk to Larry about it, and we'll see what John has to say. If you put one up for sale, keep the other. Probably get more back for Ayuk, but he's coming off a rough injury. So a lot for John to address from the Combine at 11 o'clock. What's going on with Dre Greenlaw? And then the whole reason you're actually in Indianapolis, the draft. And the Niners are picking 11, which is pretty high, too high.
Yeah, and it's a lot higher than we are used to, especially in my almost 3 years at KNBR and most of your time here, Papa, at KNBR. So going to be fun to be out there. We're wheels up tonight. Tomorrow we'll be here with the red eyes. Papa's going to be looking fresh off of his beauty sleep. Silver, we'll see. It's going to be an experiment, but it will be fun regardless. Can't wait for it. This is our last show here in studio. Catch us on YouTube and Twitch or wherever you get KNBR, the sports leader. And we got Walter in today doing the heavy lifting here. I'll do a little tease of the guest list right now, which I usually do beginning of segment number 2. On the other side, we're going to do a quick pivot to the Warriors. Not a super uneventful game last night, but they continue to take care of business with a 128-92 win over the Charlotte Hornets. And the reason we're going to do that is because we got Mark Spears joining us at 10:30. We'll hear from John Lynch around 11 o'clock. Make sure we get all the technicalities sorted out for that one. Larry Kruger's going to join us at 12:50. And it is Wednesday, where we would normally have Walter's Wednesday whip around, but I think we're going to punt on that matter today. After all the show beef that has been going around between Dirty Work and the morning show. Here's our thing. We just stay in our lane. All of our show beef happens in-house, okay? That's between me and Walter usually. And Walter, I want to let you pop on the mic here for a second. What percentage of the time are you beefing with zero of the Gregs? Because it's at least one, sometimes two.
Wait, what was the question? Say that again.
What percent of the time are you beefing with neither of the Gregs?
All the time.
100. You never beefs with me.
No, I never beef with Papa.
So why is it always Dirty Work that's picking on the other shows? Can't we all just get along? What's wrong with them?
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, like I said,
must have been parenting. I blame it on bad parenting. Just get along with everybody.
As I said, Barry Bonds quote, they played it. They're like, hey, if you're good, then you don't really have to talk about yourself. Let other people talk about you. That's kind of what we've been doing here on Papa and Silver. Just staying in our lane, keeping the things moving. Talk a little Warriors next with Mark Spears. Big 49ers day as we get ready for the NFL Combine. And we'll touch a little bit on the San Francisco Giants as well. That's all coming up your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Diana Rossini of The Athletic putting out there that teams are poking around about 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk after he got a big extension and sustained a major knee injury. So what do the 49ers do about that? We'll be talking about it today right here, Papa and Silver, the sports leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Warriors with a big win last night over the Charlotte Hornets. Thanks for hanging out, Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Spending a little more time here on the West Coast before we go do some serious investigation at the NFL Combine and figure out what the 49ers are going to do with pick number 11 and beyond. They got 10 of them to choose from, so it is a big offseason coming up, and anytime you go from Super Bowl to 6 and 11, well, that next offseason is going to be a whole lot of work ahead. And the Niners already got a head start compared to where they were this time last year. Mark Spears of ESPN and Anscape. We do it every other week, and today it's going to be on a Wednesday. He's joining us coming up at 10:30 so we can prepare to hear from 49ers general manager John Lynch. So a quick little recap on the Golden State Warriors. And I guess my main takeaway from this one, Papa, is, look, big blowout. Charlotte now with the worst point differential over a 3-game span in NBA history. They were missing LaMelo Ball. But for the Golden State Warriors, I do think if you had that kind of first half, which was not all that impressive, that could have been the kind of game in maybe December or January that gave you a little bit of a hard time, and it was a little closer than you wanted it to be. Not a great first half. They took care of business, ran away with it in the third quarter. We got Kevin Knox II throwing down jams and hitting threes, and 6-1 with Jimmy Butler. You can only control who's on your schedule. Keep taking care of business.
So it was 3 weeks ago, we were wondering, the deadline is upon us. The Hall of Famer Mark Spears will join us in a little bit at 10:30. He joined us the day of the deadline and said, KD ain't coming. Go get Vucevic. And then the Jimmy Butler thing we didn't know about. Now look at the way the world is upside down. Phoenix just keeps losing and losing and losing. They're dropping out. The Warriors win 3 out of 4 going into the break with Jimmy. And coming out of the break, wow, I feel like I'm watching the same ass-kicking over and over and over again that we haven't seen since Kevin Durant's Warriors. 128-92. I don't care who you're playing. They're all professional players. Look at the turnover margin. The Warriors 12 last night. Charlotte 19 points off turns. The Warriors forced 25 turnovers and got 37 points off turnovers. The suffocating defense, 37.1% from the floor. I know LaMelo didn't play last night, but he's a high-volume scorer. The Warriors haven't had 3 straight games holding the opponents to under 40%, going back to Durant's Warriors. They are playing both ends of the floor. They got lulls here and there. You know, in the old days, the Warriors would kind of kick around with the game the first half, unleash Rocco in the second half, and go off. Steph happens third quarter, Kalena, and you don't have to play the fourth quarter. They are dominating these teams. It is amazing. And we'll talk to the Hall of Famer Mark Spears. You ever see a middle-of-the-season trade? Not an off-season signing like bringing in Durant. And they were already 73-9. A mid-season trade, I'd have to jog my memory a bit, that has completely not only flipped a season, but flipped the fortunes of a franchise. We thought they're just kind of wandering around lost in the wilderness. I don't know how they're going to do this. And I'm saying I don't want to trade Wiggins. I don't want to trade Pajemski. I don't want to trade Jonathan Kuminga. We had to give up Wiggins, but you know what? I don't miss him. So far, I don't miss him. There were times I thought I did a little bit against Kyrie in defense, but you got other guys that are getting into the ball. They have completely flipped their season, and they did it overnight. And what if Durant said, I'll come back. I'll come back to the Bay. Would they be this good with Durant that they are with Jimmy? Durant is just different, but a lot of it is KD gets what KD wants. Jimmy Butler, in his own strange way, he goes up for a shot. I have no confidence it's going to go in, even hit the rim. It may hit the backboard. He's the anti-Durant. When Durant, like Kobe, goes up, shoot the ball. I don't care if you miss. It'll bounce 5 times off the rim softly and roll out.
And it's the prettiest looking thing you've ever seen.
It's beautiful. It's the most beautiful miss ever. With Jimmy's just a completely different player, but he's a force multiplier. And KD played well. I want to play with joy, share the ball. Then he said, we really have to pass the ball 300 times a game? Just give me 30 shots. So, I mean, in a weird way, Are we thankful to Kevin Durant that he would not come back? What is Phoenix going to do with him in the offseason? They're going to have to trade him. I mean, this team looks like they're lost. They have time to figure it out, but when are they going to figure it out? And for the Warriors, wow, it's the same game over and over and over again. Obviously, Steph's playing great. Got a little banged up with his thumb, but they're flying to Orlando right now. Draymond's playing spirited. He may be in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year now that Wembanyama's out the year. I think it's wide open. There are a lot of good candidates. Pajemski's playing great since he came back.
Yep.
Moses Moody, they're all fitting in. Buddy Hield looks like an entirely different guy. Was it the All-Star shootout Saturday night, putting 31 on the board in the first round, or just going to the Bahamas and tipping his toe in, or whatever? He looks like a different player. And I think a lot of it is Butler. What flipped your season around? The Butler did it. And Joe Lacob did it. And I give Joe all the credit. I don't know Mike Dunleavy. I didn't know him. I left here to go to San Antonio when they drafted him. I didn't know. I knew his dad really well as a player and a coach. I don't know Mike. I think he may be quietly the driving force in going to get this guy because he knew him. Steve Kerr never met him. All the years they've been in the NBA together, never crossed paths. Mike Dunleavy played with him when he was a young guy in Chicago before all the drama. And then you start making money and the greed of more and Pat Riley's book and, guys become divas a little bit. But you know what? He might be all that. Big face coffee. He's got a lot of interest. The candles in the locker room. I remember the time when they lit up in the locker room. It was Sprewell, Weber, and Mookie Blaylock, and it was a whole different aroma than what's going on right now. But the trade to get Jimmy Butler and the way it flipped the team going into the break 3-1, even more so coming out of the break, just rolling Sacramento, rolling Dallas, two teams that gave you problems earlier in the year, two teams you have got to get over on if you're going to make the Super Six. Now we'll see what they do. Mark actually is in Orlando. They got buried last night. They lost by 30, so they're going to be
40.
angry playing. Was it 40? I lost count. Whatever it was. They lost by a lot. So whatever it wound up being. But give me a comp where an in-season trade has flipped the fortunes of a season, of a franchise. I don't want to hyperbolize. I'll have to go back. I'm sure there have been, when the Lakers got Paul Gasol, but that wasn't the middle of a year. I'm talking making a trade in the middle of a year that completely flipped an entire basketball team around. Give me a comp, and it's early. Yeah. It could go sideways, but right now, Jimmy Butler has solved all.
Well, this wasn't a singular trade, but this is how Dallas went from a lottery team 2 years ago to getting to the finals last year. They got P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford, and that flipped the fortunes of their season. Yeah. Obviously, that's two
Nico
players
Harrison.
And not one.
Nico did that.
And Nico did do it, and the thank you Nico chants out in L.A. last night as Luka Doncic got revenge in round one in what was a rather ugly game, but nonetheless, the Lakers get past the Dallas Mavericks. And here's the deal. It's only been 3 games out of the All-Star break. I know that the Warriors played against an injured Dallas team, a Sacramento Kings team that had been giving them trouble, and a Charlotte Hornets team without its best player. That being said, the discussion going into the All-Star break, Papa, was, well, so far, good early returns on Jimmy Butler, but they got a long way to go to get the 6th seed. They still have a long way to go to finish the season. But as we look at it right now, this moment, they are a half game back of the LA Clippers. And now the Clippers have the tiebreaker over the Golden State Warriors, so they can't finish equal in the standings. The point being, we're sitting here in such a short amount of time with the playoffs looking miles more realistic than it was just before the All-Star break, even when things were already starting to look up. So you got to sustain it. You're going to go on the road. You're going to face some adversity. Guys got to stay healthy. But right now, with the way Jimmy Butler has immediately impacted winning, and if you take away that first 2.5 quarters in his first game in Chicago, I mean, it's been entirely uphill outside of the bad game in Dallas when you couldn't stop Kyrie Irving. And
well, I mean, the Chicago had a slow start. You got to understand, when you trade for a guy, he doesn't know anybody on the team. He flies. They don't have a practice. You're going to have ups and downs. NBA's about lulls. Then they went off on streaks, runs. They what was it, 56-13? They outscored them at one point in Chicago. Are you kidding me? That's going back to when Durant was on this team. So these 2 wins, you're on top of Sac now. You're on top of Dallas. You're holding steady at 27 losses. How long can you keep 27 losses? Now, Dallas has 28. Sac has 28. Minnesota has 27. They have one more win. The Clippers have lost 3 in a row. They have 26. Can you get up to 5? Houston's got 22. It's hard to do in the NBA, but you got time. You got time. And then the Lakers, they're 35 and 21, and they were playing really well before they got Luka. The game last night, I watched the entire game last night. And everybody says the NBA is a make-or-miss league. Well, yeah, sometimes. But really, what's the quality of the shot?
Right.
If you're taking really hard shots, you're more likely to miss those. The Dallas Mavericks, I want to see the breakdown. How many shots did they just have wide, ass open, and miss? Over and over. Miss layups around the cup. They had wide open looks. Clay was terrible in the first half. Then he got on a heater in the second half. Kyrie is playing so well. They just didn't make shots. They were 17 of 44 on the 3-ball, and a lot of them were wide open looks, and they missed, Clay ups. They still pushed and almost took that game, but the Lakers was still Luka feeling his way, 1 for 7 on threes. He's got to get rebounds. He's got to get assists. He's just big. He dominates the game. You can attack him defensively. So the question is, what team has made a midseason trade and flipped their fortunes? Well, the Warriors are right now. What have the Lakers done with this trade? And they're hardy and whole right now. They're not waiting for a lot of guys to come back. So we'll just see what they can be. But I still think Dallas is the team to worry about. Watch that game when Anthony Davis played the first 2.5 quarters of that game against Houston. He was dominating, and they were so good. They don't have any of their bigs. They don't have Gafford. They're just not, Lively, the other guy, big they have. And those are 2 legit centers, and they want to play AD at 5 or 4 and just keep them off 5. So that team to me is scary as you look ahead. So maybe it will be Dallas that flips their fortunes when they get healthy. AD just got hurt again. Maybe AD keeps getting hurt. I don't know. But when he was on the floor, that guy is a dominant two-way player. Maybe the Lakers will ultimately prevail when they added Luka. They gave up a lot to get him. But right now, the Butler did it. I mean, it's incredible. We'll have to ask Mark. He's been covering this league nearly as long as me. He's a Hall of Famer. I mean, the fortunes of this franchise in 3 weeks have completely flipped 180. And they did it when Durant said no. Jimmy said, I want a new deal. They don't do it in Phoenix. There was a deal in place to trade Durant to the Warriors, and KD and Rich Kleiman nixed it. What if he accepts that deal? It's so wild. And then Jimmy doesn't want to come. Now he comes, and it's like he was born to be a Warrior. I mean, right now, Mike Dunleavy, is he going to get Executive of the Year for pulling off this midseason trade?
If they keep winning, then he will probably have somewhat of a case. Got to give a shout-out to MEZBX in the YouTube chat mentioning Clyde Drexler midseason trade, which happened on Valentine's Day of 1995 when the Houston Rockets ended up pairing him with Olajuwon. Went on to have a pretty good end result to that season as well.
That team was a 6 seed. That team was a 6 seed that year.
Yeah.
That was the heart of a champion Houston team. So that is a good comp.
Yeah, very good comp there by MEZBX. And also going to keep monitoring the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Up next, let's talk to him. Mark Spears said Kevin Durant wasn't coming a few weeks ago. He let us down easy. And now we're going to talk about the 6-1 since Jimmy Butler arrived. We'll do that next right here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, his work is global, but on the sports leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
What's happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver. It is time to talk to our good friend, Mark Spears, senior writer for ESPN and Anscape.com. And we said it right before the break, Mark, that you let us down easy a few weeks ago about Kevin Durant probably not going to want to reunite in the Bay. Now he's on Draymond's podcast. He's still on the Phoenix Suns, who are skidding. Jimmy Butler didn't want to sign an extension. Now he's here. And the Warriors are a plus 122 in those combined 7 games. Yeah, it's the Charlotte Hornets last night, but we haven't seen a team look this dominant wearing blue and gold probably since 2022 at times. So that's all to say. Good morning. Good to talk to you. And how's it going with?
Well, good afternoon from Orlando. It certainly is a new era for the Warriors. 3 weeks ago, they looked sad, downtrodden, no hope in the sky. And then now, simply with this Jimmy Butler trade, it's just been a complete turnaround. In hindsight, I do think that Jimmy was probably a better pickup than Kevin. For Kevin, I don't know that he would have been excited about it. Obviously, he didn't want to come. And the Warriors could have forced that trade and did it even without his blessing. But I do think it was smart for them to see if they could get their blessing from him first. But so far, I mean, Jimmy has been a seamless addition. Typically, when you get somebody in a mid-season trade, it takes a while for them to jump in and make an impact and get on the same page, But the last time I saw a player fit in this seamlessly was back in 2008 when Pau Gasol went from Memphis to the Lakers. And they ended up going to the finals and losing to the Celtics. But I've been thoroughly impressed by not only how Jimmy's played, but how he's been able to take this team to the next level.
Yeah, we were just wondering that very thing. And we mentioned Pau Gasol, and that was a little like the Luka deal. Everybody was like, how the hell did Memphis just give them Pau Gasol? Another listener texted in Clyde Drexler and what he was able to do going from Portland to Houston and, going back to Houston where he played collegiately with Akeem and Phi Slamma Jamma. And that team was a 6th seed. They wound up winning the championship, Mark. It's just history tells you they didn't make trades in the NBA middle of the year because it was hard to bring a guy in. You're seeing it more and more. But this may go down as one of the best mid-season acquisitions via trade. Long way to go, but so far it has a chance to be one of the most impactful in NBA history.
Yeah, it's interesting. Bobby Marks, who works with me at ESPN, he's a former Nets assistant GM. He told me that a lot of times you forget how good a player is when they've been out a while. And I think such was the case for Jimmy, right? There was just so much turmoil around him, so much drama. It was almost like it was a movie script, right? Or a soap opera, so to speak. And, now that he's with the Warriors, I keep hearing people say, well, he's on his good behavior now. Like, how long is that going to last? Well, I think Jimmy realizes that this is probably his last stop. He got the money he wanted. What's the point of acting up now? It doesn't really make any sense, right? So I think he's going to be the best Jimmy Butler he could be. And one thing I recall about him, and I think I told you guys this before, like I've never seen a player will 2 teams to the finals that had no business being there. And Jimmy Butler did that. He did that in the bubble. He did that 2 years ago. And I mean, obviously it's Steph's team. It's always going to be Steph's team. But I mean, when Draymond talks about them, being a championship caliber team, I do worry about their lack of size still, lack of scoring on the inside, but Jimmy does help in that regard. Kuminga helps in that regard. And we're seeing the Warriors go 6-1 with Jimmy without one game with Kuminga. So if Kuminga could get healthy, the team could get healthy the rest of the way, I mean, they're truly capable of beating anybody on any given night.
Talking to Mark Spears here, and I want to get to Jonathan Kuminga in just a second, but you mentioned you're out in Orlando, and they suffered a tough loss last night, 40 points to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Warriors can resonate with that one as well, as the Cavs have just been beaten up on a lot of teams. But what is your evaluation of the Orlando Magic? Because I haven't watched a ton of them. I was impressed with their growth last year. I think Jamal Mosley is a really good young coach, but saw Cole Anthony get hurt. They still look like they got some hurdles to go over. Health hasn't been on their side at times this year. So what is this Orlando Magic team that the Warriors are going to go and face here tomorrow?
They're a team in disarray right now, man. Like a team without a focus. The Jalen Suggs injury has destroyed this team. They have he's not the best player on the team, but he's the heart and soul on the team. He's the captain of this team. And so, I'm doing a diary on Paolo Banchero this season, and he's been up and down since he's come back from his injury. Franz Wagner's been up and down since he's come back from both abdominal injuries. But just they don't have any shooters. They don't really have a great point guard. They got too many ain't gots. And so right now I think they're in a tough position where they're going to be fighting to get into the play-in after being a 5th seed a year ago. So to me, for the Warriors, this is a great time, to play the Magic. They got beat up pretty bad, and the Cavaliers wanted to make a statement. They feel like the Magic have been, talking a lot of trash since they went to a 7-game series with them, and they certainly did make a statement. But, it's interesting, too, on a different note. I talked to Donovan Mitchell after the game, and he was telling me that I said, when did you know that this Cleveland team was for real? And the first game he mentioned was when they beat the Warriors. And he noted that the Warriors' record was really good at the time, and they were the first team to really beat them down. And so he said that was a big confidence, booster for them as well. So they're definitely the Orlando Magic certainly aren't playing on the same level as Cleveland right now, and this is a good time for the Warriors to play them.
Yeah, they lost by 40 last night. There's no joy in the happiest place on earth. And if they do win a play-in game, Orlando, they may have to face Cleveland. We'll see how it all flushes out. Just give me your thoughts on Cavaliers. Kenny Atkinson has got to be the coach of the year this year. Warriors had him on the staff. He's revitalized his career. They got 3, arguably could have been 4 All-Stars. But they're way ahead of Boston. They got a 6-game lead at 48-10. They've won 8 in a row. So if you're going to beat them, you have to go to Northeast Ohio and take a game. You got Milwaukee there. That's always interesting. Knicks, Indiana. Do you see the East, Mark, as strictly a 2-team battle between the Cavaliers and Boston? And I think everybody thinks Boston's just going to go back to the finals. What about the Cavaliers?
No, look, I do have Boston as the favorite, but it ain't going to be easy, man. I do see them playing Cleveland in the Eastern Conference Finals. Cleveland has proven that they can compete with Boston, although Boston did get a nice win against them recently. They play again on Friday in Boston. Cleveland right now is about making statements. They can make one on Friday, and that they added some really good pieces. They don't have any wasted roster spots. They're growing in confidence. They're healthy, unlike how they were last season in the postseason. And, I talked to Donovan Mitchell yesterday. He's like, look, I've been to the Western Conference Finals with Utah. He hasn't been to the finals, and he kind of feel like that's the one thing that is missing in his legacy. Like you see Donovan Mitchell as one of the perennial all-stars, but he acknowledged that there's a different room when it comes to the elite stars of the league, and he needs to get his team to the finals to do that. It won't be easy against Boston, but if they're actually a team, the only team I think in the East that could beat them. Like it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to see Cleveland back in the finals.
Talking to Mark Spears here on the UMA guest line. Great to have him every other week. And Mark, you mentioned Jonathan Kuminga earlier. I do feel like for all the honeymoon and the roses and flowers and Jimmy Butler coming in with his big face coffee and his candles and the vibes, we got to address the elephant in the room, which is Jonathan Kuminga's return. And I just want to ask you, pretty plain and simple, is this make or break time for Jonathan Kuminga as it pertains to his future with the organization? Because my thinking is, if he comes back and isn't a great fit for this team, they'll know they'll got the full year of Jimmy Butler next year. Would they consider trading him instead of paying him big money? That's, obviously if he fits, that's great. They keep him. But is this kind of the make or break window here?
No, that's a great question. I expect them to keep him. And, you're only as good as the market makes you, right? Is there a team willing to try to get a poison pill together to try to, steal him as a restricted free agent? I don't know that there is. He's still young. I think he can learn a lot from Jimmy. You still need that next group that's going to take the franchise to the future. So I see him being a part of it. It's just my curiosity is with him is at what number, and whether they eventually decide to put him into the starting lineup, because I know that was something that was certainly disappointing to him as well. So I'm curious to see once he's back is how does he accept his role coming off the bench? Is he going to accept that with open arms and embrace it and do well, or is he going to be disappointed and mope? And so that's the thing. I mean, he certainly has a talent. He had an amazing December, but he hasn't played in a long time. And I think for him, the best thing for him in terms of his potential free agency re-signing or going elsewhere is really just to play basketball, man. Don't let his agent call anybody and, cause any drama. This team's in a good space right now. So I think it's behooves him more to fit in than to fit out.
Yeah, and probably not in Orlando, but maybe Philly. Next week they continue the road trip. He did have a 5-on-5 full court scrimmage, so if they can get him one more, they may be able to activate him, get his cardio up. And he was playing off the bench when he got hurt this year. He played off the bench at the end of next year. Joe Lacob, after they got Jimmy Butler, was pretty clear. We want to keep Jonathan Kuminga. But just going back to our start of our conversation 3 weeks ago, we were all in on Durant. Durant says no, and now they're floundering. Just by, sometimes in sports, the best trades are the ones you don't make. Do we know what the offer was? There's reports out there that they made an offer, it was all agreed to, and KD and Kleiman nixed it. If they're going to get Durant, it had to be Wiggins, and was Kuminga in that deal? What other Warriors that are now starring in this remade roster would have to go in that trademark? Do we know?
Yeah, I don't know if Kuminga would have been involved. I mean, because the Warriors had a lot of other pieces to go with it. They would have certainly had to stack a lot of contracts to get there. Probably would have had to add some picks. But I think it all worked out. And I definitely think the main problem that Phoenix caused was not talking to Rich Kleiman beforehand. There's no way that a guy like Kevin Durant needs to hear this from the rumor mill. He has to hear it from the Suns directly or from Rich directly. And I think the Warriors, actually, from what I was hearing, they wanted to do it that way. They wanted to speak to him. They wanted to slow walk it. But because he heard it through the rumor mill, I think it messed it up before it could even get started. I think if Rich Kleiman would have heard about it, been able to talk to Kevin, perhaps Kevin would be in Golden State and would all worked out. But hey, as you said, sometimes the best trades aren't made. Right now, this looks like a really, really great trade, and Jimmy's going to be there for a couple of years. So, it all worked out. So it seems to me.
Yeah, they always say Jimmy Butler, he's got the honeymoon phase and then the brutal breakup. But, hey, this was also designed to be somewhat of a short-term marriage. So maybe it all works out for the best. Mark, really appreciate you coming by with us. We'll see how the Warriors fare in Orlando tomorrow and if they can keep building this thing. But as it stands right now, they are a half game out of the 6th seed, which If I was going to be saying that in February, I would have thought I was absolutely crazy when you told us that Kevin Durant had no interest in a reunion.
Yeah, well, what a difference a trade makes, right?
Yeah, no kidding. All right, Mark, have a great time in Orlando, and I'll be keeping my eyes out for that Paolo Banchero diary.
All right, guys. Take care now.
Thank you, Famer.
He is the Hall of Famer, Mark Spears. And on the other side, we'll do a little bit of reaction to Spears, but also start to pivot our way into some 49ers talk, getting ready to hear from John Lynch, find out when we'll be able to take that audio, because we will be carrying it right here on the Sports Leader. Just a question of when, with all the technicalities and when things air. So we'll give you that information coming back on the other side. Greg Papa, Greg Silver, and super awesome Walter, because we're the show that doesn't have beef on the Sports Leader.
Good morning, Greg Papa here. I got a question for you. Do you struggle with glasses and contacts? And if you do, you've probably thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO-ICL. But if you now need readers or bifocals, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has a permanent solution to ditch them all. CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. I had CLR from Laser Eye Center, and I see perfectly without glasses of any kind, including those annoying readers. It's truly been amazing and a game changer. If you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar Friday, March the 7th. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, while you will never develop a cataract your entire life. I didn't know that, but that's true. Find out if CLR could be right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar Friday, March the 7th. CLR, no readers, glasses, contacts, no cataracts. Laser Eye Center, they're in Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's the chemistry like now with Jimmy?
Big vibes, big coffee vibes, candle vibes, just good vibes. Like Erica Badu, Lauryn Hill, Jill Scott type of vibes. It's good. Golden vibes.
Yeah, so the morning show was having some fun with that Gary Payton II cut, talking about the Jimmy Butler vibes as we just spoke with Mark Spears and kind of rounding out that conversation before we get ready for John Lynch. Yeah, the vibes certainly very different, Papa. And, you know, Kevin Durant spoke on Draymond Green's podcast, and we could play that sound a little bit later about why he didn't end up wanting to get traded. It actually was, if you're First Take or First Things First or any show that is just looking to stir controversy, Kevin Durant's quote really doesn't give you a lot of meat on the bone. But bottom line is he didn't come here. Jimmy Butler did, and it has changed not just the results of this team, but the energy is very different. And all of a sudden that Draymond Green, we are going to win the championship quote, yeah, they're probably not going to win the championship, odds considered, but you can kind of see how it wasn't as outrageous as it seemed over the All-Star break with just how much things have changed internally with this group.
Watch what you're seeing right now. It's a complete transformation, and I'm not going to say you get into trouble with this team in 22 and try to make proclamations on what they can't do. Let's just see. They have completely flipped. This is not the team that was 12-3. It's not the team that went 10-20 over a 30-game stretch. Let's just see. And Pau Gasol, that was a midseason trade. I remember everybody was screaming, what? How did they get him? How did Memphis give Pau Gasol to the L.A. Lakers? They wanted to shut down the league. And he was a better fit in a lot of respects than Shaq. Shaq and Kobe didn't get along. Pau Gasol was a perfect complement, especially to an older Kobe Bryant. It was more like Michael down in the mid-post or lower. And Pau was so good at the high post. What a skilled player. Well, we go back to Clyde Drexler, and that was a trade that Portland was just off their championship run. They got Michael back-to-back years, and he went back to Houston with Akeem and Phi Slamma Jamma, where it all began, and they were a 6 seed. That was probably the lowest seed. Boston had 1 year when it was a different league, Russell's last year, where they were not a great team. They won in the 40s. And they won the championship on the Nelly shot off the back rim in Game 7 in the Forum to beat Jerry West and the Lakers. And but I think the Houston team may be the only team that won it as a 6 seed. So let's just see. You don't know. And it's so interesting 3 weeks ago where the Warriors were at and just evaluating everything. We were all in on Durant. And I got to say... They are stupid lucky that Durant did not want to come here. How would you not ask Durant before he played against the Warriors on Friday night?
Right.
Rich Kleiman sitting next to Joe. I can't wrap my brain around that being true. I have no idea. Nobody asked Kleiman. Nobody asked KD, do you want to come back? What? Why is he sitting next to the owner? Good to see Mo Buckets, by the way, next to him last night. Maurice. But sometimes the best trades are the ones you don't make. Sometimes the best trades are the ones you're kind of backed into making. So whatever it has flipped the fortunes of this franchise. And let's just see. Jimmy's going back to Florida. He's not going to South Florida. He's going to the happiest place on earth in Orlando in the middle of the state. And let's just see what they do on this road trip. So, and that is a word for all. Sometimes the best trades are the ones you don't make. Sometimes they're the ones you're kind of backed into. Which we're going to hear from John Lynch, and we are efforting to get John on as quickly to live as possible. He's going to take the podium in Indy in a couple of minutes here. But they could have traded Brandon Ayuk last year. They had offers to trade him. There were times there where it looked like we're not going to be able to sign this guy. He keeps changing his mind, not just daily, by hourly. I remember when we flew to Las Vegas and he was on that flight for that preseason game, I think we all thought it was done. You take a physical, his hairstyle was different. It's like when we were flying there the night before the game, I thought it was a done deal. They're going to announce it the next day. And then he's a completely different Ayuk when we got there. And he went back and forth and he dragged it out. So there were points there where it got close to trading him. And Omar Khan in Pittsburgh wanted them. There were a number of teams that were looking to get him. Would he accept one? They could have traded them to New England. He didn't want to go there for the money. There were a number of teams that are, whatever reason, you didn't trade him. You didn't trade Debo. And then Debo has a poor year despite coming in rock solid shape. He got hurt early in the year. He had that weird pneumonia from a fan blowing around. Not that kind, not the faithful kind of fan. Why do you have a fan in your room? Just weird. Anyway, moving on from that. So now Debo wants a trade. Last time we heard from John Lynch in early January, he was saying we don't trade good players. I'm not sure we're not going to trade him. Well, he asked for a trade. The report is that the 49ers allowed his agent to go out and look for a trade. Where are you at now? You're at the combine. You just got there. Kickers and punters and long snappers are working out, which is also interesting. Wisnowski had a back injury. Jake did not have a great second year. A lot of it was the ankle injury. But, just where the Warriors were at and you reach that pivot point, KD, Jimmy, we want to go KD. He won't come here. Ayuk won't take the money in New England. We have to reverse. So there are a couple of points here. Do you do this with Debo? Is now the time to trade Debo, Samuel? We'll see what John says. John is very good he's like a politician. He'll talk in long form paragraphs and give a speech. He's a broadcaster and not say a damn thing. Or he may just say we're not trading him or we are trading him. Depends on what he wants to get out. But now when you go to the combine, you're not only getting the medicals and evaluating all the draft eligibles, you're talking to every GM. Just about a lot of coaches aren't there, but many of them are. And all the agents are there. So we can say the legal tampering period starts March the 10th, and you can sign guys March the 12th. You don't think they talk right now? Talk about another agent to a guy I have on contract, and we already have his rights. We could re-sign him. He's restricted. You also represent this guy on another team that's not able to be spoken about. How does that actually happen? So is now the time to make a Debo Samuel trade? Would you pivot and keep Debo and trade Ayuk? You probably would get more back for Ayuk. Assuredly you would. But what are the medicals on Ayuk? Coming off an ACL, MCL, and other complications in that knee. So it's going to be all right now, and hopefully we'll hear from John Lynch shortly.
Yeah, so as we kind of pivot from the Warriors in basketball to the 49ers and the NFL, do want to give a couple of nods to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 707 saying Greg squared. I know this is not an NBA midseason trade, but how about the 49ers when they got Fred Dean? And then 916 mentioning the most obvious contemporary one is Christian McCaffrey.
Without a doubt.
So there you go. And you were listening.
Yeah, those are football trades. That's not what we're talking about. But Fred Dean came in smoking a cig, and he didn't get a contract in San Diego, and he was instrumental in that 81 team and also the 84 team. And we all know about McCaffrey, but stay on topic. We're talking about the NBA.
Well, we're doing a little segue to topic. NBA now to NFL. Got to incorporate the texters in there. And you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So we will have the John Lynch audio for you sometime, hopefully in the next half hour or so. We got a lot of people in the bullpen working hard to make it happen as it airs. And one quote that I can share already, this one coming from Matt Barrows and his X account. John Lynch said that negotiations with Brock Purdy's agent have begun. He said he wouldn't go into the details, obviously, but we want Brock to be our quarterback for as long as we're here. I would argue that, as far as not being able to share too much into the details, that's also not doing the broadcaster professional saying a whole lot of things without saying anything at all. I think that's making a pretty clear statement like he did in the season-ending presser.
Well, John's a man of faith, so you're not going to lie. If you are talking to Kyle Strong and his agent, you're going to tell people you're talking to Kyle Strong and the agent. And what are you actually looking at? Are you looking at and we've talked about it just to be cute, the 262, because he was draft pick number 262. How many years? 4, 5, or 6? If you could get him to a 6-year deal on that and pay him in the low 40s, which is right around the figure you'd have to franchise tag him next year, they may be open to doing that. And he's under contract for next year. He's not a free agent. He can't talk to other teams. And his salary is going to jump from 1.1 to 5.2. But, if you did a 6-year, 262 for 6, it's 43.66. They would do that, I think. I don't know. A lot of it is what's guaranteed. The first year, the second year. We're not talking about this year. The new money would be later. And you could give him a signing bonus and spread it out to make it actually cap friendly. If you do a 5-year deal, 262 for 5, it's 52.4. Do you want to do that? You don't have to do that. You could tag him. Just let him work under his final year of his rookie deal and then franchise tag him next year. What's that figure going to be at? Right now, with the explosion in quarterback salaries, it's 41.3 or 4 is what the Vikings are looking at with Darnold. Who else is going to get a new contract? Is Kansas City going to restructure Mahomes? Is Buffalo going to redo Kyle Allen's? Who else is going to get a new contract that would drive that number up? It wouldn't go up a whole lot. And if you do a 4-year deal, then you're talking Dak Prescott money, and that's something they probably would not do. So
yeah,
John's not going to lie to you, but that is a vague term that he's talking to the agent. Of course he's talking to the agent. The agent probably calls every hour.
Yeah, and we're going to hear from John Lynch, hopefully, on our show either tomorrow or Friday when we are out in Indianapolis. So one of the things to be monitoring right now, of course, we came in with the cut from Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel talking about other teams poking around for Brandon Ayuk. Now, it's more likely than not, and all but likely, that they will end up parting ways with Deebo Samuel this time around. Are you surprised to hear that teams are poking around with Brandon Ayuk, considering the money he got combined with the big injury? Because my thought was, if the 49ers didn't move Brandon Ayuk last year, I'm not necessarily sure why they would this year, knowing that other teams' asking price might have dropped considering the medical record.
No, I'm not. This is the combine. You're going there, and it's not the start of the new league year, and some GMs have been there all week, and technically it starts 2 weeks from today is March the 12th, and you can start signing players, but you can legally tamper March the 10th, and you're going there to evaluate the 300 plus that are at the combine. They talk about everything. I'm sure they talk about. I know Andrew Berry saying no to Myles Garrett. You don't think people are talking to him about Myles Garrett? Now, do I have to give up 3 ones to get Myles Garrett and pay him? Then maybe you should just stay there. If you were looking for that kind of deal, and you probably should. He's that good of a player. But this draft class is loaded with defensive ends, maybe not Myles Garrett, but maybe a guy who could be Myles Garrett in 3 or 4 years. Or some of these interior guys are monsters. Larry Kruger's breaking it down. We'll join him. So you talk about everything. They're probably having conversations about trading everybody on the roster. Who is untradeable off this roster, honestly? Kansas City's calling and asking about Trent Williams. They tried to get him a couple of years ago, and the Niners wound up giving him the big contract. They need a left tackle. They have to fix their edge and move Tooney back inside. So you talk about everything. Do you actually do it? Do you have more than just, no, I'm not doing that? So, no. They're poking around on Ayuk. How do you feel about Ayuk now after what happened? They were close to trading him. They didn't ultimately do it. He has a bad knee injury. What are the doctors telling you about his rehab? Is he going to make training camp? Is he going to make the first game of the year? Is he going to play in September at all? What's the nature of that? And then, if I can only get a day 3 pick for Deebo, what could I get for Ayuk? This is a good draft class. Could you get a first-round draft pick for Brandon Ayuk here? And the wide receiver position in this draft is interesting, starting with a Heisman Trophy winner. Who is this guy? Being able to play both positions? Travis Hunter, my God. So, no, they're talking about everything. Where does it go? For every trade you make, you probably talk about 100 other ones in theory. So that's just the nature of doing the job. So, but I do think it makes an interesting way to look at it with the cap and the situation they're up against and Brock Steele. And it's interesting if they would entertain trading Brandon Ayuk in light of the way the negotiations went last year.
Sorry, just working out some details with Walter here as we are getting you working on the John Lynch audio, which we'll hear sometime here in the 11 o'clock hour. And Larry Kruger is going to be joining us at 12:50 to break this down a little bit later. And yeah, this is the time when they're talking about all sorts of things. And it's not just the 49ers that have rumors going around. Matthew Stafford getting some serious interest from the Giants and the Raiders as a possibility. And then on top of that, Aaron Rodgers pretty vocal that if he wants to continue playing football, he'd like to pair with Sean McVay in LA, which could be a little impact to the NFC West. I'll tell you this. I know Matthew Stafford sometimes looks old. I know he's not always a perfect quarterback. I would love to get him out of the NFC West as the Rams seem to be trending in the right direction over this last year.
Well, I mean, before they traded for Trey Lance and, Deshaun Watson's whole life went sideways, they were all in on Stafford. And we watched every snap of his, that last year he played with a bad injury. We go against him twice a year. Niners have beaten him a lot. The last few years he's found a way to beat the Niners, and especially in the championship game. He is one of the best pure throwers of the football that has ever played. It is just different. Watching the way his eyes and feet and shoulders line up to the target, the way he manipulates the football. Mahomes is special in a different way. Stafford is right there, but he's older. I can't believe they're up against cap situations. The Rams have done this. We've heard rumblings about Mike Lombardi. Mick's dad has talked for a couple of years, 2 years ago. It was you could get Matthew Stafford. They want to move on from that contract. The rumblings you hear is that Sean McVay, little like Kyle before he got Brock, you fall in and out of love with quarterbacks. And I don't know what the deal is with him. He's a tremendous player and he's a good guy. I can't, if he goes to the Giants and, he wants $100 million over 2 years reported, he should get that. They're just allowing his agent to talk to teams and see what his market is, and then maybe that you come back and now we know what your market is and we'll try to get you there. But if every dollar you give Matthew Stafford, you lose the ability to pay other players, and there's a hard cap in this league, and I know it's going up a lot. But that one is, yes, I'd like Matthew Stafford the hell out of the NFC West. I wouldn't mind him on the 49ers, but he's 37. He's an older player. Do you make that kind of trade? We didn't like the Jordan Poole for Chris Paul trade. They did that. We didn't like Wiggins for Butler. Older sometimes is not older. It's better, wiser. That guy is the finishing piece. Would he go to the Giants? They're a ways away. There are other teams like Pittsburgh, you'd think, but I just can't. I don't think he's going to be traded. But the other part of it is, if they do trade Stafford and they're forced to move him, could they get their hands on Sam Darnold? Would be the concern. Aaron, it's all medical with Rodgers. Can he move? And he moved better later in the year, but he's got to move a lot better. He cannot be so stationary. That left Achilles tear atrophied. He was not the same guy. He can throw off 1 foot sometimes, but he missed a lot of throws. He is a diva. It would be completely. If they brought Sam Darnold back to Southern California, how would you feel about that? You know how much I love Darnold. Stafford's just a more accomplished player because he's done it longer. Darnold doesn't see the field quite like Matthew or make all the different arm angles, trajectory on throws, but he's a up-and-coming player. That would, if the Rams move on from him, they got to get a quarterback that can win and win now. Yeah. And they may think Kwesi tags him at $41 million. We trade for him. We trade Stafford there, and we save $10 million on the cap. But he's a younger player who's from USC and Southern California. How would we feel about Stafford leaving the Rams and them getting Sam I am?
Well, I can only imagine the storm on the socials when the Niners and Rams face off twice a year, and then Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold formerly being together in the quarterback room and how that all goes down. We already saw it once in week 2 when the 49ers got it handed to them by Sam Darnold and the Minnesota Vikings with that 97-yard touchdown to Justin Jefferson, among many other plays. Got some news on Deebo Samuel as it pertains to John Lynch. We'll get you the full audio sometime in this hour here on Pop and Silver, but we'll play a little piece of that coming back on the other side. That's next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, it wasn't the prettiest of wins, but if you're the Golden State Warriors and you're fighting for that 6th seed, you take them any which way you can. After a slow first half, they ran away with it in the third quarter, and the Charlotte Hornets now have the worst point differential over a 3-game span in NBA history. Warriors now take it to the road to see if they can sustain the 6-1 start with Jimmy Butler.
Greg Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out with you until 2 o'clock today, and then we'll be wheels up late tonight to Indianapolis, where we'll be doing the show from the NFL Combine tomorrow and Friday. Great to be with you here in the city one more day, though, because I'm looking outside. It's about 60 degrees. It's sunny. And the Indy weather report, not looking too bad, but it's going to make my soft California self be missing the city by the bay in a couple of days. All in all, going to be a great time, though. And I told you before the break, we had some sound to play from John Lynch as it regards to Deebo Samuel. Now, we'll get you the whole long-form audio at some point a little bit later on, but wanted to play a little bit of a snippet now and just dive right in, get into the conversation. Here is what 49ers general manager John Lynch had to say about Deebo Samuel's trade request.
The financial constraints and some conversations we've had with Deebo. It's something, we've been forthright with that. We're on good terms with Deebo. I think, he's asked for a fresh start, and, I think we're going to honor that. Don't like seeing great players, and he is a great player. He's, I think often one of my favorite draft picks of my time. This guy's just he makes plays, and he makes game-changing plays, and, everything's good, but I think at some point time happens, and he asked for that. We don't always, there's contracts and things, but, it probably makes sense, so we're at least allowing him to look, and we're having conversations. We'll see where that goes.
John. So after 2021, when Deebo Samuel was damn near an MVP candidate, and then he asked for a trade in a contentious contract negotiation, 49ers' answer was essentially F no. This time around seems to be a little bit different. They're going to try to honor that. And Deebo Samuel obviously has meant a lot to this organization. And I know fans are going to look more fondly back on number 19 Deebo Samuel than number 1 Deebo Samuel Sr. I do think he's got some gas left in the tank. I also understand why it might be time for him to get a fresh start in the 49ers to try to look to solve the problem elsewhere.
So that's dramatically different than what John said to the media on that Wednesday at the end of the year when he said he's a good player and we're not in the business of letting good players out of here. And that may or may not have been after the exit interview, because they talked on Wednesday. I don't know if they got all the exit interviews of the players out. It's hard. But those were typically done on Monday and Tuesday. So the reports are that Deebo went in with Kyle and said it was a hard conversation, but he said he wanted to leave. And so they want to grant him that. So John is saying that they will pursue it. Does it mean that they're going to trade him for sure? I don't know. The reports were they've granted Deebo and his agent, Tory Dandy, permission to find a trade partner. So there have been teams that have reached out. Does he want his contract adjusted? And then the timeline on this. So it's February 26th, the Combine, and they're already working out kickers and punters and long snappers. But tomorrow, and we'll be there to watch it, and the D linemen are going tomorrow, and the linebackers, and that's where this draft is heavy. But then when you get back in 3 weeks' time, the new league year is underway. March the 12th, you start signing players. Then Deebo has a trigger in his contract coming up 10 days after that. On March the 22nd, the 49ers would have to pay him. He's due a $15.4 million option bonus. So you would think that the groundwork is being done. Maybe Tory Dandy has a couple of teams, but John's there himself, and everybody likes John. He's one of the most likable guys in the NFL and on planet Earth, really. He has a good relationship with everybody. So if a team is interested in Deebo, now he's available. But the question would be, what are you going to get back for Deebo? And by not trading him this past offseason when some rumblings were they were offered a second and a third, it's likely you're not going to get either. You're not going to get a second-round pick or a third-round pick, which is a day 2. Could you make it a conditional trade where you trade him for a 4th or a 5th-round pick, and then if Deebo hits certain markers, the contract could go up, or playing time, because Deebo does get hurt. Deebo wobbles and you don't fall down, but a lot of times he has to go to the trainer's table. He can't play. So that's a major change in what John was saying. We didn't know how he was going to handle it, but he basically said the time is now to trade Deebo Samuel. If the right package comes back, You also hear the thought about, cutting him off the team to save money and the salary cap. I don't know about that. Hopefully you'd be able to make a trade to get something back. You almost can make the point they waited a year too long to do it, or maybe 2 years too long. But that's where he's honest. They are talking to Kyle Strongen about Brock, and Debo did ask for a trade, and they're going to acquiesce and at least look into trading him.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we'll see what the 49ers end up getting. We'll see what their trade partner is, and if he ends up going to an NFC competitor versus an AFC competitor. And Adam Schefter put out there a while back, 2 weeks ago or so, when this news was first coming out, that there was some traction between Debo Samuel and some of the AFC North teams. Well, selfishly, it would be nice to not have him around to try to punish the 49ers. And I think that there's a lot of teams that could be looking for other receivers. But the bottom line is he's going to want to get some money as well. And teams like the Cincinnati Bengals, who franchise tag T. Higgins, and we'll see what the future is there. I don't know if that's a logical fit to go and use that money elsewhere for Debo Samuel, even if it's a little bit less and everything. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be a lot to monitor, and this is all the stage right now where, as Papa put it in the last segment, teams are floating around different scenarios. Everybody's poking around. People are asking about Brandon Ayuk. They're asking about Matthew Stafford. Jair Alexander is a possibility to get traded from the Green Bay Packers. Jonathan Allen, a defensive tackle that definitely piques my interest here through free agency / trade, because he's got a similar situation to Debo, where he's got 1 year left on the contract and no more guaranteed money. If the 49ers don't end up going defensive lineman with pick number 11, or even if they keep pick number 11, I could see someone like Jonathan Allen being a really solid fit here on this roster, Papa.
I could see both. I think you draft one, you trade for one. Well, you got to load up. You got to rebuild the gold rush. And Jonathan Allen, we didn't play Washington this year, but we played them a number of years in a row. With Deron Payne, the two Bama boys, they wrecked games. That was the strength of their team. Chase Young on the outside and Sweat. But forever, during the good times, the bad times, and the ridiculous times with Daniel Snyder as the owner there, Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne bowled out. Jonathan Allen, so what they've done, it's like Debo in the sense that they've granted permission for Jonathan Allen to seek a trade. And it's interesting, Martin Mayhew, by the way, has retired, but he was in Washington's front office for a long time. He was the one that made the Chase Young deal with John. But now it's Adam Peters, who may have been on the other side of the call when they traded Chase Young, because Adam was here, and now he's, what a year he had in Washington. So there'd be a lot of intel on that going back and forth. We've heard rumors about, Adam taking Debo the other way. But Jonathan Allen, we'd have to watch more tape if they do get close to a trade or trade him. But he's a dominant inside guy, a 3 technique, an off-the-ball guy. He can play really in any kind of scheme, but he would fit here. And hell, you could trade for Jonathan Allen, get him cheaply as far as draft pick compensation. Do you have to rework his deal? What do you do with that? And still draft guys. This draft is loaded. Inside guys, outside guys. The early guys are going to go, there's no doubt. But if quarterbacks there's an overreach on them, there's going to be a good D lineman falling to you. But you could get a corner. The Michigan kid is a good player.
Yeah, Will Johnson.
There are other positions that historically they don't. And Chris Furster doesn't, he's on record as saying, and Kyle has said it, they don't want to use day one picks on offensive linemen, especially a guard, maybe a tackle. McGlinchey was an outlier, and he played well here, but this draft is loaded with D linemen. Now, maybe you theorize you could get one in the second round, but if you want a game wrecker inside or outside, either one, let's just see what they run. That's why we're going to the combine, to get the measurables on these guys. But a lot of them are long arm. They have wild spin moves. They can play the run. There's some that are play with a lot of force, guys inside. So I think double down. If Jonathan Allen's available for a good price, that does not preclude you from drafting somebody at 11 or doing it later and drafting 1 or 2 or 3 of these guys.
Yeah, and I got to say, I know that the trenches are a big priority for a lot of fans. And I think if we did a wide poll, and maybe we will do a poll at some point about what you want the 49ers to spend their first pick of the draft on, probably would overwhelmingly be offensive lineman or defensive lineman. If a Tyler Warren falls all the way to 11, I could see that being a nice little chess piece for a Kyle Shanahan, especially if Deebo Samuel is off this roster and you get a Christian McCaffrey healthy back. Look, Christian McCaffrey was the perfect kind of toy for Kyle Shanahan, and talk about midseason trades with the immediate impact. If there's a Tyler Warren hanging out there, I could see them going away from the trenches and trying to use that guy to plug him in the system.
Hell, play both. He is in the trenches. That guy's a tackle. That guy's an H-back. That guy's a fullback. That guy's a wildcat quarterback. Andy's a Y. You can detach him. Hell, play him on D-line. You play him on offense on one side and play him at nose tackle or 3 technique on the other side. That guy's a game wrecker.
And we could play him at quarterback, too, so that Brock Purdy can take a little bit of a lower contract and there's more cap flexibility. He's the answer to it all. We'll keep this conversation moving here on the San Francisco 49ers. Gather some more from John Lynch, and eventually we'll be able to play you the long-form audio. Only just did an individual cut there because the audio was not exactly the clearest. And so we want to make sure we get you the best quality here on KNBR, the sports leader. I'm going to keep talking because we got our producers running around like crazy, doing good work, and there's a lot of good prospects, and Papa mentioned it. Edge rushers, defensive linemen particularly, have a lot of juice here in this draft. And we're going to do John Lynch next, as Walter tells me. So you'll hear from the 49ers general manager coming up right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
So pardon the waterfall noise.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everyone? Papa and Silver. I told you before the break, but in case you've been getting in and out of the car or you got to go through the ads on the app or whatever the reason, here on a busy workday on a Wednesday, we are going to play you the full 17 minutes of 49ers general manager John Lynch live from the NFL Combine, where Greg Papa and I will be tomorrow and Friday and throughout the weekend to get you all the offseason content. 49ers looking to rebound from 6-11, and John Lynch talked about it all. Here is your 49ers general manager and president of football operations.
On Brock Purdy negotiations, where does that stand right now?
Yeah, we have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations like always is our stance. Want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that. So,
John, even though Brandon was only there for one season, what was his impact on the defensive side, and how do you see that transitioning to him being a defensive coordinator again for the Saints?
Brandon Staley?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, we brought Brandon in for a reason because of the regard we held him in his football mind, and it wasn't our best year, but I think we saw just that. Brandon is he's got a great football mind. He's got a good way of communicating, and we really enjoyed the opportunity to work with him. I think the Saints, really got a good one. Good decision by Mickey and Kellen and everybody there, and I wish them well.
What was the situation with Brian Grease? What did he tell you guys?
So Grease, when he committed, kind of an outside the box thing that Kyle, had always had, thought of Grease, man, he'd be a great coach, and he approached him. I think Grease was in a different world, and he had given it some thought on the front end, and at the time he gave us a 3-year commitment. He's a very principled guy. I think, as often does, I think family and certain other things, I don't want to speak for Brian, but other things were pulling at him, and respect that he made a tough decision, but one he thought was best for him and his family.
His decision was what?
To step away.
Permanently?
No, I think to take some time, and we'll see where it goes. I don't want to speak for Brian, but we had good conversations. It's all good. It was just a family decision that he made.
It seems like there was a full-court press to bring Robert Saleh back. How excited are you guys to have him back?
It's awesome to have Saleh back. Felt like he never left, to be honest. You get very close with folks when you work with them as much as we do, and Saleh brought a great deal when he was last here. I think he's even better now with the experiences he's had, and it's a welcome sight to have him back. The energy that he brings, the expertise that he brings, the leadership he brings. We're very happy to have Robert and his growing family. That has grown quite a bit since we last left. I think number 8 on the way, and happy for Sanaa and Robert. And we love their family. We love what Robert brings. And I remember meeting with him in my backyard when Kyle asked me, hey, I want you to interview this guy. I think he'd be a great DC for us. And he had me from that moment on.
How big of a hand did Robert have in bringing Brant Boyer from the Jets to the special team spot?
I think he was a great reference. We had a lot of good special teams interviews. It's not something you look forward to doing every offseason, but we had an opportunity. Kyle was kind enough to let me or ask me to sit in a lot of them, to meet with a lot of really talented people. And, Brant was a guy that the people who we hold in high regard in the special teams world, everybody kept saying he was in that list of people we should talk to. Like, it helped to talk to Robert. It helped to talk to guys like Jeff Holbrick, who worked with him. And then, most of all, to sit down, hear his vision for our special teams group and get his thoughts. And he's been a great contribution already.
When you look at the college football landscape, how much has changed, even like maybe when you were coming out?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how NFL...
All right, and we'll hear from John Lynch in just a moment as we had a little bit of a break in the action. Let Walter make sure we're good to go. And here is John Lynch, part 2.
Now they get nil money. Now they get transfer portals. Now there's a lot of different areas to evaluate guys. Do you see more older guys coming out that are more NFL ready, or yes and no? The experience they're having in college may or may not make that.
I would tell you, we're still kind of in that Wild West. There's so many new things happening in college football. And so, you know, my hope is that over time you get guardrails and we get this to the right place. It's, you know, we sit in these interviews with these kids. We're fortunate enough to have them. And it's great to learn about them. But when you hear them, like, yeah, my agent and I made a decision. Wait, you're not supposed to have an agent. Yes, you do have agents. And high school kids have agents. So it's a different world. You know, one of the advantages I think we get is a lot of these guys now have had money in college, and you know, oftentimes you got to make mistakes to learn. Sometimes they've made their mistakes, and hopefully they're a little better equipped. We used to get them when they've never had money, and all of a sudden they have money, and they got people asking them for money, and you should do this investment. Maybe they're a little more battle tested by the time they get to us. It's one perspective. I try to be an optimist, and that is one thing that we've seen that can be a positive.
Have you talked to Trent Williams?
How NFL?
How about
I was a position switch my junior year, so I was new to DB. The Bucs didn't think I was very prepared because it took me 3 years to become a starter. So fortunately, it all worked out.
Have you talked to Trent Williams recently, and is he definitely playing football this season?
Trent's playing, and he's ready. And, I think he's really motivated to come back. And you know, when you're that's rarefied air that Trent lives in, and when you're a player that has experience playing at those heights, you don't want to play unless you're playing at that level. And I think that's where Trent's at, and I think we're going to see a real motivated Trent Williams to come back and have a great year, and that's a good thing for us.
Kind of going off of the age and the new college football landscape, what is your kind of opinion on younger players having a higher ceiling compared to like players? What's your kind of take on that? Do you feel like older players can still have a higher ceiling than the
Yeah. You know, there's some teams that really have a philosophy of, you know, they won't touch a player that's a little older. That's probably had to adjust. COVID and stuff had guys staying at school longer. NIL has guys staying at school longer. So I think if you really stay true to that, you're limiting the pool that you're picking from. I think sometimes we have to ask yourself, are you trying to get this guy for 12 years, which is, you know, if you're looking for that, it's a small percentage, or are you looking for one contract and then hopefully more? So it's an interesting topic. It's one we constantly discuss. There's pluses and minuses to both sides. Having a young guy that you think you can develop and is already a good player, and then a guy who's a little more battle tested, been through a little more, and it's an interesting conversation.
How's Christian McCaffrey doing for Dallas?
He's doing great. Christian's doing really well, and you know, I think was real frustrated with the way last season went, and doing everything as possible as he did in preparation for last year. And we're hoping CMC's out there going to have a tremendous year. If he's healthy, he will have a tremendous year. That's just what he does.
Is the expectation that he'll be ready for the offseason programs?
You know, I think so. I think at least parts of it. You know, we'll be judicious and follow you know, the medical folks' advice on that. But Christian's, you know, he's done a great job doing the rehab. He's tireless. If anything, you always gotta say whoa to Christian. And as my friend Mike Tomlin, it's a lot better to have to say whoa than it is to say sick him. So Christian is a whoa guy, and because he's going to do everything possible to give himself a chance.
John, the personnel department has gone through a lot of changes both in and out the last few years. Last year, you guys had, you know, one of your strongest drafts in recent memory. You had a lot of potential starters. Was there maybe a change that you guys had with the approach with you guys coming in, or do you guys still have a similar approach that you've had in years past?
Very similar approach. I think if anything, just, you know, Kyle and I have worked together a long time, and so, you know, just walking through the halls, I was just at a restaurant, ran into D'Amico Ryans and you know, Bobby Slowick right before him, and Mike McDaniel over there. All these guys that have been with us over the years, and personnel people, Adam Peters, you know. And so a lot of people contributed a lot to really refining a process that we work by, and we always are tweaking it, trying to make it better. So I think if anything, when you have some form of continuity, and we've had that, it allows you to have systems, challenge them, test them, what's working, what's not, and continue to hone in and always try to get better. You never stay the same, so you always are trying to get better.
Is there a health update on Brandon Ayuk? There was also a report from the Combine that teams are poking around, interested in trading for him. Is there any interest?
Yeah, that typically happens with really good players. I remember, I think 2 years ago, having similar conversations. You get calls, and you always listen to calls. And, I think since Kyle and I've been here, we've been, certainly a top 5, I believe, number 2 cash spending team. In the last 5 years, I think or 4 years, going into the 4th year, I think we're the 4th highest cash spending team. So at some point, you have to reset a little bit, or at least recalibrate. You can't just keep pressing the pedal. And I think there's some good that can come out of it. We need to get younger. I think we're the oldest team in football, trying to make a run at the deal last year, and I think it's good to constantly get younger. Our draft class last year was a great move towards that. We'll have 4 picks in the top 100. If the comp picks happen like we see it, that's always a calculation.
And this is a good time to tell you that this audio of John Lynch comes courtesy of David Lombardi, who hopefully will join us in Indianapolis at the Combine. Back to General Manager John Lynch.
And we're excited about adding more youth to a great core of players that we already have.
We asked you about Debo last month. You said you're not interested in moving on from a good player. Since then, he's requested a trade. What's the latest with him?
Yeah, still not interested, Grant, but along those lines of the financial constraints and some conversations we've had with Debo, it's something, we've been forthright with that. We're on good terms with Debo. I think, he's asked for a fresh start, and, I think we're going to honor that. Don't like seeing great players, and he is a great player. He's, I think often one of my favorite draft picks in my time. This guy's just he makes plays, and he makes game-changing plays, and everything's good, but I think at some point time happens, and he asked for that. We don't always, there's contracts and things, but it probably makes sense, so we're at least allowing him to look, and we're having conversations. We'll see where that goes.
John, you the draft overall, you see more defensive heavy, offensive heavy, there are pockets in there. Do you feel like there's a sweet spot maybe in the draft? What is your overall view?
I think a lot of good players. You always get concerned. Someone was talking earlier about the landscape of college football. These guys are being offered tremendous amounts of money to go back to school. And last I remember, school's pretty fun. So I think a lot of guys are taking that route, and they're being incentivized. So then you wonder, is this going to really hurt our draft? And maybe in the late rounds it has. But the encouraging thing is I start to look, and we're still right in the thick of the process. There's a lot of good football players. Some could argue, are there the impact top-end players that there have been in past drafts? I don't know. We're not drafting, that high. But I think there's a lot of good football players across the board. There are some stronger positions than others, but there's a lot of good football players, and so we're encouraged by that.
Is this the week that you expect to start getting maybe a little bit more clarity on Greenlaw, Hufanga, just through conversations as to whether or not you might be able to bring them back?
Those guys are fantastic players. Of course, we have interest in bringing them back, and we'll work our tails off to try to make that happen. Whether it does, can't tell you that, but I think in the near future here, things are kicking off. So, we've been in contact with them, and their representatives will continue to be.
What's the most challenging part of a situation like Debo's, where it's a good player who requests a trade? What's the most challenging aspect of a situation like that?
Love. There's a lot of love there. There's a lot of respect there. There's a lot of shared experiences, so to let that go, that's difficult. But like I said, time happens, and if it makes sense for both sides, you at least give it a chance, and so that's where we're at.
Did he explain why he wanted a fresh start?
Yeah, but I'm not. Those are personal conversations, and like I said, everybody's on good terms, and hopefully we find a great place. Then we'll have to make a decision if we don't. But there's, like I say, there's been a lot of interest around the league.
Is there a scenario where he actually does come back?
There's always a scenario. I've learned that as well. Yeah.
Last
two more
one,
guys.
You mentioned the possibility of bringing back Jamal Hargrave. Is that still a possibility in your eyes? And do you view defensive tackle as a priority this offseason?
It is, but I would tell you, I think that the D tackle market's going to be, I mean, those guys, it's a premium position, and they typically do well. And even Javon, who's coming off the tricep, I think he's well on his way to being healthy, and I think it'd be a robust market, but we'll see. And we've had good discussions with Javon. When we kind of talked about the transaction we were going to make, that we'd be interested in a scenario where he comes back, and hopefully we can be involved in that. We'll see.
Hey John, you mentioned prospects that are good players, but maybe have more developmental upside versus impact prospect that can come in right away. With the quarterback potentially having a big number going forward, does that kind of influence how you see those two and which you might lean more toward?
One more time around that question.
Yeah, you mentioned the players that are good players but have more developmental upside.
Yes.
Versus impact players that you might draft. Yeah. Quarterback having a big number, does that maybe influence how you see that, which way you go more because of that?
Yeah, the one thing I've learned in this deal is everything is tied to everything, particularly when you're talking about a position like the quarterback position and the effect it has on your entire team. And it can lift your entire team, but it can affect your entire team, and we'll see where that goes. But our intention is to have a really good team around, and whatever that entails, but it does have an impact, to say the least.
Do you have any last comments on the latest legislation with the tush push?
On the tush push, you know what? This is my first year on the competition committee, so I sat in there and I just listened. I never want something that found, because credit to the Eagles and congratulations to the Eagles, as hard as it is to say, respect. They had a tremendous season. We're a tremendous team right down to the end, and so a lot of good people in that organization, and I congratulate them. They're fantastic at that play, and a big part of me so I don't want to speak out of both sides of my mouth. I've always been a proponent. If you don't like it, stop it. But I have my own feelings on that play, and I long have. It's not real pretty to watch. I think back to my playing days, and I think that might have made me do things that I wouldn't be proud of, because if they aren't going to stop it, I'll stop it. That kind of trickles into players that have a certain mentality's head, and I'm just being truthful there. And so I hope that's never the case. The competition committee, I've been really impressed the way they go about things. You go right down the line. Let's talk about it, for the game of football, the aesthetics of it. But let's talk about it first and foremost is always health and safety. And I think there's probably not enough significant data to show that, that a lot of people are getting injured on this play. There is, I think, a fear that something serious could happen on that play just because of the dynamics of it. And I think part of everyone involved job is to make tough decisions before that ever happens. And so that's something they're weighing. There's great discussion, and I think that discussion will go to the owners' meeting in Florida here in the coming weeks, and should be interesting, and a lot of strong opinions on both sides.
All right, guys.
So that was John Lynch. Tons to react to coming up on the other side. It is Greg Papa and Greg Silver. We'll break it all down, what he said at the NFL Combine, and we will be there, boots on the ground, tomorrow. For now, we'll do some reaction. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for hanging out with us. The Gregs will be in Indy tomorrow. Today, we are out here in the Bay Area reacting to the San Francisco 49ers, and you just heard a good 17 minutes of 49ers general manager John Lynch. Once again, want to thank David Lombardi of the SF Standard for the audio feed that you just heard right there. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as we reach our midpoint of the show and the week. And Papa, lots to unpack there from John Lynch. We mentioned Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel a little bit, but tell me where you want to go first. There's a whole grab bag in front of us.
Well, you tell me where you want to go, because I thought, coaching staff, Deebo and Ayuk, Dre, Greenlaw, and the draft. And they hit boom, 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 boom. And we did have national writers there. They wanted to talk about Brandon Staley in New Orleans. So everybody's there. John's so good at everything. So, probably the headlines are going to be Brock. And he said we are talking to his agent, Kyle Strongen, and we want Brock, but he did say no guarantee. So we'll see where that goes. Interesting, he got into Brian Greasy. I didn't know the 3-year commitment. I thought it was kind of a year-to-year with Grease, and there was a time I thought maybe he was going to leave each of the last 2 years, but it is family-driven and other things. I would not be surprised if he goes into broadcasting. If I'm a network, I would hire Brian Greasy. He's Bob's son. He was a great quarterback, won a national championship at Michigan, was starter over Tom Brady. He was in the Monday Night Football booth and was a broadcaster for over a decade. So we'll see. Robert Saleh, he said he felt like he never left, which is kind of when you bring a guy back like that, if you're, some people and friends you have or people you can pick it up where you haven't seen him in 30 years or 3 years and it's the same. Well, he felt that way with Saleh. He's a Niner. And he actually thought, he was better. And being a head coach, I think he will be better. My advice to Bob Saleh is go see Dr. Snippet. How many kids does he want? 8 is more than enough, brother. What are you doing here?
Oh, congratulations for number 8 on the way. What's Phillip Rivers have, 9?
It's way too many. I stopped at 5, the last 2 for a 2-for-1 going out of business sale with twins. So did go see Dr. Snippet, but he was way too into his job, so I ran out of there. Anyway, then the 2 big injuries are Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey. And they're, Trent, just that Seattle game, he took a painkiller to play and never saw him again the rest of the year. And he was in a boot. It was not good. He was hanging around. He was in Buffalo with his big coat on, and then Christian got hurt in Buffalo. But I think that's the key to this thing. You've got to get the best left tackle in football. And there are a lot of good left tackles and right tackles, younger guys, but Trent makes everything go, and you got to get Christian back. There's no doubt. 21 touchdowns to none last year. He said that Trent's playing. Trent is motivated, and CMC's doing great. So we'll see with Ayuk. He went into this whole thing about getting younger.
Yeah.
And we don't really know what the roster is, but are the Niners the oldest team in the NFL? When he said that one, I thought, yeah, I could see that. He did have a very good rookie draft class, but you don't want to be the oldest and lose 11 games and pick 11. So, when he was talking about Ayuk and he got into Deebo and, he talked about the financial constraints, but he did acquiesce. He said a fresh start. He wants them to do it right. If it makes sense for us, a lot of interest. So we'll just see what you're offered back there. But are they the oldest roster?
So I'm looking at an article now. This was from after the 53-man rosters of the cut downs for 2024. So going into this last season, 49ers were actually a lot closer to the younger end. They were 27th with an average age of 26.68. So not sure.
Well, he's looking at now.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of age. They have high-priced players. That's why you're up against it with Trent and Christian and George, who's, and guys hit 30 and beyond. Taking Hargrave off the roster may make you a little bit younger. Nick's getting a little older. Fred, he said that, and he knows, the oldest roster in the NFL. And I'm looking around the division, and the Rams are young. Philadelphia has a very young defense. They have a veteran, expensive, and maybe the most expensive offense in the history of football. but they're young on defense, so you've got to get an infusion of youth here.
Green Bay's young and has overachieved, and I mean they kind of faded at the end of this year, but they're a young team that I would say is continuing to get on the rise. So
there are a lot of teams that are young, and that's where you got to draft. They hit the draft this last year, which leads to, Myles Garrett was not, his name was not mentioned, Andrew Berry. I was just watching all the D linemen that are in this draft, and there's not a Myles Garrett out there, but there are a lot of really good players. Is Abdul Carter Micah? He might be, and you're not going to get your hands on that guy unless you make another trade up like 12-3, and that's not even going to be high enough to go from. That guy's going to go 1 or 2.
One.
So, right. So but there are other guys that are really good. Anyway, just when he said that about the oldest, that kind of struck me. The Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, you put him in the same hopper. I would think re-signing Dre would be a bigger priority than Talanoa, but Talanoa's played some good football here, and they do like him. I thought the interesting thing was the tush push, and John is on the competition committee, first year, and so he's listening to all these meetings, and I know Green Bay and Mark Murphy proposed eliminating it. We'll see what they do at the owners' meeting. He did say it's not pretty to watch, is what he said. And the one thing, and Philadelphia and Sirianni are going to push back, and even Buffalo to some degree, although I think they lost that game in Kansas City because the Chiefs figured out they were going to go over left guard. They loaded up with Jones and Mike Dana on that side, and they got pushed back a lot, including probably the biggest play of the game, the 4th and 1, whether it was a bad spot or not. You weren't moving their line. Philadelphia moves the line, even with Kelsey retiring. It hasn't been as dominant as it was. When they went to the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, you couldn't stop it. And then, even last year when they got off to the 10-1 start, I just don't like the play. Long before Philadelphia started doing it, it was not a legal play in the NFL to the mid-2000s, I think 05. And I know Mike was on the, he was in charge then before he went to the TV, and they couldn't tell if you were aiding the running back. What? I remember games with Seattle when Marshawn was young. They would just push Marshawn Lynch from behind. And it's like, when are you going to blow a whistle? This play is dead. He has been stood up. If it was any other play, it'd be forward progress. Why are we continuing this play? And then it was because it was legal. And the Bush push, obviously, USC did it. I don't like the play. It has nothing to do with Philadelphia. But if you outlaw it now, it takes away. And there are a lot of strengths to the Eagles team, but that's one of the more dramatic strengths. They're not playing 1st and 10 ever. It's 1st and 8, 1st and 7. When they get to 3rd and 6, it's 3rd and 4. They're going to go for it and they're going to win. So I just don't like the play. You could bring in health and safety and all that. John didn't want to come out and say we got to get rid of this play, but by saying it's not pretty to watch. Is that what we should be doing on offense, is just getting everybody from behind and pushing the guy with the ball forward? Is that aesthetically pleasing?
Well, I took away from it, too, a discussion we had previously on our show about the health and safety element of it, because they said there's not a lot of significant data to show injuries on that play, and not everyone runs it successfully, by the way. We can talk about sorry to bring up the painful memory of the AFC Championship, but running the tush push doesn't guarantee you that you're going to get the spot and get the yards. And Philly, of course, with Jason Kelsey, and then after he retired, have run it better than anybody else. That said, I can understand the concerned fear of running that play and kind of having players stack in a rugby scrum style, that there could be an increase at some point of significant injuries, or God forbid, there be one injury or two that are just bad enough to abolish it altogether. On the more humorous side of it, I did think it was funny how John Lynch was talking about how watching the play made him want to do some things where he as a player would not have been that into it. Frankie Louvu, we saw that in the NFC Championship, trying to time the snap count a couple of times. Yeah, I would not have wanted to test John Lynch on that.
Yeah, Fred Warner did that. It didn't work in Philly. I mean, the most famous one that wasn't on the tush push was Troy Polamalu. Remember when he jumped over the whole line to get Kerry Collins on a 4th down? It was the greatest play ever. The one guy, and you probably don't remember because I don't think the play worked, when we were in Philadelphia, not this past year, the year before, Chase Young ran around the offensive line, got behind Jalen Hurts, and horse-collared him. He pulled him back, and I knew it was coming because I had seen him work on it, because if a quarterback in the pocket, he has no protections on a horse collar. So to me, that's genius. You got to get there fast. And if they're going low, you can just go around the edge. They're not going to block, the 9 technique out there. He can run around, but you got to go fast and get around to the quarterback and just pull him. And somebody like Chase Young, as strong as he is, could pull it back. So it was a long, interesting 17 minutes. What were your main takeaways, Greg?
I would say that the college football landscape, probably not my main takeaway, but something that I wasn't expecting them to get into as much, because the 49ers have a draft class with a lot of later round picks, and John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, I think, did a great job last year. If I have to evaluate Ricky Pearsall's rookie year, I'm giving him a grade of incomplete. We know what happened with not just the injuries, but the near tragedy of the gunshot wound, and how I essentially call that a redshirt year. Nice flash at the end of the year with Detroit. Renardo Green, Malik Mustafa, 2 pieces I think very highly of moving forward in the defense. Isaac Guerrero, we'll see what ends up happening in the running back room. I'm much more like you in the camp of get J.P. Mason back on this team to pair him with Christian McCaffrey. So thinking about the college football landscape, the reason that one stuck out to me, Papa, was because the fans love to point out that, the 49ers know how to draft in rounds 4 and 5 and 6. But then when it comes to the earlier rounds, that's where they get nervous with some of the picks maybe being busts. And John Lynch kind of pointing out that players can get a good amount of money now playing in college, to where if they're going to be a day 3 pick in the NFL, might be a little bit less of an incentive to go out in the draft. And I kind of wonder if that does impact some of their strategy. I mean, I do think this is a very deep draft when we talk about certain positions, but that depth goes quickly when you got 32 teams total on the clock. And so I kind of wonder how it's going to impact rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7 for John Lynch, when some players who maybe could make an NFL impact might choose to stay in college now that they can make money with their own name, image, and likeness.
They did not ask him to quantify it. I remember his Q&A from the Combine last year. He got into who they actually had grades on that were draft eligible, and it was far less, because what you're talking about. If you're going to be a day 3 pick, stay in school, you're going to make more money, hopefully have a good year, and then get picked earlier. So there were a lot of guys that weren't even drafted. I don't know what the number is, where the strength. I mean, clearly D-line early. I mean, how many defensive linemen are going to be drafted in the first round or the first 50 picks of this draft? I mean, I don't know the exact number. You could have 8, 9 go in the first round, I would think, and maybe 7 outside guys and a couple inside guys. Larry Kruger would know better. There's no question the NIL money has changed college football. I mean, just getting ready for a game now in the backgrounds of all the guys that played in college, their list of schools they played for are often as long as a lot of players in the league as far as free agency and moving from team to team. It's like they played at 5 different schools in 5 years. It's like, and it's going to be more and more. And then, how do you evaluate a guy? And we'll talk to John, hopefully, when we get into Indianapolis tomorrow or Friday, he'll drop by. But what do you do with a guy that's transferred 3 times? He didn't like his situation in the first school. He was getting beat out. Football's competition. What are you going to do? Just, I'm leaving? Now, coaches get fired, or they get promoted or go to a new job, and they recruit you for 4 years, so that wasn't exactly fair. But there's no question. The player you're taking in the draft is entirely different, not just day 1, but day 2 and 3 because of name, image, and likeness. And then look at the top 2 guys. 2 of the top 6, maybe. Travis Hunter is just different. I know we saw Deion score a touchdown in Super Bowl 29, but he was a cameo on offense. When I watched Colorado play, and we watched them a lot the last couple of years because of Deion, and especially this year, but even last year, I thought he's a nice defensive player, but offensively, that guy is a difference maker. Then you really lock in on him defensively. Who mere man covers guys better than that guy? He's a legit 2-way player. So are you going to play him 100 and something snaps in the NFL? Why not? I mean, Charles Woodson dabbled in it, but only when John Gruden would call Fremont personnel, because he's from Fremont, Ohio, would he go in and play offense. He only had a handful of snaps and catches on offense. Deion a little bit more. They played for Deion, And they went from Jackson State to Colorado, and then Deion's own son. I mean, he looks like a poised pocket quarterback, but he is Deion's kid. What's he going to be like? Is he going to be Deion all over again, but at the quarterback position? So there's no doubt. It's always been that way in future generations. You get it's a new. They talk back more. They have more to say. If they don't like it, they just leave. We'll just transfer. And now you're not restricted in doing it. And then where are they going to go? Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders. Is it possible they go 1-2 in the draft? They're going to go. Those two guys are going to go certainly in the top 5 or 6, right?
I would think so, especially considering that this is not the super quarterback-heavy draft. You got Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward at the top. And look, there's teams that are always looking for quarterbacks, regardless of how touted the draft is. Whether it's last year or whether it's the Brock Purdy year where you get Kenny Pickett and then all the way down to Skylar Thompson and Mr. Irrelevant at 262. So we can keep talking about some of this on the other side. We'll talk to Larry Krueger at 1250. Lots to look at. And the reason this is an enticing draft and combine for me, Papa, is because the 49ers aren't just one piece away or 2 pieces away from turning this thing around. You need a lot of different areas, and depth always counts in the NFL. So we'll keep this moving on the other side. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Diana Rossini of The Athletic putting out there that teams are poking around about 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk after he got a big extension and sustained a major knee injury. So what do the 49ers do about that? We'll be talking about it today right here, Papa and Silver, the Sports Leader.
Good morning, Greg Papa here. I got a question for you. Do you struggle with glasses and contacts? And if you do, you've probably thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO-ICL. But if you now need readers or bifocals, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has a permanent solution to ditch them all. CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. I had CLR from Laser Eye Center, and I see perfectly without glasses of any kind, including those annoying readers. It's truly been amazing and a game changer. If you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar Friday, March the 7th. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, while you will never develop a cataract your entire life. I didn't know that, but that's true. Find out if CLR could be right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar Friday, March the 7th. CLR, no readers, glasses, contacts, no cataracts. Laser Eye Center, they're in Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
It's awesome to have Salah back. Felt like he never left, to be honest. You get very close with folks when you work with them as much as we do. And Salah brought a great deal when he was last year. I think he's even better now with the experiences he's had. And it's a welcome sight to have him back. The energy that he brings, the expertise that he brings, the leadership he brings. We're very happy to have Robert and his growing family. That has grown quite a bit since we last left. I think number 8 on the way. And happy for Sanaa and Robert. And we love their family. We love what Robert brings. And I remember meeting with him in my backyard when Kyle asked me, hey, I want you to interview this guy. I think he'd be a great DC for us. So he had me from that moment on.
That was John Lynch about an hour ago talking about Robert Saleh, him coming back, and just taking the football out of it for a moment. That's a big family to move across the country yet again, Papa. And as Lynch said, it has grown since the last time he has come. But the good news is for the 49ers, and I do think there is severe value in having Robert Saleh back in the building because there's been a lot of staff turnover coordinator-wise, particularly on the spot that Robert Saleh has come back to fill. And maybe it is a one and done, but guess what? You're trying to win now, and that's a problem for 11 months from now. Best case scenario. So Robert Saleh coming back, I think, is important for the players who know him well, and maybe it's only 2 starters if Dre Greenlaw ends up departing in free agency. But Brian Griese, someone who was high on Brock Purdy before the draft, had a good relationship with Brock Purdy, now left, and it's going to be Mick Lombardi. So just having a little bit of continuity while there continues to be staff turnover, I think is an important anchor as the 49ers look to try to get this right. And I don't even want to say rebuild it because they do have more than just 1 or 2 steps to go. We're going to Indy to look at a lot of different players, but I also don't think that they are necessarily multiple years away from turning the ship around. Health, let's not forget, was a big part of the problem last year. They do well in this draft, get a little younger, get healthier, and Robert Saleh is able to turn this defensive unit around. We'll see what Brant Boyer does as a special teams coordinator. Well, the 49ers are not that far away from cooking from gas, best case scenario.
Well, I mean, they lost 11 games this year, so it is what it is, but you got to get Christian McCaffrey back. Yeah, he's the offensive player of the year. He was Saquon Barkley, and Saquon's done great things in this league, and had an epic year last year. When you include the playoffs, he ran for more yards than anybody in the history of the league in a season. And he won a Super Bowl. But Christian had the same kind of year. He maybe didn't run for 2,000 yards, but look at his scrimmage yards, the 21 touchdowns. Because of the tush-push, they don't use Saquon to score the way the Niners do. So, I mean, you went from being the best red zone offense in football, one of the best low red zone offenses, to being in the dead zone. So you got to get Run CMC back. You got to get Trent Williams back, and that his ankle injury is bad. It's chronic. It's ballooned up on him. He's had it for a couple of years, starting I think with the Green Bay game. The scoop and score by Talanoa game, maybe before that even. But it's been a problem. You got to get Brandon Ayuk back, or do you trade Brandon Ayuk? I don't know. That was when that was brought up. He just said Brandon Ayuk's a good player. People ask about good players all the time. He didn't say anything about that. That's when he got into, we got to get younger. We're too old right now. We're the oldest roster in the NFL. I'm like, whoa. So you don't want to be old and lose 11 games. But there's no question this team, which is good health, can flip their whole year around from one year to the next. 2020 was a similar year because you were ravaged by injury. We didn't notice as much because we were all injured. We had a global pandemic. It was football was not even a thing. I mean, they played the Super Bowl that year and Tampa won, but it wasn't the same. And you kind of just thought you were going to bounce back. But, you started slowly the next year and the year after. So, but they got to get their veteran guys healthy and get them on the field again. And those three guys. And then we'll see about Dre. I think that would be the goal, is to bring Greenlaw back. Hufanga may be expendable, but Jair Brown did not play as well as a second-year player than he did as a rookie. And a lot of it was just poor run fits. That's where they got gashed. But the one area of the football team that they clearly have got to come away with this draft rebuilding. And they've got players they signed to multi-year deals, obviously Leonard Floyd and Gross Matos and Jordan Elliott, Malik Collins, and those guys. I think DJ Jones, and we'll get into it more in a couple of weeks here. And the D-line of this draft is the strength. There's no doubt. We'll talk to Larry Krueger about it. But if you're able to add both of the DJs who you have history with, DJ Jones on the D-line, when they signed Evan Anderson, and they had to outbid like half the league to get that guy, and they gave him a lot of money as an undrafted player, they kept showing him tape. DJ Jones, we want you to be DJ Jones. Well, how about if you just bring DJ Jones back? And he can be a teammate of DJ Jones. You also bring Kevin Gibbons back. And I know he had an injury this year, an ankle, didn't play as much. But he's a Niner. I think the big thing was Salah. And we see it a lot with the Warriors now, if a guy fits, and even with the Giants.
Yeah.
By the way, Jordan Hicks loaded the bases in the top of the first, gave up a hit, a walk, and hit a batter, and pitched out of it. But the thing you hear from all those teams is they are one of us. You got to be a certain guy to be a Giant now with Buster. To be a Warrior, you got to fit in with Steph and Draymond and Steve. With the Niners, it's just you got to be one of us. Devondre Campbell was never one of us. He just wasn't. Even before he went AWOL on that Thursday night, he didn't fit in.
Yeah.
Robert Saleh not only is one of us, he was the OG. He was picking who us is. So he fits in. You got to get Trent back. He's the leader of us. And you got to get Christian back. He's the leader of us. He's the guy that took the whole thing to a different level, from 3-5 to win 12 games in a row, all the way to the championship game. So I don't think they're that far away. But when I hear the oldest roster in the NFL, do you want to trade 2-3 draft picks to get Myles Garrett? That may sound like a good idea, but damn, Myles is almost 29. We're going to give up all the way that youth. We did that with Trey Lance. It didn't work out. It's not F those picks. Use those picks. And that's cheap labor in the NFL. So I don't think they could easily flip everything next year. Look at the schedule. Look at where you're drafting. They could be the best team in the NFL next year record-wise, but it starts with April 24th, 25th, and 26th in Green Bay, and they're going to be here and nailing those draft picks the way they did last year. And these guys are all going to grow up. Now, Ricky Pearsall is a player. I know you only saw it in small sample sizes. I saw it all year. What he did those last 2 games, he does every day. He separates every day. He's got a toughness about him. Is he going to be able to block well enough? We'll see. He's a tough guy, though.
And a man beater.
And but he separates. So he's different. And he didn't even have a chance this year. His season never got started, and then it was over. And I know he dropped a ball in Buffalo, but he didn't play in snow like that. At the end of the year, you saw who he was. We see it every day. That guy is going to be a good, productive player. If the ball comes his way or not, that's football. But he's clearly one of us, one of them. And then, obviously, Renardo Green. I think the key to the draft last year was getting that guy late in the second round. Wow. Now, can you get DJ Reed, the other DJ? DJ Jones on the D-line. They erred by letting DJ Reed go. They thought they could take him off the roster as a medical, and Seattle scooped him up, and now he's available. And Robert Saleh knows him from Florham Park, and they know him from here. So if you add both DJs, Jones and Reed, and then, bring Dre back, and then just draft well, and then just load up on D linemen. You need Leonard Floyd should be a situational guy who rotates in. I think he should be even in your sub package and not in your starters, the alpha. Maybe Gross Matos is. And it takes a while for these guys. They're not all going to be Nick Bosa, where they come in and just light the league on fire immediately. They got to rep them. They have to learn the wide nine, whether or not they did a 4-point stance. A lot of these guys I see are standing up. That's fine. Yeah. They allow some guys to do it. Floyd stands up more, but we like them. They do like them, Saleh and Kasarik, to get down and GTFO. So now they could flip this. This is a big off season. Some would say it's the biggest one of Kyle and John. I think everyone is big. Yeah. But you got a lot of work to do. But the first thing is just getting healthy, getting CMC to run like CMC again, and getting Trent Williams back.
I mean, I would say that their first offseason, well, really second one after their first full season, after they got Jimmy Garoppolo late in the year, pretty much everyone since then has been damn important, because you went and got Nick Bosa in that draft. Then you got a team that went to the Super Bowl, and then that's kind of become the standard ever since. And you've done it with two different quarterbacks now. So, yeah, this is why we're talking about all of this stuff 2 months before the actual NFL draft happens, because it's important, and the 49ers got some work to do. So coming up on the other side, I want to talk about a couple of different players, throw some names out there that we haven't necessarily touched on, and then we're going to break it all down with Larry Krueger, because who better to give us the full combine package than our guy Krug of Niners Nightly? That's all coming up. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
What could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple of $100,000? If you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with Loan Pronto. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Loan Pronto is the leader in quickly converting your home equity into cold, hard cash, so you can pay off all your credit cards or start that home remodel. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisals. Listen, the average homeowner now has over $300,000 in equity. That's your money. Use it. One client got $150,000 out and paid off all their credit cards, 2 car loans, and a personal loan, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. You can get approved as little as 1 day, so act now with no hard credit pull up front. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. Get the money you need for anything. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out with you for about another hour and a half before we hand it off to the best show in America, as they call it, Dirty Work. And I'm just going to leave it at that because we don't want any beef. We do our own thing here. And even Walter and I are getting along today because he's been running around like crazy making sure we get the John Lynch sound and running the ship very nicely. So we've been talking about John Lynch, the 49ers, everything going down in Indy, where, of course, Papa and I will be there, boots on the ground tomorrow, maybe some hiking boots to fight through the snow. We'll find out fresh off of the red-eye flight. Couple of names I wanted to start throwing out there as we're going to talk to Larry Krueger coming up in about 15 minutes. Is you look at the first round, and there are a lot of different areas where the 49ers can attack if they do end up keeping pick number 11. Now, everybody's going to clamor about the trenches, the offensive line, the defensive line. We've even tossed out a guy like a Tyler Warren from Penn State who is special enough to do some multi-positional work and make an immediate impact in a Kyle Shanahan offense. There's also a pair of off-the-ball linebackers who could be targeted around in that top 15. Now, I don't know if they would do that, Papa, but as the Dre Greenlaw discussions keep forming, you hear John Lynch talk about wanting to get a little bit younger. I look at someone like a Jalen Walker from Georgia, and then from Alabama, you got Jihad Campbell. If Dre Greenlaw departs, that's another void that would have to be filled.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Detroit Lions picked Jack Campbell a couple of years ago, and people wondered why they would do that. And then he struggled initially the first half of his rookie year fitting the run, but he became a really forceful player for them. And his second year, he had a good year. I mean, historically, you just don't take off-the-ball linebackers that high. I mean, Fred was round 3 and Dre a 5. Dre didn't run well. Jalen Walker is interesting because I think he's very versatile, or he can play off the ball, but he could also move him around and put him, you know, kind of like you've seen players move around where they're, you know, an off-the-ball linebacker, and then they line up on the line of scrimmage when they rush the quarterback. Who's the guy New England had that drafted Matt Ryan in the Super Bowl? He did that really well. Hightower?
Yeah.
There are certain guys that can do that. But I mean, it's later in the draft, maybe I would not do that early in the draft, certainly at number 11. I think Larry's advocated trading back and getting a few of these guys. So we'll see. If Tyler Warren drops to 11, that'll be an interesting conversation. And I'm sure Brian Fleury would love to have him, and Bobby Turner would love to have him. He could play not just tight end, but he could line up in the backfield. I mean, he would, I don't want to say make Juice expendable, but he can play a lot of positions. He's different. The cornerback from Michigan's a good player, but we'll get into it with Larry. And a lot of it depend on, you know, how high they move up to get quarterbacks. And they're obviously Cam Ward and Shador are the top guys, but there are other guys that are going to be, I don't know if we'll have a third guy taken in the first round. It's not going to be like last year, but look at the quarterback needy teams. Tennessee at 1, Cleveland at 2, the Giants at 3. Jacksonville going to move on from Trevor Lawrence. Probably this year's not the year to do that. So take New England and Jacksonville out at 4 and 5. Raiders at 6, Jets at 7, Carolina at 8, New Orleans at 9. They all need quarterbacks. There's not enough round 1 grades on quarterbacks, high round ones. Now, you got the free agency, and we'll see what happens with a lot of the veteran guys. But I just think a D lineman is going to fall to you at 11. Or we'll talk to Larry about it because he studied these guys. I've watched tape, but I haven't gotten into it a lot. I'll get to more when we get to Indy.
Yeah.
Abdul Carden, I was just listening to him. He's a smart guy, and obviously he wears Micah's number from Penn State. But Chop Robinson in Miami was a difference maker this year. They just know how to raise edge rushers, and that guy, he looks bigger than he is. So whether or not he goes 1, he's not going to last to 11. And you don't want to trade up to get him. But Michael Williams from Georgia, Mike Green, I know he showed that power bull rush at the Senior Bowl, but he has so much twitchiness off the edge. Not only the power, and the thing about that bull rush, he knocked that tackle down, but he also went down to the ground. He popped up fast, but you don't want to go down to the ground. You essentially got blocked, even though you were the one initiating the contact. But Mike Green from Marshall, where's he going to go? Would he be there to level 11? I just heard Shamar Stewart. They're bringing all the draft eligibles in today to meet the media and do the Q&As, and the teams are going to do that. There's just so many. James Pierce from Tennessee. How long is that joker's arms? He looks like Javon Curse, the freakazoid. I mean, who is that guy? And they've all got not only speed to power rush moves, but and Nick Bosa just started using a spin move this year. Nick got pretty good at it, but it took him a while. These guys have all got, I don't want to say Dwight Freeney, but damn, can they lean in, feel contact, and do a tight 360 spin out of it and come out the other side? So there are a lot of good position groups. Running backs, the draft is deep. You're not going to take one at 11. But as far as an off-the-ball linebacker, that to me in this draft is too high to do that. And, I'd just rather go get Dre Greenlaw back or get somebody else. And there are other guys on this roster that can play that position that we've talked about before, that even if you did lose, Dre, there's a linebacker from Stanford, Curtis Robinson, who's ready to be a starter in the NFL. So anyway, we'll see. But I just think overwhelmingly, these edge guys, and I didn't even mention the inside guys, the guy from Michigan, Mason Graham, and Walter Nolan, they're going to go in the first round. I mean, how many D linemen are going to go in the first round this year, and how many are going to go in the top of the first 20 picks? How many are going to be defensive linemen this year?
It's a good question. I mean, there's a lot of depth there. You mentioned the on-the-ball linebackers, edge rushers, and then the defensive tackles. Yeah, Mason Graham, Walter Nolan, someone who I think met with the 49ers, Darius Alexander, the guy out of Toledo. And again, there's going to be some time for us to do a little bit more studying, both en route to Indy and when we get there. And that's part of why we're having Larry Krueger on in about 8 minutes or so we can get the full scouting report and a nice little preparation for us. But yeah, this is, if you look at defensive players, it's kind of the opposite of what we were seeing last year with, 6 quarterbacks going in the first 12. There are 6 teams you just listed that could use a quarterback, but I don't think there are 6 quarterbacks as good as Bo Nix was and highly rated last year. So,
although there's some that you're going to be able to get on day 2, including my guy Kyle McCord from Syracuse. Right. So I want to see, we'll watch him throw over the weekend. The good thing about normally I don't start doing any of this until like April Fool's Day, and the draft's 3 weeks, and I cram, and it's the same for John. I mean, we just, last year the Super Bowl was February the 11th. And you wind up going to the combine in like a haze, like what's going on? And then all of a sudden, and this is, it's not just the, boning up on all these draft eligibles. Right after you get back, the new league year starts. And then you start trading, you start signing. Who you got to keep as your own? And there are not enough quarterbacks to satisfy Tennessee, Cleveland, the Giants, the Raiders, the Jets, Carolina, New Orleans. What are they going to do with Derek Carr? Maybe you hold on to Derek Carr.
I wonder how many will go in the first round period, because, it's going to be Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward. But right now, if we're talking at the Mel Kiper rankings, Jackson Dart from Ole Miss is your third guy. And he's skilled, but I don't know if he'll end up being a round 1 guy or if someone's going to trade up and maybe take a chance on him. Your guy from
that's
Syracuse,
where you get into
Kyle
the veteran
McCord.
Guys. That's where you get into... maybe one of these teams takes a flyer on Aaron Rodgers and waits till later in the offseason to see where his medical is. He's got to move better. His left leg atrophied. You could see it was noticeably smaller, his calf, than his right after tearing that Achilles. You know, what really is Atlanta going to do with Kirk Cousins? Are they going to make him the backup quarterback with all that money? Maybe. Can they afford to let him go? But him, it's the other one. It's the right leg. And he looked like he was over it because his was actually later in the year last year, October, where Aaron Rodgers was opening day. Anyway, what do they do with Matthew Stafford? I think the big piece of news with all, and the free agent class, there's some good players, there always is, but it doesn't seem as deep as years past. So, and John was talking about also, one thing he dropped was the amount of cash the Niners have paid, like the fourth most in cash spending. That's new money you're going out to buy guys. You just got the Gravedigger a couple of years ago, Charvarius the year before. All the guys you brought in, Gross Matos, Leonard Floyd, Malik Collins, Jordan Elliott. You signed a lot of guys. Can you go to Jed and say, we need a bag again? Do we need to go out and do that? Or, do you just try to draft, get younger, the oldest roster in the NFL? Are they? That one's surprised. I knew they were older. I didn't know they were the oldest. Are they? If John feels that way, then what do? We got to get younger. We got to get cheaper. We got to draft guys. But as far as I think the big piece of business, Cincinnati's going to hang on to their guys. I know Mike Brown's cheap, but Duke Tobin knows what he's doing. I think they're going to keep those two wide receivers. They're going to pay Jamar, figure out a way to keep T. What do they do with Trey Hendrickson? I think the big one as far as quarterbacks is, assuming the Rams find a way to pay Stafford, what do the Minnesota Vikings do with Sam Darnold? Yeah. And if you just put if J.J. McCarthy was in this draft, would he not be the first overall pick in this draft? Would Tennessee not take him number 1 overall?
I mean, who knows with that one? I wonder with J.J. McCarthy, though. I don't know if he would have won 14 games for the Minnesota Vikings this year. And, I mean, I know Sam Darnold lost a lot of money with how those last 2 games ended up going with Detroit and Aaron Glenn's shortened defense kind of stifling him. And then what happened in the playoff game against the Rams. Sam Darnold's future very much up in the air, and somebody's going to get him if it's not Minnesota. I don't know what to expect from J.J. McCarthy, truthfully. I mean, he was on a great Michigan team in college.
He's a solid player. He's really good.
Would you? So you think you'd take him over Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I haven't studied those guys yet, but J.J. McCarthy's the real deal. Big-time throws. Look at his third down numbers. That guy was big-time on. Was he 27-1? The one thing is he didn't play as many games as some of the other guys that were drafted last year. I think he would go 1. What are they going to do with Will Levis? The guy's just too reckless.
Yeah.
But we'll see. If it wasn't him, it'd be Cleveland. He would go. But if you're Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah in Minnesota, what could you get back? I mean, J.J. McCarthy is on a rookie deal. He was a first-round pick. You got him for 4 more years, relatively inexpensive. Where's he at with the knee? If you put him up for sale, who would you get more for? Sam Darnold's a proven entity. I know the last 2 didn't go well. He played great the entire year. You could see it right away from the 97-yarder against the Niners, the way he reads defenses, the comeback against Arizona. I watched him all the time. I love the guy. But is it better to tag him and trade him? They're not going to just let him walk. They're going to franchise tag him. If you were to put up for sale Sam Darnold or J.J. McCarthy, who would you get more back for?
Probably the proven entity, because Sam Darnold's not that old. I mean, if Sam Darnold was 34 years old, answer might be otherwise. But I would say, given the large sample size of this last season, the bigger picture, you probably get more for the guy that's proven he can win on an NFL level versus the guy who hasn't. So that's what I would say.
He's going to cost you more then, as far as you're thinking, and then he's going to cost you more. Sam's going to make starting at $41 million and then going up, where J.J. McCarthy is on his rookie deal for 4 more years.
Well, let's keep this conversation moving with Larry Krueger so we don't keep him waiting too long. Can ask about a lot of these guys, a Sam Darnold, a J.J. McCarthy, or any of the draft prospects that we're going to go check out at the NFL Combine. That's next. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Diana Rossini of The Athletic putting out there that teams are poking around about 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk after he got a big extension and sustained a major knee injury. So what do the 49ers do about that? We'll be talking about it today right here, Papa and Silver, the sports leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for hanging out with us. Larry Krueger working on making the connection with him, so we'll talk to him coming up in just a few moments about all things NFL Combine, his scouting report. You can catch Larry every night, 6 to 7 right here on KNBR, the sports leader, for a little Niners Nightly. And Larry, both having the skill and the passion to dive deep into the tape, and also the fact that the Niners offseason started about 2 months ago, has been giving us a lot of the content that we're going to need heading out to Indy this week. Still a couple of months away from the draft, but tomorrow's going to be a new experience. It's going to be a good experience, Papa, and I'm ready to attempt to sleep on the plane.
Yeah, we're going to do a red eye, and I do love my red eyes, and this one really is a red eye. Some leave at 10 o'clock or 10:30. This one is close to midnight, but it's a direct shot to Naptown, my original hometown. I was 21 years of age when I left home and went to be one of the voices of the Indiana Pacers and came here a couple years later. So it'll be a chance to reflect on 40 years of doing this. And I was there when the Colts moved. That was the first year when they the Mayflower trucks and the moved from Baltimore to Indianapolis, sitting in a box up there right next to their owner, Bob Irsay, with a young Jim Irsay there, and watching the Colts. So, and the Combine has been there right around that time. I moved to Indy in October of '84. The Combine has been going on since 1982. Initially, it was just as a medical. It hasn't been in Indianapolis the entire time. It's been since the early '90s, but it's so centrally located, Indianapolis, the center of the state of Indiana, and right in the center of our country. And the way, you're worrying about the weather. I think we can get you through tunnels where you never have to go outside. It's a lot like Minneapolis. Indianapolis is laid out the same time, so don't worry about the weather.
Well, Sean in the YouTube chat says, do I smell Krug? The answer is yes, I guess, if you could smell through the screen. It is time to welcome our buddy Larry Kruger on the UMA guest line.
I smell football is what I smell.
Yeah, Papa's smelling the pigskin right there. Krug, what's happening?
Hey, I was just listening to Greg right there. I just caught you, Greg, the other night. I didn't realize that there's a little snippet on the Bad Boys retrospective of you and JB talking about the Bad Boys, I believe, of the Bad Boy Pistons. I just saw it the other night. A young Greg Papa and a young Jim Barnett.
Yeah, I have people sent me a clip of it, and I did see that rolling the other night on NBA TV, and I didn't stick in long enough. So I was basically calling Bill Lame Beer lame. I didn't like the way they set back the NBA. We went from such great skill to basically being thugs in the night. So, yeah, I got to check that out. So, have you ever been to the Combine? I mean, before I came out to do Warrior games, and I was a young guy with the hairdo, and Jim as well, I did the Pacer games for a couple of years, so I can't wait to get back to Indy. You working it, and you were a talent evaluator in professional football. Have you been to the Combine?
One time, I can remember traveling out there with my good friend, the late, great Bill Urbanek, and Rusty Tillman. You know Rusty.
Yeah.
Rusty was quite a character as well. But, yeah, the Combine, been there only one time, but it's – there, the beauty of it is it's the constant backdrop. Nothing changes. They intentionally try to make it sure as few changes as possible so they can get that constant backdrop and kind of ice. The only variables are the players themselves. So I think there's a lot of people in the NFL that believe very strongly that the Combine should always be in Indy and it should never leave.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, talking to our guy Larry Kruger about the NFL Combine, where we will be tomorrow and Friday and through the weekend, getting you all sorts of interviews and content. And hopefully we can have the man we heard from earlier, John Lynch, stop by our table. But to bring it back to the present, we've been spending the last 45 minutes or so, Larry, talking about the fact that the 49ers got a high pick in the first round. Number 11, and the amount of defensive players in depth that there are compared to last year when we saw 6 quarterbacks go in the first 12. So just want to get your kind of overarching perspective here 2 months before the draft about the depth of the defensive players, whatever position you want to focus on, and some of the names you're looking at that really good value still might be there hanging around at 11.
Well, it's interesting because 49ers have a bunch of needs, but I'm really a believer that just draft greatness. Why have the Lions been, suddenly this revived team? It's because of Brad Holmes. I know everybody talks about Dan Campbell, and I don't care if you got one ass cheek and 3 toes, I'll kill you or whatever. But it's the general manager. The general manager's drafting great players. Sam Laporta, great. Brian Branch, great. Penei Sewell, great. Aiden Hutchinson, great. Terrion Arnold this last year was a phenomenal pick. So I just really think always play best player available. It's a big roster. Guys get hurt. Get the best players. Don't start. We need the best tackle that's on the board. Then you start getting too narrow. Your focus is too narrow. So I think the big question for the 49ers coming into this draft is, does Mason Graham this week, the big near perfect 3 technique defensive tackle from Michigan, does he test kind of poorly? Because I think if you're watching this weekend, root for that guy to test poorly, because if he tests poorly in a very loaded defensive tackle draft, he could fall 4 or 5 spots and literally be sitting right there in their lap. And I think he, in a lot of ways, is the perfect addition to what they lack. Right? They miss Armstead and they miss Buckner, and a guy like Mason Graham is kind of like a Justin Smith, maybe a little bit more barrel-chested, longer arms, but he's a tremendous player who plays with leverage. He's a wrestler, converted wrestler, and he's exactly what the doctor ordered. You got to block him. You got to combo block him a lot. So yeah, I go into this thing rooting for Mason Graham to struggle, but look at those big war daddies inside him. Walter Nolan, who told people today that he grew up a Niner fan, a fan of Patrick Willis. Niners met with him today. He's going to be one of the guys they look at for sure. Kenneth Grant from Michigan, who played opposite Mason Graham. I think that trio, whether it's at 11 or if you trade down a few spots, I think that's where I would start. Now, there's other people that go, offensive line and say, Kelvin Banks and Armand Membu and Josh Simmons and this kid Ariante said ran a 1.52 10-yard split. Now, we know that can't be the truth because Brock Purdy ran 1.55, and this guy's 6'6", 340. But if Arante Ursi runs 1.52 10-yard split, there's going to be like 10 scouts that just collapse dead there in the dome because it's just, his movement ability has to be studied because of those numbers that he's had at previous workouts. So that's the offensive tackle trio: Membu, Simmons, Ursi. And then I think the wild card factor is the wide receiver position. We'll see. Teteroa McMillan, Kuiper has fallen to 17. He's got Luther Burden the third falling out of the first round. To me, those two guys are spectacular, and I think they have to be investigated heavily if they're there at 11.
All right, so you started out by saying just draft greatness. And you're looking at it more interior war daddies. And there's a big debate, in the NFL, if you want to come from the edge. Do what Kansas City does with Chris Jones and what the Rams did with the great 99 Aaron Donald. Is Mason Graham the greatest of those interior guys? Walter Nolan does flash. Derek Harmon from Oregon does flash. I was listening to Kenneth Grant today. He said he weighed like 330 pounds in high school. He played 380 at Michigan. He is a monster, and he's really articulate. Is Mason Graham the best of those interior guys? And after Abdul Carter goes, and he's going to go high, how do you weigh the inside guys closer to the quarterback and the war daddies to the outside guys that would go after Carter, Michael Williams, Mike Green, Shamar Stewart? Do you like the inside guys better than the outside guys?
Well, it's more about, the fit. It seems like the Niners have a real desire, and I've talked to Chris about this. They like bigger ends who get upfield, set the edge, 265, 270. Well, some of these guys are, Mike Green is 245 to 250. James Pierce is super athletic, but he's very linear. He's 6'4", but he's about 240. So I don't know if Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College got really long arms, and one of his coaches there at Boston College was hired by the Niners. And I think Ezeraku could be a Niner, target in round 2, but he's 6'2", and he's sub 250. So, how does Chris look about, Kyle Kennard was the SEC Defensive Player of the Year from South Carolina. He's awesome. but he rushes a lot of out of a 2-point stance, and he's 248 pounds. So, it's going to be interesting to see, what they're looking for. The guy that I think would just be perfect for them is Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, who's 6'5", 280. Now, he doesn't have a lot of sack production, but he was on a line with Nick Scourton, with Shamar Turner, who's a 5-star tackle. Some of these SEC quarterbacks knew A&M had a great line, and they just got rid of the football fast. But this guy dominated in Mobile at 6'5", 280, and he's probably going to run 4.58, 4.59 at 280-plus pounds. So I think Shamar Stewart at 11 is definitely going to be in play for the 49ers. And your first question, though, was about Graham. Is Graham better than everybody else? He's more ready to play than anybody else. His technique, Greg, you're at practice. Defensive line is so technique rich, and he is probably the most polished, ready to play defensive tackle.
Fast.
But there are people.
He wins quickly. Off the ball, he wins.
He wins quickly. He wins with leverage. He's liquid. So, like, if you try to block him one way or shade him one way, he'll spin off of it. But I kind of think deep down, Kenneth Grant's the bigger talent. And if you watch the Michigan game or the Ohio State-Michigan game, Mason Graham had 7 tackles and looked great. But Kenneth Grant had like 4 or 5 tackles himself. He had a tackle for a loss. He was playing with his hair on fire in that game. And to me, I always think of that as a major measuring stick. How do the Michigan guys play in the Buckeye game? How do the Buckeye guys play in the Michigan game? I tried to tell the Raiders scouts back in the day that when Bill Urbanek was there, he introduced me to Al Davis, and Mr. Davis was hot to trot on Ricky Dudley. And I said, oh, well, obviously you didn't see the Michigan game. And Bill Urbanek shot me a look like, oh, my God, how dare you say that to Al? But Dudley, balls ricocheted off Dudley in that Michigan game. And if he had watched it, there's no way he would have drafted him, whatever it was, 16th overall or whatever it was. He was terrible. And, of course, he was a terrible Raider.
Yeah, I remember when John was coaching him, he had a tape, and it was on the old VHS. He had a tape made of all of Ricky Dudley's Dudley do-wrongs, dropping balls, missing blocks. And he walked right by him, and he threw it at Ricky Dudley and says, "That's why I never play your effing ass." It was like, but Al loves Ricky Dudley. The thing about Kenneth Grant,
he loved him.
He's a monster. The guy weighs 342 pounds. I mean, he is a space eater, so he's a war daddy, and he gets up the field. I mean, would they take an inside guy that big? And I heard him this morning talking about he was up to 380.
Oh, I mean, he's had issues with his weight, but it's under control now. And I mean, this guy, he's from Gary, Indiana. He's it's kind of a rougher area where he was from, but this guy, I mean, really, really good player. And so, I mean, he's a true freak, right? He's a freak. He's 6'3" plus 340, but fast. I mean, Jim Harbaugh, the first year there at Michigan was like, this is the freakiest defensive player I've ever seen in my life. I mean, Jim Harbaugh, there's all kinds of, if you type in Kenneth Grant and Jim Harbaugh, there's all kinds of quotes from Harbaugh going, I've never seen anybody, a human being this big who's this fast. So, and he's not Mozzie Smith, by the way. A lot of people say, oh, well, Michigan had Mozzie and Dallas took him in the first round. Mozzie Smith couldn't play dead. I mean, this guy's 100 times better than Mozzie Smith. He comes off the blocks. He can rush the passer, but he's 340 pounds. And I really believe that the Niners' ideal front is to have bigger bodied guys inside and smaller. They like converted DBs and smaller run around fast linebackers that can, and you got to keep their legs free. That means you got to prevent those O-linemen from climbing to the second level. How do you do it? By having guys like Kenneth Grant that just they absorb blockers and they don't let them climb to that second level and pick off Greenlaw, Warner, etc.
Talking to Larry Krueger here, a few more minutes. And as we do the whole setting aside positions and focusing too narrow and focusing on a particular player even, I just want to kind of get your take on Will Johnson, because that was Mel Kiper's mock draft 2.0 pre-combine draft. That was where he had the 49ers selecting at number 11. And, this is a guy who, yeah, the 49ers probably going to lose Charvarius Ward in free agency, and there's a lot of different holes that the 49ers can address to fill. I mean, what can you tell us about a Will Johnson, or maybe just your thoughts on the corner position in general if Charvarius Ward does end up leaving, and still with Diamador Lenore, Renardo Green, and just kind of, I don't know, it's level of completeness here on the roster.
Well, he's a great player. I mean, now the question is, do you want to take a player who was hurt a lot this year? But a lot of people feel he's the true best corner in the draft. I've seen comps to Patrick Surtain. A lot of speculation that Robert Saleh sees, his version of Sauce with Will Johnson. And, it's all, where they're sitting, if they want to take the best player available, I mean, Will Johnson's one of the highest graded players. He's physically right. He's productive as heck. This week will be big to make sure the medicals are okay, that he's healthy. But I mean, he is a blue chip, plug and play number one corner. I mean, the Niners, you could make an argument, have not had a true number one corner. Now, some people call Mooney that. I don't. But I don't think they've had a true number one corner since Dion, since 1994. It's been a long, long, long time. So they've had good corners, but never a true number one. This guy's a true number one. This guy can take away people. He's 6'2". He's got long arms. He's a Detroit kid. He's a two-time All-American. Two-time All Big Ten. He Thorpe Award semifinalist this year, MVP of the national championship game in 2023. So he's a big-time player. He's physical. He breaks down in space. He's got long speed to run with the fastest receivers. He doesn't flinch or panic at the catch point. He's very poised with the ball in the air. He's a big-time player. No question. And he would start right away and probably star right away. So I don't love it because I think the needs in the front seven, but I can see why he's such a blue chipper.
You mentioned Dion, and I agree with as far as the shutdown corner. Coach Prime, his guy, Travis Hunter. Wow. And we saw Dion, in Super Bowl 29 take a post route from Steve Young and get down the field. They called that special, but he did it just a little bit here and there. And, when John Gruden would call Fremont personnel, Charles Woodson would play both sides of the ball. We've seen linemen do it, but not a corner and a number one wide receiver. This Heisman Trophy winner, Travis Hunter, Larry, is he a better receiver? Is he a better corner? And would you draft him and play him both? Give him 100 and 110 snaps a game. Could he do that?
No, I don't think he can. I mean, if he played a different position that wasn't so physically demanding, but I mean, you need your receiver to be sprinting. You need your corner, your number one corner to be sprinting. I don't think it's realistic to say you're going to play 100. You're going to play, whatever number of plays, 100 plays in an NFL game. It's just too physical. I personally think he's a Jalen Ramsey, if not better, corner. And receiver-wise, he's a little raw, but he's the best receiver in the draft. He's the best receiver in the draft. He's the best corner in the draft. He's physically totally dominant. He's 6'2", long arms, super confident. I mean, just very confident. One of the most decorated players in the history of NCAA football. Consensus National Player of the Year, Heisman winner. I mean, he's the total deal. He's the total deal. He's the number one receiver with crazy ball skills and the ability to separate. But his best thing is he's a shutdown corner. I think he could be a shutdown corner who helps you maybe as a return man, but I don't think he's a two-way player. I don't think you'll ever see a two-way player at receiver. I mean, Troy Brown did it with the Patriots, but not really, right? They just played him. He wasn't the true number one corner or the number one receiver. He was just a corner and a receiver.
When guys got hurt, they were forced to play him, but that was
right.
Out of necessity.
That was more out of necessity, yeah. This guy could legitimately be a great receiver, but he's a better corner.
Krug, last one before I let you go here, because we're starting to get excited and we're going to be out there. What would you give to see Greg Papa run through the NFL Combine obstacle course that's going to be set out for the public?
That would be awesome. That would be fantastic.
The answer would be not enough. The answer would be not enough.
I would love to see it. You just got to remember this. As great an athlete as DK Metcalf is, he had a worse 3-cone drill than Tom Brady. So,
what? He did?
So yes, Tom Brady had a better 3-cone drill than he did, than DK Metcalf. So DK had no ability. So maybe Greg has unbelievable agility.
Doing the obstacle course. You know what I would want to do is the gauntlet. I've been watching the gauntlet on TV forever. I want to see the gauntlet up close. That is, and Puka Nacua balled out. He may not have a great 40 time, but that guy can run a gauntlet. Let's do the gauntlet.
Okay, fine. We'll do the gauntlet. I'll do something.
I'll tell you, it's not the way you do it. Every time we catch a ball, we stop and we do a shot of tequila, and then we go on to the next ball. That's
there you go.
Oh,
it's kind of like a. It's kind of like a beer crawl.
A drinking game. It's a drinking game gauntlet is what we're going to do.
Exactly.
So is that going to be before or after the show or in the middle
during.
of it?
We're going to do it during the show. We're going to do it during the show. Maybe Jake Plummer will drop by and give us mushrooms as well. So, either way.
The question that is most commonly asked is, do you love football? And the answers are all over the map. I mean, it's like, oh, absolutely, I love it. I'm absolutely in love with it. But that question is asked a ton. How much do you love football?
Or do you love the money that football provides?
Exactly. Do you love the lifestyle? Or if you get all this money, are you still going to show up, 6 a.m. when you're supposed to be there at 7 a.m. at the facility? There's an old saying. Everybody's looking at their watch. You're either at home saying, I got to get to the facility, or you're at the facility saying, I got to get home. And you got to make sure that you get the guys that are dying to get there, not dying to leave.
Well, Krug, we always appreciate you coming by with us. This was the perfect day to do it, and we'll come back with the full scouting report, maybe on some metrics and some times and everything, but might just really be the experience with the horseradish or the tequila gauntlet. I have no idea what's in store for me, but I'm going to let the other Greg just kind of guide the ship here.
There you go. Wise decision by you.
I'm going to take you to Broad Ripple. Wait till you get to Broad Ripple in Indiana. Keystone at the Crossing. Carmel. Or Caramel. What do they call it there?
Carmel?
That's the nice area. Carmel, Indiana.
Yeah.
It's not Carmel by the Sea. Anyway,
not Carmel by the Sea.
So who we taking? Who's the guy? You went back and forth on all these D tackles. Which Michigan guy do we want?
To me, the best way to play this is trade down from 11 to like 15 and take Kenneth Grant.
Okay.
Start with Kenneth Grant.
Somebody else. What else you going to get if you drop back? What else you going to get?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You trade back a few spots. I love the day 3 linebackers. Like, I think this is where's the sweet spot in this draft where you're like, oh my God, we got all kinds of good players. It's the day 3 undersized linebackers that fit right into what the Niners are looking for. Jeffrey Bassa, Shamar James, Casey Osai, Chandler Martin, David Benda. Go look at some of these guys. Demetrius Knight. There's a lot of undersized linebackers who can run, and you get a big Kenneth Grant up front. You keep some bodies off of them. You add a couple of these guys behind Greenlaw and Fred, and I think your front seven's redone.
Krug, you're the best. We'll talk to you soon, and we'll see over the next 2 months how this all shakes out before the 49ers officially make a move with that number 11 pick.
Appreciate you guys. Niners Nightly tonight at 6. John Dickinson is going to be our guest tonight, and we'll chop it up on a number of the things that Lynch said today. So look for that tonight at 6.
Fantastic. Yeah, I mean, you can put JD to the side, whatever. He's fine. But no, all jokes aside, catch Larry Krueger tonight at 6 p.m. for Niners Nightly and every night as he's going to keep going and giving you all the best scouting report. Little Niners on the other side as we react to some of Kruger's comments, Papa, and we'll sneak in a Silver Linings playlist here. Papa and
Larry.
Silver on the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boy.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Diana Rossini of The Athletic putting out there that teams are poking around about 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk after he got a big extension and sustained a major knee injury. So what do the 49ers do about that? We'll be talking about it today right here, Papa and Silver, the sports leader. Hey, let's talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, who's going to join us today and tell us about unfiled tax returns. Steve, what can people do about their unfiled tax returns?
We can totally take care of this problem. The number one reason people don't file returns is just because they don't have the money to pay it. Then the second year rolls around, they say, but how can they file year two when they didn't file year one? By the way, they still don't have the money. It becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. We can take care of this for you. We can make a deal for you for what you owe. Even if you don't have the money, that's okay. Second biggest reason is people don't have their records. That's okay too. We get all the records the IRS and state has on you. Another reason is something changed. Your tax preparer retired, or that was your former spouse and they're gone, or your former business partner, or your bookkeeper. We have a whole bookkeeping department to do that for you. The bottom line is there is no good excuse. We have all the solutions. We'll explain everything to you in our free consultation. Let us give you your life back. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of this for me.
Well, if you need some help with your unfiled tax returns, you can do just that. Pick up the phone and call Steve Moskowitz at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAXDEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
All right, we're going to keep this Silver Linings playlist about as short as we've ever done it. Trying to figure out where to go. Quentin Post was doing high threes last night. Did I want to go basketball? They smacked the Hornets. I don't know. We'll see what happens in Orlando. Instead, you know, U2, out of all their songs and out of all the ones that they forced on people's phones and iTunes, they do have one called 11 o'clock TikTok. And no, I'm not talking about the app TikTok like I did back when I ran the fake funeral. This is 11 o'clock TikTok because we are taking the late flight tonight and trying to get some sleep on the plane to Indianapolis. There's really not much more to it than that, Papa. 11 o'clock TikTok on the plane. Go to Indy. It's going to be a blast, and who knows what's in store. I can't wait.
Love Bono and U2. Best concert I've ever seen, bar none, without a doubt, was in San Jose many years ago. I remember they showed up when I first moved to the Bay Area. They just showed up at Justin Herman Plaza and started wailing.
Oh.
Nobody even knew they were showing up. I'm not even sure they were that band yet, Joshua Tree. They were, though. Anyway, what time is our flight take off tonight? I'm getting into my United Airlines app here.
I believe it's 11:20.
Midnight. 11:20. So it is 11 o'clock TikTok. I do love Red Eyes. I will sleep easily the whole way. Or I got Senior Bowls to watch. I've got East-West Shrine games to watch. I've been storing up a lot of stuff that I've downloaded to watch. So we get in. One thing to keep in mind, and I lived in Indianapolis for 22 months, 2 weeks, 4 days, 6 hours, and then I had to get out of the Midwest. I love those people, but a little too much grits late at night. And you know what else they have there? White Castle. Stay away from the White Castle would be the one recommendation. You don't eat White Castle, you rent White Castle, and you do it by the hour. So be careful.
Just like Harold and Kumar.
It is a great city. We'll have fun when we get there. But they are on... the cows wake up the same time every morning. So they, like Arizona, they don't change their clocks. So they're on East Coast time now, and when we do spring ahead, they will be on Central time. So they're adaptable, like our friends in the desert. So the point is we are 3 hours ahead. So I know we're going to land like break of dawn. We'll get there at like 6:30 in the morning. But our show does not start time in Indianapolis till 1 o'clock. We're on 1 to 5. So you can still stay up all night, do whatever you want. And if you want to actually sleep in a Betty Bye, when we get to Nap Town, you can take a power nap and still get like 5 hours in, which is like double what I get every night. So anyway, you can sleep on the plane. You can sleep when you get there. But after that, no more sleeping. We'll sleep when we're dead and when we get back here because it is the combine. I can't wait.
Yeah, it sounds like a good plan. You know, sleep is out, football in, like I said at the top of the show. So that's really all there is to it. Going to be a blast. Got some of the equipment tutorial yesterday, you'll be happy to know. So walked out with multiple briefcases. Shout out to Walter taking one to my car. What a good man. What am I going to do without him?
That's the
Walter,
one
what
that's
will I do
ticking.
without
Be
you?
careful on that one. So what are you bringing? Yeah, you like the engineer, producer, and all that? Are you Mike Holler and Mike Baird in one?
I'm Mike Holler. I'm Andrew Stern. I'm Josh Shepard. I'm Greg Silver. I'm Walter Icabelceta. And I'm Michael Connell and Austin Scott and Jack Loader.
All right.
There we go. That's going to be a great time. 11 o'clock TikTok. And coming up on the other side, let's play some sounds because we haven't really done a full Sounds of Silver in a while. And there are some good cuts that I want to get to around the world of sports.
Didn't we just do Sounds of Silver? How many damn segments on the show are named Silver? Jesus.
I know.
Dirty Work just texted me that.
Yeah, I know. Like I said,
how many segments on their show are named Papa? All of them?
I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any. Ask Derek.
The Truth Machine.
The Truth Machine. Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia, which started this whole beef, by the way. I'm staying out of that lane.
Why? What was happening on that? I missed it.
It's a story too long to tell. It'll take years and years on this segment.
Exactly. 11 o'clock TikTok. We'll be there.
Sounds coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Sounds of Silver with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
Come on, Walter. I told you that people weren't going to want too many segments named after me. This was all your idea. Sounds of Silver time here on the Sports Leader. We're going to hand it off to Dirty Work coming up in about 25 minutes. Papa and Silver wrapping up with you right now. Draymond Green had a podcast. Surprise, surprise. Only this one had quite the shocker of a guest, Kevin Durant. And he said, Draymond, it was all because of you. I didn't want to come back to the Bay Area. No, that's not actually what he said. But Draymond and KD, of course, did get into the elephant in the room. And Kevin Durant expanded on why he ultimately did not want to get traded back to the Golden State Warriors when the trade deadline rumors were going crazy. Here's what he had to say.
I want my career to end on my terms. That's the only thing.
Bingo.
That's the only thing I'm worried about because I see a lot of dudes that don't get that opportunity. So I want to keep putting in that work to make that choice on my own. But as far as the Warriors, I didn't want to move. And then as a player like me, I cost a lot. Me going into your team in the middle of the season, it's going to be a big blow to any team I'm going to. I get why y'all want to trade me. Simple fact, that's just business. But for me looking at it, I'm just like, it just don't make sense for either side right now to go through that when we just play the season out. And if that's the decision you want to make in the off season, then you figure it out. If I can stop it, then why not? And then the narratives that's going to come with all that I mean, I could play under the noise. It's a simple fact that, like, I didn't feel like it was a need to make that big of a change.
Yeah, to press that issue.
You know, and look what y'all doing right now, Dre. Y'all looking good. Jimmy, and then you still got Kaminga on the way back. So I didn't think it made sense. And then I just want to see it through. You know, when you commit to something in a season like that, and it's like nobody's like big injuries, like everybody's in the lineup, and like I'm trying to see this through to the end and see what we can really do with it. And I feel like I'm committed to my coaches and teammates, and I want to see it through. So, man, I wanted to lock in on that.
Yeah, look, Kevin Durant, of course, selfishly, talking on the radio in the Bay Area, I would have loved to have him back around the time of the trade deadline. We spent 2 whole days, Papa, talking about how we were all in. It's all worked out to this point so far with Jimmy Butler. Kevin Durant wanted to honor his commitment through. He didn't have to want that return. And by the way, Phoenix, not only are they skidding, but Brian Windhorst putting out there today that he thinks this relationship between Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns is over in the offseason, and they both know it.
Well, the season's not over. We got 58 games in, but they lost again last night in Memphis, and the game went to overtime. But hell, they gave up 151 points. And they're starting all 3 of their high-priced stars, Durant, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal. They all had at least 24. Even Bol, Manut's son, who was so skilled, got to play last night, went for 23. Grayson Allen off the bench had 21. They scored 148, but they don't defend. Nick Richards was a nice start. They needed more. So Kevin wants to see it through, which is interesting. We'll see where it all ends up. But they're 4 under right now, and they may be 6 under, where you're dead and buried, and they may not even get into the play-in. And then they're going to have to move him in the offseason. So do we just move on when Kevin Durant is tradable in the offseason? Does he drag us back in again like he did 3 weeks ago? And we're going to trade Jimmy, and we're going to you're not going to do all that. And what he did say, which was we asked Mark Spears about, a lot of times the best trade's the one you don't make. What would they have had to give up to get Durant? A lot more than they gave up to get Butler. It would have been Wiggins and what else? And he mentioned Kaminga.
Might have been both. Might have been a couple of picks. I don't know what they would have done with the role players. Yeah.
It would have been a lot. But Ishbia and James Jones aren't fools, and Bud, they would have wanted Kaminga if we're going to give up Durant. So he kind of implied that, inferred that, said that. Which my question is, when that Friday night game against Phoenix, when Rich Kleiman was sitting next to Joe, didn't they ask him? Wasn't that the whole point, is Durant is amenable? Nobody bothered to check. The first thing before I'm going to make a convoluted, complicated trade, is Durant down with this? Is Steve down with this? Is Draymond down with it? Is Draymond going the other way in the trade? Nobody bothered to ask Kevin Durant if he would do it. Otherwise, you got no trade. Why even discuss it?
Yeah, I thought Steph and KD, it sounds like they did end up having a conversation, and KD reiterated that he didn't think it was the right time. But when Phoenix was kicking the Warriors' butt there in the second quarter and there was a stoppage for a free throw or something, Steph didn't walk up to his old teammate and say, hey, would you want to come back here playing playing in these colors? They didn't have that conversation.
Ask his agent when Rich Kleiman sitting next to him the whole game. Wasn't that the whole point? Was that KD wanted to come back here? Why did they do that?
I don't know, but the story as told by Kevin Durant on the Draymond Green podcast, that episode dropping at 7 o'clock this morning. But as with the Court of Gold documentary, Papa, you can pretty much listen to the podcast by finding 5 different clips out on social media all throughout the day. That's
Team
the beauty.
USA? Team USA you're talking about?
I'm talking about Team USA. Let's go back to John Lynch, where has been the large focus of our day and for the rest of our week. A lot of good stuff to chew on from John Lynch. Want to play one talking about Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga, because not that he said anything all that riveting about that situation, but the free agency of those two is going to be something to monitor and might have a big role in how the 49ers spend their current 10 draft picks. Here's what he said on the matter.
Those guys are fantastic players. Of course, we have interest in bringing them back, and we'll work our tails off to try to make that happen. Whether it does, can't tell you that, but I think in the near future here, things are kicking off. So, we've been in contact with them, and their representatives will continue to be.
So again, not that quote alone gives us a whole lot of information beyond what we already knew, but I do like looking at these two guys and tying it into the sense of John Lynch saying, yeah, we don't let good players out of the building, but also we got to get younger. And if you want to get younger and if you want to save money or have money to spend elsewhere, such as maybe a Brock Purdy contract, then decisions are going to have to be made along the way. And I would agree with what you said earlier, Papa, in that if one of them was to stay, I would bet on it being Greenlaw. We'll see what happens with Talanoa Hufanga and if Dre Greenlaw's on the team, but two guys we'll be looking at right at the forefront of free agency.
Yeah, I think they've got a lot of unrestricted free agents, just a lot. Chris Conley, Jalen Moore, Aaron Banks. They brought back Ben Bartch. What does that mean for Aaron Banks? Eric Saubert. Both quarterbacks are unrestricted. Elijah Mitchell, Patrick Taylor. It goes on. Kevin Givens, the Gravedigger, they're going to release. It goes on and on. They got so many. Isaac Yiadom, what do they do with him? Charvarius will probably move on. Rock Yassin. But I think the two biggest, and I can make a point, I think Givens is someone you want to bring back, but he's not going to cost you as much. As far as getting the headlines, it's Big Play Dre. He's number one. And he's not an older player. He did get a second contract. It was not a huge one. He could have gotten more, honestly. If he would have signed, and Robbie Gold was telling him not to sign when he did. If he would have waited till later in the year, that offseason, he would have got a lot more. But he's not old, but he's been injured. Not just the Achilles tendon, but the core muscle surgery. He's missed entire years, or an entire year just about. Did in the opener in Detroit, came back and played the last game. And when he came back, he played great, and then he broke down. So I think the league is going to tell you, what other teams are going to offer Dre more money. And do you want to pay 2 off-the-ball linebackers that kind of money? A lot of teams just don't theorize they're going to do that. Talanoa Hufanga, safeties don't make a lot. And he, too, was coming off injuries. Dre's coming off an Achilles, and Talanoa's coming off an ACL. And then when he came back, he hurt his wrist right away. And so I think there's a way to keep both of them. But there's a long list. Before we start buying other teams' free agents, which one of the list did I give you? Guys that you got to have. You want to be able to re-sign that are your own. I think Charvarius will probably move on, Mooney Man. So those would be the top 2. But I want Kevin Givens back. Can they just not afford Aaron Banks anymore? How much money he's going to get at guard? Bartch looked like a guy that could play a little bit. He played well in the snow, but Banks, the Outer Banks, you put him next to Trent. It's a big deal, and you got an undersized quarterback. You got to protect the middle. What do you do with Jalen Moore? So we'll see. In 2 weeks' time, I know we're going to the Combine tonight on the Red Eye, but in 2 weeks' time, we will probably know. Yeah. Dre's going to be out there. 2 weeks' time on March the 12th, by this hour, late in the show, it's already going to be, they're going to sign. They're going to be gone. It's really going to be that in previous Monday, March 10th, 9 o'clock, an hour before we go on the air, that you're going to get rumblings. And, somebody go out there. Aziz is in Houston with D'Amico. Would D'Amico go get him? With a lot of former Niners, not just Saleh coming back here, but I don't know. But I think if there's a way to keep Dre Greenlaw and you can afford it, he would be the guy. Talanoa, I'm not sure about. He's and not just the injuries. He didn't play as well. The fact that he made first-team All-Pro really was a shocker. I think there were other safeties, including Derwin James, that should have had that honor over him.
Yeah, lots to monitor here, and 2 weeks' time is going to give us that information that we are speculating on right now. A couple of more cuts here on the Sounds of Silver. Let's go to a couple of lighthearted and fun cuts. Let me ask you a question on the spot, Papa. How do you spell Pajemski?
No idea. Pods. P-O-D-Z.
That's essentially the answer that
How do you
Moses
spell
Moody.
Juszczyk? Do you know that?
J-U-S-Z-C-Z-Y-K.
I don't write. I speak. I don't have to spell. As long as I can pronounce Pajemski, I'm good.
Okay.
Why?
Well,
Who did they ask? Which teammate did they ask if they could say spell his name?
Well, they asked a handful of teammates, and the birthday boy of yesterday, happy 22nd to Brandon Pajemski, celebrated by smacking around the Charlotte Hornets and continuing to play some good basketball. Here's a little collection of them asking Warrior figures, how do you spell Pajemski?
Pajemski is spelled P-O-D-Z-I-E-M-S-K-I.
Nailed it. P-O-D Jemski. G Pod. Is it P-O-D-I? P-O-D-Z-S-K-E-M-I? That's close. Close, yeah, that's all I got.
P-O-D-Z-I-E-M-S-K-I. Nailed it. Yes.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
P-O-D-Z. And that's what I call them, pods.
I'm not even going to butcher it. I'm not even going to try.
So shout out to Trace Jackson Davis, who had the exact answer as Greg Papa. I don't know. P-O-D-Z. That's his name. Pods.
That's the first four letters. After that, it's Emski. The only person that matters is the controller, the one that signs his checks and writes the checks. Can they spell Pajemski?
I sure hope so, because he's playing a lot better basketball
Maybe
lately.
not. How about Juszczyk? Wait, what's the hardest surname in the Bay Area to spell?
Juszczyk,
Pods or
Yastrzemski,
Juice?
and Pajemski all have to be a representative for the big three teams, no?
Say that again?
I said for the representatives got to be Juszczyk for the 49ers, Pajemski for the Warriors, and Yastrzemski for the Giants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Samardzija. I don't know.
How about Walter's last name as he whispers in my ear?
John Miller can't pronounce it, so I ain't saying it. John, we love John. The day that John butchered his name is the funniest thing I've ever heard.
By the way, I have a sad confession to make. I was driving home listening to John and Joe yesterday. In my drive alone, the over...
Twice. I heard it on the postgame show.
I heard it 4 times on my drive home. So...
Yeah, I heard it. It was definitely the over. John on the postgame show alone, and I listened to the whole game, but I let him go. But he's a couple times he cleverly, like my Buster Posey's good friend, Hunter Pence, when he pulled that one out to save the call. That's the genius. But there was one he just said, Oakland 7. Oh, no. But a lot of times, formerly Oakland, formerly the Athletics, now Sacramento. Are we calling them the Sacramento Athletics or just the Athletics?
Well, what was the deal with the Chronicle? They were going to refer to them as Sacramento because the organization
what does
wanted...
the actual baseball team do?
I think the actual baseball team wants to be Athletics.
Right, and they're not going to have Sacramento across their chest, right?
No, don't believe so.
So
no. Anyway, love John Miller, but I was definitely wrong on the over/under. You nailed that one on the head. One more here on the Sounds of Silver, and this is going to be shout out to our guy Austin Scott, who was down in Austin Scottsdale interviewing a handful of San Francisco Giants. Talk to Jung-Hoo Lee. Talk about a guy with some aura. If there's one thing in California that Jung-Hoo Lee would want in Korea, he doesn't even need the translator for this one. What he had to say.
Is there anything in San Francisco that you like that you wish Korea had?
In-N-Out.
In-N-Out? What's your In-N-Out order?
My favorite food.
In-N-Out 어떻게 주문하나요?
그냥 더블 세트 달라고 하는 것 같은데. I walk over there to the counter and said double set, and every time they do a great job on making me a double set.
Animal style fries?
No.
Cheese like on the fries?
No. 그냥 benchback. No cheese, no animal fries, just go regular.
Regular fries. Okay, that's a good order, man.
I heavily endorse the order. I've never been big into animal style. Double, absolutely the way to go. And he didn't say White Castle is the more important takeaway.
Love
from
animal
this.
style, just not on a burger, but love animal style. We are taking you to White Castle, and it is a whole different Whataburger in Texas, Shake Shack. We got them in the Bay Area. They're mainly from Manhattan. Five Guys were born in Baltimore.
Steak
we got
and
them
Shake
as well.
out there, is that a thing?
Yeah, definitely have Steak and Shake. But the one in the Midwest that I was turned on to when I was in Indianapolis is White Castle. It is not In-N-Out Burger. It's not. It's probably the lowest one ranked of all those. But we'll get White Castle. I haven't had White Castle since I left Indianapolis in August of '86. Jung-Hoo Lee, by the way, today Giants are leading 4-1. Jung-Hoo Lee leading off in center field. I got him scoring a run today.
So Jung-Hoo Lee going from the 3-hole to leading off today, a little
against a lefty. The Cubs started the left-hander, so he went animal style on the base pass today.
Nice. That's a good segue into Jung-Hoo Lee on the field, and we'll be wrapping up the show on the other side as we get ready to do some packing of the suitcase, because I have not started that whatsoever, and I need my medical supplies with me because I'm like Jordan Hicks. We'll close this out on the other side. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, it wasn't the prettiest of wins, but if you're the Golden State Warriors and you're fighting for that 6th seed, you take them any which way you can. After a slow first half, they ran away with it in the third quarter, and the Charlotte Hornets now have the worst point differential over a 3-game span in NBA history. Warriors now take it to the road to see if they can sustain the 6-1 start with Jimmy Butler.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks to Darren Chan for putting this program together, and our network coordinator, Walter Ika Balsetta. Whoops, I fumbled. Walter Ika Balsetta. Walter, Mr. Ika Balsetta, who did a great job coordinating the network. I got to get out of here.
Well done, Walter. Yeah, that's incredible. I also love how much John Miller just leaned into that, too. He's like, kept going, and then he tried to say coordinating and was like, yeah, I'm done. I got to get out of here. By the way, I got a lovely text from a certain Danny Dunn, because who doesn't like Danny Dunn? Says, had White Castle in Vegas. Recommend having a few beverages before trying it, and then sends me the emoji.
A few before? Has anybody ever had White Castle where they weren't completely blotto? I mean, that's a place you go to late at night when nothing else is open.
Well, yeah, and he also sends me the emoji of the Scotch glass. So we're not even talking about brutal. A beer or a glass of wine. Like, it has to be a few strong beverages before a little White Castle. So thank you to Danny Dunn.
White Castle. There's some great restaurants in Indianapolis. I love it there. And a lot of them are outside of the city. So anyway, St. Elmo's, the great St. Elmo's Fire, who I think the food there is a bit overrated. But it does remind me of being in New York with the high ceilings. And the issue there is getting a dinner reservation. Now, if we do it late night, it's hard. If we show up with like a party of 8, we can get in. If you show up with a party of 2, it's tough to get a table. So does the Elder Silver have a contact at St. Elmo's? We got to get you some horseradish and some shrimp cocktail.
I have absolutely no idea the answer to that question. I've been leaving him be.
There? Is he going?
Yeah, he's been there for a couple of days.
He does owe me a meal. He wanted the sushi meal, but I'd much rather have St. Elmo's Fire.
Why not just cash in on both?
No, we'll just do that one. That'll be enough.
Okay, fair
Although
enough.
Syracuse did beat Cal in football and basketball, but that's the only basketball game I think they won all year.
Yeah, also, I don't know if he would have been willing to take the bet on basketball, just with the history.
No, we didn't bet that. He didn't even know they were playing, so anyway. But Kyle McCord, can't wait to watch that guy throw on Saturday when the quarterbacks are out. So we're going to have fun. We're going to fly all night and then get ready for the combine tomorrow, and who knows who will be dropping by. I think John Lynch may make an appearance on our very show, either tomorrow or on Friday.
Yeah, we're going to be catching up with a lot of the 49ers beat that's down there, catching up and having them come over to the table.
They're all leaving. Matt Mayoko's flying out today. David Lombardi's leaving. Who's staying? Is Barrow staying? They're all. Cam Inman didn't go. He's like Kyle Shanahan. A lot of them were there just to hear John today, and now they're flying out of town before we get there.
Please tell me that we're not resigned to just having Elder Silver be the only guest that we can book in person. Because
no, we'll get many guests.
I was going to say can't just be stuck there at the very end. So yeah, that's the situation, and I'm super looking forward to it. It's going to be awesome. You a neck pillow guy for airplanes, or you just knock right out on your own?
You are so funny. A neck pillow. What'll be Conrad Dobler going with a neck roll? I'm laying down. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to be in the back.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm not a neck pillow guy either. Had to ask, though. Yeah, so 11:20 tonight. I'll be finding ways to stay up. Going to do some afternoon caffeine, then probably some early morning caffeine, then some more caffeine in the afternoon in Indianapolis, and then some drinks so that I can ingest White Castle. And it sounds like that's going to be the cycle for the next 4 days.
Yes. You can't stay up till 11:20. You got to take a nap to make the red eye.
No, I'll be good. We'll be fantastic. We're going to hand things off to Dirty Work coming up in just a bit. And Dirty Work, as Derek tells me, is going to be causing some major beef today. Hey, you know what? Good job, Walter. We didn't do Walter's Wednesday whip around today, and therefore we did not fight. I even had a coin ready to go just in case we needed to do an official coin toss. Little Fred Warner tails, but hey, that's all aside. Going to be great to be out there. Appreciate all you did today, getting the John Lynch sound ready to go. Thanks to David Lombardi for courtesy of that. Thank you to Walter and the entire bullpen. Thank you to Greg Papa. And we will catch up with you in person tomorrow from halfway across the country. Whatever happens next on these airwaves, well, That's the problem of Depop, Copes, and Tim Webb, because we're going to hand it off to Dirty Work now as you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader and Cumulus Media Station.
Can't we all just get along?
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
Here we go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Good show for you today on a Hump Day Wednesday.
Grand show.
We got a great show, man. A really, really fun show. Dude, I'm in this situation again where my headphones are all tangled up. Zena Cada going to join us. Talk about my red-hot Golden State Warriors.
Your Dubs.
Four in a row. What was last night, a 36-point win?
36-point win after 2 24-point wins.
Just call that an ass-kicking.
Oh, yeah.
Just a good old shellacking. Just a beat down.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't...
Mike Krukow laugher.
To me, the game itself wasn't the biggest thing of the night. I'll get to that later. I think we were all duped.
You know, I think it was the biggest thing of the night, actually. Certainly wasn't what went on before.
My biggest takeaway wasn't the game itself. It was what we were led to believe. A reunion of some sorts?
Yeah.
I say not.
Piss poor.
Yeah.
The Stones on the Dubs to call that a reunion. We'll get into that a little bit later. Also, Tracy Sandler going to join us at 4:50. And we had the joke going for a little while about Larry Krueger's Niners Nightly coming up at 6 o'clock. Like, obviously, a lot of Niner news to get to today because of John Lynch's conversation with the media. And there's a lot of football news out there in general today. But we were joking because Jacob Violante, who sometimes runs the board for and produces for Larry on Niners Nightly, he said in the offseason maybe there won't be enough Niner news and we'll have to go to Diners Nightly where Larry just
I'm looking forward
Diners.
to it.
On my sheet now every day, Tim puts 6 o'clock Diners Nightly. Yesterday he said Larry reviews Caro's.
Oh, Caro's Diner.
Yeah, right.
Eric Caro's?
Yeah. Today he dropped a Larry reviews Lions. Lions is gone, right? There's no more Lions.
I don't think there's any more Lions.
I used to like a Lions, man. When I was a kid.
I don't think I've ever been to Lions.
Didn't Lions have some all-you-can-eat type thing, Tim? I feel like they had some kids all-you-can-eat thing on like a Tuesday night. Lions and I always felt like Lions kind of fell in the same category as like a Sizzler. Maybe right around that.
Ooh.
You with me on that, Tim? Probably a grade above. I don't know how Sizzler's still going.
Well, they got a good, was it like a good steak and
do they
special? I don't know.
I haven't had Sizzler since I was like 8 years
Very
old.
chainy, you know what I mean? Like very kind of like
Dick
just
Cheney?
chain, And the whole thing about Diners Nightly is I'm gonna run out of diners, but not anytime soon.
No.
Yep.
So you got Lions today, you got Caro's yesterday. Stay tuned for tomorrow.
You got a favorite diner yourself, Tim?
Yeah.
808 KNBR, great
Best
diners.
Bay Area diners.
Oh, dude, well, we can go like the Fifth Wheel in San Leandro. I'd throw that at you.
Okay.
I go Doug's Place in Castro Valley.
Ooh.
That's a fantastic diner.
There was a diner here in the city that is no longer, but it is easily the best diner I've ever been to. It was a place called the Video Cafe, and it was out on Geary, and they were open 24/7, and they would just play old 80s movies, and you could get, steak and eggs or whatever. And many times on after a Trivia Tuesday, had one too many Jameson, the Video Cafe came through. Anybody here lived in the city who know the Video Cafe?
When did it close?
Greatest diner of all time. 8 years ago, something like that.
So they would play old 80s videos?
Oh, they would just play like, the Terminator and,
Okay.
they'd have big posters and everything. You could pick movies if you wanted to. It was like Planet Hollywood went to die. It's kind of like that.
It's a big
Great.
difference than Cozy Car, which plays porn.
Yes. Yeah. Cozy Car's a little
I
different.
don't have any opinions on that.
I do. I mean, it's
a good spot to.
I don't know why you would.
Yeah,
okay.
You get drinks. You sit in a jacuzzi with your friends. And there's porn in the background.
I want to check out Tim's browsing history. You should get no thoughts on
I
that.
don't know anything about that.
I bet he
we
does.
all watch porn.
I bet he does. I bet he does know something about that, Tim Webb.
You do too.
Yeah, I said I did.
Okay.
I said I didn't deny that.
Hey, no beef on our show, please.
No, we're good, dude.
This has turned into something.
We set the place ablaze.
This is ridiculous.
It's so funny. I can't wait to get into
And
this
I
later.
love how Murph is like coming after me on the show. Like I didn't say anything yesterday.
You know why Murph's afraid to come after me? I almost made him cry one time when I was like talking ass when I was on the morning show. I say made him cry because I know that's so condescending.
What'd you do?
I can't say what I said. It was over text. It was over a fantasy football trash talk.
No, you told me.
And basically after that, Murph was just like, yo, don't start it with Copes. Don't get into the trash talk with Copes unless you're ready to go. But I noticed in all of their talking about it this morning, he didn't really call me out by name.
No, he called me out for...
see what I mean?
No, because what was it? I mean,
we got sound for you
We'll
later.
definitely get to it later, but...
here's the deal, guys.
War has begun.
We'll get into
Apparently, me and Tim don't have a good relationship with John Lynch. Only interviewed the man, but okay.
Well, hold on. We got to get into lay out what happened because people who are listening at 2:05 may not have heard any of this yesterday at 5:15. So young Tony, I guess yesterday, declared himself the number one board op at KNBR and then said to Tim in his face, and it's not even close.
Dude, the best way I heard this compared was Walter. Walter was like, young Tony went full Drake.
Yeah, dude, he just tried to. Yeah,
and
exactly.
Tim was Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, he went.
The only time Tim will be compared to Kendrick.
I don't even know if Tim knows who Kendrick is.
Jeez, thanks.
Yeah. So then Tim on Tim's Tuesday Takes in Trivia decided his he was going to choose violence. So we did an absolute takedown.
I endorse violence.
Yeah, I endorse it too. And I told you guys before, as the greatest show in America, it's our job to be the heels of KNBR. We're the ones who give them things to talk about, who create the, without the heel, it's just all,
I think out of all of us, though, you're the one that embraces the heel role the most.
Oh, well, absolutely. It was my idea, too. I was like, we're doing this, and you guys are coming along.
Is Adam Copeland, the wrestler, a heel in WWE as well?
Being it. Well, you go back and forth. I don't know what he is right now. He's in AEW, I think, now, right? Adam Copeland.
You can be a heel, you can be a baby face, but we're embracing heel.
Yeah,
they're way more fun.
It's way more fun. If we're all babyface, then what fun is that? Nobody wants to watch a show where everybody's all happy. There's got to be some conflict, right?
That's true.
And again, we'll get into what happened where Tim just undressed young Tony last night. We all got into it. We all took him down. And then this morning,
Belt to ass.
I guess this morning they responded and rebutted pretty soft, I thought, in their rebuttal. But I don't want to get into that right now because if we don't do part of our show and come up with enough content, what the hell are they going to talk about tomorrow?
True.
You know what I mean? We've got to do enough for them to have something to discuss.
I know.
If we don't
all the sound I cut that they'll use tomorrow,
dude,
the bits.
If we don't do a bid or come up with something good today, what are they going to put in the cooler of content?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Otherwise...
And I didn't save it in any of the other folders. Ooh.
Oh, man.
Yikes.
Bummer.
You're going to have to find it.
Yeah,
You're going to have to find the audio.
So we've got to do a show so that the morning show can have some content for tomorrow. But other than that, we will get into it a little bit later. Xena Kate at 4:50, Xena Kate at 2:50, Tracy Sandler 4:50 to talk about what's gone on with John Lynch in the draft today. And by the way, smart move by the Gregs to just steer clear of us. You know,
kinda.
Yeah,
well, kinda.
Tim, do you have it? I have it saved.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Yeah. I mean, usually, Greg, probably out of anybody, Greg Papa had the biggest dig on us a month ago. He was like, what do they do on this show? Just talk about nonsense at the time. And then Greg
as I said, have you ever listened to one of Greg's pre-snap calls? Talking nonsense. What the hell are you talking about? Oscar
can. Orbit wide motion.
Oscar can kill.
So Greg Silver started his show off today by saying, we're going to steer clear of any beef.
Yeah.
That's in between the morning show.
It's a smart kid, Greg Silver. I like that guy.
And the afternoon show. We
smart
love.
Kid.
Hey. We all in Dirty Work love ourselves some Greg Silver. The other Greg, we'll see. Greg had to call us out for us being the instigators.
Why is it always Dirty Work that's picking on the other shows? Can't we all just get along? What's wrong with them?
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, like I said...
Must have been parenting. I blame it on bad parenting. Just get along with everybody.
The irony.
The irony.
Is so thick.
Because Greg never has beefs with anybody.
It's palpable, the irony.
No. There's no beefs in Greg Papa's history. Yes, sir!
He might have his current gig because of a previous beef. You know what I mean?
A lot of beef.
We're talking, we can't get into the Raider riffs now? Well, we can't joke about that? Well, now, we can't pretend that all happened?
Well, yeah.
It's like very public.
The cocaine train.
Nothing personal here. You don't have to do anything with Musburger. See, it was very smart of them to just steer clear.
Yeah. You know? No, smart of Greg Silver.
And by the way, we didn't start this war. Young Tony's the one who came out. And like you said, he pulled a Drake and he never should have. And now Tim's gonna have to whoop his ass at the halftime.
There was no reason for young Tony to come after Tim and say he's the best board op, hands down.
The funny thing was he wasn't really coming at me. He was just he was standing on a pedestal taking a leak on everybody, and it was like, okay, well, if you're gonna unzip your fly, buddy.
Tim's a man of the people.
And you were the wind to blow it right back at you.
And you were defending pretty much every board op here yourself, Overnight Dave, Walt. The rest.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I can remember myself.
The rest.
Kyle Hart? Dude, it was like the opening of the original Gilligan's Island. The Professor and the rest. They didn't even name the rest of them here.
Cole, Jacob.
You got his name wrong.
What is it?
Cole Lapelt.
Yeah, Jacob. Go ahead, Derek. Who else?
Jacob Violante.
Who else do you know that works here?
Jordan.
Kyle.
Kyle Chung.
There's 3 Kyles.
Yeah. Kyle Fidelli Bass.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah. Kyle Chung, Kyle Har.
Yeah. I got it.
Raph.
Oh, yeah. God, Raph. I got to forget Raph. I'm sorry.
This is bad. This is bad on you.
What? I named them all.
McCarthy?
Ryan McCarthy, yeah.
He's forgotten like 6 of them, dude.
Lou P.
Anybody else?
Lou P.
Lou P's here.
I said Overnight Dave. I think that's it.
Is that all of them, Tim? Do we get them all?
Well,
Dan Dunn.
Should we announce this?
I don't know. Announce it.
It's coming back.
All right. Danny Dunn coming on back.
I'm so happy.
And here I thought we ended DEI hiring. All right. We got plenty more. I don't know. Just riffing. We can't have some fun? Can't have some fun? So I'm saying I got to work some bits out so the morning show has something to do tomorrow. Hey, we're still giving away tickets.
Yeah, they'll riff on DEI tomorrow.
Yeah. Safe show to do that on. Real colorful. How about this? We got 2 more tickets today for you to go see Jeff Bridges. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
The Jeff Bridges live. The Dude, and the reason we say The Dude is because it's an evening with The Dude. It's a screening of The Big Lebowski on 420 at the Masonic. We're giving away tickets all week long. They go on sale, by the way, on Friday morning at 10 a.m. And there will be a live Q&A. I imagine there will be some herbs in the air.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the devil's lettuce.
You got it for a little Lebowski fest.
Little hippie lettuce. Yeah, definitely. That'll be up there for Jeff Bridges and The Big Lebowski screening, an evening with The Dude, a screening and a Q&A, 420 at the Masonic. Tune in between 3 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR. And the tickets are yours, furnished by Live Nation. Official rules at KNBR.com. And again, tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. through LiveNation.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
You pull any of your crazy shit with us, you flash a peace out on the lanes, I'll take it away from you and stick it up your ass and pull the fucking trigger till it goes click.
Jesus.
You said it, man. Nobody f***s with the Jesus.
Oh, dude.
Jesus.
Jesus Quintana, one of my favorite characters. They made a sequel. Some people don't know.
A few years back. Yeah. It was like an Amazon movie, maybe?
Yeah, called like The Jesus Rolls. Yeah. It was terrible.
Yeah, it looked bad.
Coen brothers weren't even involved. I'll say this. We're hoping to get Jeff Bridges on the show. If there's some finagling, some way that Murph gets Jeff Bridges on the morning show, that's where the real beef starts. I'm not having that.
I'm not going to if and and it because they're going to do enough to piss us off anyway.
Oh, probably.
You know what
I mean, by all means, you could have Buster Posey on your show and whatever else. You take Jeff Bridges away from me. I swear to
That's
God.
where Derek draws the line. I get Jeff Bridges.
No, the dude abides on this show.
I don't think Murph's a Lebowski guy. Like Murph has a lot of blind spots in movies, and I wouldn't be shocked if like that's one that's just not even.
Okay, fair enough.
Has purview. I mean, he's. I mean, if it comes to music, don't question.
Oh no, but I'm not going to do that.
Call him the music man. You know what I mean?
Not going to get him in between him some music and Jung Ho Lee. That's all him.
When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR and the tickets are yours, the Dubs with a beatdown last night of the Charlotte Hornets, the way it should be.
Yep.
The way it ought to have been. You know, fun game last night. It was a good game. The Lakers helped them out, and they beat the Dallas Mavericks. By the way,
that too.
Kyrie was nasty in the first half, dude. He was jumping in front of lanes and stealing balls and back-to-back three-pointers. I watched a lot of the first half of that Lakers and Mavericks game. Then I just got kind of Lakered out, and I was watching the Dubs just bop the
There's only so much
Hornets.
rooting for the Lakers you could do.
How about my guy QP last night, dude? Quinn Post getting tossed at the end, getting all chapped with 25 seconds left.
I saw that.
Getting thrown out of the game. I was like, hell yeah, dude.
At that point, I didn't have much interest in the game. I was like, what the hell's going on
here?
No,
I still had it on. I was like paying attention to the end. I was like, the hell is this? I was like, what's this guy doing? Anyway, I'd like to see the baby Dubs getting it done at the end. And Warriors now, what are they, 6-1 with Jimmy Butler?
Yep.
6-1 with Jimmy Butler. 31 games total is what they'll have with him from the time they traded to the end of the season. I'm serious. I'm looking at like 5 losses maybe. 26-5 in that span.
Easy there, buddy.
No, dude, look at the schedule. Look at the schedule. Everything
5
is lining
losses
up.
total?
Why not? Why not?
From here on out, or it's since they
from here
acquired
on out
him?
that'd be 6. That'd be 25-6.
We'll have to go through it.
I don't know, man.
That's a lot.
They look pretty damn good, dude.
They do.
And Jonathan Kuminga's not even back yet. Remember when I wouldn't even watch him? 2 weeks ago.
You don't even want to talk about
I
him.
was like, I don't want to talk about this team. I don't want to think about him.
Our last harmonic show, you were like, who cares?
Yeah, he's literally what I said. I was like, who did care? There was nothing to care about. And now I'm like, this team is like in it. They're like as good as they've been. Well, I think they're like as good as they've been since 2022. It's the best they've been since they won the
I would
title.
agree with that. I would agree with that. It's funny, though, when you made that proclamation of who cares, or like not proclamation, just said, like, I don't care about this.
I said, get me Jimmy, and I'll be back in.
I think they just came off a win over Oklahoma City, and you're like, who cares?
Yeah, I was like, And I said they'll probably lose tonight. I think they did.
They did.
They lost the game.
They lost by 22 to the Phoenix Suns.
We were there. I was like, dude, this game stinks.
Yep.
It was terrible. Exactly what we thought would happen.
But now we're coming to back around.
And now I'm back. I'm back on board. You should get on board, too. We'll talk some Dubs getting the win last night. Come on, dude. Get in on Jimmy with me. Lakers, help him out. That's one. You said you wanted, 8-2 in the next 10?
Yes.
That's one down.
One down.
In the first, and they got 9 more to go in your 10. Derek Papa's 10. How many can they get? We'll get to the Warrior win last night. 4 in a row for the first time since November. It's Dirty Work, the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors swatted the Hornets last night, 128-92, in a thorough ass whipping. No Warrior had to play more than 25 minutes. Up next, the Magicians tomorrow. For all things Dubs, keep it locked to KNBR, the ass whipping leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. What's going to happen to the stock market in 2025, and how will those ups and downs impact your savings and your retirement income? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets, or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Moody in the corner. About that three. His first shot of the game. And the three at a good time. And long shot offline. So the Warriors hit the break with a 15-point lead. Draymond to Jimmy Butler. Look at them work together. They got him back. It's like, you're going to pass it to me the last time, I'm going to get you back. It's reciprocation.
Warriors with a 36-point win last night. 6-1 now in the Jimmy Butler era. That's 4 in a row for the first time since November.
Hell yeah.
Good night when Buddy Hield is scoring the way he's scoring.
Only 16 points, leading scorer.
16 points, leading scorer. Warriors win by 36, as we just said. Butler only had 6 points, but he played, and he only played 19 minutes. Says a lot about the depth and what he's doing for these guys. His passing is really, I think, the most impressive part, and maybe the biggest element of his game that I wasn't anticipating is how he slows things down and creates space for guys and is allowing guys to be patient, like Brandon Podziemski and like Buddy Hield, Moses Moody. I mean, I think everybody would tell you those two guys, Moody and Podziemski, have benefited next to Steph the most of anybody on the roster in terms of their play. But the way he's been able to slow things down, find good passing lanes, allow everybody else, because of his gravitational pull, to set things up, even when he's in there for only 19 minutes, it's fun to watch him play. It's fun to watch the Warriors appear to play so freely.
I mean, I think that's the calling card you've been talking about the last couple of days is what's the biggest improvement they have? It's the passing. It's Jimmy Butler creating space for everybody on the offense. It's not getting stagnant and then just like, when Jonathan Kuminga was playing earlier on where you settle for terrible shots. You're just lofting up, you contested balls. They're moving the ball better. It's looking more, fluid and free out there. There's a different team. And yeah, I'm not going to put a lot into last night. Like, they won by 36 over one of the worst teams of basketball.
Yeah, but they did, to me, again, they did something that they were supposed to do against a team they were supposed to do it against.
Yeah.
They didn't have to exert all that much energy before a 5-game road trip they're going on. They are an aging team, so you do want to save some legs and save some minutes.
Yeah.
When you can do it, you can get away with it. And by the late third quarter, in which, by the way, they scored 41 points in the third quarter again, they poured on. It's kind of becoming a thing again. They come out of the second half.
Going back to the old days, man.
Breaking teams.
DEFCON 3.
You're able to sit everybody down and allow a guy like Quentin Post to come out and play 18 minutes. Hell, Guy Santos, 19. Kevin Knox played 15 in the game. Yuri Collins and Pat Spencer got in there for 10 at the end, right? Gary Payton was their leading scorer at the half with 12.
Kevin Knox, man, 12 points.
I mean, they looked really good. And the depth, and again, to your point, they're not, they're supposed to beat a team down like this, but they hadn't been, which is why when they beat OKC, and it was like they lost to Toronto a week and a half ago.
The point that I was making in the trend there is that nobody on the team played more than 25 minutes, and you got a day off before playing Orlando. What you're doing is you dominated a team, and it didn't take, 3/4 of your best talent.
No, it was a good tune-up before going on a road trip. But yeah, if this was the team that we've been watching for most of the season, the team that lost to Toronto and Utah, they would struggle against this team. I mean, I think, who knows? But yeah, you're supposed to beat this team down, beat them by 36 points.
Shot 49% from the field.
Yeah, I mean, this was a good tune-up game before you go on the road trip. And now we'll see what happens the rest of this time. Orlando's struggling right now, but there's some winnable games on this road trip. Obviously, the tough ones are going to be against the Knicks. There's a home game against the Knicks, but the road game as well. But yeah, man, we have to have different expectations for this team. I know, it's good to see, like, okay, they won by 36 points against the Hornets. But, like, that's what we expect now. We expect this team to, as we said yesterday, compete for the 6th seed or even the 5th seed at this point. Like, I think I'm changing my tunes. With what we've seen coming out of the All-Star break, 4 wins in a row in the dominant fashion that it's been, I would be really disappointed if they don't make it out of the play-in. I think that they have to at this point.
You mean finish out of the play-in?
Yes.
Not make it out.
Well, yeah, get out of
the finish at least 6.
Finish 6 or higher at this point.
Yeah. I'm with you. They got some help last night too, by the way. The Lakers ended up beating the Dallas Mavericks.
Had that game on too. Luka and LeBron just have a good thing going right now.
Did you hear the Laker fans?
Yes. Thank you, Nico.
Thank you, Nico. I was like, dude, and he was there, by the way.
Yeah.
Nico Collins was in the house. I was like, dude, this is tough. I was at
Harrison.
I was at. When I said Nico Collins, sorry, the receiver.
The great Texans.
The great Houston Texans receiver, Nico Collins. So I'm up at the Showdown in North Beach. I was walking by it on my way home last night, stopped in to have a beer. And I've got a couple of buddies who live in the neighborhood in North Beach up there, and they were getting ready to watch the Laker and Mavericks game. And one of the guys is a Dallas fan, Cowboys, Mavericks. He's big on Dallas. Says, by the way, he's off of the Cowboys now because of Schottenheimer. I was like, yeah, you'll be right back in there.
That's what did it?
He said, I'm out. I was like, that's what I thought. I was like, oh, you're out, huh? But he said, I started asking him about how he's feeling about the Luka situation now, and he goes, that reminds me, dude, I got to DM Nico. I was like, what do you mean? He opened up his DMs. He's been DMing him regularly. Dude, I was like, you got to stop with this, man.
Well, that's a bad move by Nico, though. After making like an historically controversial trade, you got to put your DMs away.
He's hitting him up, and he's like, yeah, man, you ruined my life. Like,
my life.
I was like, you're an adult. You have a job. You pay taxes. You don't need to be texting and DMing another man about the trade he made. All that said, Mavericks are I don't know that a free fall is coming, but I think they're still going to end up in a play-in. I do think they're good enough to do so, and I don't think Phoenix is good at all.
No, I think that Phoenix might miss out on the playoffs entirely, which is going to be interesting this offseason for Kevin Durant, which I think we know this already, but Brian Windhorst pretty much said today, like, it's looking towards a divorce between Kevin Durant and Phoenix, and we'll play.
Suns fell, by the way, in overtime last night. Grizzlies got them 151-148. Yeah, it was a brutal game for them.
That's tough.
Yeah, Grizzlies won that one. And
then Kevin Durant spoke on Draymond Green's podcast prior to today, but it was released today, so we'll play some of that audio for you later on in the show. But, I think that right now, I think every night the Warrior fans should be looking at what the Western Conference matchups are and seeing the play-in teams. Got to root for those teams to lose, and maybe you got to root for the higher seeds to keep winning. That's why
we got 2 of our 3 last night.
Yes,
Houston. God, I needed the Bucks win, 100-97.
Rockets won.
Rockets won.
Damn.
Rockets scraped by last night, 100-97. So the Rockets still sit ahead of you by 5 games. Warriors are.
They'll probably get the higher seed. Well, maybe. Who knows?
You're not that far back.
No, you're not.
You're not that far back. You're 5 games back of them, and you can make those up. I mean, there's the difficulty here is that the Rockets also play a very easy schedule from here on out. Now, the Clippers have lost 3 in a row. They're 31-26. Warriors are a half game back now of the 6th spot. They're in the 7th. So we were saying 6. A week ago, I was going, can they get to the 6th? Can they get to the 6th? I think Danny Emmerman told Rod and I he didn't think they were going to climb that high.
I think differently now.
I bet you he thinks differently now. We'll have to talk to him.
Well, I wasn't expecting them to come out like they were, guns blazing out of the All-Star break. Now that I've seen what they are, it's not so much last night. I mean, like, come on, you should beat down the Hornets. When you beat down other teams that are fighting for a play-in spot, you beat them by 24 points. Yeah, I'm buying this team right now. Now I want to see them against the upper echelon Western Conference teams and see how they fight. I can't wait for that game in a couple weeks against the Denver Nuggets, and when they play Memphis again or. Who else? But like right now, like I would say you could probably put the top 4 in the Western Conference. Like right now, I'd probably say I think it's a foregone conclusion that OKC is getting the 1 spot. You could flip flop between. You definitely could flip flop between Memphis and Denver. I think right now the Lakers are pulling away with the 4, but yeah, I think that the Warriors could take the spots of the Clippers or the who's the other team? Oh, the Rockets. And
Clippers are the 6, Rockets are the 5 right now. And I mean, right now you're a half game back of the 7, which is Minnesota right in front of you, and then a half game back of the 6. Minnesota's just losing the tiebreak right now to the Clippers.
Yeah.
The Clippers schedule, by the way, one of the more difficult ones. It's the 7th toughest left in the Western Conference. I guess they're closer to middle of the pack. But in terms of the teams that you want to see them play that are their toughest opponents, they have 2 left the Warriors do against Denver, 1 left against Memphis. They have 2 against the Knicks, 1 more against the Lakers, 1 against the Rockets, 1 against the Bucks. But if you're looking at the Western Conference, 2 against Denver, 1 against Memphis, one against the Lakers, one against the Rockets. Those are your 5 toughest. You also still get like Charlotte again, Pelicans again, Toronto again, Sixers again, Brooklyn, and 2 against San Antonio without Wemby.
Yeah, and then this road trip is favorable, too. Tomorrow against the Magic, then Saturday against the 76ers. Hornets again, Knicks, and Nets. I'm thinking that you probably should just lose maybe one of those games to the Knicks. Otherwise...
You should?
Or
you think if there's a loss coming on the road trip, that's where you see it happen?
You shouldn't lose, but if you're going to pick one loss, I would say probably against New York. But the best thing going for the Warriors, too, right now is they're done with their season series against the Minnesota Timberwolves. They were 3-1 against them. So
God, I'd love to get that one against the Knicks, man, because then you get the day off in New York and you stay and you play Brooklyn again before you travel back home for
Steph
Detroit.
has played really well in the Garden his entire career.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that feels like one that will be – I really want to see Jalen Brunson against them. That'd be a lot of fun.
That'd be fun. And Karl Anthony Towns is having a great season. And by the way, when they come on home to play Detroit and Portland and Sacramento and the Knicks and Denver and Toronto, it's like, what, a 7-game homestand? When they come on back, which would be great for them.
It all looks good on paper.
Well, yeah, getting to sleep in their own bed. But also, the eye test would show you.
No, of
That's
course.
what I mean is this all looked good on paper anyway. If they were still middle of the pack without Jimmy Butler, I would just have no belief, no confidence, no hope.
Well,
now,
how could you?
I have expectations.
Yes.
It's where my mood has changed entirely about this team. Well, Detroit's interesting, too, and we'll see how hot they are after this Warriors 5-game road. But they've won 7 in a row. They've pulled themselves out of the play-in right now. So Detroit's playing well.
Yeah, no, that definitely could be a tough fight. But, yeah, man, I'm feeling good about this team.
So who are the games you're looking at tonight? What are the games we're looking at tonight?
Let's see.
So in terms of Western Conference games you want to pay attention to tonight, there's like Clippers play the Bulls at the Bulls tonight.
You need the Bulls to win that one.
The Bulls. Come on, Giddy. Where's my guy Giddy?
And then you got the Jazz. You got the Jazz playing the Kings.
Jazz play the Kings.
You need the Jazz to win that one.
I'm not so worried about the Kings, but you'd like some more space between you. Rockets on a back-to-back against San Antonio, but they're at home.
I think you need the Spurs to win that game because right now
I think we want the Rockets to lose ball games and get a little closer to the Dubs.
Definitely, unless I doubt the Spurs with the Wemby injury.
They're not going to pull themselves out of it. They've got to jump too many teams, and Wemby went down.
So you need all the road. The Bulls are home, but you need significant upsets tonight.
You need Rockets to lose to the Spurs at home. You need Kings to lose to the Jazz in Utah. You need the Clippers to lose at Chicago. 3 tough games that we're looking for wins. How many can we pull out of those 3? I feel the most confident in
none of them.
I feel the most confident in the Bulls against the Clippers.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not confident in it, but if I were to rank my level,
Spurs are playing tonight.
Spurs are
give me
at
Spurs.
Houston.
Give me Darren Fox going crazy. Okay,
all right, let's do that. Yeah, and Rockets on a back-to-back. They only put up 100 last night.
Yeah, I probably feel more confident in the Spurs getting the victory over the Rockets tonight.
Hey, I'll take 2 of those 3 if they want. I'll take the one I want the most is the Clipper loss.
Yeah.
I want actually, I guess both of those. Clipper loss and a Rockets loss. I want the Rockets to create more space between them and the Warriors.
Yeah, and I know we're scoreboard watching everything, and we need that.
It's fun.
No,
it's fun. It's fun to have to be legitimately able to watch instead of just, they lost again, the Dubs. You're hovering 500
well,
trying
you need
to claw
it now.
back in it.
Well, you need it now because of all the losses.
And nothing we saw before Jimmy, in my mind, matters at all.
Exactly.
Nothing before Jimmy,
It's a totally
February
different
4th. Completely different team. Nothing before February 4th. Is relevant.
So just go on the run. Like if the Warriors just handle their business and win the games they're supposed to win, then they'll be fine. I have a lot of faith in this team that they can get out of the play-in and be a 5 seed or a 6 seed. I think it's going to be really hard for them to climb to 4, given their 3 wins against the Lakers or 3 losses against the Lakers. So right now, I would say the goal is to get to the 5 or the 6 seed.
Shout out to our guy on the 408 on the text line who said, I live in Nevada. I listen to your guys' show every day. I put $500 on the Warriors last night at -16.5. Congratulations,
there you
sir.
go.
That's a winner.
Wow.
And I think we had something to do about that.
It was us.
Yep.
We are the greatest show in Nevada.
Heard Marcus claim they were the best show worldwide, the morning show, and I was like, dude.
No.
The fact that you're even coming up to that you having to rebuttal that is so good for us.
No. We all know that version show that Jimmy Butler went on in Dubai is the greatest show in the world.
The Virgin Dubai radio or whatever.
Exactly.
I'll tell you what, he won't come on this show because Tim effed us.
That's true.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Go ahead, Tim. Dirty work on a Wednesday. Hey, sometimes the takes are a miss. You know what I mean? Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. How was trivia last night?
Oh, it was great. About 32 teams. A lot of mean team names about me.
About 32 teams or 32 teams?
Well, I don't do an exact count, but I'll say this. It was standing room only.
Oh, there you go. SRO for Tim's Tuesday takes. Well, Tim's Tuesday trivia.
Come for the takes, stay for the trivia.
Did you get any takes off?
What's that?
You get any takes off with
I
the
had
mic?
a few. There was a couple of a-holes there that we a gentle swat, I would say.
Yeah, nice.
Love a good a-hole. Did anybody get the truckee
a lot of people did, yeah.
Oh, damn it.
It's not a great multiple choice by me because, as you said, a vehicle's a little on the nose. Naming a place after a place is kind of weird. But, I stand by the question.
By the way, shout out that 408 who came back with a text and said, yes, you are the greatest show in Nevada. Shout out Minden, Nevada, and our 408 texter.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, man. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. If you want to get involved on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. That's
so weird.
That's where you can shoot your text. I know, dude. I'm going to have to keep reading it every time I do
We were
it.
building materials guys. Now we're showroom guys, okay?
I mean, we've been through a lot. I've had to recalibrate. I mean, I just remember what was the Cache Creek at one point. Then we went Golden State Lumber and Building Materials.
You're live in the Casino Matrix studio, as you can tell.
And now it's the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line.
Still an adjustment to go from just calling the show Tolbert and Copes to Dirty Work.
Dude, that took me a minute.
Now, I will say this. I call the crap section the Pat H crap section every single time. It's not even like a thing anymore. It's just, it's the Pat H crap section.
And now there's those times where that I write soup where I'm like, we're not doing that anymore. It's not called soup.
It's Pat H.
Yep.
All right. Moving on. When we come on back, Kerr wants Jonathan Kuminga to play more like Jimmy Butler. Is this news? I feel like everybody's talking about this today. I'm like, feels like he's kind of been like either hinting at this or talking about this anyway.
He
We'll get into this next. What Steve Kerr says about Jonathan Kuminga. When could we see him? That's next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. Warriors get a 36-point win. They just keep kicking ass out of the All-Star break. And
they're taking names.
They're taking names. 6-1 with Jimmy Butler. And you'll see Charlotte again in a couple of games on this road trip. They get Orlando and the Magicians tomorrow night in Orlando, and then they'll take on Philadelphia on Saturday and Charlotte next Monday. Zena Kata going to join us, NBC Sports Bay Area's coverage of the Golden State Warriors. We'll have her on in about 10 minutes or so. We'll also catch up with Tracy Sandler at 4:50, talk about everything John Lynch spoke about today out at the Combine, where Greg and Greg are headed. I forgot to check the text line when you threw out great diners, or Tim was asking for diners as it relates to Larry Krueger's Red Hot show Diners Nightly, which comes up at 6 o'clock throughout the offseason.
That'll be the June edition of Niners Nightly. There's not a lot going on.
Somebody checked in and said, dude, Tim was bringing up Lions because he was referencing Lions as a diner. 650 says, dude, Lions was the best. They had 24-hour service at a lot of them. Best club sandwich ever, Tim. Where do you guys come down on a club?
I love a good club sandwich.
Yeah, give me that crispy bacon, though.
Tim wants that crispy bacon, that extra mayo is what he's looking for.
Extra mayo.
Somebody else on the YouTube chat gave me one that I had forgotten a little bit. Remember Coco's?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know Coco's.
Yeah, Coco's. Right in that diner's range, the Caro's is carrying the flag, But we got a few. We got a few to get through. Okay?
I think Coco, I just think Costanza.
Yeah,
That's
I do.
all I think.
Coco the monkey.
Yeah, 707 checks in, says, dude, Mama's in North Beach undefeated if Lions are your thing. Mama's is good. You had Mama's, Tim? In North Beach?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Monte Cristo at Mama's is...
Hate waiting in the line, but, man, it's good.
Line's gotten better there, too. They have more seating. They have, the outdoor parklets and stuff, so it's a little bit better than it was because it's small inside. 408 checks in and says, shout out to Longhouse in Gilroy, California with the Beehive bar attached. Never been
Beehive.
To that. I've never been to that one. 209 says, diners, Cask and Cleaver. Lots of chicks were there.
Thanks.
Good to know.
Thank you, 209. I'm not going to read the rest of that, though. It was a funny line you got off there.
I want to know.
He had a riff on the... Said I used to call it cask and cleavage, is what he said. I was like, all right, 209. 209 says the owner of the you were talking Cozy Car that plays pornography while you're there in the bar.
Yep.
209 says owner of the Cozy Car is a wild dude.
I would assume so.
Yeah.
He's got access to a lot of porn.
Yeah. Well, and then this guy tells a little wild story. I don't think I can read this one.
Well, why are you reading things you can't read?
I mean, because I just want to get to some of the notes here. I got to let people know we're listening to them.
Okay.
Shout out diners.
That's what makes us the greatest show in America. And then 530 says when we played that clip earlier, I said it was smart of Greg and Greg to steer clear of us in our show because they don't want us to take them down too. We got other things to take care of with young Tony, but they don't want us coming at them.
We'll definitely settle the score with young Tony later.
We played the clip of Greg Papa talking earlier on the show today saying, you have it, Tim? Can't we all just get along? Why is dirty work always coming, everybody?
Was he quoting Rodney King?
Yeah.
Why is it always dirty work that's picking on the other shows? Can't we all just get along? What's wrong with them?
I don't know.
What's wrong with them?
Must have been parenting. I blame it on bad parenting. Just get along with everybody.
It's palpable.
Or, lack of parenting.
Jesus, the ironies. Jesus.
What? Can I riff?
You can.
Can I riff?
It's your own bit, man.
He went full Rodney in that. Unbelievable.
Full Rodney King in that. Can't we all just get along? Yeah, 530, though, goes a different route. It's just a big Rick Barry energy there from Papa. Come on, people. This is crazy.
Come on, people. This is crazy.
I just can't wait for our. I think we're doing like a Giants roundtable coming up. I don't know if I'm supposed to announce that or anything, but all the shows are going to be involved. Ooh, it's going to be a beatdown.
Oh, dude, we are doing that coming up. We got a Giants roundtable coming up in March before the start of the season.
It's going to turn into like the Anchorman, us going in the courtyard and just kicking each other's ass.
We should do a promo with that.
No
dude.
touching of their hair or face.
Of course.
And that's it.
Let's do this. Yeah.
Brick killed a guy.
I think Tony'd be the brick, right? Tony'd be a solid brick, too, with the glasses and the little vest on. Feels like he's a guy who would wear a sweater vest,
Tony, I've been meaning to talk to you. You're probably wanted for murder.
The Warriors get a 36-point win last night over the Charlotte Hornets. And people are talking about this because of a comment Steve Kerr made about Jonathan Kuminga. He's not going to play tomorrow, by the way, in Orlando as he continues to scrimmage with the team. And we talked to Dalton Johnson, I think it was a couple of days ago, and Sam Gordon yesterday, said that he'd been doing some full court scrimmages, and they're thinking maybe midway through or later on this road trip. Anyway, after the game yesterday, Steve Kerr answered questions from the media about how he wants Jonathan Kuminga to play and fit in when he's back healthy. Here's what Steve Kerr says about the relationship he wants him to have and style he wants him to have, like Jimmy Butler.
He's a perfect guy for JK to emulate. What makes Jimmy special is that he doesn't try to be special. He just plays fundamental basketball. And, the constant fundamental play, he never turns it over. He just makes a simple play over and over again. And I want JK to learn some of that. He's so explosive. I think it's always hardest for guys who are the most talented to make decisions because they've got too many options at their disposal. So I'm hoping that he can learn from Jimmy and that Jimmy will spend some time with him. I know he will. Jimmy's really good about that. But just understanding that attacking the rim nothing there, jump stop, pass the ball. That's a great basketball, especially for us because Steph Curry's on the other end of the play a lot. And so just some basic stuff like that. And I think, as I mentioned, J.K., before he got hurt, was the best I've ever seen him play. So he was already on a really good track. And it's just a reminder to, these are kind of the things we want.
I mean, it's not anything different than Steve has said in the past, but it's basically just saying, like, you need to be a smarter basketball player when you come back. You have all the talent in the world. You have the physical attributes to be a great player in this league. But when you're playing with a veteran and possibly a future Hall of Famer in Jimmy Butler, learn from him. Learn what the smart play is. Don't just make the contested shot. You have to learn how to play better with Steph Curry. You have to move the ball around. You have to attack the rim when it's appropriate. Don't just loft up shots if nothing's there. So basically he's telling him, we're going to allow you to come back and you're going to be part of this team. But you have to prove yourself of being, basically important going forward. Like, it's not guaranteed you're going to have a starting role on this team. Like, right now, I like what Moses Moody is doing in the 4 spot. But,
love it.
Joe Lacob wants to pay this guy, and they'll figure it out. That's for the offseason. But for right now, this team is humming. Don't screw it up. Obviously, they have to find a way to get Jonathan Kuminga involved. But it's not going to be at the expense of the team. So basically, it's just, like Draymond Green had a quote last night where he said, like, we don't need to change the offense that much. It's the same offense we were running before. It's just running smoother. And, yeah, I agree with that. But Jonathan Kuminga needs to be a part of that. Don't just let this train slow down because you're involved now. So that's all that Steve Kerr's saying. Like, people, I think, read into it a little bit too much of Steve Kerr then going after Jonathan Kuminga. People think they don't like each other. And maybe that is true. But I just think that Steve is telling him, we're playing well right now. You got to be, part of the solution to what we're going through right now, not the problem.
Yeah, it's not apples to apples, this comparison, but it's sort of akin to when the Warriors were waiting for Klay Thompson to come back in 2022 and Jordan Poole was starting.
Yeah.
And the role they needed Jordan Poole to play. Now, it was different because Jordan Poole's a much different player. Jonathan Kuminga is much more raw, even mentally, I think, even though I think Poole was a one and done in college. I think he was 1 year at Michigan before he came out. Still a very raw player. But Tom talked a lot about this and the frustrations in the growth of Kuminga and why it's so hard to project what he can be and will be because the game doesn't come naturally to him.
Yes.
It hasn't slowed down yet. He's not going.
He doesn't have good instincts.
That's it. He's not going to be Draymond Green. I don't think anybody's anticipating that. He's one of the greatest cerebral players of all time in understanding the game and how the game operates in the speed and the high-pressure moments of an NBA game at the highest level, especially in the playoffs and in the finals. But he's got to not react to things. He's got to be able to anticipate. He's got to be able to play off-ball defense. He's got to be able to keep guys between him and the basket, you know what I mean, and help against some of the toughest wing players in the league because when you get to the playoffs and all that stuff is heightened, that's what they're going to need from him is weak side defense, really. That's going to be the most important thing.
Yeah.
And can he do that? So, I mean, this is so funny. All this stuff is similar to the same kind of stuff that Steve Kerr's been talking about needing and wanting from Jonathan Kuminga, going back to last season when J.K. said, this guy can't coach me.
Yeah.
He's asking a lot of you, and he's asking you to do what is needed of you to help this team be successful. Even if you think it's hindering your development, you do the right things now, and you understand the game now and allow it to come to you. When your number is called and when it's time for you to be the guy, then the moment doesn't seem so big. Then you're prepared for it because you've got, to his point, all the tools and weapons at your disposal. And that's what Steve's talking about is when you have so much ability, you can get by. I mean, you see this all the time in sports where, anybody who's been to high school with a guy who's a freak athlete or you watch a guy in your school, college, high school, whatever it is, or the town you're from, take off and get a huge Division I contract, whatever, offer, whatever it is. When they make it to those next levels, everywhere they've come from, they've been able to get by on speed, athleticism, just the pure ability that they have, the God-given ability, right? Then you start to get to the next level where everybody's got that ability, or most guys have that ability. Mm-hmm. And so you've got to work harder and can't just get by on that athleticism. Then you get to the pros and you don't have that. Johnny Manziel, a prime example of it. Obviously had his own problems, but he was able to win and beat Alabama as a freshman and win a Heisman Trophy and do what he did, not because he understood football at any level.
Talent.
At any level. It was raw talent. Got to the NFL, could not survive.
Yeah.
Because you have to have the mental ability to slow the game down, to process, to understand, and it has to be second nature. You can't just wait for it to happen and then react. You have to anticipate, and that's the question we have about Kuminga. Does he have that ability yet, and can he obtain at least in some capacity that ability?
Yeah, I just hope that he's receptive to the role he's going to play going forward because I think this is going to be the best thing for Jonathan Kuminga to learn from Jimmy Butler. He might be hesitant at first because it's taking playing time away from him. And we all know how it went when the season started with that big thing, that big graphic of Jonathan Kuminga being benched. He has to adapt with it. He has to learn from Jimmy Butler. I think it will go very well for him. But if he's hesitant with it, then it's not going to go well.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday. How about Zena Keita is going to join us from NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game coverage of Warrior basketball. We'll talk to Zena Keita about how far this team can go. I'm telling you, man, 31 total games are what they will have had Jimmy Butler for by the end of the year. I don't think like a 25-6 is off the table. We'll talk to Zena Keita about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Barrows joined Murph and Marcus to discuss the departure of Brian Griese and its potential effect on Brock Purdy. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, check out KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Warriors get a win last night, 128-92, a 36-point victory for the Dubs. 6-1 now since Jimmy Butler joined the Golden State Warriors. And here to talk about it, Zena Cada. You see her on NBC Sports Bay Area's coverage of Golden State Warrior basketball. Zena, Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, how are you? Good to have you.
Hi, Zena.
Pretty good. I think our connection's a little off. I think we're going to try to fix the connection real quick. Tim's going to try to reconnect this. Sounded like she was like yelling at us from
the moon.
Did she go to Orlando? Is she like yelling from Orlando?
We'll figure that out.
We'll get that reconnected. I think we got the connection. Zena, we got you back?
Yes.
There we go. Hey. Perfect. Dude, it sounded like you were yelling. I was like, maybe she made the trip to Orlando. It sounded like you were yelling from Orlando. You were you were so far away.
From the East Coast.
Yeah, right. So distant. Huge win last night. It's so incredible. 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I didn't even want to talk about the team. I was telling Derek, I don't even care, man. They got to do something. There was nothing to look forward to. They didn't have anything they did well consistently. And now it's like nothing before the Jimmy Butler trade mattered because the team is a completely different entity.
It's so true. Like, I look at the two trades in the West between Luka and Jimmy. And everybody, of course, Luka was a league-altering trade, of course. But the Lakers were already rolling. Like, if you remember the Lakers that Luka joined, they were in a good spot. They were rolling. They were moving up in the Western Conference rankings. But when you look at the Warriors, it was dismal. Like, it looked really bad. They couldn't figure out their offense. Their defense wasn't working. They couldn't shoot threes. Like, nothing about what they looked like represented Warriors basketball. And then insert Jimmy Butler. Insert Jimmy Butler, and everyone across the roster has been elevated in some way. Steph Curry has a little less attention on him, a little less of a burden. His legs look like he's 10 years younger. He's shooting really well. He's making great decisions. He's creating for himself. Awesome. Draymond Green, not only is he continuing to do everything that he has done before in creating and rebounding and defending like crazy, he's now attacking the basket, very similar to a Jimmy Butler. And the list goes on and on. Brandon Pajemski, Moses Moody, everyone on the roster has literally transformed back into Warriors basketball because of the addition of Jimmy Butler.
So, Zena, can you pinpoint one thing they're doing on the court that makes you see that they're improving from where they were before to what they are now with Jimmy Butler?
Read and react. Read and react. In the half-court offense, one of the biggest things that was happening in that, I think it was 14 to 20, the period of time after the 12-3 run, basically, when they were down and they weren't moving and they weren't doing well, their offense had gotten so stagnant. They're known for that split action. Ball goes into the post, and then some sort of movement happens either at the top of the key or on the offside. On the weak side, there was no movement happening. And even so, if there was, people weren't cutting as hard. People weren't finding their way to the basket. Shots were being forced at the top of the key. They were shooting non-open shots because everyone was reading what they were doing in the split action. Now you insert Jimmy Butler in that position. Remember, usually that would be a Kevon Looney. That would be a Draymond Green. That would be usually a non-shooting big in that role. You insert Jimmy Butler in that split action. While he's holding the ball to figure out what's going to happen for the rest of the crew on the court, the defense has to pay attention because Jimmy Butler can reverse pivot or pivot over and go straight to the basket. You can't sleep on that now. You can't wait and see what happens because you have to take care of Jimmy Butler. You got to figure out what is Steph Curry doing on a screen action at the top of the key, what's going on the weak side because Brandon Pajemski's got his three ball back. Like, there's so much going on. And the Warriors now can read and react. They can find out in the triple threat position, do I want to pass? Do I want to dribble? What actions are happening? And Jimmy Butler is a threat during all of that now. And the entire defenses have to pay attention a lot more. So that's the number one thing I'm seeing. The ball is moving so much better. They've had, I think, 6 straight games with at least 15 assists, closer to 20 in these games. Last night having 40 assists. I mean, it's surreal what they're doing in terms of that half-court offense.
Talking to Izzy Nikita, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line from NBC Sports. Bay Area Warriors and the Orlando Magicians get going tomorrow to kick off the 5-game road trip. So we heard Steve Kerr talk, and we've heard him say this a few times about when Kuminga returns, playing like Jimmy being a good mentor for him, stylistically a good guy, to watch what he does and how he goes about his business on the floor. What do you think they need from Kuminga in a style of play manner when he comes back? What does he need to bring to the offense and the defense?
He got to just bring Kuminga. He's got to just bring Kuminga. And I'll tell you this. I spoke to someone that had a chance of watching Kuminga just practice out on the practice court, and they said he looks better than before. He's moving quickly. He's jumping higher. He is even more explosive than he was before. He's got to bring the same exact Kuminga that he had before. And now with even more confidence that this offense is going to work in his favor. Because Jimmy Butler can attack the basket. Jimmy Butler can create contact, get to the line, etc. And whose game is that? Jonathan Kuminga. That's what he is the expert on this roster in doing just that. And now you have an opportunity to not only do that, the person alongside you, right, before it was Andrew Wiggins, who was the better three-point shooter in that dynamic between Wiggins and Kuminga?
Wiggins was, yeah.
Wiggins was. And now Jimmy Butler, I think, has attempted like 2 threes since he showed up here.
Right, yeah.
So now not only do you have an opportunity to say, oh, Jim can go post up in that mid-post area in the split action, et cetera. I can go step outside and shoot that 3-ball that's been working a little bit for me this season as well. So Jonathan Kuminga, if anything, he just needs to bring back the confidence, bring his game with the level of confidence of this is your space to dominate. And I think he absolutely will. And it is scary to think of what Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga in the lab will look like. The gifts he's going to give him to open up his bag, oh, yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah.
No, it is going to be exciting. But what do you think is the best way to use Jonathan Kuminga when he's healthy? Because I know Steve Kerr kind of alluded to the fact that he's going to come off the bench when he returns. And right now I'm liking Moses Moody in that 4 spot. So do you agree with the idea that when Jonathan Kuminga comes back, it's most likely going to be kind of baby steps with him coming off the bench?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to just get back into game shape. So that's going to be obvious that he's going to need that restricted minutes situation. But having that secondary offensive explosion with the Jonathan Kuminga coming off the bench is going to be huge for the Warriors to continue this pace with which they're playing. We've seen the stat around the non-Steph Curry minutes. Before Jimmy Butler, minus 90, right? Negative 90 with Jimmy Butler plus 30. I mean, that's a crazy swing. And now imagine in those non-Steph Curry minutes, now you have a Jonathan Kuminga added into that. A Jonathan Kuminga that's capable of giving you 20 a night. I think that will be the best position, but I absolutely imagine that Jonathan Kuminga will earn himself the time to close out quarters and will also be able to close out some games as well.
So, Zena, I'm at the point now where when Steve Kerr said 6 was their goal, which is, I think, a great goal. Be out of the play-in, make sure you're guaranteeing yourself a series, and then just see what the matchup is like, and you take your chances there. You just want to avoid some of those extra games. But with the way the standings are shaking up now and with how, on paper, how easy the Warriors' schedule is for the remainder of the season, I feel like 6 might be the floor. Now, they're 5 back at Houston right now. I'm scoreboard watching Houston like it's like they're the Dubs right now. Like I'm paying attention to them. Like, what's going on with them? How are they playing? The Clippers play tonight. I got to watch them and the Bulls. Like, I got to see what's going on, right? I mean, this is going to be sort of a fun pennant race. What do you think the floor is for them right now?
I think now, I'll tell you what. Before Jimmy Butler, I was looking at 10.
Yeah, same. Yeah. Can they get in?
Yep.
Into the play-in, right? Like that. And since Jimmy Butler, I absolutely believe 5 and 6 is possible.
Yeah.
And the main reason is because I very much believe in the Thunder, Grizzlies, Nuggets, and Lakers. Like, they look solid. Obviously, the Lakers got even better with Luka. The Nuggets are the Nuggets. They've been playing really, really well. Grizzlies again. And, we've seen the Thunder. So I'm so secure in those top 4. The Rockets are the team that I kind of look at as, of the top 5, the most unstable. They've had a lot of clutch games. They've had a lot of games that they've dropped that they shouldn't have dropped, but they've also beat some really big teams, including Cleveland, right? Like, you look at some of the games that they've won, it's like they're definitely capable of making it and keeping that 5th spot. But the Warriors right now have the momentum. Nothing changed about the Rockets.
Yeah.
And that you can go down the list of the teams that the Rockets or the Warriors are right behind. Nothing changed about the Rockets. The Clippers got Kawhi back, but that hasn't been a really big boon for them. And the Timberwolves, nothing's changed for them other than them reaching deeper into their youth bag, finding a Jalen Clark, a Terry Shannon Jr., Rob Dillingham. But nothing's really changed in the way that the Warriors have changed for those three teams. And that's why I feel like that could propel them up into maybe not even just 6, but potentially into that 5th spot.
Yeah, I think that's what we're all thinking, 5 or 6. So what'd you make of Draymond Green, though, on All-Star Weekend guaranteeing a championship? And I think that we all, like when we hear it first, we're like, oh, man, Draymond. But you know what? He knows championship teams, and he knows what he's seeing right now. So can we really poo-poo that right now with what's going on?
You know, and that's the thing. Everyone else, all of us outside are like, whoa, those are some big words.
Yeah.
For some teams, that's like fighting words. Like that's like, whoa, okay, that's a lot of teams that you have to go through and a lot of wins that you're gonna have to pile up in order to be, in that position. One thing about me, if Steph's in the conversation, I never completely take it out from, an option or an outcome. I commend Draymond for having that much confidence in his team, and I also believe that he's clearly seeing something in practice and seeing something in the games that we might not see to the level of like a championship, right? But he's done this enough that he might get it. It actually reminds me of, I'm switched to WNBA really quickly. I don't know if you guys heard recently that this year, Asia Wilson came out and said about her Las Vegas Aces that she was like, I just knew we didn't have it.
Right.
Like she looked around the locker room, she was like, I just knew we didn't have it. When you're that top of a caliber of a player, you can assess pretty quickly if your team has the right vibes. Are they locked in enough? Do they have the right mentality about attacking these games, attacking this season? And the fact that she got it from like the top of the season, she already knew. When you look at the way that Draymond has talked about this team from the beginning of the season until now when Jimmy Butler has shown up. Before Jimmy Butler got here, it was just about we're figuring ourselves out.
Yeah.
We're trying to, get things going. We're trying to get back to where we were at the top of the season. Like, it was just about trying to get back to a place of consistency. Now it's about confidence that we're going to win every single game moving on from here on out. That level of a shift from a champion that's been able to see what it takes to win a championship, I don't know. I'm not poo-pooing it either.
Yeah.
I'll just say that.
If they get to 5, anything's on the table. You get to 6, we'll see what happens matchup-wise. There's some funky matchups in there, but at 7 games in, and I know it hasn't been the top talent, but what's impressive to me, Zena, is that they're beating teams that they should beat with the talent they have in the way they're supposed to beat them. The fact that they were so balanced last night, you talked about the assists and the ball movement. Jimmy played 19 minutes. He had 6 points. Didn't have a huge game or anything, but they're handling business more consistently than they ever have before, which is why nothing before matters. I'm looking ahead, and if we start with the 31 games Jimmy's going to have in a Warrior uniform to wrap up this season, 26-5 wouldn't surprise me. 5-6 losses wouldn't surprise me, and that is a championship caliber team. We just can't really base it on anything that's happened before.
Absolutely. And you just mentioned Jimmy Butler only played 19 minutes. No one played over 25.
Yep.
Huge.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
When you're talking about a playoff push, fresh legs, healthy bodies, people being able to take some rest, that's huge. And then also being able to have some versatility and try out some things. Like, yes, we all know what's going on with the Hornets. We all know what's going on with the Sixers.
Right.
We know these things, these teams are struggling, et cetera. But guess what? It's an opportunity to try some stuff.
Yeah.
It's an opportunity to figure out where are you slotted in this team. Are you someone that can help us out in crunch time? Are you someone that can help us out when we're up by 20 and we just went down by 10 and we just need a quick little boost? Like, everyone's finding out in lineups how they can be helpful, in offenses and defenses, all of the above. And so it is important to win these type of games, but also to win them handedly. And let's be real. There were a few of those games that the Warriors gave up before Jimmy Butler came.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Right?
Toronto and Charlotte and Utah, right?
Yeah. So let's not put it past like, the Warriors should be winning. Take the shit out of everything.
Right.
They proved to us that there were a lot of games they should have won and they didn't. It's a matter of did the Warriors win or not, period.
5-game road trip starts tomorrow. We're talking to Zena Queta on the UMA guest line. Orlando, Philly, Charlotte, New York, and Brooklyn. I want all 5 of them, Zena. I'll take 4 because I know that off day in New York before you play Brooklyn. I mean, it's, the Miami flu happens. Guys like to have a good time. Got to let some steam off sometimes. I'll accept the 4-1, but I'd like fall 5. How you feeling about the road trip?
I feel it's probably going to end up a 4-1.
Yeah.
Only because that Knicks game is on a back-to-back.
Sure.
Now, I'm not saying that I don't think that the Warriors are incapable of beating the Knicks. We've seen that the Knicks don't perform well against top caliber teams.
Yep.
And they are absolutely beatable. But again, it's that second night of a back-to-back. It's the 4th game in a 5-game road trip. Like, these things might catch up to you. But I do have hope that if you beat Orlando, Philly, and Charlotte in a row, that could be momentum. That could be just enough energy and inertia to push you towards, let's take New York, right? And then close it out with Brooklyn. If anything, you take a win in New York, what you really have to watch out with is Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Because they especially now with D'Angelo Russell being involved, they've been playing teams really hard as well. You just don't want to mess around and play with your food and let them get a dub.
Yep.
But I definitely think at least a 4-1 in this situation for sure.
I would love it. I'd love a 4-1 coming on home for like a 7-game homestand. Zena Queta, you see her on NBC Sports Big Area. Zena, always locked in. Always love having you. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Zena.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks, Eric.
We'll talk to you soon.
Adam,
See ya.
y'all keep it up.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Great stuff. Okay, hold on.
What?
She just called him Eric, right, Tim, on the way off?
No, she called me Derek.
I think she said Eric and then flipped to Derek. We're going to check the tape
She knows
on that.
me. We've been texting.
All right, we'll see.
If she called me Eric, she called me Eric. Whatever.
I just love when
I've been
people.
called worse.
Jack Loader's out there howling, dude. I think he caught it too. I'm pretty sure it was an Eric.
All right, we'll play it back.
You've been called worse. Sorry, we don't have beef with Zena. We love Zena.
I've been called Shed Boy. I'll take Eric.
My Greg used to call you Shed Boy.
What's
right?
your name again? Firstborn son?
Firstborn son. I've replaced you with Walter. Walter's my son now.
I've gone to the tape. She did say Eric, but she corrected herself immediately.
She did
and
correct
said
herself
Eric.
immediately. Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
Okay.
That's an honest.
Hey,
I just thought I heard it. Yeah.
People don't know who I am. That's fine.
You're like the drummer from REO Speedwagon, man. Nobody knows who you are. Great stuff from Zena Queta. Honestly, really, really good stuff. She does a great job on NBC Sports and a really good hit there. If you missed any of that, all available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. I like that line. She said, don't play with your food. When you're a team like the Dubs, I like that phrase.
A little bit last night. Like obviously they kicked their ass last night, but at the beginning I was like, they're playing around a little bit with the Hornets, and then they figured it out.
Yeah, I was like, come on. Don't play with your food.
The craziest thing about this whole thing, the 6-1 start with Jimmy Butler, is there has not been like a lull or a growing pains. Like right away, he's just fitting in. Like even when they acquired Kevin Durant,
he's a different style player. He commanded the ball.
It took some time, but I just been shocked with how right away they're clicking on all cylinders. It's been impressive.
I tried to tell you, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot that you're the hoops expert.
I tried to tell you. I'm the hoops guy here.
Yep.
At the Sports Leader.
We played it wrong all these years. It should have been Tom asking you questions.
By osmosis with Tom. I know hoops. You know what I mean? I know my ball.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Dirty Work rolls on. All right, we got to take some shots now. Not at young Tony. At my Golden State Warriors. At my bulletproof Golden State Warriors.
It was a good night last night with the win. This reunion.
Here, dude, all I can say is the balls to call it a reunion. The balls on the Dubs to call this thing a reunion last night. They had one more person there than Iggy had on Sunday, dude.
Oh, Iggy had way more.
That's what I mean. The Stones on the Golden State Warriors to call that a reunion last night.
Well, okay, we'll get into it.
I get it was a Tuesday night.
Was it a reunion or just a celebration?
It was piss poor.
Yeah,
whatever it was.
way.
It was. If you were like, dude, I'm going out to see the Dubs reunion, I thought like we were going to get a bevy of people. 3.
Yep.
You got 3 people who showed up. And one of them's there anyway because he works on the pregame show. Festus. I'm like, you didn't get anybody. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. The balls to call it a reunion. It's as many people as are in this room right now.
Yeah.
We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Murph and Marcus debated their favorite a-holes. That sounds like a bit. Anyway, if you're an a-hole, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place where we rank asshats.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here with my good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line, and always a good thing to have Steve, especially this time of year. Just got some of my tax return stuff in, and I know that people out there, Steve, are struggling finding out they have unfiled tax returns. If they come across those, what should they do?
They should call us. You know, this is a problem I have watched ruin so many lives. I've seen 2 suicides over it. I saw a child given up for adoption over it, countless divorces, countless businesses closed, and other lives ruined. It doesn't have to be. If you're not filing your returns because you don't have the money to pay them, it's not a problem. We want to make a deal for you. Or if you don't have your records, not a problem. We can get all the records from the IRS and the state that they have on you. Or if you say, you know, your bookkeeper is gone and you don't know what to do, we have a whole bookkeeping department. The bottom line is, whatever your problem, we want to give you a solution. And right now, it's traditional tax filing time. This is the IRS favorite time to make examples. You want to be an example. Let us take care of this problem for you. Think how you'd feel with this problem while you're back. And the only thing you have to do is call for your free consultation. Say, hey, Steve, take care of this for me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you here. Dirty Work on a Wednesday hump day edition of the show.
Hump day?
Greatest show in America rolls on here. 408 checks in, 703. Many people did hear the Eric, but Xena was great. Xena, fantastic.
Xena can call me whatever she wants.
She's fantastic.
Yes.
Check it all out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. All right. The reunion. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
If you're a Bay Area sports fan, we've been blessed. We talked about this yesterday, all the championships. I said if you were like 10 years old, if you were born in 2000, your sports fandom has just been, it's been gluttonous in the Bay Area. If you're a Giants fan or a Warrior fan or even a 49er fan, like I know Niner fans will be like, oh, can't get it done.
No, but you've seen 7 championships and 3 Super Bowl appearances?
3 Super Bowl appearances, 7 championships, not to mention conference championship appearances, not to mention a Stanley Cup final appearance. Like, again, you've seen all jinx. There's all sorts of stuff you've seen. It's been a gluttonous area of the country for winning over the last 15 to 16 years, right? The Giants, I've always said this, my mom used to tell me this, and it just became true. They do a better job, or have, in their franchise's history, especially since this ownership group took over in 93 or late 92, of keeping around people who are close to the organization and recognizing, this is specific to the Giants, recognizing players who aren't necessarily all Hall of Famers, but who people want to be around, and they recognize good people. Travis Ishikawa still tied. Ryan Vogelsong still tied.
Andres Torres.
Yeah, just Gregor Blanco being around. My point is that there have been, one of the coolest things for me is, growing up a Giants fan, is all the Hall of Famers were always around. The 5 guys were Gaylord Perry, Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, Juan Marichal, Orlando Cepeda, were always around. So I grew up getting to see them at the ballpark. Anytime there was a reunion or something of the greats, all those guys would be there, or a big portion of them would be there. Then you get to the World Championship years, and you have all the years that Barry hit his home runs, and you have all these record-breaking moments, no-hitters and whatnot. But they do such a good job of reliving so many of those moments. And we've joked over the years, and us being even here at KNBR, you go, boy, we're really ringing every drop out of every one of those. When you win 3 in 5 years, you end up with a lot of 10-year reunions 2 years apart from each other.
You got to celebrate. Right? I get it.
You got to celebrate. And we should do it again every 10 years.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? The funny thing is it seems like sometimes repetitive because so many of the guys overlap. But what we don't take into account is how awesome it is to get so many of those guys back for so many of the events. When the core 4 is at like every event. I mean, the core 4 are like roll in together.
Yeah. Would you say that Tim Lincecum's usually the only guy, for good reasons, that doesn't show up?
Well, he's obviously a bit of a recluse now. Like he's just not around, and it's why we clamor so hard for him, because not only was he the favorite, and he's not around because the Giants don't want him there, it's because he's decided to distance himself from whatever the public eye is around him, and I understand it. The guy's a rock star, right? And if he showed up now, it would be even bigger, because everybody would be like, "Oh my God!"
It would be huge if he come back.
I mean, he showed up once, and it was at Bochy's.
That's right.
Farewell.
That's right.
Because Bochy's like, "You like my son, Timmy? You like my young boy here." I think about all the guys. I mean, hell, Vinny Chalk showed up at Bruce Bochy's. You know what I mean? Like, some of the guys are like, "Damn, I forgot this guy was even a Giant, or this guy was around." The Warriors had their first opportunity to do this. Yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And remember you were like, why are they doing it at this game? Why Charlotte's no tie? And I said, well, I understand it, because usually, like with the Giants, they'll do it on a Saturday, so it's always going to be against a bigger opponent, and you do it at a 6:05 start or whatever, so you can do all afternoon and have all that jersey retirement and whatnot. However, I understand the Warriors doing it against Charlotte.
Yeah.
It's a lackluster game on a Tuesday night nobody's clamoring for that Charlotte Hornets ticket.
2 days after you gave Andre Iguodala his jersey retirement.
And I don't know, did they do that because they wanted Clay there?
Yeah.
You could have just done it opposite. You could have done the reunion on a Sunday.
I think they wanted Klay Thompson there.
Yeah, but didn't you want Klay Thompson there for the reunion of the 2015 championship team?
Of course you do.
You could have.
I mean, I don't know what took priority. I guess it was the Andre Iguodala jersey retirement, but just watching that last night, I mean, and ask everybody that went to the game, the vibe check from Austin Scott, not very good.
Anyway, KNBR, if you were at the Warrior game last night, I want to hear from you. If you were at I won't even call it a reunion. Dude, it wasn't a reunion.
No, it wasn't.
3 guys were there.
Like that's hardly a high school reunion. Like I got to be honest. Like, no disrespect to Mo Spates. Mo Buckets had really good moments in that 2015 season.
Great.
Festus Ezeli, big moments in that season as well. And he's there right now being a part of the broadcast. Brandon Rush, often forgot about, but, he was there.
Literally paid to be there.
Yes.
Brandon Rush was on the team and was there for Andre's thing on Sunday.
You got to give me a little bit more than that for a reunion.
The irony to me is that Andre was not there.
Dude, He was at the golf thing. What was the golf thing he was at last night?
I was watching TV, or I was on social media last night. It's so funny because I didn't see the reunion or whatever they put on TV beforehand. I just flipped on when the game was on. I was watching getting ready for the Lakers and the Mavericks, and they tipped a couple of minutes before the Warriors, so I was watching that before I flipped over to the Dubs. But I missed the pregame quote ceremony or whatever it was, right? And then I saw Mo Spates sitting next to Joe Lacob on the bench during the game. They cut over to him, and I remember thinking, seems like a weird dude to be having sitting right next to the owner. And I mean, we love Mo Spates, but surprised me that it wasn't Andre Iguodala, right? Or that it wasn't...
Or even Sean Livingston.
That's what I mean. It wasn't Leandro Barbosa. It wasn't
David Lee.
That's kind of where I was at. I'm like, damn, I assumed it would be somebody like that. Then you sent the video. You're like, dude, this isn't a reunion. You sent the clip, and it was just a photo of Mo Spates, Festus, and Brandon Rush, standing there, and I was like...
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Couldn't even get the photo with Steph and Dre in there, too? I was like, what the hell's going on?
Well, not even, have Bob Myers there. I know Bob has other obligations at TV, but, I mean, then don't call it a... I don't know how it was categorized, but I thought this whole thing was rushed. The first I heard of this reunion was on Sunday when they were doing the Andre Iguodala jersey retirement. So... I understand that other guys have obligations. Fitz went through it last night, what everybody's doing right now. Leandro Barbosa has a job with the Kings. Whatever else is going on, Andrew Bogut is doing something with the Sydney Kings right now. David Lee.
Andrew Bogut owns the Sydney Kings.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, and then David Lee, I guess, just doesn't want to come out or for whatever reason doesn't want to do it.
Fitz said that?
Well, no,
Fitz was like, yeah, David Lee said, F it, I'm not coming.
No, I forget exactly what he said, but it was something along the lines of he's just doing his own thing right now. So why do this then? There probably was a better time.
Players don't want it, then why do it?
Yeah, there's probably a better time and place. I felt it was rushed.
I don't even know that it was rushed. It was announced not that long ago. You're right, but it just was because when you say it's rushed, who knows if it's rushed? We don't know how long they've been planning this or talking about this or trying to get this going. That's just on the surface. It was announced not that long ago. Is what you mean. But that doesn't mean we better start planning this right now. They had to have known they were going to be able to get some players. I just was like, how many guys could have been there that were not?
Otis Bird says David Lee had a baby or something. That's what they had said.
Or something.
Okay. Hey, I trust Otis, honestly.
I get you. Otis, good knowledge, dude. Mo Spates, Festus, Brandon Rush. No Iguodala, who was at the golf league. So you sent me, I'm on Twitter last night. He's at the indoor golf league that they have now, It's teams events.
It's on ESPN.
It's on ESPN. It's all over the place. Tiger's in it. I mean, it's cool. All the top golfers are in it. Anyway, Andre's being interviewed there about Steph and playing golf with Steph or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, this isn't in the Bay Area, though. I was like, so Andre's not at the Warrior game? Sure enough, no. He came and got his jersey retired, and he just effed off to L.A. to go play some golf and talk about it at the golf league. So Andre wasn't there. No Bogut. No Myers. No David Lee. No Leandro Barbosa. No Sean Livingston. Certainly no James Michael McAdoo and no Onion, is that how you say his name?
Onion
Kuzmich. We didn't get him either.
Yeah, man, this is like not having Bill Hader at the SNL 50th.
It's not quite like that.
I think it is.
They had a lot of people.
It feels like, though? It feels like exactly the way that you describe it in the respect that it was like, well, it's Tuesday night. We got 3 guys. Come on out. It just feels like you got exactly what they put in.
I feel like we got played.
It kind of felt like, hey guys, so you're going to be here back in 2 days, right, for the 10th anniversary of 2015, and everybody's like, well, no, we came here for Andre. We're not coming back here again.
How many guys were there for Andre?
Sean Livingston was there. I want to say Leandro Barbosa was there too.
Yeah, he wasn't he?
Yeah.
The fact that guys
that's
left.
the thing. I know there's legitimate reasons for why the guys didn't show up last night. But Rob Pelinka, who's the GM of the Lakers, showed up for Andre Iguodala's deal. So I don't know. They probably could have made time. My thing is, if everyone's not going to show up,
how key is Barbosa to the 10 seed Kings right now? With respect,
exactly. My thing is, if you're going to do it, go all out. Everyone needs to be there. I don't know how easy it is for Andrew Bogut to come to America right now, but
it's not an easy flight. I mean, I'm not putting it on the players. I'm putting it on the organization. It's not on the players who said they couldn't or had other obligations. It's on the organization for holding something in which they couldn't really put anything together to make it exciting for the fans, because this was about the fans, right?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a reunion for the fans to relive these moments. You went through your favorite 5 moments of the 2015 championship
I feel due,
run.
man. I feel like I should save that segment again for when they actually have the anniversary of when they won the championship.
Well, you can't do it again.
I think your segment was longer than the reunion.
I think I will.
Your segment was bigger and longer than the reunion. 808 KNBR if you were out there. Let's go out to Pat H. Pat H is a Warrior head. He's a net head.
What up, Pat H?
What's up, Pat?
What's going on, guys? Yeah, I was out there, dude. It was.
How were the vibes?
It was kind of dead.
Yeah.
I looked at the guy next to me. I'm like, that's it.
Well, as Pat H said on the YouTube chat, that reunion was a wet disgrace. What'd you mean by that, Pat?
I gotta tell you, they couldn't get Kuzmic out of that Adriatic League.
Dude, I knew. I was like, you kind of sounds like Cruz right now, dude.
He was doing
That's
it.
nice.
Well done, Pat.
Rack him, dude. Well done. Dude, couldn't get Kuzmic out of that Adriatic League. Gotta tell you, caught a little bit of that Hawks game last night.
Yeah,
Vince
man.
Carter still got it.
I mean, you guys know this very well. The Giants do a fantastic job with their reunions. Everybody shows up for the most part. But I feel like if you're going to do reunion or celebration, you got to do it at the right time where you know everyone's going to show up. So, I don't know. I hope they do something again, but like I feel like they missed their opportunity like they did it last night. And
If they do it again, will you believe them? Will you have faith in it?
I don't know.
You do the 11th year anniversary, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? Also, the other thing that I would bring up here is that we were talking about the Giants, and the Giants do this stuff really well. It almost illustrates the point even more when you see somebody kind of fall on their face.
That's what I mean.
You always have this assumption that, the Giants do it good, but that might just be lip service, or that must be something that people just kind of hear. Once you see it go horribly wrong, you're like, oh, no, there really is something to it.
Yeah.
Is that the Emperor of Vibes, Austin Scott? Is he in the control room?
Vibe check?
Were you there last night, Austin Scott?
He was.
You were there, Austin. Quickly, give us a vibe check.
I was there last night. I gave a full vibe report on Derek Papa's Twitter account. Yeah,
You did. And how were the vibes?
Vibes were not there.
Well, there you go.
Officially.
And this guy
From the
loves
vibe
his
desk.
vibes. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a vibe guy. I think we got more calls coming in. 808 KNBR, if you were out there. It's X just says, great call, Pat. It was a good call by Pat. He said he looked at the guy next to him and said, that's it?
I think Dieter
Now we
Kurtenbach.
introduce members of the 2015 Golden State Warriors championship team. Mo Spates. And then that was it. There was like Brandon Rush, and that's it. They weren't even sure Festus was there. He was like doing a sideline hit or something.
Yeah, he had to come over. But I think I want to say Dieter Kurtenbach had the best line of the night where he saw what I tweeted and was like, so this is the 10-year 2015 reunion. And he's like, they might as well just called it the Mo Spates Heritage Night.
That's basically what it was. Let's go to Ben. Ben's in Sacramento. Ben, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. Good to be on Dirty Work again.
What's up, Ben?
How you doing?
Good, Ben. Good to have you, bro.
Good. Yeah, so I just finished up work, and I turned on KNBR, heard you guys talking about Giants reunions. I just want to point out that we are still long overdue for a 2010 World Series Giants reunion. I know that we never had the 10-year because of COVID, but I do wonder if, it'll have been 15 years since that team that will forever go down in history as probably the most special Giants team of them all. So I wonder if they end up doing like a 15 years to kind of make up for the lost 10-year reunion. But we'll see. But yeah, I do agree that the Giants do a good job with reunions because I was at the 2012 one. I liked the panel format and how they introduced all the players. And you're just like, oh my God, I forgot about that guy. Well, I'm betting that that with Buster at the helm, that he will do an even better job to honor those World Series teams going forward. So yeah, just wanted to call in with my 2 cents on the reunion as a diehard Giants fan.
Hey Ben, can I offer you one more? I'll take it a step further. I'm still clamoring for a 2002 Giants National League pennant reunion. I need my Chad Zerbe and my Benny Santiago out there, man.
Dude, absolutely. I mean, we all remember the 2002 team fondly, except for the game that shall not be named. But I think that I'm thinking that in 2027 they definitely need
a 25-year reunion.
A 25-year reunion, absolutely.
Of the 02 pennant-winning team, yeah.
Absolutely. With Kenny, they have to bring back Kenny.
Oh, dude, bring back Kenny and have Barry and see if Barry and Jeff Kent can break bread. That'd be sweet, just to get them in the same field together. JT Snow be there, Aurelio, Benny Santiago. I bet you they're in. I bet you our guys are in. Rob Nen out there.
Them, dude.
That'd be sick. Hey, appreciate the call, Ben. Thanks so much, man. Appreciate it. It's just my favorite team ever, man. Just it touched me.
Out of all of them?
Yeah, I mean, dude, it was the first World Series championship run I'd ever experienced as a kid. I was like 12, 13 years old.
Well, that's like not an app comparison.
It was, and because they got so close in Game 7 and broke your heart in the way Game 6 went down, yeah, like also, I had nothing else in my life as a 13-year-old except Giants baseball every day.
I know,
but I had no other experience.
But in 2010, did that feeling eclipse the feeling in 2020 or 2002?
I don't know. It's kind of like how they say your losses stick with you more than your wins. Like, don't get me wrong. 2010 was the most elated I've ever been in my life about any single sporting event. It was
okay.
Yeah, but 02 shaped your fandom.
But 02 shapes your fandom. I appreciate that 02 happened because I couldn't have appreciated 10 as much. Like after 2002 was when Mama Susie looked at me and she said, "Being a Giants fan is about building character." And I was like, "You're damn right it is." It took 8 more years. It's crazy. It's pretty crazy.
And you, my friend, are a character.
I am. Dude, how about how we're now further removed from the 2014 World Series win than we were in 2010 from 2002. That was 8 seasons.
Yeah.
We're like 10 years past the last Giants World Series win. Isn't it crazy? It seemed longer from 02 to 10 than it seemed from 14 to now.
Come on, Giants.
Hang in there. All right, we'll take a quick break after the piss poor Warriors reunion. We got more out of that than they got out of it yesterday.
I think so, man. I was thoroughly disappointed in that.
That was not good. That was not good.
And that's my team.
Kevin Durant went on Draymond's podcast. New media. Kevin Durant joined Draymond on his podcast, discussed why specifically he did not want to come back to the Warriors. Tim Webb thinks it's happening this summer still. We'll talk about it next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
He's leading the Adriatic League right now in scoring.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
I'm sure the commercial people love when we play drops during them.
Yeah, dude. Young Tony could never. He could never.
Just heard that commercial. It's like, yeah, could get a free bed? Like, I don't need a bed.
Crazy. I don't need a bed.
Are you crazy?
Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday afternoon. The greatest show in America continues here on The Sports Leader. We're streaming as always, twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. The KNBR YouTube chat where you can sound off instantly with guys like Tacky, Pat H, Otis, It's X, Mike Val,
Pine Needle.
Your Barbses. Your Barbses. Anyway, yeah, jump on. By the way, Pat H clarified. He said wet disgrace is from an SNL pre-tape sketch about the auditions for 50 Shades of Grey, where Jane Lynch calls John Cryer a wet disgrace and hits him with a whip.
Well done,
dude.
Well done, Pat
I
H.
know the sketch you're talking about.
Yep.
That's hilarious, dude. It's
Well done,
such
sir.
a funny thing to quote and pull.
You have found yourself into my heart with the SNL reference.
He was in my heart already with all the crap. All right, let's get into what KD had to say on Draymond's podcast. Okay, what was the reason you thought KD didn't want to return? It's funny because I think a lot of people would assume, well, he didn't want to deal with Draymond again or whatever that.
I think some people thought that.
And then he goes on Draymond's podcast to explain it. So I'm thinking that's probably not the reason.
Like, this is the second time KD's been on his podcast. Like, let's not forget that KD and Draymond at the beginning, before the 2022 season, where they kind of talked about everything in the past, their dust up and everything, and they kind of blamed it on Bob Myers. And everybody was like, what? What are you doing that for? But they've kind of meant fences.
Himself. He's like, I blame myself.
They meant fences. The only thing I was kind of concerned about was after Draymond got into that thing with Nurkic, and KD in that post game was like, I think Draymond needs help. And Draymond wanted his podcast and was like, you don't need to call me out like that. But, I didn't think they had like major beef where that would prevent KD from wanting to join the Warriors. I thought it was perfect the way that Marcus told us after the fact was like, you had your time. You wanted to, like, he discussed it. I listened to the podcast, and he was like, the reason I wanted to go to the Warriors because I couldn't pass that opportunity. That was something special in that time. And if you go back, it's not going to be the same. You need to be the savior, like way different than when you were before. Like, that team was ready to go to win a championship they already had. They were 7-3-9. You were just the next ingredient to make sure that they were going to win for the next 3 years straight. So my rationale for why he didn't want to come back, because he didn't want to deal with all the bull crap. And also, he went to Phoenix. He got his way out of Brooklyn. He wanted to start something with Phoenix, and he thought they were going to be a championship contender. It's not working out, but he's not going to run away from that right now. So I understood why he didn't want to come, but I don't think it's necessarily off the table just yet.
Well, here's what Kevin Durant said. He went on Draymond's podcast, The Draymond Green Show.
With Baron Davis.
I hate acknowledging the Barons there, because he's just like, oh, man, really? Really? Then what happened? It's basically all he's there for. I don't really know why Barron's there.
It's time to move on, Jordan Poole.
Here's Kevin Durant on the Draymond pod talking about why during the trade deadline it became clear he did not want to come back to the Warriors.
I want my career to end on my terms. That's the only thing.
Bingo.
That's the only thing I'm worried about, because I see a lot of dudes that don't get that opportunity. So I want to keep putting in that work to make that choice on my own. But as far as the Warriors, I didn't want to move. And then as a player like me, I cost a lot. Me going into your team in the middle of the season, it's going to be a big blow to any team I'm going to. I get why y'all want to trade me. Simple fact, that's just business. But from me looking at it, I'm just like, it just don't make sense for either side right now to go through that when we just play the season out. And if that's the decision you want to make in the off season, then you figure it out. If I can stop it, then why not? And then the narratives that's going to come with all that I mean, I could play under the noise. It's a simple fact that, like, I didn't feel like it was a need to make that big of a change.
Yeah, to press that issue.
You know, and look what y'all doing right now, Dre. Y'all looking good. Jimmy, and then you still got Kaminga on the way back. So I didn't think it made sense. And then I just want to see it through. You know, when you commit to something in a season like that, and it's like nobody's like big injuries, like everybody's in the lineup, and like I'm trying to see this through to the end and see what we can really do with it. And I feel like I'm committed to my coaches and teammates, and I want to see it through. So, I wanted to lock in on that.
I mean, KD's acting like he's never been traded at the deadline before. He was traded a couple years ago to Phoenix from Brooklyn. So
yeah, but he wanted that.
No, yes.
He forced his way out of there, and he was on his way out of Brooklyn.
Of course he wanted that.
But the one
the
thing
whole notion is like, well, I don't want to leave my coaches and teammates.
But he didn't like the coaches and teammates in Brooklyn.
No, he wanted Steve Nash fired.
That's what I'm saying. And so it's a much different situation. So he's not acting like he's never been traded. He's saying, why would I do that? He also then is speaking on experience of when you get traded in season, the impact that has. He's saying,
totally.
I don't want to move. It's not that simple. And I think he's also saying, I'm okay if a guy's like, he said two things that were pretty simple to me. If it is really about staying there and saying, hey, we didn't have any major injuries, I'd rather just play this thing out if you want to do it in the offseason. If in his mind he thinks it's better mentally for him to start fresh to actually make that run, I'm on board with that. Because he's not saying, I'm not saying no. But when he also says, and if I have the power to stop it, why wouldn't I?
Yeah.
If that's what he wanted, he chose Phoenix. He wanted to be there. But I get what he's saying, too, that it's a big blow to do that in the middle of a season. Jimmy Butler was already out of Miami. It was a much different situation than just pulling a guy off a team, putting him on another. He was already not playing for several weeks. Bingo. Due to the suspensions. Keep that around, dude. That's a good one.
Thanks, Baron.
Bingo.
My thing is,
nothing wrong with anything you said.
No, I don't either. But, like, I would also say, like, it was going to, like, for him to, like, kind of allude to the fact that, like, he costs a lot, it was going to gut the team. Not really. For what was on paper, the trade was going to be, I guess, him and Jimmy Butler going to Phoenix, and then what was the other, Andrew Wiggins going to Miami. So it wouldn't have gutted the team. I don't know, like, if you're in referencing the Phoenix Suns or the Golden State Warriors.
He was like, I cost a lot, man.
Yes.
Yeah,
he does.
I didn't really agree when he was like, doesn't really make much sense. And I was like, for who? We were watching this team. It made a lot of sense.
I mean, it did gut the Brooklyn Nets, but he doesn't care about that. So, but like the Phoenix Suns had to give up a lot to get him as well. Who they give up? Mikal Bridges at the time? Yeah. So that definitely affected them. They still were a playoff team that season with him, but they weren't going to go anywhere. They actually had a hard time acclimating with him once he got there. Like there was injuries and whatnot. Like I think right away when KD got to Phoenix, he got
that's
hurt.
his point. That's his point. It's getting traded in the middle of the season.
I get
not
that.
As easy as his thing.
Hey, and it worked out. You know what? Because I believe that acquiring, like out of all the scenarios, out of all the possible guys they could have traded for, this is the best move. And I'm surprised.
That's 2020, my friend.
I know. I'm surprised I didn't see that before because it makes sense. Like Larry Markkinen sounds really good on paper, but
I didn't. Never liked it. I never liked it.
On paper.
I never liked it. You wanted Markkinen so bad.
Because
I never
he's a
liked
young, good player.
Yeah, I never liked the idea of it. I was like, I don't care.
That's fair.
And I'm okay with the notion too that, like, I mean, they had the the Utah Jazz been down to do it. I think the Warriors would have done it. Had they put an asking price,
probably would have.
They probably would have done it and flipped Kuminga for him. But Warriors were also going one in the hand, two in the bush here.
Yeah.
Two in the hand, one. I don't know. One of the bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
It's a whole lot of bushes.
Yeah, if you know what you've got in Kuminga and you got to pay one of them.
Yeah,
maybe he's your guy.
But then, like the other thing with Paul George, like I think Paul George is a good player, but I don't think he's a championship player. And I think that he's regretting his decision teaming up with Joel Embiid because of all the injuries that Embiid is going through right now. He needs like another, I guess, knee surgery, whatever's going on with him right now. And then like other ones, Zach LaVine, like yeah, he's a good offensive player, but he's definitely not good defensively. You're getting the best of both worlds with Jimmy Butler. You're getting a guy that's not going to be selfish. He could be a facilitator. He could go to the rack and get points for you, too. Also, I'm not totally saying that Kevin Durant's never coming back because just listening to him, I don't know all the narratives and the bull crap he would have to go through again, but I think there is a part of him. Like, I've been watching, Court of Gold, that Netflix documentary series about the Olympics.
Yep.
He is a basketball junkie. Like, he is talking about how much it means to him to play for Team USA and to play for the pride of his country and have other people like come up to him. He cried about it, but like he also got emotional talking about playing with Steph Curry. And I think that hearing him talk about like what he's learned from Steve Kerr, he's a totally different guy from what he was playing with the Warriors, where he didn't like Steve Kerr saying to him during the Western Conference Finals, you got to move the ball a little bit more. It can't be all about you. I think that he would be a totally different player if he joined the Warriors again. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities he wants to join the Warriors maybe this offseason or maybe down the line.
Not about wants, but maybe open to it.
Yeah, open is a better way to phrase it, yes. But
can you get him and keep Jimmy? Doesn't seem possible.
You would have to move Kuminga, and you have to move some picks, but you have to do a lot more. And that'd be tough.
Phoenix may be in a teardown mode after whatever happens. If they miss the playoffs having this roster this season, there may be.
But you still got to make the contracts match up, so that's going to be difficult.
It's a short-term buy if they do it. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Wednesday. 916 says, does the afternoon show talk about anything besides basketball? We'll talk some NFL Combine. You asked and you shall receive. Combine is next.
Well, hold on. Are we being pegged as like a one-trick pony?
We are. We're a basketball show.
Hey, we talk everything, baby.
Well, just hoops.
I guess so.
Basketball and beefs.
It's been 2 hours.
We talk basketball. We talk beefs.
It's been
we
2
talk
hours.
SNL.
We haven't talked anything but Dubs.
I feel like we talk football more than anything. All right.
Not for the last 2 hours we haven't.
Sorry.
The reunion was sort of basketball.
Kinda. Yeah. I like somebody on the text line said it was like the Warriors version of Firefest.
A little bit, actually.
Here you go.
Reunion, you got Mo Spates and a cheese sandwich.
Just call it the Mo Spates and Brandon Rush night. That's fine.
Don't forget about Festus.
I mean, he's there already.
Oh, come on.
John Lynch spoke at the Combine. Moving on here. How about this? He talked about Deebo Samuel's trade request, talked about a potential deal for Dre Greenlaw, talked about whether or not Trent Williams was playing this season, and what is the latest on Brock Purdy's contract. We will play it for you next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Lynch reiterated the team's commitment to Brock Purdy at the Combine today and that the 49ers would honor Deebo Samuel's trade request. For all the latest, keep it locked to KNBR, the Combine leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, hey.
Hey, hey, hey. Dirty work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, T-Dub. John Lynch spoke at the NFL Combine today, covering everything from Deebo Samuel to Brock Purdy to Dre Greenlaw to Brandon Ayuk. Let's start off with a little bit on Brock Purdy's contract negotiations. Tim, play the damn sound.
We have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations like always is our stance. Want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that. So.
Well, I don't know John Lynch very well, but we are close. I did go on the morning show. Remember, I filled in for the morning show. How they quickly forget that I had to fill in for them, Murph and Marcus. But I talked to John Lynch.
Nobody knows what you're talking about, what you're referencing.
Back in Christmas time.
Nobody knows about you being close to them and referencing the morning show.
It's a dig at the morning show.
I got it, yeah. I got it. I know the context.
It was because of that.
Yeah.
Anyway, the main point.
Stay tuned to the 5 o'clock hour for that to pay off.
You got to paint a little story for him. You know what I mean? You got to give him the context of the.
I want the audience to catch up to me. Basically, though, John Lynch, when it comes to contract negotiations, he's going to go about things the same way. Did the same thing with Brandon Ayuk, did the same thing with Nick Bosa, did the same thing with Deebo Samuel. We're not going to get into the details right now, although it does sound like this one's going more smoothly than other ones in the past. So, like, we go by all the reports out there, like that Tim Kawakami had like about a month ago.
No fireworks.
Exactly. So I would anticipate this thing developing hopefully pretty quickly. I don't want to go through the whole offseason of questioning, does Brock Purdy have a contract? Like, if we get to training camp, he doesn't have a contract, I'll be pissed.
I don't think that's. I mean, there will be bigger stories before training camp if he doesn't have a contract when we get to the summer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if we get to training camp and he doesn't have a contract yet, we'll have been talking about that for quite some time.
Oh, yeah. But, like, I have to believe.
Does he have it by the draft?
I think
that's like 2 months from now. It's like 2 months from tomorrow or something.
I may be going on a limb here, like being very positive. I would hope that Brock Purdy has his contract within the next 2 weeks here before free agency starts. That's what I'm hoping. Now, do I think that's going to happen? I don't know. But with everything that's gone on in the last year, from all of the back and forth with Brandon Ayuk's contract to Jed York during the Super Bowl last year, basically saying
we're going to
that
pay him, or we're going to pay him a lot.
Exactly. Yeah. So then what's the holdup now? And I know that he didn't have a great season, but everybody keeps talking about it. Kyle Shanahan with us and John Lynch to the media. We're going to pay this guy. This guy's going to be our long-term quarterback. I think there's just, some minutia, like what's the AAV going to be and all that stuff, guaranteed money. And everything we hear, like all the insiders are saying, like, we don't think this is going to reset the market. We think it's going to be in the 55 range or 58, whatever it's going to be. He's not going to be the highest paid quarterback. He's not going to eclipse Dak Prescott. So I'm not too worried about that. My hope is, though, it just doesn't drag out like other contracts in the past with the 49ers.
Yeah, I mean, I think anything we think about how far along it is speculative. I mean, I know that it's speculative. It does feel like it's going to go smoother. Maybe it is already going smoother, but again, we have no new news and there's no new information on this. We're just kind of waiting.
And I think that's a good thing. I think if there's no new news, that I think that it's getting to the finish line, hopefully in the next couple
There's only two forms of news that can come. They've reached the deal or they're far apart.
No, my friend. When all the news we got with Brandon Ayuk last year, like all like the different things, like, well, he wants the deal. He doesn't want the deal now. He wants a trade.
That was a different situation.
They're on the doorstep.
That was about him being under contract for one more year, and would they entertain him taking a trade? What I'm saying is that has already been prefaced by everything Brock said and everything the organization has said. The difference is that Ayuk never said the day after the Super Bowl when he was wearing that flapped hat. Remember that? He was wearing like that.
I remember.
Looked like Kenny from South Park with Kyle with the like sort of the square flap hat around his ears, and he just basically stood there and was inaudible and wouldn't say anything. Brock Purdy immediately,
if the price is right,
in the same situation, was like, "Yeah, I want to be here, and I don't want to make this a distraction for my teammates." Already it's been prefaced by something that is not as contentious, so that's why it feels and has been reported upon as such.
Would you be absolutely shocked if we got to training camp, there's no deal done, and Brock Purdy comes out?
I would be very shocked.
And Brock Purdy comes out and says, you know what, guys, we didn't get a deal done. I'm focusing on this season, and we'll go back to negotiations.
I would be very surprised.
I would be I would be shocked. Like, there's no other way to describe it. I would anticipate with everything that's gone on in the last year, they would get something done relatively soon.
707 says, it's already been good because Brock's not on Instagram crying.
He's not FaceTiming
Jaden Daniels and talking about
something like. Can you imagine like he's FaceTiming like some other receiver? He's like, I want to play with you.
Yeah, right. Not happening.
That's not happening.
That's the way Brock's going about his business.
I want to make my court scene money with you.
It's actually quite the opposite. He's hanging with current teammates in Mexico on a catamaran or whatever.
Yeah. No, I think that my hope is. I'm like we want to focus on other things like Deebo Samuel and Drake Greenlaw. Like I hope that this deal gets done by March 10th when the new league year starts.
Yeah, texter here 775 says Niners are waiting for Deebo to get done to see what they have to work with this year, etc. with free agents. They'll move Deebo and almost immediately sign Purdy. I asked Matt Mayoka that a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
What happens first, the Deebo trade or the Purdy contract? No, again, he can't be traded until a certain date, but a trade can be agreed upon for Deebo. But between now and then, I think he said he thinks Deebo will be the first thing to go.
You think so?
That's what Matt Mayoka said that to us. Maybe it was when you were gone. But
yeah, I think so.
Maybe it was last week. I asked him.
Matt said it when Rod was sitting with us. He said that he thought that Deebo's deal would get done before Purdy. The question that I would pose to you guys is, when does it feel late? Because right now it doesn't feel like there's a sense of urgency for it necessarily. Is it the draft? Is it post-draft? Like when do the clouds start forming for you? I guess is what I'm asking.
For Purdy's deal, I would say draft time. Like 2
months from now. That's why I asked you. Do you think it's done by then? You said I think it's done by the start of free agency.
I think that Purdy's done first. Like the plan was always to keep Deebo Samuel. So why is that the priority right now?
Because they're not. I'm not saying it's the priority. I just asked what he thinks will go first, and he says I think that will be an easier thing to get handled.
Well, just because there's a date.
Do we have the audio of it potentially, Tim, of last week? I don't know if that was cut or not.
Well, I would say just because of the date, because
no, but he also what he said was they can't trade him until a certain date. But he said I wouldn't be surprised if there's an agreed upon trade far before the actual date of the trade.
If he's traded, there's a strong possibility he's just cut.
Sure, there's a possibility he's cut.
I think that this gets. I mean, I definitely. I would say that I would anticipate
somebody
that
may want him. You know.
Well, also it becomes about draft compensation. So if you're trading for a pick that's in the potential draft, you could see that being more of an urgency thing. Whereas if the contract, you don't really need to get it done until, prior to camp. It would be great if you did, but signing him or not signing him has no impact on the draft. Whereas the Deebo thing, I think absolutely does.
Yeah, but I also think that it's going to be very hard for someone to find adequate draft compensation. Like if someone's willing to give up a 5th-round pick and just do this deal and take on his salary for this upcoming season, then by all means.
Yeah, then you just do it.
Yeah, so I would say just me, like I think that.
You think the Brock gets done first?
I think so. I think the Deebo's thing could get drawn out a little bit. Like I know there's a strong date, like a final date, like I think it's March 12th.
I think that's the date, yeah.
Where he's due like $22 million, and he'll probably get cut before then. So I don't know. I mean, Matt definitely knows more than me. He could be right, but
he was asking his opinion, just what he thought. I mean, you think it's Brock, he thinks it's Deebo. Who knows?
Yeah.
Let's move on here. Trent Williams. I asked this to Matt, I think, last week too. I said, has there been any indication, Tim, don't worry about it if you can't find it. Let's jump to this Trent Williams cut. I said, has there been any indication, because last season and the last 2 seasons, it felt like there was a bunch of, do we know if Trent's going to come back? Does Trent want to be back? And then this year he had awful stuff off the field. Then, of course, an injury that kept him off the field for a significant amount of time. It's why it sort of feels like this next coming season, 2025, if they can get healthy, it's like maybe they've got one more in them. Maybe they got one more big run in them with Trent Williams healthy for one more after missing time. McCaffrey basically missing an entire season, potentially coming back healthy. If we'll see when Ayuk comes back, we'll get to that. But it's been positive in my mind that there hasn't been any talk about Trent Williams not coming back. However, we didn't find out Joe Staley wasn't coming back till I guess he had notified the team or the team was aware of it.
Day 2 of the draft.
Well, that's the thing is I think the team knew before that because it allowed them. They did not break the news or file the paperwork immediately
until they found a replacement
because he wanted to allow them time to find a replacement without competition or heavy compensation. So they go out and they get. It was a 3rd rounder they got Trent Williams for.
Yeah,
it was a hell of a deal. I was sitting there with Dennis Brown and John and Larry doing day 2 of the draft.
And Dan Snyder did not want to do that deal.
Kruger was stoked about that day 2 of the draft. God, Colton McKivitz. See what kind of pick he's going to be. He was all hyped about McKivitz. Big guy, kind of like him.
Yeah.
Good offensive lineman.
Big man, can move his feet.
Yeah, we got him on too. Krug was stoked. We're gonna talk to McKivitz live coming up. We'll talk to him on draft day.
Colton calling in.
Colton's calling us here on the leader. Anyway, Joe Staley allowed them to find a replacement. Here's what John Lynch says about Trent Williams coming back this year.
Trent's playing, and he's ready. I think he's really motivated to come back. And when you're that's rarefied air that Trent lives in, and when you're a player that has experience playing at those heights, you don't want to play unless you're playing at that level. And I think that's where Trent's at, and I think we're going to see a real motivated Trent Williams to come back and have a great year, and that's a good thing for us.
I agree. I mean, I'll take his word for him that he's coming back, but I would also say that sooner rather than later, they need to come up with his replacement. And I don't know if that's this draft. I think they need to prioritize defense in the first round, but they need to look to the offensive line eventually and get a replacement for Trent Williams.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to start drafting offensive linemen anyway. So D linemen, offensive linemen, we know that's the focus of the draft. A lot of the hope I have for this coming season is hinged on a lot of these guys returning and being healthy. And Trent Williams is a huge part of that. Like, if he weren't here, I'd feel a little bit different about potentially where they are. The offensive line is already weak. It's already leaking, right?
No, but it'll be great to have him back. And they just paid him this last offseason. They gave him a new contract extension. So, maybe one more season for Trent, but eventually you got to come up with a replacement for him.
Now, John Lynch wouldn't talk specifically, of course, about whether or not Deebo's going to be cut or traded, but they did ask him about the Deebo trade request. And apparently we found out after the fact that, when he said we're not in the business of letting guys walk out of here in their postseason press conference, letting great talent walk out the building, they had already told Deebo they would honor his contract. So, again, you got to take some of the stuff with a grain of salt. It's not just about what they say or how they say it. Here's John Lynch on Deebo's trade request. Where are we with that?
Still not interested, Grant, but along those lines of the financial constraints and some conversations we've had with Debo, it's something, we've been forthright with that. We're on good terms with Debo. I think, he's asked for a fresh start, and, I think we're going to honor that. Don't like seeing great players, and he is a great player. He's, I think often one of my favorite draft picks of my time. This guy's just he makes plays, and he makes game-changing plays, and everything's good, but I think at some point time happens, and he asked for that. We don't always, there's contracts and things, but it probably makes sense, so we're at least allowing him to look, and we're having conversations. We'll see where that goes.
Yeah, I mean, big difference from what he said last time we talked about Debo Samuel, where he was like, he's under contract, and we're now in the business of letting good players go.
Whenever somebody when you ask about somebody's status and they just say he's under contract, I always feel like that just means, well, okay, dude, he's here, technically.
I mean, with the, I got bad vibes during the season with Debo Samuel, so I was anticipating him being traded, and all the rumors that happened during draft time, I was like, well, this is it. And he even told Diana Rossini, like, I know what kind of season this is going to be. So I wasn't surprised when this news came out. And then when I heard John Lynch say that prior to that, I was like, yeah, he's done. He's telling the rest of the league, you got to come up with good draft or trade compensation for us to get rid of him. But the reason I do enjoy the combine, not so much the drills, it's this time of year where GMs come out and speak. And like yesterday, Terry Fontenot ridiculously saying, well, we're going to have Kirk Cousins be a $30 million backup. And that's him telling the rest of the league, I need a trade. But then again, it's so stupid because Kirk Cousins has a no-trade clause, so I understand that. This is John Lynch telling the rest of the league, yeah, we're moving on from Debo Samuel. We're going to honor his wishes, but I have not gotten the best trade offer yet, so I'm still waiting on that. And if we don't, then we'll end up cutting him. But he still wants to find a good deal.
Yeah, I mean, you'd prefer to get something for him.
Absolutely.
Instead of just cut him loose and let somebody pick him up and find success.
But the way that clip started with him saying, like, still not interested, he's saying, like, we haven't got anything that I could say I'm willing to let Debo go for right now.
Yeah. As either they're not getting offers or they're so low that they're like, or somewhere that you don't want to have to send him and deal with.
If someone's offering a 5th-round pick, you jump at that, though. I think.
Does that tell you nobody's offered that?
Because you have to look at the contract and be like, why the hell would we trade away assets for that? I mean, you told the world like he doesn't want to be here anymore. Yeah. So initially, when we're talking about like Cooper Kupp or Debo Samuel, who gets traded, who gets cut, I would say right now, I'd say neither gets traded. I think both get cut.
You think both Debo and Cooper Kupp
don't get traded?
They just end up getting cut.
The rest of the
Cooper
league
Kupp,
knows.
I certainly feel like is going to get cut. We'll see what happens with Debo.
Debo might be like, I could see like Adam Peters just being like, I'll give you a 7th-round pick. You and I know each other, John. Just give him to Washington.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on the #1 show in America, Roaring On, the greatest show going in the U.S. of A. John Lynch, now one more here on Dre Greenlaw. This one surprised me a little bit, that they are trying to work out, it sounds like, a deal with Dre Greenlaw. Here's what John Lynch said, and Hufanga as well.
Yep.
Those guys are fantastic players. Of course, we have interest in bringing them back, and we'll work our tails off to try to make that happen. Whether it does, can't tell you that, but I think in the near future here, things are kicking off. So, we've been in contact with them, and their representatives will continue to be.
I'm buying that with Dre Greenlaw, not so much with Hufanga. I would be very surprised if he comes back, but I do think they want Dre Greenlaw. I do think that maybe what Matt Barrows was telling us a couple of weeks ago was that's just, good negotiations for Dre Greenlaw to find his own destination, to run a defense himself, and maybe get a bigger contract more than just 1 year. We have to know what John Lynch and the Niners are interested in doing. Are they comfortable with giving him a long-term deal? So they need Dre Greenlaw. And I know that it's risky with his injuries, but they need him back. It's what they're comfortable with. Do they want to give a guy that's only played one game really this season a multi-year deal? I would be surprised if they do.
I would be surprised at that as well. And if they do, 2 has to be the max.
I think
and it would have to be of lower value annually. Like, I feel like you give him more for 1 year than you probably wouldn't give him the same value for both years at the same price point if you did it over a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feels odd to hand a guy that contract. But
and I feel like
you saw what he did for half a game. Yeah. I mean, you know what he's capable of still.
He definitely makes that team better. And we saw, I guess during the Pro Bowl time that Fred Warner wants him back, obviously, and Robert Saleh definitely wants him back. But you also have to think about, Does the rest of the league think that he deserves a multi-year deal? I think that whatever the Niners value him as, it's got to be the same for everybody else. Like we keep talking about, like, well, D'Amico will want him with the Texans. The Texans have a pretty good linebacker core already.
They got Aziz too.
Yeah. So I don't know if they need to go down that route. So, or like, Miami, if he had a relationship to Mike McDaniel, but I don't think the rest of the league's like, we're probably going to offer you the same thing the Niners do. So we'll see what happens with that. I'm fairly confident he comes back.
Lots of updates today from GMs around football. There's a lot of stuff going on. I saw Matt Stafford potentially being wooed by Tom Brady. We'll talk.
Dude, this is getting spicy.
We'll get into that. We'll get into that. Derek's Raiders maybe locking in on Matt Stafford.
It's not so much spicy with like the story itself.
It's the reporting.
The snippiness.
The snippiness in the reporting of how this has gone back and forth. Ian Rappaport and who was reporting it from the
Jordan
other side.
Schultz. This is
we'll
like
talk about it next.
Okay,
we'll get into it next. I got to tell everybody first. The Free Giants and KNBR Fan Fest Tour's final stop is Saturday, March 8th at Oracle Park, right here in San Francisco, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. I'll be there. Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, will be there. Also, Rich Aurelia, Dave Dravecki, Jeff Leonard, the Hackman, Noah Lowry. I'm stoked. Lowry's going to be there. Sergio Romo, JT Snow, and Lucille. Plus, photo ops with the World Series trophies and Giants spring training game will be up on the big scoreboard. The first 10,000 fans in attendance will get a Brian Wilson bobblehead at the gate. How about that? Presented by Scottsdale, your home base for spring training and the United States Air Force. For tickets and FanFest details, visit knbr.com/FanFest Tour. Matt Stafford could be donning the black and silver. What you got, Tim?
Let's say that was a hell of a read. Great job.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Nailed it.
I saw you cheering, but I don't need the condescending pat on the head.
Silver and black. Hope silver and black.
What did I say? Black and silver?
Yeah.
I'm going to say black and silver.
Don't you dare.
I am. I'm going to say it.
Derek's Raiders. He's
I'm
back
putting,
on.
I'm putting,
He's back.
I'm putting, I thought, what
that
do you
might
care?
be the name of your show with Greg Silver.
What do you care? You're not even a fan.
You're out.
What do you care? You're
All
out.
right, fine.
See how quickly he cares?
Back.
How quickly he cares.
It wasn't even a day.
The old black and silver going up against the Matt Stafford.
And you know that's wrong.
Matt Stafford calling it black and silver. He's got Tom Brady running his organization. The whole thing's a nightmare for Derek. They're in Vegas. Tom Brady's trying to get Matt Stafford, or is he? We'll get into that next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors swatted the Hornets last night, 128-92, in a thorough ass-whipping. No Warrior had to play more than 25 minutes. Up next, the Magicians tomorrow. For all things Dubs, keep it locked to KNBR, the ass-whipping leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Did you know you can declare your retirement independence as early as today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group? Because having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, you've got visions of retirement, and you want to do it the right way. So why not let the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group help you avoid the common mistakes people make when they get to retirement? Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference for you. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially if you've already saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, that number, 866-496-2300, or you can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group, let us help you retire confidently.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Eric Papa, and Tim Webb with you. T-Dub.
You can call me Eric, whatever.
Yeah, we're going with the Eric?
Not insulting me.
D-Tub, is that what you're going to say?
T-Dub.
That tub over there. Anyway.
Tubbs and Crockett.
In what is a light sports week outside of what's going on in the NBA and with the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
Tom Brady and the pursuit of Matthew Stafford. Now,
his happiness.
Depending on who you, yeah, right, hilarious movie. Depending on who you believe, we know some things to be true. Whether you believe that Tom Brady was courting Matt Stafford remains to be official or not. Ian Rappaport saying it's not true. Here's what happens.
Yeah.
A report comes out from Jordan Schultz saying, quote, Raiders minority owner Tom Brady recently hosted Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford at his home in Montana, where they spent time together and went skiing. Brady has been actively trying to convince Stafford to join the Raiders, and discussions are ongoing. Several teams are interested in Stafford if the Rams decide to move on from him, with Las Vegas believed to be the most aggressive suitor.
Heard this before with Ben Johnson.
Yeah,
kind of holding my breath.
Yeah, it kind of surprised me that the Raiders would be the most aggressive suitor. I don't really know why they would be the fit for Matt Stafford, unless you're just llooking for a stopgap for 2 years. But are you willing to pay this guy for 2? Why not just go pay Sam Darnold then?
I mean, and it sounds like
that's my thought. Like, if you're going to pay him somebody, why? Like, don't get me wrong. I think Stafford's a good option, but to me, he needs. I don't know if he's just looking for the money and he's hit his glory now and he's got his ring and it's all good, or if he's still looking to win. I imagine he's a pretty competitive guy.
Oh, you have a better chance with the Rams.
He had a better chance with the Rams, had a better chance with the Pittsburgh Steelers or somebody like that. Like, I don't know that. I mean, I know that the Raiders are not ready to win now, so it would be an odd fit for him, right?
Yeah, well, they play indoors, but like I think the big deal is that he wants to get a 2-year deal that's worth $100 million.
Yeah.
So if the Raiders are willing to accommodate that, then that's intriguing. They have to look at the football side of it and be like, okay, I mean, I'm going to be in the AFC West. I have to go up against Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert, let alone the Denver Broncos are on the rise.
Can we just pause really quick? On the surface of reading this tweet,
yeah,
I didn't believe it anyway.
No, I'm not
Stafford was like, y'all come stay with you, Tommy. Let's go ski.
I'm not saying
skiing together. Like,
I'm not saying I don't believe it. Well, no.
Come to Montana. It's like Brady's in Vegas and dude, Stafford's in LA. Why'd they have to go to Montana to go do this meeting? Why don't you come up to my place in my lodge and we'll ski?
No, this is the first time we've heard something like this. Like, remember when Stafford got traded from the Detroit Lions to the LA Rams? It was all about
they coincidentally
in Cabo.
Right. Again, totally different story. They weren't saying that Sean McVay hosted Matt Stafford at his home where they went surfing for a while and checked things out. The report in and of itself is odd. Now, Ian Rappaport says it's much more like that story.
Yes.
Where Matt Stafford happened to be at the same resort in Cabo that both Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan were at.
I'm not buying that.
You're not buying that?
I think that they planned a trip to go to Cabo together.
Okay.
That's just my...
That's just you thinking that.
That's
that was
my
never
speculatory ways.
It was never reported like that. Ian Rappaport...
Then why was Kyle Shanahan there too?
What does that have to... You're saying who planned a trip?
I think that Matthew Stafford...
all three of them planned a trip?
I think that Matthew Stafford was like, I'm going to Cabo, boys, and if you want to trade for me, you better join me there.
I don't know. I doubt that that's the way it went out. Ian Rappaport had his own report saying, Raiders minority owner Tom Brady and Rams quarterback Matt Stafford ran into each other at a ski resort in Montana. This is what sources are saying.
Was this Bozeman?
The meeting was unplanned and was not extensive or in-depth and did not include Brady, quote, hosting or, quote, recruiting Stafford, despite reports saying otherwise.
Keep it going.
Now, here's where it gets a bit spicy. Jordan Schultz, who reported the initial meeting, said that he was being hosted, was pissed, and he fired back, quote, if you really think Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford just happened to run into each other at a ski resort in Montana, of all places, at the exact same time, I've got a bridge to sell you. They were together over the weekend. It happened. Multiple teams are interested in Stafford, and Brady has been leading the charge to get him to the Raiders if the Rams decide to trade him.
Yeah. And Draymond and I have a football podcast.
I was just like, do they?
Yeah, they do. Jordan Schultz and
Draymond have a football pod?
Yeah, and then just recently while we were on the air, Tom Pelissero followed up saying, reached out for comment about an internet rumor. God, internet rumor. Not a report. Internet rumor that Tom Brady hosted Matthew Stafford on a recruiting visit to Montana. Brady's longtime agent, Don Yee,
This is Pelissero?
Yeah. Brady's longtime agent, Don Yee, told me, I know that reporters sometimes make mistakes in their haste, but this story's inaccurate.
Wait. What story's inaccurate? I'm sorry. I'm misunderstanding. So Tom Pelissero tweeted out that they did in fact meet. It was a hosting thing.
This is the quote from Don Yee. I know that reporters sometimes make mistakes in their haste, but this story's inaccurate. I guess what he's just saying is...
Which story is inaccurate?
The one that Jordan Schultz is reporting.
Gotcha. And he's Tom Brady's agent.
Yes. So this is... I'm always fascinated, and next time we have Mike Silver on, maybe we get into this, but maybe he doesn't want to.
I don't really want to get into this.
I would love to know how some NFL insiders view other insiders. Or just reporters in general.
I mean, I've got my favorites, but I've got the guys I hate. There's some guys I can't stand.
It seems to me that nobody in the NFL community takes Jordan Schultz seriously. And I don't know how he got his start. I think he was like a social media guy and covered basketball, and he made connections. He's really good at breaking stories. But I think that nobody from Rappaport to Schefter respects this guy whatsoever.
Well, that aside, are we saying that they weren't even is Yee saying they weren't even at the same resort?
No, they're acknowledging that they're at the same resort and they bumped into each other. But Jordan Schultz going one further, saying this was a planned trip.
You know what I think about when I see
Tom
stuff
Brady
like this?
wined and dined Matthew Stafford.
You're not going to find me at a ski resort anyway, right? So I'm like, I can't imagine.
Not even snowboarding?
No, I've been snowboarding like once. I'm just not a snow sports guy.
I'm with you.
I'm a water sports guy. But my point is that I'm not a guy who goes to ski lodges anyway.
Yep, that's fair.
There's only a handful of them. If you're very wealthy, you're probably going to some of the best ones.
It's like an enclave of like rich, wealthy people.
I'm just saying, if you're a part of one and you're a skier, you're probably and you have the money that Tom Brady and Matt Stafford have. It's not a surprise to me that the richest and most recognizable people often end up at similar resorts or stay in similar places who accommodate that kind of stuff. I worked at Boulevard Restaurant for years. It was like a celebrity-style restaurant. people would show up because when TMZ would call and ask me what Jay-Z and Beyonce ate for lunch when they came in, we didn't tell them. We were like, they're allowed to come here and have their privacy and dine.
What did they eat?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I mean, I was there, but I didn't see their. My point is, like, places call and tabloids call and they want to get information about what's gone on. Did so-and-so come in? We heard Dick Cheney was in there. We're like, yeah, he came in last night, but you don't put it out in advance and you would have gotten in trouble or fired if you had taken photos or tweeted out that somebody was going to be there, because the reason those celebrities show up to those establishments is they know they will be taken care of and not be put on blast for what they're doing. Now, Tom Brady and Matt Stafford have to know they run into each other in a situation like that, whether it's intentional or not. People see it, it's going to be talked about.
Yeah.
I'm just not as blown away by the notion that in the offseason, some guys who do have the same exact job, made tons of money, end up with their families in some of the same locations for relaxation.
That's basically what Ian Rappaport just tweeted out. He just quote tweeted Tom Pelissero and said, Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford, like many other high-profile people, both own houses in same ski communities.
Yeah, it's like saying if you put the word Aspen in front of it, would you be surprised? It's
No.
like, well, not really, or Vale or
they went to
Yellowstone
the Hamptons
Club
to
or
recruit,
whatever. Yeah,
to recruit Klay Thompson.
Exactly.
Like, all sorts of people go to the Hamptons.
Jupiter, Florida.
Now, if they did, now if this now this is true that Tom Brady's recruiting Matthew Stafford, I'm not putting out the realm of possibility either. Like he was aggressive reportedly in his pursuit of Ben Johnson. In the end, Ben Johnson went back, or didn't go back to the Detroit Lions, but he went to a better situation with the Chicago Bears. I think this is the same deal with Matthew Stafford. I read everything. I know that this is on the table, that he's allowed to talk to other teams. I think at the end of the day, Matthew Stafford ends up back with the LA Rams because that's the best situation for the Rams. It's the best situation for Matthew Stafford.
At what price point? I think two-year deal for $100 million. I don't think.
No, I think it'd probably be like 45.
2 year for 90.
Yeah.
With like 70 guaranteed.
And you know what?
All of it guaranteed. He may ask for a complete guarantee.
And that's fine.
Give him the Cousins deal, 2 for 86.
Yeah. I think that would be enough for Matthew Stafford. I think that Matthew Stafford has to be reasonable, too, and be like, do I really want to go to Pittsburgh and play in the cold, which I've never done before in my career? And do I want to go to the Raiders and be the last place in that division right now in the last remaining years of my career? Makes sense for me to go to the team that have the closest chance to beat the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. I'm not going to have Cooper Kupp. I got to tell my wife to stop complaining about that. I just have to go out and play with the Rams, and I'll get a good deal. So I hear all this stuff, and it's good conversation because, honestly, the other quarterback carousel stuff is not as interesting. Like, I don't know what's going to happen with Aaron Rodgers, but at this point, I would say he should retire. The most interesting thing is where's Matthew Stafford going to go, and I would say the best thing and the most logical thing is for him to go back to L.A., so I'm not buying into this.
I'm buying into him shopping around and looking for other opportunities.
But for him actually going to another team, I can't see it.
I don't know. I just can't pretend to know what anybody wants. What does he want? Is it simply the contract? Is he content with his career? Does he really want to go outside and play? Maybe. Maybe he's down to go do that in Pittsburgh and prove that he can do it elsewhere and solidify a Hall of Fame career. I don't know. I'm just saying, to pretend we know what these guys want outside of just the money is hard to say. If Pittsburgh's willing to pay him, why wouldn't he just go there? Or if somebody's willing to pay him and the Rams are not, so it's hard to say.
It'd be the best place besides L.A.
It's hard to say because it doesn't seem like the Rams want to pay him, which is why they're letting him shop around. So if they're not, how often do they let guys shop around and then pay them anyway, unless you really can't find a deal?
Well, unless the team
they're banking on the fact that he's not going to find a deal.
Unless a team is that desperate, or I shouldn't even say that desperate. Like it's reasonable to pay Matthew Stafford $50 million a year
for 2 years.
But if you're the Raiders, does that make sense?
No, for the Raiders, it makes zero sense to me. For the New York Giants being mentioned as a suitor, that makes no sense. Why?
But it may make sense because people don't like this quarterback draft class. Maybe people at the beginning of towards the end of the season when we heard all these names, we kept saying Cam Ward's got to be first overall and Shedeur Sanders. People are cold on them right now. So we'll see. I don't know what's going to happen with the draft, but as far as right now, I think more teams are looking at veteran quarterbacks as opposed to what quarterbacks are available in this draft class. So if you're the Giants, you got to save your jobs. If you're Joe Shane and Brian Daboll, then yeah, maybe you do go after Matthew Stafford. But I think it's crazy for Matthew Stafford to want to go do that.
I can't imagine that saves their jobs. I mean, what does that do for you in the NFC East just having Stafford? You don't even have weapons around him. He's just throwing it up to neighbors.
It's just
every
taking
game.
a big swing.
You're just taking a big swing on a guy who's on the decline in his career. He only threw 20 touchdowns last year, and he's immobile.
Well, to Derek's point, you could say, well, we got the best quarterback out there. That being
At
said,
least we tried.
I don't know what it does for your team.
That's
but,
what I mean. It's like it's a weird spot to
what's
be in
the best
because
option?
it doesn't. You're in the same boat next off season. Like that's my thing. Is I'm like, why make a deal when your team is so far from being successful? I don't know what their best option is.
But they got
I don't think
1
it's
year
Matthew
left
Stafford.
to prove it, though.
You're better off signing Sam Darnold. You're better off. They're not going to sign a long-term contract. But what does 1 year of Matt Stafford get you? 5 wins? Are they that much better with Stafford?
Just promise.
It wasn't just because because Daniel Jones was the quarterback that they stunk. They stink because they stink. They stink because they let Saquon Barkley walk out the door and go win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like they've across the board, they've made terrible
They
decisions.
invested in Dan Jones.
So and I understood why they had to because it was the 5th-year option and it was Dable's first year and they made the postseason. He had to. They finished above 500.
Now it's like, it feels like anything they do is just the wrong move. No matter what it is, it's just like, ugh.
I just like Stafford to me seems like if he's going to go somewhere else, it's either just to get paid like that or it's to go somewhere where he can legitimately have a shot or compete a bit in his final couple of seasons. I can't imagine the Giants are in a better spot with a season of Stafford after this year than they are right now. Like they're in basically the same boat, but you're paying a more expensive guy.
Maybe a little bit better,
probably
but
gone.
I don't think they're going to propel themselves to be the top team in the East.
They're not a playoff team.
No.
My thing is, like, if you add them to that roster, they're not a playoff team.
No.
So then what are we doing? So then you have other work to do.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine the Giants are a fit.
I think
it's the Raiders, same reason the Raiders are.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, Matthew Stafford's just like, what am I doing here? Like, I get like I want more money, and they're not going to give it to me, so I might as well just go to the best team available, and right now that's the LA Rams. So.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Dub Tub, what do we call you?
Dub T, whatever. I don't know.
Dub, T-Dub with you.
Dub.
It's the greatest show in America. Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday. Tracy Sandler going to join us, the Fangirl Sports Network, at 4:50. The always friendly Tracy Sandler. We'll talk to her about what she's heard from John Lynch. And
she was there.
Yeah, whether or not she thinks this will be the Deebo Samuel thing gets done first or is situated or the Brock Purdy contract gets handed out. When we come on back, Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel discussed teams that are checking in on Brandon Ayuk. Is that right? Teams are asking now about potentially trading for Brandon Ayuk.
My God.
Would you entertain a Brandon Ayuk trade? We'll get into what they have heard and whether or not you'd want him back next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work, Adam Copeland, D-Pop, T-Dub. You know, in my short amount of time at KNBR, there was one story in particular that just got me every single day, and that was the Brandon Ayuk saga. Just every damn day.
What do you mean it got you? Like it got to you?
Yeah, it was just enough already. Like I love NFL news as much as the next guy, but come on. After a while, it was just the same minutia. Is he going to get traded? Is he not? And then finally, one day in August, it finally was done. And we all rejoiced. I said the news on the air, and he finally got paid. But I always felt like the Niners begrudgingly gave that contract. Because if you remember the details, they were this close to trading him to Pittsburgh that day. And then out of a scene out of a romantic comedy, Kyle Shanahan's like, no, let me get a hold of him. Let me call him. And we're
doing it right now is what he said.
Yes. So he rushed down, got Brandon Ayuk. They bursted into John Lynch's office and said, hang up the phone. Brandon Ayuk is staying. And then we're hearing more things. So I listen to Scoop City all the time. I think it's a great podcast with Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel. They talk about all of the news going on in the NFL. And I listened to this podcast on Tuesday. Tuesday. And Diana Rossini talks about it with Chase Daniel. She has the scoop, Scoop City, that teams are inquiring about Brandon Ayuk.
Brandon Ayuk is a player that a lot of teams had interest in before he signed that deal last year. Remember, he signed that 4-year, $120 million deal? There are some teams poking around now to see if the 49ers would be willing to deal Brandon Ayuk.
Let me stop you there. Why?
Because there are teams that need a receiver.
Why would San Francisco do that? Seriously.
Because San Francisco needs to pay Brock Purdy and figure out how to work all these contracts. They've got to pay a lot of guys.
Why would you pay Brock Purdy if Brock Purdy doesn't have a number one receiver? Because Brock Purdy's not going to be the same without Brandon Ayuk.
Maybe they think Ricky
Please
Pearsall
don't do it, San Francisco.
Look, I'm not saying they're going to. This is just the time of year where these conversations start, where agents and teams are starting to meet. Teams are meeting with each other going, hey, what would this look like? Would you be interested?
If I'm Brock Purdy and I even get a whiff of you trying to trade my number one receiver, I am not signing with you. I am going to pull the leverage card and I'm going to play out another deal.
So, and I love that Chase Daniel gets always frustrated with what Diana Rossini tells him. Diana Rossini's just saying the news, and he's like, "What? Why would they do that?"
She's reporting what she's heard from sources. Yeah.
So, but my thing is, I understand teams are poking around, but I can't imagine that that's a significant haul for Brandon Ayuk. He's coming off a torn ACL. He costs $30 million a year. What are you going to give up for Brandon Ayuk right now? Not a first-round pick.
No.
Not even a second-round pick, I would say. So why would the Niners do that?
Yeah, I don't understand why they do it either. It would be, sure, it would alleviate some financial restraints or some financial pressure, but you knew that you were going to run into this anyway, right? They also haven't had to pay Brandon Ayuk yet, right? That contract's going to kick in, so.
Yeah.
The signing bonus, of course, and all that, but. Yeah, I can't imagine it makes sense for the 49ers. But to her point, this is the time of year where, and it's something I've loved about John Lynch since he's become the 49ers general manager and this regime started, it's anytime there's been a key player or a top player available, he's picked up the phone. He went and got the best left tackle maybe of all time when they moved on from a guy who's potentially a Hall of Fame left tackle in Joe Staley. Christian McCaffrey became available, and he called. Khalil Mack was available, and he called. And may have had a deal in place, and the Raiders gambled wrong on who was going to have the worst season between the Niners and the Bears, which, fine, that's just the way it plays out. But the fact that he picks up his phone, adds players when they need to add players to deficient areas on the roster, and is willing to at least have the conversations. It's funny to me, it happens in fantasy football, even if you think about it in those terms, where, somebody calls you or hits you up and is like, hey, I want your best player. And you're willing to, a lot of times my initial thought is always, why? I'm not giving you my best player. I'm not giving you that guy. Why would I talk about that? But it's like, okay, but if you were going to trade me your best player, what does the deal look like? And does it make sense for me after the deal's done? Yeah. Is my team better? Am I in a better spot? The Niners, for a team that view themselves and fancy themselves as a contender again entering 2025, even though we don't know how the D-line and the O-line are going to shake out, I can't imagine that allowing this trade to happen for picks is something that is beneficial to this roster next season. And he makes a good point, does Chase Daniel, about who's Brock Purdy throwing the ball to.
Absolutely.
You're planning to not have Deebo Samuel now. You've got Juwan Jennings, who's been great, but you're not going to be comfortable going in. We're talking with Brandon Ayuk potentially coming back later. You're going to have to add somebody this offseason. Now, if you traded Ayuk, it does open you up to landing a bigger-time free agent receiver. But it's not necessarily like T. Higgins is available.
No.
He's going to be franchise tagged.
I mean, for that reason alone, that you're getting rid of Deebo Samuel, there's no way in hell you would.
That's what I mean. They're not going to
entertain trading away
those.
Brandon Ayuk right now. Like, yeah, like you don't want to I know that people felt really good about Juwan Jennings, but I still would not feel comfortable with just him and Ricky Pearsall and then Jacob Cowing and George Kittle. That's not enough offensively for me to feel excited about this offense. So
it's funny, though, you said something before. You said begrudgingly you think the Niners gave Ayuk that contract. Don't you kind of feel, though, like every receiver contract now that gets handed out is begrudging from the team? I don't think any team wants to pay receivers what the receiver market is.
Yeah, but some teams are happy to give guys contracts because they're worth it. Like, I know that the Bengals don't love giving out huge contracts, but then now they're going to lock up. I mean, they already locked up Joe Burrow, and their de facto GM, Duke Tobin, said the other day, we're going to have to make Jamar Chase the highest paid non-quarterback in football.
But that's a guy who you're not as begrudging about because you're like, he's the best at his position.
Why?
It's like they were begrudgingly having to pay Nick Bosa, right? They were like, we're glad to pay Nick Bosa. That's what the market is. We need a player like
Well,
this.
the only reason I say that was because Tim Kawakami, I believe, wrote recently that the Niners were not 100% on board with giving Ayuk $30 million a year.
Yeah,
same deal with Nick Bosa.
And how many times do I have to walk through it? Receivers who make that kind of money generally don't win Super Bowls. It's funny, a couple just did in A.J. Brown and in Devontae Smith, but you didn't do it because of the receiving game.
Well, but
it's so funny.
It definitely helped.
Of course it helps, but it's a rarity to have that happen. All the guys who are at the top of the list in AAV for receivers, most of them got paid after Super Bowl seasons and were being paid for what they had already accomplished, not for what they've continued to lay out.
Well, you know, the funny thing is, like, I hear like other teams or fans say all the time, like, well, the Eagles pay all their guys, not on defense. They pay the quarterback, they pay the wide receiver, and they pay the other wide receiver. Saquon Barkley's making good money, but he's not making big-time money. He's making big-time running back money, which in the grand scheme of things is not that big. And then defensively, the Eagles went out and paid C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but he's making safety money.
Yeah.
They don't pay any pass rushers. They're going to have to make a decision on Zach Bond, but he's not going to make huge linebacker money. So they got to make a decision on like Josh Sweat and Milton Williams. But I could see Howie Roseman being like, no, we've already invested money in the wide receivers and the quarterback, so let's just keep going through the draft to get pass rushers. So that's why the Niners are in a different predicament, because they're going to pay the quarterback. They're also going to pay – they have the highest paid defensive player in football. They have I believe I think it's Roquan Smith who makes more money right now. But regardless, when I hear Diana Rossini say like they need to allocate money elsewhere, yes, but also they've thought about this for a year now. Like – this was the whole thing of we don't want to pay Brandon Ayuk because we don't think that he's worth $30 million a year. And also, we have to think about what we're going to pay Brock Purdy. So I don't think that's going to change their thinking now. I can't see many teams. I know teams are poking around. Like this time of year, you call about everybody. But I can't see the Niners getting so much for a player coming off a torn ACL. So I think they're going to go into the season. They're going to do what they have to do with Deebo Samuel.
It also just doesn't make sense for their roster.
It doesn't. So they'll go in with they're gonna have to prepare for life without Brandon Ayuk for 6 weeks, and then you're pretty much gonna need him after that unless you get a good veteran wide receiver. So the whole notion of they need to move off of Brandon Ayuk to allocate money towards Brock Purdy, I don't see that at all. I think that they've planned for this and they'll make it work. They may have to get rid of other guys, but no, I don't see Brandon Ayuk getting away from this team now.
Well, and to the point I was just making, if you look at the AAV for the top, 20 receivers in football, the only guys who have now won Super Bowls on a receiver contract making $25 million or more are Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown making an average of 32 this year. Devontae Smith just made 25. He's the 11th AAV. A.J. Brown is the 3rd in AAV. Everybody else did it after they signed their contract.
Right. So, yeah, and I think that, that's something that they were hesitant about before. Like, I don't think last year they wanted to pay Brandon Ayuk $30 million. Like, it was a whole thing about, it was like close to 28 or whatever it was. I mean, the New England Patriots were willing to pay him $32 million a year, and he said, I don't want to go there. And that was the whole thing.
Throw to him.
Yeah, exactly. I think in hindsight now, he'd probably like, yeah, I'll probably play with Drake May. But, yeah, like I think the more appropriate contract, like we're too set on AAV, but like he probably would be more, it's probably more reasonable to give him a contract like second wide receiver money to that of a Jalen Waddle or Devontae Smith. I never thought Brandon Ayuk, I'm like between him and Deebo Samuel, yeah, he's the number one wide receiver, but I don't think he should be in the $30 million range. But, I mean, like, who cares at that point? You locked him up. They also value his blocking a lot. So he is the number one guy right now. And we'll see if Juwan Jennings is more reliable. But you can make that move right now. I don't think that makes sense, especially when you're going to trade or cut Deebo Samuel.
916 checks in, 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 916 says, Diana's sidekick is kind of a D. That's Jim in the 916.
Dude.
Chase Daniel.
I listen to that podcast quite a bit. He gets very frustrated. Like, she'll correct him on, like, the right way to say things. Kind of similar between, anyway. So I think that, Chase Daniel comes across as a D, but, like, he's just learning the ropes of being a host.
831 checks in, says, Lombardi said that there'd be a $40 million cap if they trade Ayuk this year.
Yeah, then that makes no sense.
It makes zero sense for that.
By the way, did you see, I saw this one yesterday, and I think this is kind of interesting for the 49ers. Jonathan Allen, defensive tackle for the Commanders. It sounds like they're going to trade. Like, every player right now they're available for trade, and this is just because they're not getting the right trade value for them. He might be cut. He's due $15 million this year. He has no more guaranteed money. I see a lot of Niner fans say, like, well, there you go. That's an answer at defensive tackle. I would say, yeah, but also this defensive tackle market in the draft is really good. There's a lot of talent there. So it depends on what you have to give up for Jonathan Allen. And also, Jonathan Allen's declining as a player. He would definitely fit the scheme of the 49ers, but I don't know if you need to go crazy. Like, it's more reasonable to give up draft compensation for him as opposed to Myles Garrett, because that just sounds like you got to give up, like, maybe 3 first-round
picks. The Browns are continuing to saying he's not for sale.
Exactly. So I would say, yeah, Jonathan Allen's an option, but if it's going to cost you too much, there's definitely better options in the draft.
You know what's not speculative?
What's that?
Jordan Hicks was pumping 100 today. I don't know if anybody saw that.
Was he?
Jordan
Nice.
Hicks was throwing flames, dude. Coming for a rotation spot. That's tangible stuff we got in front of us.
Do you think it's more
like... will they opt in to try to get Jonathan Allen? We got actual 100-mile-an-hour fastballs coming out of the hands of Jordan Hicks.
I'm not yucking your yum. Don't worry.
Everything to not talk Giants ball, huh?
I'm talking about it right now.
Yeah, only because I brought it up.
Do you
have to respond?
Do you think... Do you think it's more likely that Jordan Hicks finishes the season as a starter or goes back as a bullpen guy?
Oh, he's going to be a bullpen guy by the end of the year.
You think so?
Yeah, but I like the 100-mile-an-hour flames coming out of his arm right now in Scottsdale.
And then you would say Kyle Harrison moves up or Hayden Birdsong or
I don't know about anybody moves up. I think Harrison starts the year in the rotation. He's already a rotation piece. Hicks is just about who's going to fill out the rotation. And if Hicks is throwing as well at the start of this year as he was last year, absolutely. He was their best starter for about a month last year while Logan Webb got into form. And once he did, he was clicking, dude. I almost dropped an F-bomb there, by the way. I almost said effing clicking. How about that? Like I did last week.
Yeah, I heard you came close to an F.
Oh, no, I said it.
You said it?
It was like I wasn't really saying it. I just got caught between words.
There was no coming close. It was the
said
F.
It? Yeah.
You went full F.
So, yeah, you closed a show off with an S-bomb, and then, I'm gone. Man, Rodgers gets you going, huh?
Yeah, it was, I forget what I was even talking about. Oh, it was about the WNBA player who made $900,000 through her first 6 years.
And that got you hot?
Through first 6 years in the league, she made $900K. 1 month on OnlyFans, $1.4 million.
Oh, man. Who was this?
And I was trying to say, you sick freaks, and I got caught between words. And,
yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Freaks.
Yeah, that's the way it shook out. Let's get off.
It got what's our guy? The Charger, Dan Fouts as well. Called Ian Eagle a sick half.
You love that one.
We will take a quick break. When we come on back, Tracy Sandler does a great job for the Fangirl Sports Network. She was there in Indy. She's in Indy right now, right?
Yes, she is.
At the Combine. We'll talk to her, pick her brain about what she heard from those comments from John Lynch earlier today.
Good news.
Then we've got a sound soiree. Plus, we got to get into our review of the beef we've got with young Tony, who really, I guess he tried to clap back today and needed the help of his buddies, and nothing really came to fruition.
I mean, don't we all?
Yeah, I don't know.
It reeked of desperation.
It was pretty sad the way Tony tried to come back.
Okay.
It was sort of piss poor. And then, dude, then he tried to mock Tim. We'll get into it later. And made a mistake himself. It was the best. It was the absolute best. We'll play it for you coming up at 5:30. But next, Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, only here on the Sports Leader.
Matt Barrows joined Murph and Marcus to discuss the departure of Brian Greasy and its potential effect on Brock Purdy. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, check out KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb here with you. Pleasure to go out to one of our friends, Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network. She is boots on the ground in Indianapolis for the Combine. Tracy, what's going on? How are you?
Hey, Tracy.
Hey guys, I am good. I am very boots on the ground. I'm standing outside St. Elmo's, so I'm very very Combine right now, especially for you guys. I was insistent I come here for that.
Greg Papa's been talking about it all week. He's out. He's on his way out there with Greg Silver, and I'm sure he'll be there all weekend long or all week long.
Are you doing the spicy shrimp cocktail?
You know what? I'm not doing it this time.
Oh, come on, Tracy.
I've done it before. I can handle it. I just wasn't hungry enough to get that as an entree is really what it comes down to.
Is it wildly spicy? Is that a thing? Oh, it's like really, that's like what they're known for?
It's known for being spicy.
Your sinuses. Yeah, it's next level.
I kind of want to get into that. Have you had it, Derek?
I have not had it, but I've always wanted to do it. I say next year, Dirty Work goes, and we do the shrimp cocktail challenge.
But don't stay for the combine. I just want to come right back.
That's fine.
After we do the shrimp cocktail.
Yeah, come on Sunday, do the shrimp cocktail, and then leave.
And then get out. So John Lynch spoke today, and we ran through a bunch of the topics. I'll say this. The one thing that stood out to me, not one, but one of the things I was stoked to hear about is he said, oh, yeah, Trent Williams is playing. And I asked Matt Mayoko about that last week. I'm like, we haven't heard much in the last couple of years. It's been sort of touch and go, and now it sounds like absolutely he's in, which is, I mean, just sort of a sigh of relief, I think, considering how much work they have to do on the O-line.
Absolutely, and he was pretty unequivocal about it. I mean, he obviously talked about the Brock extension, and they're having conversations, and they're going to get it done. And Christian McCaffrey, I asked him about that, and we could talk more about that. But with Trent, he was unequivocal. He's ready. He's back. He's motivated. So it was as strong a statement as he could have made.
So as far as the biggest storylines this offseason, obviously it's Brock Purdy's contract extension, Deebo Samuel's departure, and Dre Greenlaw as far as free agency. So which things do you have? Which things do you think happen first, and which things do you think happen the smoothest?
Oh, that's a very good question. You know, in a weird way, Deebo might happen the smoothest because he wants to be traded. They said that they would honor his request. I do think if they can't get an attractive trade offer, they might just cut him. But I think that's going to be the smoothest and least complicated, if you want my honest opinion. Brock, they are going to get done. And I actually specifically asked John when he spoke just with the Bay Area media after, I said, is the hope, because the way he was talking, is the hope that you'll get this done sooner than some of the others. And he said, sure, but, we said that before, but then he was asked, is he more optimistic? And he said the conversations have been really good. They have thoughts. The Niners have thoughts. I don't think Brock wants this dragging on into training camp. So that might be the second smoothest. And then Dre Greenlaw, they want to get that done before free agency, but John said that Dre may also want to test the market. And John saying that makes me think Dre wants to test the market. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. He's obviously very important to the team, and I think he's obviously a huge component of the defense. But there's money and constraints, and if he can get a really good deal somewhere else, I wouldn't be surprised to blame him for taking it.
Tracy Sandler, the voice you hear from Indianapolis, where the combine is going down this week. Do you think it's more likely that Deebo's cut than traded? Because it just seems like so many things would have to happen for the trade. A team has to accept the contract, and they've got to come up with compensation. And if the 49ers are likely to cut him, if he doesn't, if they don't reach a deal via trade, wouldn't you just go out and sign him then at whatever price point you deem a fit?
I actually was talking to someone about this the other night, and they said the only way he doesn't get cut is if the team wants him so badly that they say we want to trade a 7th-round pick for him because we just don't want a chance losing him. I just don't know that Deebo is in that position anymore. So that's kind of my feel. I think more likely he gets cut, but I don't know. There could be a team out there that's like, no, we want him so badly that we'll take on that contract. We're going to trade a 7th-round pick for him because we just don't want to lose out on him. I mean, he is a special player. He is a unique skill set. It's not working there anymore. Perhaps a fresh start brings that back. So I could understand if there was a team out there that felt that way.
Tracy, what'd you make of Diana Rossini saying that teams were poking around about Brandon Ayuk? And I understand, there's a lot of talk about, making the contracts work with Brock Purdy getting his deal eventually. But I would assume that the Niners have been planning on this for quite some time, and maybe the holdup where Brandon Ayuk's contract was because of their plans with Brock Purdy. I doubt that the Niners would deal Brandon Ayuk at this point. What do you make of that whole thing?
I don't think it's unusual for teams to poke around, and there's been so much kind of scuttlebutt, for lack of a better term. Also, I just like that word, over the last couple of years around Deebo, around Brandon Ayuk. So it's not shocking that people are poking around in that. But I think from the 49ers perspective, they pay Brandon that money because they see him as their wide receiver, one of the future. They have a second-year wide receiver coming in Ricky Pearsall, who showed flashes, but in fairness to Ricky, had so little practice time, so little no training camp time, so we don't really know what he is yet. They're going to lose Deebo. Do you really want to sign your franchise quarterback for $50, $55 million and be like, also, you have Juwan Jennings, who's incredible. You have Ricky Pearsall. We're not sure yet, but we think he's going to be good. And then we're going to bring in a couple new guys. I mean, he trusts Brandon. He likes BA. I don't think you want to do that to Brock at this point, in my humble opinion.
Talking to Tracy Sandler here. When do you think the Brock deal gets done? Would it be a surprise to you if it's not done by the draft?
No, it wouldn't be a surprise just seeing how these things have gone the last several years. I think they would like to have it done by the draft, but I would be surprised if it's not done before training camp.
Yeah.
But just based on how things have gone, I would not be surprised. Now, I will go back to the day of locker cleanout when, Brock said he didn't want drama, and he was asked, would he not participate in the off-season programs if he didn't have a contract? And he kind of just said, for summing up, basically, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So I think they want to get it done. It's just this organization seems to take a while on these things, so nothing would surprise me unless it was not done before training camp.
Tim was asking us that a little while ago. He said, well, would it concern you if it wasn't done by training camp? I said, oh, yeah, for sure. You can't have him showing up to training camp or not showing up. But he said, when do you think the clouds come in? When do you start to get concerned, and when does it become a story if it's not done? Is it all the way to training camp for you, or is there a point in time, you think, between now and then where you're like, all right, this maybe is taking longer than we would have thought?
I would say mini camp.
Okay.
I mean, if you have Brock missing OTAs and all of that, if it's not done, and then not going to mini camp, I think that would not be ideal. So I think it becomes a story if it's not done by mini camp. I really feel like this one is going to get done sooner rather than later. It's just nothing would surprise me because we saw Nick Bosa get done the Friday before the season. So, there's that.
So Tracy, I know you asked about Christian McCaffrey and his timeline this offseason, and John Lynch said that he hopes to be part of OTAs, and that's the plan. But you have to believe with all the injuries last year with the Achilles and the PCL that they're going to be very cautious with him.
Very cautious. And what he said was, we hope so, at least for part of it.
Yeah.
So that said to me, meetings. I'm not a doctor or an expert, but that to me said he'll be there in meetings, but potentially still rehabbing. And he said they were going to be really careful with what the doctor said. So I think they are going to be super duper cautious on this. But when he said at least for part of it, that told me he's not going to be participating in full by any means.
What have you seen in terms of their focus at the Combine? I mean, there was all these reports, I guess, conflicting reports about whether or not Shanahan would be there. I guess he's not going to be there. John Lynch is there. I mean, is your focus all on interior defensive line and offensive linemen?
I think that those are certainly their priorities. It's an interesting draft. Adam Schefter made a comment today that the player you get at 10 is the same kind of player you get at 40. And I don't know that I 100% agree with that, but it's an interesting draft in terms of positions. Other than quarterback, it's relatively deep at other positions. So, there's so much between now and then. I was thinking about this earlier. Like, do they even keep the 11th pick? I mean, if they end up trading for Myles Garrett, let's say, then this becomes a very different conversation. But do they need to upgrade both of those lines? Absolutely. That 1,000% needs to be their focus. So I think it will be their focus. But they have other positions that they need. They do probably need another corner. They eventually have to make a plan for life after George Kittle, even if it's not right away. But you probably want to bring someone in that also can be a real viable tight end too, so that George Kittle can play as long as he and they want him to play. So there are other positions they have to take a look at. But the lines, as we saw in the Super Bowl, it's one of the trenches. The 49ers were kind of a disaster in the trenches this year. And, of course, injury was a big part of that. So I think that has to be a huge focus on this draft. And it is a very good D-line draft in particular.
Tracy Sandler, the voice you hear, Fangirl Sports Network. Nice enough to join us from Indianapolis on the UMA guest line. Before we let you go, we saw some, I guess it's heating up now, the Matt Stafford sweepstakes potentially. There was all the stuff about him and Brady meeting at a ski lodge, which sounds a lot like when he and Sean McVay got together and met potentially or got together and decided he would go to the Rams when they were in Cabo at the same resort where Kyle Shanahan was hanging out as well, and maybe have missed out on that opportunity. But, I mean, this is an odd situation. What do you make of this? I don't know if we have an idea of where he'll go, but do you think there's still a chance he ends up back with the Rams?
I do think there's a chance. I think it is one of the weirder quarterback situations, and I think that is saying a lot because we've seen some weird quarterback situations over the years. It's one of the weirder ones I've seen. The team was a game away from going to the NFC Championship game. They have one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And as we've seen, the drops between like the top 10 and beyond is pretty steep. It's very odd to me. I think he wants an extension. He wants to be there longer maybe than they're willing to pay him for at 37. But my feeling on that is like, figure it out. Yeah. Unless you're basically saying we think we're in kind of a down rebuild and last year was an anomaly, but it's not. They had such a young, talented defense. They got so hot at the end there. I mean, they were so close to the NFC Championship game. They were perhaps better weather away from the NFC Championship game. I'm sorry, for the NFC Championship game. So I just think it's very strange that they would make this decision.
Yeah.
It feels a little bit weird to me.
It does seem weird to me. I mean, I just don't know where else they can go. To your point, I mean, they were as good as they were this year. Obviously got better as the season went on. Their defense looks like it's poised to do something special. You can still pay Matt Stafford for 2 more years and then still try to find your next quarterback in waiting. It just seems like it would be an odd jump off. But, hey, if they want to unload him, I think it makes things a whole lot easier for the Niners next year, considering they've already got one of the easiest schedules in the league.
Well, absolutely. I just find it very bizarre.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not in charge over there.
All right, so what's the next move in Indy? What are you doing next?
Well, I'm at St. Elmo's. I actually go back late tomorrow afternoon. I don't want to shock anybody, but I'm going to go to the media availabilities for the couple of the Michigan guys tomorrow, Colston Loveland and Will Johnson.
Nice.
I'm sure that's so surprising to everybody. So I'll be doing that tomorrow, and then I head on back. It's been a really productive week. We had really good time with John Say, and that's one of the big highlights of the week always. So that's kind of what I have going on, and then I'll be watching it with the rest of everybody this weekend.
Well, Tracy, we appreciate the time as always. Glad you enjoyed St. Elmo's. Enjoy the rest of your trip, and we will talk to you soon.
Thanks, Tracy.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Good deal there. The great Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, boots on the ground in Indianapolis for the Combine, which, by the way, Greg and Greg flying out tonight. Are they flying a red eye? Is that what I heard? It's not the flight I would have selected.
Oh, no.
Does he prefer a red eye?
My pops is all about the red eyes.
I'm a red eye guy. I'm down with a red eye.
Yeah.
How about Greg Silver? Is he any experience with a red eye?
It sounds like he's not a big red eye guy. But I got to be honest. I could have used that gummy when I was flying my own red eye.
We needed a gummy update.
Oh, dude, we forgot about this when Derek was gone all last week. Told us he was not flying with gummies. It was like, I'll be fine. I don't need it.
I'll be completely honest. If people saw my kind of demeanor on the show the last 2 days, I was hurting. I think I had the flu or something.
Last 2 days before you left.
Yeah, before I left. I had like something going on where I wasn't sneezy or anything or a sore throat, but my energy level was just awful. So
we felt it.
So like on the way to the airport, I was feeling it again, took some Tylenol. I was like, oh man, I do not feel good. And I just couldn't sleep on the plane, the whole red eye. So I was like,
what seat did you have?
I could have used that gummy really badly.
I had a window?
I had the window.
You a window guy?
I'm a window guy, but I always feel weird if I have to pee. Because then I'm like that guy being like, excuse me, miss, hello?
That's why I'm an aisleman. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's
window guy.
But that's the best way to go, is to be an aisle guy so you're not interfering with them. But at the same time, you have to be that guy to get up every time.
I'm willing to get up. I'd rather get up every time.
Even if you're sleeping?
I'd rather get up every time somebody has to go to the bathroom. We're trying to have a society. It's a plan. You know what I mean? I'd rather be the guy to get up than be the guy to have to ask.
I'm the window guy. I'm looking out the window the whole time, unless we're flying over an ocean, of course. But I'm looking out the window. I'm sleeping on the fuselage, and I'm doing my best not to bother the person next to me because I would rather be the person to ask than have to be the person to get up. Sorry, just me.
Do you guys do neck pillow on long planes?
God, no.
I did when I went to Australia. It was a 14-hour flight. Flight 14, Tim. Then tell me you're out on a neck pillow.
Judgmental on the neck pillow, I see.
Yeah, it's right there with Tom Tolbert's umbrella. Pretty soft.
I was thinking so. I mean, I rocked it, but I also got a terrible neck pain when I was doing it.
Can we all just, really quick, can we just acknowledge that the neck pillow is just kind of a crock?
I just don't think that you can be over 6 feet tall and carry around a neck pillow. You just can't do it.
You don't really have to carry it around. Mine's got like the snap on it, so you just snap it to your bag.
Or you just snap it around your neck and you walk around
mine's
with it.
got a little button, dude.
I got nothing for
you.
They're kind of
bib.
They're kind of a crock in that they don't really help. You know what I mean? I've not slept better because I had the neck pillow. It supports a little bit for sure. I had a pretty good one. I got a pretty good cushion one, wraps.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to have your neck.
Well, you're not supposed to be. I'm not supposed to sleep. I don't sleep like this anyway. That's not a comfortable.
If anything, you turn your whole body to the side.
Exactly. Lay my head down on that pillow.
I'm usually a pillow on my head and then cuddling a pillow type of guy.
Oh, are you?
Oh yeah.
You spoon the pillow.
I spoon the pillow.
You got a body pillow?
Yes.
Hey, wait, KNBR. Are you a snuggler?
I like getting into Derek's bedroom. Yeah, here.
Easy.
He's got a body pillow.
The only person that's been in my bedroom that works at the station has been Michael Connell.
When you guys were filming that bit, yeah. And when we all noticed you still had that sticker from the.
It's been removed.
The sticker on the back on the headboard.
I've grown up a little bit.
Do you remember that, Tim? That video we did for the promo of the show.
My mom saw the video. She was like, "Derek, good lord."
It was a horrible grand reveal.
It was the first thing we all said, and it was also just very predictable too. That Derek would still have the
It's hard to get that sticker off.
It's the red dot on the cashmere. We're looking at it like,
dude,
oh, Jesus.
it was like the price of the headboard that you had, dude. That was pretty funny.
Hey, I got that from like a storage unit that my little brother had, and it's a pain in the ass to get that sticker off.
How'd you get it off?
Well, I had to peel, like it's one of those that, like, where you
Effort
peel
and
it.
shame, really.
Yeah, like where you peel it and it sticks like that
it like
sticky.
ripped apart, kind of like staggered.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I had to get like a wet rag and like down that, so like all the pieces of paper fall off.
And have all the nice young ladies that you've brought back noticed that you
no one
removed it?
comments on the sticker.
Yeah. Have you ever received a comment on the sticker from a young woman?
Yes, I have.
You gotta be kidding me, dude.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
How many?
One in particular was just like, what the hell are you doing here?
Let me guess. The date went great after that.
Hey, dude,
I'm not telling the outcome of the date. I'm just saying somebody commented.
She was there looking at the headboard.
Is this a Smoke Stewart moment?
I hope not.
I'm just asking. I got to know the details of some of this. You know what I mean? Kind of like I really want to know what the instrument is that woman played who's sleeping with Steve Smith.
I'm gonna say trombone.
We keep saying that, but I want to know.
Does anybody
really
know the
badly.
details of
As I said yesterday,
Steve Smith's
It's important
infidelity?
To me. It's important to me. We found out what instrument she was playing.
But that phone call. Good Lord.
That's hysterical.
Hey, Steve. Effing my wife.
You're sleeping with my wife, man.
Sorry.
What do you have to say for yourself? He's like, sorry.
Sorry.
Anyway, KNBR. Stickers on headboards. All right. You missed any of Tracy Sandler. All available, KNBR.com. And the KNBR app does a great job for the Fangirl Sports Network. We've got a sound soiree. And then we've got to get in to what happened yesterday and this morning with young Tony overstepping his bounds, getting too big for his britches, and then really not even bringing enough heat to come back at us. The more I think about it and the more I talk about it, I'm like, what a piss poor comeback from him. Tried to take down Timothy.
We'll go
He
through it
botched
all.
himself. We'll go through it all. And part of the reason we'll go through it all is because I believe, I don't know if we're getting in the sound soiree, if we're getting it at 5:30. I saw Raph puttering around in the weather center.
We have a weather
We've
report.
got a Raph weather report.
Oh, it's a great day.
And it's coming your way with some beautiful weather in the Bay Area today. We've got the Sound Soiree featuring Sean McVay, Joe Lacob, and Raph's weather report. Plus, our review of the beef with young Tony is coming up. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus debated their favorite a-holes. That sounds like a bit. Anyway, if you're an a-hole, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place where we rank asshats.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday evening. Larry Krueger at the top of the hour with Niners Nightly coming up at 6 o'clock. Diners Nightly, says Tim. His review of Caro's last night. You're going to review a Lions, Tim claims today. We got a sound soiree for you, and we've got a review of our beef with Young Tony. So why don't we open up the Dirty Work Sound Soiree?
This is
Dirty Works
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Sound Soiree for Wednesday, February 26th, 2025.
First one of the week.
First one of the week, yeah, on a Wednesday. How about that? And it starts with Sean McVay.
Do the impression.
I'm all dejected by it now, dude. I'm all like, ever since Jordan Rodriguez shot me down.
Oh, it took Jordan Rodriguez.
Yeah, I don't care about what you think.
Oh.
Hey, I'm a fan.
I respect Jordan Rodriguez.
Well, we want to sign Stafford, but we can't. It's too much money. I did it for you.
Yeah, we're looking to sign Matty Stafford, but looks like it's kind of, I don't know. She said it sounded like Mahomes, and now I can't get that out of my head.
It is.
It is a little Mahomesy, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Yeah, we're going to try to sign. Mahomes is worried here. We're trying to.
It's even more Mahomes now.
Yes, I don't know what happened, dude. I don't know. She got in my head. She ruined me, dude.
You're right.
She got to you.
It's kind of like Murph always does his Will Clark impression, and then he said it's a very timely reference, but I think it was like in the he was doing his Will Clark impression at one point, and one of his buddies says, "Dude, your Will Clark sounds a lot like your Ross Perot."
I'll meet you at the boathouse.
Which is a hilariously timely reference for the early 90s.
It's kind of like the same thing with me. Like my Chris Collinsworth sounds like the same thing with my Tony Romo. It's basically just like, oh, here's a guy, and then Tony Romo's like, oh, Jim.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Yeah, but your impressions are all just kind of lame anyway.
Thank you.
You end up with some like Robert Pattinson impressions.
Oh, I'm so sad. I'm Robert Pattinson as Batman. Everything sucks.
It's not bad, but
that wasn't like a real impression.
That is my favorite impression you've ever done.
My favorite impression when you say what you are. That's just kind of ridiculous.
Oh, so sad.
Well, that's
Robert Pattinson is.
Well, that's like the go-through too thing, like back in the day where like Bill Hader was so good at impressions and Andy Samberg wasn't. So like Bill Hader would do an amazing one, and then Andy Samberg would be like, "Hello, I'm George Clooney." Bloop blop ba doop ba doop.
Yeah, right. Well, that was the first one I think of Andy Samberg and Bill Hader, the very first sketch on Weekend Update. All right, let's get into some of the sound soiree. Sean McVay is on with the Fitz and Wit pod. He's addressing everything Matt Stafford. Here you go.
You talk about the elephant in the room. These are the things that are really challenging because there's no discrepancy on us wanting him to continue to lead the way and be our quarterback. The interesting and the challenging dilemma and dynamics within this are, hey, how do you continuously as a head coach look at the short term and the long term and be able to figure out what does that really look like? There's no dispute. And let's not get it twisted in regards to anybody wanting him to be our quarterback. Now, there's layers to it. You have to be able to say, hey, how do we continuously build? How do we support him? How do we make sure that he's getting, what is his worth relative to those things? And so at the end of the day, we had something in mind. He had something in mind, and nobody was right or wrong. And then ultimately you're saying, hey, there's a ton of interest because this guy's an incredible player. There does have to be an element of understanding, well, what does that future look like without this freaking G that's been our quarterback for the last 4 years? And there's no right or wrong way to go about it. But I do think for us to be able to make the most educated decision in terms of the cash budget that we operate on, the draft comp that you would get in return, you just need to be able to have all the parameters to at least explore it. Don't want to have to do anything in secret. Want to make sure that we're all abreast of the situation, even though the first goal in mind is to have you come back here as the quarterback. These decisions aren't made in a vacuum, and that's kind of the challenging part about it. But love this guy, and he's been incredible for us.
He's a freaking G who's been our quarterback.
Did he say breast?
Yeah. Cool. I mean, I understand that. I get him saying it's not that we don't want him. It's that he wants other things.
Yeah.
We can't necessarily.
I mean, that was a well thought out, answer to that question. I'll say this. I like Sean McVay a lot, but he is the polar opposite when it comes to talking to the media to that of Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan seems more real to me. He just shoots from the hip and tells you what he thinks. Sean McVay,
he said he's got a tough time lying.
Yeah, but Sean McVay, I'm surprised those guys were tight because Sean McVay seems like he's always on. I wouldn't say he's disingenuous, but he just he's not real when he speaks. Where like Kyle seems more authentic when he's talking about the football team and himself, but like Sean, like he's always like auditioning to be on TV. It sounds like.
Yeah, it does. I mean, that's why people thought maybe he was going to leave and go to TV a couple of years ago. I'm with you that. He's definitely, it's not even coach speak, it's just that he's more hamming it up, I feel like.
A little bit.
Yeah, because he does give you some coach speak stuff, and he will
Watch
be
me
honest.
take my shirt off on Hard Knocks.
But Kyle will just kind of like, he's very blunt with it, and he has a tough time lying, so he doesn't really dance around it at all. It's just not the most important thing to him. How about Joe Lacob? Joe Lacob, one of the Tim Kawakami podcasts.
Now, this impression we both do well.
That's right.
Yep.
Joe Lacob goes on the Tim Kawakami podcast.
I don't love KD anymore. We're not going to retire his number. He's dead to be.
He was asked by Tim Kawakami, was there any thought to not doing anything at the trade deadline? We wouldn't be talking Dubs 2 hours a day, I'll tell you that. Wouldn't. Here's what Joe Lacob had to say.
Well, I would say we're going to probably make a change. And obviously we had some very large discussions. Mm-hmm. We went after, at least had discussions to explore a number of players. It's been reported, I don't think inaccurately, it's accurate. And we were trying to do something significant. If you're going to do something, let's do something significant. And if we could do it, great. If not, then, we have to play it out and see what happens this summer. It's easier, I think, generally to do something in the summer than it is at the trade deadline. There's just more optionality. Yeah. So, but to be honest with you, Tim, we're always looking. This is no different. We're always looking to do something maybe even significant at all times. Why not? Why not try to get better? And whether that be trade deadline, summer, whatever, it's just that it doesn't always work out.
Now, I know that some people listen to podcasts at higher speed. I had to slow down that podcast.
Really?
No, I'm kidding.
It's going too quick. He does talk quickly.
That's the slowest I've heard Joe Lacob talk.
Well, I'm with him. I'm going to hear him where he's like, yeah, we'd have to reapproach it in the offseason, and they may still. I mean, they're a team.
They're going to add.
Joe Lacob, best owner going, like I said. I mean, he's said what they're going to do, what their goals are. Every year they want to compete. And my thing was when they were so mediocre, when there was a lot of mediocrity before the trade deadline, I was like, put your money where your mouth is, and man, go in on it. You want to win, you want to fill this arena, and now people are back. People are feeling like Warrior basketball is back. We've established a brand of elitist mentality around what the Warriors are with Steph Curry. They're in on him, and they've gone all in on him. I'm about it. I love it. Still.
And I like that they're greedy because, we kind of poke fun, but at the same time, I love that Joe Lacob's aggressive like that. I want more owners to be like that. The guys are like, the A's, just being all passive and we'll trade this guy away because he makes too much money. No, F that. I want to win.
Yeah.
He's one of the first owners I've seen, not one of the first, but one of those owners that doesn't have to meddle as much, but he's kind of like a Jerry Jones or an Al Davis where he's like, I don't care what the rules are, obviously. I'm going to spend money. I want to win championships. It's not about just creating a business. Obviously,
I don't care what the rules are.
We've definitely created a good business for the Golden State Warriors. At the same time, I want championships, damn it. And I appreciate that.
I appreciate it, too. It's funny you said like Jerry Jones and Al Davis. That's the fear, is that somebody like that becomes that guy where they do start to meddle too much, where they're built on so much success early on that they have so much power and so much influence that at some point, all these guys won't be here and he'll have to hire other people, whether it's his son that he puts in the general manager, the president of basketball ops position that would, rub people the wrong way if things don't go the way that you'd like, if they haven't set themselves up for success beyond Steph Curry, but remains to be seen. Right now, it's all smiles, I think, with Joe Lacob.
Yeah, well, the guy that was the biggest like that back in the day that we don't bring up enough because he's not in the league anymore, Eddie D.
Yeah.
Eddie DeBartolo was all about, let me get in the middle of this, let me fire Bill Walsh multiple times because I expect a Super Bowl every single year. And, that's kind of how Joe Lacob operates today, but not as crazy as I say the NFL owners that we compared him to.
Moving on here in the Sound Soiree, Joe Lacob, more from him.
Again?
On the TK podcast. And he was asked about Kevin Durant. We played the Kevin Durant sound earlier about him not wanting to jump teams in the middle of a season again. And he said, you get to the offseason, you want to do that, you got to figure that out. But that's not something he wanted to do in season. Here's what Joe Lacob said about KD not wanting to return to the Warriors.
Well, I heard that, obviously. But, Jimmy Butler also said he'd want to be part of the Warriors. So I think you have to take with a grain of salt when you hear something. Now, when you hear it directly from Mr. Durant, what he said, whatever he said, I guess you can, that's legit. It's coming from the horse's mouth. But there's always usually a motive for these things. Somebody wants to get paid or not paid. Somebody wants to influence somebody to trade them a certain place. It doesn't always mean it's black and white. And so, maybe someone like Kevin said he didn't want to be, I heard he said on something I listened to that said he didn't want to be traded in the middle of the season. Hey, he's never been traded, right? he's always been a free agent. He decides his own fate. So I understand that with respect to him. But I really can't say, I mean, I just heard that. I listened to it. I can't say what players on other teams do or don't do or want to do or don't want to do. I mean, we're just doing what we want to do or try to do, and we take it from there.
But it did stop the trade, right? I mean, him not wanting to come to the Warriors stopped the trade.
I don't think I should comment on another team's player any more than what has been speculated out there. You can conclude whatever you want.
That's a fair answer.
Smart guy and a fair answer.
But I'll also say
he has been traded in season.
Yes. But also the main thing that I took away from that, not that I think there's any bad blood between Joe Lacob and Kevin Durant, but it's interesting for him to be like, whatever Mr. Durant said, whatever he said, however he said it, he seems a little put off.
There's ego that's involved here, and you don't want to be told no, especially by a guy who you thought you gave everything to.
You think that goes back to what was his name? Who was KD's agent? I forget the guy, but he was always telling him like, yeah, he's going to sign back. He's going to sign back. The reports always were that Joe Lacob was irate the day that it came out that Kevin Durant was going to the Brooklyn Nets, and I still wonder if there is some hurt feelings there because Kevin Durant was one of the few players that was brought along to the Chase Center in the hard hat, and they were planning on him being there. And
they wanted him here for the rest of his career, I think. I think they were happy to have Kevin Durant be a Warrior forever, and it's just not the way it worked out. So I'm sure there is some bad blood, and I'm also sure that he was open to acquiring Kevin Durant in midseason if that was something they could do. He wants that type of player, that impact. All right, another one here. This is from Austin Scott, our Vibe King, right? King of Vibes. We did the Vibe check with him on Monday.
You're the Short King, he's the Vibe King.
Yeah, we're both Short Kings. He's the Vibe King. Vibe 15 on Mondays. Do you have this piece of sound, Tim?
Not in there?
In the folder, Austin interviewing Jung-Hoo Lee. So Austin Scott was at spring training, and he asked Jung-Hoo Lee stuff that he would love to see from Korea in the United States. He also asked him something from the United States or San Francisco that he'd love to see in Korea. Here you go.
Is there anything in San Francisco that you like that you wish Korea had?
In-N-Out.
In-N-Out? What's your In-N-Out order?
My favorite food.
In-N-Out 어떻게 주문하나요?
그냥 더블 세트 달라고 하는 것 같은데. I walk over there to the counter and said double set, and every time they do a great job on making me a double set.
Animal style fries?
No.
Cheese like on the fries?
No. 그냥 bench fry. No cheese, no animal fries, just go regular.
Regular fries. Okay, that's a good order, man.
I don't know about that, Jung-Ho Lee.
You know what's funny is I don't ever get animal style fries
I do it all the
cheese
time.
fries. I mean, I know people love them. It's usually not the way I go. When I eat a burger or a sandwich, I like something just like plain and salty on the side. I don't reject animal fries, and I've had them many times, or animal style fries. But I just generally, if I'm going like animal style double meal, I'm just going regular fries with it. Sometimes I'll add a shake too. I can't go shake and burger and the animal style. It's too much.
That's a lot.
And the fries, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much your whole meal for the day.
That's all of it. Yeah, it's everything. What's your order?
At
In-N-Out.
Dude, I haven't been In-N-Out in a long time.
An In-N-Out head.
Probably double, and then
animal style.
Yeah, I have to go animal style because I'm just not a fan of the fries.
Oh, I mean on the burger though. You get animal style on the burger too.
No, just
I go animal
fries.
style burger because they throw pickles on that thing, Tim. I like to get that.
Ooh.
Man, I'm a double, no lettuce, but I get the regular onions. I don't need the grilled onion and everything. I get a well done fry because I want them to be very
crispy and crunchy.
A well done fry.
It's a good order.
Chocolate shake.
Well, I will say it's good to get that personality out of Jung-Ho Lee because that's the only guy that could do that is Austin Scott.
Austin Scott's the man.
Oh yeah,
Jack Loder ain't coming up with
Murph wishes he could get a great interview with Jung-Ho Lee.
Well, he could, but he was unwilling to just do it on digital where we could edit it like Austin Scott did, which is the beauty of editing an interview with someone who just doesn't speak the language. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Let's get to Ralph's weather report on the other side.
Okay.
Let's get to it as it when we do our review of our beef with Young Tony. Young Tony yesterday claimed to on the air and to Tim Webb to his face that Young Tony himself was the best board op in the building. And it wasn't even close. Tim went off on him yesterday in Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. And then Young Tony, sort of piss poor, piddly Young Tony came in today and decided to respond.
Piddly Widdly.
We'll get into our beef with the morning show. The greatest show in America rolls on. Dirty Work only here on The Sports Leader.
You pull any of your crazy shit with us, you flash your piece out on the lanes, I'll take it away from you and stick it up your ass and pull the fucking trigger till it goes click.
Jesus.
You said it, man. Nobody f***s with the Jesus.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Wednesday.
Like those moves?
Yeah, I do. You were mentioning you really like our Dirty Work universe we've created here, the Dirty Work verse.
Yeah, I love the characters. I mean, Tim was bringing it up, but like I kind of like the Pee-wee Playhouse vibe we have here.
Zombie. Yeah, that's
pretty good impression there.
Yeah, minus the adult movie theater. Yeah, it's all good.
Leave that part out.
Leave that part out. I think Tim would be the Rubens here.
Too soon, guys. Too soon.
I'm the bad guy. He was tugging in that theater.
Yeah,
man.
I remember.
What does that have to do with me? Jeez.
It just seems like you'd be the most likely of the show.
Come on, can't remember the good times.
Maybe Large Marge.
Mechaleka High.
We can call you Tim Tubin again. Relax.
I guess that's a step up from
it's a step
Pee-wee.
up. So we've got Austin Scott, of course, in our vibe desk. We've got Mr. KNBR. We've got Raph in the KNBR Weather Center. So for those who don't know, we do Tuesday, Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. Tim hosts trivia, gives us a sports take, like a slice of life take, and then he also gives us a trivia question that can be heard at the bitter end at his trivia on Tuesday evenings. Well, Tim yesterday when I got here said I'm choosing violence today.
That was his catchphrase the whole day.
And I was like, what do you mean you're choosing violence? And he goes, dude, you'll see in my takes. And as it turned out, Tim, you want to take the floor here? What happened yesterday? You want to lay it out?
Yeah, we could just recap a little bit. I came into work and, cracking noon, and we got here, and young Tony, unsolicited, basically stood up on his desk and said, I am the best. In the board op rankings, I am number one, and it's not even close. And for those who don't know what the board op rankings is, a joke. It's an arbitrary rating system that we have to basically knock people down a peg when they make a mistake, and that's fine. But young Tony came out and he was like, I'm number one, and it's not even close. And I leaned back in my chair and I said to myself, I choose violence. And so we spent about 10 minutes basically undressing how ridiculous that claim is, because the number one is always going to be Dave Jenks, and the guy who trained him is the guy who's going to be number one. And the hubris of a young Tony.
Raph walked in today and we said, dude, did you hear about this young Tony stuff? We told him about.
He was put off by it.
Raph got pissed. I've never even seen Raph get upset.
He ran right into the weather center to record.
Yeah, Raph was like, dude, Raph said he thinks he's the best. I taught him everything he knows.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I mean, I get it. Because, like Tim, you've been here for a while. Overnight Dave, Raph. I mean, this kid's walking around like he's Milton Berle.
Yeah.
By the way, had no idea who that was.
Yeah, dude, totally over his head. Jack Loader didn't know Burl either, dude. We brought him up. We were talking about.
I'm not talking about him on the air. I'm talking about him off the air.
Talking about that line in the movie Saturday Night. First night of Saturday Night Live.
J.K. Simmons' performance.
J.K. Simmons
amazing.
Burl, at one point he says. Can you say it? He goes, your reputation precedes you. And he goes, yeah, by about 11 inches.
Oh, that part. They actually show his hog.
Oh, dude, it's a little much from JK. I heard it's not a prosthetic either. Anyway, so basically the morning show today shows up. And I guess Overnight Dave had to tell young Tony what happened yesterday. Young Tony probably asleep by 5 o'clock. He missed it all.
Understandable.
And Overnight Dave told him, they're coming at you because you claim to be the number one board op. And we all know that to be untrue. So the morning show, what do we got, Tim? We got some sound of the morning show responding?
Yeah, I went through, we had a couple of notes sent out to us. You guys can decide how much fire this actually is or not, but we'll give you a few. Okay?
We've also got a bit of a standing dispute with the morning show who said they don't want to be outbidded by us, meaning like we have so many bits on our show and so many, pillars of content that we come up with. I mean, they're using the same cooler of content that Marcus showed up with back in 2020, which, by the way, is just it's a new paint job on something Medium Impact Brian came up with prior to it being the cooler content. I can't remember what it was being called, but it was something else. It's basically the same thing. Their cooler content now is just full of content that we did.
Yeah.
They just every day, their bit is just doing what Dirty Work did yesterday. And
the vibe check, the weather reports, all of it.
Why work harder when you could just do what we did?
And you bet your ass the Sound Soiree is very different than the cooler content.
Sound Soiree is unbelievably different. Yeah. Not even close to the same thing.
It's sound and a soiree.
And you better believe
there's a cooler.
Better believe it has nothing to do with Sounds of Silver either.
Okay,
I'll give too many damn bits with the name Silver in it.
And I'll give you a few Murphs. We'll give you Marcus's hearty defense of Tony, and then also Tony defending himself and then screwing up midway through, which I think you'll get a kick out of.
Here we go.
Oh, they call him rent-free Farias, living in the heads of the afternoon show. By the way, I do want to note there is no John Lynch sound of saying, yeah, I saw Thin Tim and Derek Papa before the show today.
This is true. I only talked to the man, but okay.
You literally followed him around. It's kind of creepy more than anything.
I don't even know what Murph is referencing there. I just love the notion that Tony's living rent-free in our heads. He made a claim, and we responded. Rent-free?
Yeah. I think Kyle Shanahan knows who we are.
Yeah.
I think Steve Young knows who we are.
Steve Young knows who we are,
I think
too.
Brent Jones knows both of our shows.
Yeah, I think he does. But we know which one he prefers more.
Yeah.
A little bit more from Murph and Marcus.
What else we
Credit
got?
to the afternoon show. They're smart to hitch their wagon to us. You pick a fight with us, you get more audience because we're the best.
You get some airtime.
We're the best.
I know.
So it's a savvy move by them.
Mhm.
You know, it is I got to tip my cap.
I mean, I'll give them credit. They are the best show in America, but the Murph and Marcus morning show is worldwide, baby. We've had them all over the world.
It's kind of an ironic thing where they're the best show in America, and yet we're the best show in the building. So it's
they don't want to put that on. They don't want to actually put that on a poll. It's easy to do the same show every day, is all I'd say.
Judged by who, Murph?
I would just say, if you do the same thing every single day, it's easy to have some consistency there, We're trying new things. When's the last time they tried something new? Let's see the last time they tried something new. That's all I'm saying.
They have an 80s Friday.
I like that he says we hitched our wagon to them. You were playing our bits, though, right? You're playing our weather report. You're playing our Austin vibe checks. You're playing.
I think we only play their stuff when it's actually good content. When it's like John Lynch speaks or someone that's a big name on their
Dude, how about
their show.
How about last week when you were gone? They literally got Bill Martin on the day after, 2 days after we did.
Oh no, I was still here for that.
Did the same bit with Bill Martin and played him talked about the weather report with him like it was an original thing.
Yeah. I mean,
it's really cute.
Best show on the station, huh?
Pat H actually has a great line. He says, "Speaking of living rent-free, Tony is living rent-free in his mom's house."
Oh, dude! I mean, give yourself a round of give Pat H a round of applause, dude, because that's absolutely, dude. You want to talk about living rent-free? You want to talk about handouts?
You're going on my board in the Dirty Worker rankings.
You want to talk about handouts?
Those are all guys on the YouTube show.
Go ahead,
young
Tim.
Tony has a tepid defense, I would say, of himself. He tries to, put his feet in the sand and be like, I'm the greatest there is. Very Ricky Bobby.
He loves that movie.
But in his attempt, he tries to play the sounder that I have named after me. Now, this sounder goes back probably longer than Tony's been alive.
Yeah,
that's okay.
Sure. He tries to mock Tim for having the sounder of the mistake of the day.
That's correct.
Which, as we know, is a great bit here on our show. They could only dream to have such a great bit, which actually started on the morning show, by the way. Started with Murph and Mac years ago. Anyway, check this out. Here's young Tony defending himself and then stepping right in it.
Wait for the sounder that doesn't come.
So I'm going to stand 10 toes down on my take. By the way, I know I'm the most handsome board up here. It's not close. I'm the best physically fit. I'm the youngest. Also, this guy has a freaking sounder.
Yeah, okay.
You guys hearing that? Oh, maybe it's on 2. Yeah. This guy's a sounder. He's got a Thin Tim mistake of the day, dude.
Yeah.
I'm sponsored. I got a What Did Young Tony Learn today?
Oh, what a fool. What a fool.
Oh, no.
He went to play the mistake sounder for Tim and then didn't fire it correctly. That's
you show yourself out with that.
That's it's palpable how delicious that is.
And the Bigelow Tea people are definitely giving you that money, huh, Young Tone?
Yeah, dude. You
put directly to Young Tony. Come on.
You pay your mom that rent with some of that money. Here comes the text line checks in. 775 says, the morning show literally has a segment called What Did Young Tony Learn Today? Because he messes up so much. He doesn't know anything. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. I love that he tried to play the sounder and
the sounder and missed
the irony.
It.
The damn irony.
So him going, oh yeah, watch this, stepping right in it.
And then the Mexican American Dream, who is one of ours, one of our guys, a dirty work legend.
So people should know this. The Mexican American Dream, one of our callers, he calls in and he said he was going to have our back yesterday.
He's on AJ Cruz
when we were talking about this, and apparently he called the morning show and he told John Joe Curley, the morning show producer, that he had some support for young Tony. And in true wrestling heel turn fashion, he jumps in and he flips the script.
That's our boy.
There you go.
Good morning, fellas. Look, let me tell you, in the tradition of the East Coast, West Coast rap battle, we have now entered the sports leader morning afternoon show chingazos. Young Tony, you have a pair of stones on you, baby. To call yourself the number one board up at the station is mighty brave for a lad who doesn't know how to shave. Young Tony, I hope you understand that the toothpaste is out of the tube and you done hung a target on your back. Compared to the years of age and experience at the station, you're still a minor. Let me tell you something, young Tony. I rock and roll with the Dirty Root crew because they're just like me. Roll up your sleeves, spit in your palms, and get your hands dirty, baby. I got to the top by kicking butt and taking names, not by making declarations to the sleeping masses without a vote, daddy. Normally, I would whip out a tortilla, lace it with hot sauce, and smack you in the face with it. But today, young Tony, today I'm going to hit you with a gluten-free multi-grain tortilla and lace it with some lemon juice to match that sour disposition on your face. There's a huge slice of humble pie in my fridge, and it's got young Tony written all across it. I hope you have an appetite, baby, because there's plenty more where that came from. Learn some humility, young Tony. That's something you learned today, daddy. Mexican-American dream out. Oh, there, wait!
Sounded like Murph and Marcus were getting a kick out of that.
Oh, yeah.
Sounded like they were getting a kick out of that.
How could you not love the Mexican-American dream?
I heard young Tony wasn't really feeling it. I heard young Tony was just kind of like, I don't know what this is about.
Oh, come on.
He probably doesn't know who Dusty Rhodes is. It's probably it's that simple.
That's
dude.
the dilemma. 2017. No chance.
You got to read some books, man. 559 checks in and says, dude, go earn your chore money for the weekend, young Tony. All caps, dirty work for life.
There you go.
And then, by the way, the previous text from this texter was from this morning at 8:25. All it says is, dog S take, Tony.
Okay, I'll say this. Obviously, we got beef with the morning show, and we're going to puff our chest out. But I'll just say this. I got no beef with Marcus. Marcus is my dude. Raider fans stick together.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any beef with Marcus specifically, but if he gets in the way, we got to take him out.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, that's just kind of the way it goes.
Again, the misnomer here is that we started this fight. We didn't start this fight.
We're just finishing it, yeah.
Walter had the best comparison. Young Tony didn't have to say anything yesterday. He just had to come in, drop his balls on the desk, and basically say, I'm the best board op here.
Nobody challenged him
to do that.
He did that on his own.
It's like, dude, isn't it time for your nap? Like, what are you talking about?
Now, I do hope this doesn't hurt the 4th of July party.
Oh, no, we're still all invited.
Okay, good.
Well, we got to get the gate code first. You know what I mean?
We'll find out.
Dude, the best line ever is when Tim called him the pride of Brentwood yesterday.
No,
dude.
Blackhawk.
Blackhawk, excuse me, the pride of Blackhawk. That killed me, man. That killed me. Anyway, I believe Raph, who was...
Oh, we got it? Oh, yeah.
Looked like Raph's ass was pretty chapped when he got here, and we pointed out to him that young Tony claimed to be the best board op in the building, and Raph said, the best board op, I taught him everything he knows. So, naturally, Raph, who, had some models to click into and check on for the weather. We get our weather reports when Raph is here from the KNBR Weather Center.
Weather models.
Why don't we go out to the KNBR Weather Center, check in with Raph? What's going on?
KNBR Weather.
Prediction? Yes, prediction.
Rain train.
Raph here at the KNBR Weather Center. The rain train is back on track for this Sunday with some rain showers on tap. But enjoy the warm, hot weather. Wear some deodorant or else you stink more than young Tony running the board.
Did you use Rain Train?
No, that was. I'm saving that for TV, bro.
That was KNBR Weather.
That was our weather report there?
Yeah. It was a mix of weather and then his one insult towards young Tony.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good takedown of young Tony. 510 checks in. Excuse me, the 408 checks and says, dude, this is like a soap opera. Can't stop listening.
Would you like to hear Walt's take, by the way? We got some Walt take.
Walter checked in. This the thing is, he didn't just piss off Tim. Like, every board op in the building should be offended by the blasphemy of young Tony. Go ahead. What do you got from Walt?
I texted Walt last night just to cue him in what was going on, and he said he had 6 points to make. He said, how many overnight hours does young Tony logged? Did young Tony ever run Sam Spear show?
Oh.
Does young Tony even know who Sam Spear is?
Bro.
Does he know how to run a Giants game without having Danny Dunn holding his hand?
Whoa!
Have you ever run a 49er game? And number 6, I prefer Lou P.
Wow, dude. Mic drop from Walter Calbasetta. And I'd say the one thing that will get Murph, by the way, Murph, his own host, last week or 2 weeks ago said to young Tony, he doesn't know his ass from his elbow.
Yeah, it's true.
And now he's backing him. And now he's backing this kid up.
Yeah, that led to a whole beef on their show.
Oh, well, we can get off of that. No, that's not my business. You know what I mean? All I know is what young Tony said to us. Doesn't know his ass from his elbow. The one thing that we need to ask, and this may like flip Murph over to our side completely, is, young Tony, do you know who Sam Spear is? Tell me. R.I.P. the great Sammy Spear, by the way. Dude.
Yeah.
I mean, if young Tone don't have an answer for that, he's got no business even.
How does Sam Spear end his show? He can't answer that question.
Find the drop that said, tell me how he ended his show and then find the drop, Tony. Because if you can't, you have no business even opening your mouth near a board. You know what I mean? You with me on this?
I mean, that's the test, and they are going to pull this audio, I'm sure.
Oh, dude, they're going to pull it because what else are they going to play in the cooler content? You know what I mean? Of course, that's why I said you guys wanted to talk about this early in the show, and I was like, well, we got to do the show first because otherwise, what's the morning show going to do with their content tomorrow? What are they going to play?
Fair enough.
If we don't give them anything, then what are they going to do? See, I'm doing this for the station, really.
I mean, you're a man of the people. You're
It's
magnanimous.
good content for the station.
You know, I care about the morning show.
Content has no friends.
Well, they say we hitched our wagon to that. I was like, I've been there, done that, bro. I'm good. I'm up here because I did that for 4. You know what I mean? I was down there doing that. I said down there, didn't I?
You did.
Yeah, back there, down there, whatever. That's gonna do it. That's gonna do it for the beatdown of young Tony. I don't even know if he deserves any more of our energy.
No, I think we're done, guys. Like they can exhaust energy on this beef, but I think we're moving on.
Listeners, this is all I need you guys to find out tomorrow. And I'm sure this is going to come back up. The one question that needs to be asked, listeners to the morning show, because I won't be up listening. Listeners to the morning show is young Tony. How did Sam Spear end his show? And then pull the clip because that's he'll fall flat on his face. I think if that happens, I think the peacock will show its feathers when young Tony doesn't know how it ended and doesn't know how to dig it up.
Yeah, not knowing how to dig it up is probably going to be the key.
I'll see you. Oh, man. R.I.P. Sam Spear. We'll take a quick break. We come on back. We'll put the show to bed. Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly, top of the hour. Don't come at us, Tone, on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Lynch reiterated the team's commitment to Brock Purdy at the Combine today and that the 49ers would honor Deebo Samuel's trade request. For all the latest, keep it locked to KNBR, the Combine leader.